In the UK, our home is our castle.
Home is where the heart is.
And that's where we come in.
Heart is with this one.
Wow, wow, wow.
Those are words we like.
Yes, we're back with a sparkling new series.
If you want a house, ring Phil and Kirstie.
This isn't a flat white, I'll flatten you.
Trying to find home sweet home for house hunters all expecting property wizardry.
With my laser vision. Great house hunter.
Great house hunter, I'd forgot that bit.
This flat is a miracle.
But even a miracle isn't always enough.
You're going to kill me.
I probably need persuading.
Yikes. I understand this isn't going well, so it's up to us to sprinkle our magic.
Ta-da!
And find them the perfect pad, because after all...
There's no place like home.
Smashed out of the park.
She has.
I like it.
Come on. We better get to work then.
The nation needs their homes.
This week we're in glorious Cambridgeshire, where years of house hunting may be starting to take their toll on everyone. What have you done with your thumb?
I think I'm more traditional.
It's an off art.
It seems to be affecting our senses.
Don't want you to think that I'm losing my touch. And our tolerance.
It is your job to advise.
Quite something, isn't it?
I'm not convinced.
I don't know what the point of this is.
One house, the windows are too small, and the next house too big, and it's potentially too cold. It's double glazed.
But hopefully it hasn't damaged our judgment.
Wow.
It is very cool.
Buy now, buy anything. Doesn't matter, just buy it.
This week, we're house hunting in and around Cambridgeshire, taking an educated approach to a high-flying market.
I'm mentoring a couple who keep missing the mark.
And I'm tutoring a pair of first-time buyers.
Awash with history and architectural splendour, Cambridge is a university town with a high-flying reputation. But don't be fooled by the picturesque backdrops and the beautiful facades. It's Don eat Don out there.
House prices here have risen more than any other British town or city over the last 7 years. And average house prices are now 13 times the city's average salary, and there's no sign of let-up.
With a growing army of commuters wading into the market, gleeful at the 50-minute direct train link to the capital, this property scrum is now spilling out into the charming towns and villages of wider Cambridgeshire. When it comes to house buying, this place is no punter's paradise.
Our first set of house hunters are two busy doctors, impatient to start their life together. But there's a problem. They live nearly 3 hours apart. While Michelle works at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge and studies for a PhD, Philip spends his days as a radiologist in Oxford.
Lovely seeing you.
Their property search has barely got a pulse.
Being in Oxford and looking for property in Cambridge has been actually really difficult.
You have to move pretty quickly, which is difficult when you're working and you have someone else in a different city that needs to see the property.
And it's not just the distance. Their hunt for a first home together has got other complications. Doctors move around a lot, so whatever property they buy may at very short notice have to be rented out, making location critical. Plus, in a market where speed is everything, they're struggling with a slight cultural difference.
I'm originally from Germany, and what we do in Germany is we rent for quite a while, and then maybe when you start thinking about settling down permanently, then you buy one property. In Germany, we're not used to buying till we're actually quite old.
But at this rate, they're going to be quite old before they get settled.
Well, Phil, the fact that small family homes are on average twice as expensive here as in Germany is a bitter pill to swallow. Their £350 budget would be a huge amount elsewhere in the UK, but in the areas they want to live in this city, it barely gets them a starter home. Meanwhile, all they want to do is live together.
Living in the same city and in the same property will be the key start to our lives together.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it now.
Long-distance relationships are tough, so I'm desperate to help them. Next time someone asks if there's a doctor in the house, I want the answer to be yes, 2 of them. The Cambridge market is racing so hard that I just feel like sitting down and saying to you, buy now, buy anything, doesn't matter, just buy it. But obviously that isn't the intelligent way. So you tell me what you want and I'll see if we can find it.
For me, the key thing is something sensible within a half-an-hour commute of Addenbrooke's.
Probably have at least 2 bedrooms. We're both working as doctors, and we're probably just going to be here for 3 more years. Ideally, we want to be here longer.
So what you need is a property that
will sell, rent or stretch.
Exactly. Yeah, sounds good.
We have to make very good use of this time. You're both here during the day, during the week in Cambridge. This is a golden opportunity and we can't fritter it away.
With their £350,000, my old-fashioned pair of first-time buyers want a house with at least 2 double bedrooms and some outside space.
It should rent well just in case their circumstances change, and they don't mind a bit of cosmetic updating.
As for location, preferably on the south side of the city, but no more than a 30-minute cycle ride to Addenbrooke's Hospital for Michelle's work.
Our other set of house hunters are Chris and Louise Bushby. Chris is a school's partnership instructor and Louise works in HR for an international company. They've played the property game well, and with the proceeds of their house sale and some help from a mortgage, are now ready to buy their dream home in the Cambridgeshire countryside for around 800 grand. But despite their best efforts, they've been met with a string of disappointments.
So we've tried to buy 3 houses so far. I think we've just been very unfortunate with the way that they've either fallen through or we've not actually managed to land those ones. It feels like somebody else is controlling our destiny.
And nobody likes that. Unusually, they're renting back their old house near Kettering from its new owners, meaning they're exactly where they started, only now they're paying rent.
We want to move on with our lives. We're ready. Simple as that. You know, for 6 months now where we thought we were moving, we're stuck.
Chris and Louise have been searching for the last 18 months and have had a bit of bad luck, but they are pinning their life savings on this long-term dream home, so are understandably quite particular. Their impressive new property must be within 3 miles of a station with direct trains to the capital.
Selfishly, my number 1 criteria is making my journey shorter than it currently is. When you get back relatively late at night, then getting back in the car for another 20-25 minutes, that for me that feels like a waste of time.
Louise is not alone. Cambridgeshire is stiff with people looking for a better work-life balance, which means a budget of £800,000 won't guarantee them success because housing stock is so low here. There's no room for complacency.
It's the 15-20-year house.
This is the one. This is the property that we want to live in now.
Which is why we don't want to get it wrong.
You feeling daunted, Phil? Want to swap?
Don't be silly. You know I perform best under pressure.
It strikes me, on the face of it, you're in an excellent position. You've sold your house, you've got money in the bank.
Yep.
You're in clover as far as that's concerned.
And everyone keeps saying you're in a prime position, you'll be top of the list, and we don't seem to be.
I wonder why not.
Everything's there, ready to go.
Everything's there. We could move.
You've been
tomorrow.
upsetting the estate agent.
Well, not that I'm aware of.
We just don't seem able to buy a house.
Well, that's my job here, is
Yeah.
to put you top of the list.
Yeah.
Just talk to me more about the kind of specifics of the house, things that you like, things that you don't like.
I would like a very big wow kitchen. So we spend a lot of time in our kitchen. It's a very sociable house, and we'd like a really nice sized garden.
Right.
We're fully aware that the areas we're looking are house prices are rising.
You're right, there's not a lot out there. The market is fierce, and there's slim pickings in your price bracket. It's tough out there.
Yeah.
But it's going to get remarkably easy now, I'm here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
A masterclass in expectation management from Mr. Spencer.
Glad you were taking notes, Kirstles. Chris and Louise have got a budget of £800,000 and want a statement property with plenty of entertaining space and preferably 4 bedrooms.
It must have a large garden for Chris and for Louise be no more than 3 miles to a railway station.
This means we'll be looking west of Cambridge, as far north as Huntington and south as St Neots, focusing on the towns and villages with direct train links to London and easy access to the A1 for Chris.
Good morning, Phil Spencer.
I like the mode of transport. You're getting in with the Cambridge theme, aren't you?
Well, the thing is, I have it in London, but I thought I brought it down, and I did, yeah.
How are you getting on?
2 doctors.
Yeah.
Very matter of fact, and he's German, so he's quite shocked, obviously, by
matter of fact.
what you can get in the UK for the money.
Yeah.
I'm feeling positive because they've got an intelligent, analytical approach to it, quite medical.
Well, my couple need a bit of a reality check. They have asked for a semi-rural house that's very close to a train station.
Oh, okay.
That's a bit tricky. It's the commute that's going to be the problem.
Okay.
I think they're going to be picky.
Okay.
What have you done with your thumb?
Oh, a mandolin, you know, one of those vegetable choppers?
Yeah.
Was making potato dauphinoise, took a hit. It's really painful.
so I'm quite sharp and beaty.
So in other words, it's business as usual. With so many exacting requirements to juggle on Chris and Louise's countryside search, it'll be easy to get lost in the detail. My job is to gauge the importance of location versus commute versus house, to see what the priority is for them. And that's exactly what I'm doing with our first property. We're kicking off in rural Ruxton, just on the Cambridgeshire-Bedfordshire border.
That's the footpath,
Right.
which goes down to Roxton Lakes.
Okay.
So for dog walking and that kind of thing.
It is 6 miles rather than the ideal 3 to the railway station, and a drive rather than a walk to the village. But if they can get over that, then the property more than makes up for it.
What do you make of the house?
Yeah, it's quite different actually. Not a normal, typical square box.
It's a big house inside.
Yeah, it looks it.
Looks
Looks big.
Yeah.
From here, you'd be 15 minutes into St Neots train station.
Okay. Yep. Sounds
But-
good.
Come on in.
Well, I seem to have passed the location test, and the house bit should be a breeze. Built just 9 years ago, this spacious and stylish property should give them plenty of scope for entertaining, with a huge kitchen breakfast room and 4 good-sized reception rooms, plus a lovely secluded garden.
There are 5 double bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, so arguably more than they need for just the 2 of them. But the price is very competitive at £695,000, a whopping 105 grand below their budget.
That's very nice.
I like it. I like it.
It's very high spec. There's underfloor heating,
Right.
all this lovely surface.
That's very nice.
Yes. Nice size. Very good size. And that outlook is enticing.
Come and see it.
Oh, nice size garden.
Which includes a double garage and some stabling here.
Oh wow.
And Chris, you're after being able to grow your own veggies and that kind of thing?
There's plenty of space here for us to do that. Certainly, yeah.
The garden makes this very special, I would say.
18-month search, 1 Spencer special, and it could be all over.
Well, let's hope the supersized upstairs doesn't prick your supersized ego, Phil.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Good size.
Yeah. What on earth are you going to do with all these bedrooms?
Well, that is a good question.
In order to get you the living space that you're after, you're going to end up with a big house and lots of bedrooms.
You can run a guest house.
Why don't you have a wander through the other bedrooms? If you've got any questions, give me a shout.
Questions like how much should they charge? And should they put a kettle in the room, perhaps?
It's light and airy, isn't it?
It is.
Good.
All seems to be going rather too well in my first property. I'm waiting for this big but that's bound to come at some point.
If I were you, I'd just cross my fingers and keep smiling, Phil.
I'm not normally this easily pleased.
Well, let's try and pick holes in it.
Yeah,
Too many bathrooms.
We don't need anything this big.
How about the geography of it?
We just need to check the driving distance to St Neots Railway.
Bit more research.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we're in a good place after property 1.
Property
place,
one,
yep.
Good start.
Good start.
But I do seem to be guilty of supplying too much space. Whether in the end they'll be happy spending the money on that remains to be seen.
It's never been exactly easy to get a foothold on the property ladder.
But in a rising market where properties are snapped up in a matter of days, there's no time to hang around.
So what are we doing here, Phil?
Hanging around. Come on, let's go.
The first house I showed Chris and Louise in the Cambridgeshire countryside went down better than expected.
I'm not normally this easily pleased.
Having said that, it did have too many bedrooms and bathrooms. But luckily, even in a tricky market, I've got 3 more fantastic options to show them.
As for our doctors with a distance between them, Michelle and Philip, we're on the hunt for a property that will unite them in Cambridge. But with average house prices at £348,000, nearly twice the national figure, it's not an easy place to be a first-time buyer.
They're looking for a 2 to 3 bed house with a maximum budget of £350,000. But what would this size of property cost them elsewhere in the UK? In affluent Tring in Hertfordshire, they'd be looking at around £514,000 for the same space. Whereas over the border in Glasgow, they'd be paying less than half their budget for a 3-bed property. Similarly, Nottingham offers great value for money. This time, £161,000 for the same square footage. Certainly a lot cheaper than Cambridge.
For Michelle and Philip's first property, we've come 3 miles east of the city to the picturesque and popular village of Fen Ditton, right next to the River Cam.
We're not opposed to rural.
No, it feels really nice. It doesn't feel like you're in Cambridge.
With only a 20-minute cycle ride to Addenbrooke's Hospital for Michelle, this place gives them the best of both worlds.
Here we are, semi-detached, 3-bed.
Probably at the top of the house attractiveness in terms of plot.
Good first impression, I have to
Good
admit.
first impression.
Yep,
Fantastic.
definitely.
That's what we like to hear. Let's get in. Straight to the point, clinical, just what I expected. This house is a semi and built in the 1990s. It's got a spacious living room leading into a separate dining room and decent-sized kitchen.
Upstairs, 2 double bedrooms, box room and a bathroom. Currently rented out, so might need a bit of cosmetic attention, and the garden is more than adequate for a bit of sunbathing.
It's being marketed at £340,000, 10 grand under their budget, and it fits the bill as a rental house too, in case they have to move elsewhere. What you've got here is a very conventional layout. First impressions?
I like the fact it's relatively modern. It's actually
Yeah.
quite nice. It's easy to work with. It's a blank canvas.
Yeah. This is a very good example of a house which can be quickly, easily and cheaply freshened up.
It feels a little bit crammed. It might be the lighting today.
I would say I don't think there's any need for the nets. You've got a perfectly good hedge out here, unless you intend dancing naked around a sitting room, which I've got no objection to anyone doing.
Well, that's good to know.
That doesn't apply to you, Phil. Clothes on at all times, please. There's a good cupboard there. And this wall would be really easy to take down.
Yeah.
It would really be a lovely big kitchen leading onto the garden.
Nicely sized garden.
It's a nicely sized garden, yeah? Do you want to see the nicely sized garden?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Am I imagining it, or did you just speak German, Kirstie?
9. Right. Now this is a generous garden.
I think it would be the right size. It's not too much work.
The house is absolutely fine. I could very happily live here.
Philip?
Most of the hospitals I'm going to work at are actually on the other side of town.
The A14 is notoriously bad.
So are we saying this house is losing points for location?
I think, yeah.
Well, hopefully it can get those points back upstairs.
Nice little window, so it's not too dark.
It's nice and light up here.
To a certain extent, this is a house hunt with one hand tied behind my back. Oh, and a dodgy thumb. Because we don't actually know where Phil is going to be working. We actually need to be thinking about the roads and the traffic. So, bit of regrouping there. If their jobs took them elsewhere, they could rent this place out for around £1,000 a month, and the fact that it's got 2 bathrooms would only make it easier.
Okay, and I assume this is the master bedroom.
2 nice sized bedrooms, say one we could rent out for a while. The extra shower in the bedroom, I don't know what the point of this is.
Honestly, any future tenants will thank you for it.
It's a great house, but I fear that Philip's so far hypothetical commute may be the fly in the ointment. But do you think the location has struck it off?
I think it hasn't completely struck it off. Overall, no, I think it is actually a quite nice property.
Okay, good. I must be more careful with that term struck off. It makes doctors very nervous.
Back with Chris and Louise, and although they liked the first house, giving them the living space they wanted brought with it more bedrooms than they needed. But I think with my next property I can improve on that, as well as their commute. They haven't specified this location, so it is a bit of a gamble.
Now, you're probably wondering, why on earth are we here?
We've come 24 miles east of their preferred patch, to the village of Stuntney near Ely. To get them all the things they want, I think it's a risk worth taking.
This house that I'm going to show you is the closest to a train station of any house that I could find.
Yeah.
We're about 4 minutes into Ely.
Okay. It's not my preferred location. It's a long commute for you.
It's a long commute for me as well.
So I ease the drive to the station on the one hand, but
Yes.
I make your life a bit harder.
But definitely.
Well, the property better be good then.
It better be.
But I think it is, in fact. I think it's stunning. A converted school packed full of character. Not only does it have an amazing double-height sitting room, but also an impressive kitchen opening out onto a landscaped garden. Too many bedrooms was an issue at the last place. This has 4, but 2 on the ground floor and 2 upstairs, which gives them much more flexibility in terms of usage.
There's a guide price of £750,000, 50 grand under their budget, and they wouldn't need to do a thing. It's a dream house in every respect.
Different. It does feel still like a school.
ever dreamt of living in?
No.
And I'm not convinced it's for me either.
Not soaring to the top of the class, are you, Phil?
It's similar to when you see people who convert churches. It's that kind of feel for me.
Well, for most people, that would be a good thing. But at least for the couple who like entertaining, the kitchen must surely get full marks.
I think it's impressive. You've just got to have a long think about, could you live in it, would you live in it?
It just doesn't flow for us.
Yeah.
And I think the location side of things would put this house out of the equation.
Yeah.
Go for it.
After you.
That's a lesson learned, isn't it, Phil?
Don't want you to think that I'm losing my touch. This always was a gamble.
Losing your touch? Perish the thought. Back in Cambridge with Michelle and Philip and the other Phils tagging along for our second property.
To be honest, after the way things just went at the last place, I'll be glad of the break.
There'll be no slacking here, Phil. Having taken on their concerns about location, we've come to the sought-after village of Trumpington, the right side of the city for Philip and just a 6-minute cycle to Addenbrooke's for Michelle.
Certainly pretty peaceful.
Well, it's certainly pretty popular.
Unfortunately, yes.
Phil's right, properties here don't hang around for long, so we're lucky that there's even one house to show them within their £350,000 budget. So, architecturally, not so hot.
No.
But what you lose in beauty, you gain in square footage.
What are your little thoughts standing here? OK, that says enough.
I think Philip's really struggling with what you get for your money round here.
Monsieur doesn't even want to go inside. So, you know...
I think I'll give it a try.
Okie doke. Very kind of him. I know it is a bit aesthetically challenging, but this 1960s house could really give them all they require. Upstairs are 2 double bedrooms and a good-sized single. Downstairs, a big living dining room, modern kitchen, and a well-kept garden. It needs updating, but taking on work is how they will get the extra space in this area.
But it is top of budget at £350,000.
It's very spacious. I like
very
it, yeah.
spacious.
I'm just wondering, like with these big windows, I'm a little bit worried about heating.
One house, the windows are too small and it's too dark. The next house, the windows are too big and it's potentially too cold. It's double glazed.
It's double glazed.
In Germany, it's triple, quadruple.
I know. It's
Yeah.
cheaper, it's better, it's
No,
bigger
it
in
isn't.
Germany.
It is.
It is absolutely the case. I know that that's the case.
Yes, but for the price, it doesn't get much bigger or better in Cambridge. And it would rent out like a treat if they needed it to. I think Philip could do with a reality check.
The market's gone up by 21% around here in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
So you need to get on with it.
I think it's still coming from slightly a different background where I previously lived. I think it's still hard for me to put so much money in something. I'm still feeling a little bit uneasy about it, I have to admit.
The two of you want to live together.
Yes.
You actually want to be under the same roof as soon as possible.
That's very true.
Does Philip sweat the small stuff in terms of the houses? I don't want to look as if I'm dismissing his fears.
I think he'd be honest if he didn't like the
He would.
house.
Okay,
Yeah,
then.
I think he doesn't shy away from honesty.
Did you walk in and think, wow, fantastic big space that we could do loads with?
Yes.
Right, so you're saying this might be the one for you?
Yeah, potentially.
Wow, a refreshingly intelligent way to shop for houses. I wish I could say the same for Phil.
It's an excellent house.
Really
So did
good.
you tell him that?
Yeah, well, it's up to him.
No. Oh, God. I had £1 for every time you say that.
It's their decision.
I know it's their decision, but it is your job to advise, and people
Yes.
are expecting you to advise. Don't hang back from that.
It's a brilliant house.
And I just prefer the drip feed method over the double dose, Kirstie.
Okay, so this is the master.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
Needs the superficial decor sort of done up. But we could live here very happily and very comfortably. And that would be very nice for a few years.
If we start a family, we definitely have
Enough space.
enough space to
Yeah.
deal with that.
I like this pair. They've correctly diagnosed that this particular 50-year-old needs a facelift rather than major surgery.
Apart from the dubious aesthetic nature of 60s properties, can't complain in terms of area, size.
We just have to get to terms with the outside.
I think that luckily you've got some time for that because it has so many viewings set up. We can't really do anything. I think the answer is just to sit tight.
Well, that would make one gamble each. Let's hope yours pays off better than mine, Kirstie.
Buying your first home can be daunting, but shrinking violets need not apply. Swift and decisive is the order of the day.
And admittedly, while my couple have a bigger budget, competition for a home with the perfect work-life balance here in the commuter belt is fierce. I might need a bit of luck behind me.
I'm helping Michelle and Philip, who are currently frustrated by living in separate cities. After initially reacting badly to the 1960s house in Trumpington,
OK, that's enough.
they now appreciate its inner beauty.
As for my search with Chris and Louise, it's clear that location is one thing I need to nail. So for my third property, we're playing it safe. We've come to Needingworth, a 20-minute jaunt to Huntingdon Station for Louise, and an easy drive to the A1 for Chris.
I have a rather passion for this house because it is a proper house for entertaining. Do you remember The Good Life?
Was it Margot?
Margot.
I was going to say Margot in the kitchen.
But at the same time, it's a real party house, and I think you could really celebrate its 1970s eccentricities and really go for it.
Kirstie's got her platforms, I've got my flares. Let's hope Louise and Chris have got theirs.
What this house gives them is space where they want it. There's a huge kitchen with a contemporary rustic feel, 3 reception rooms and a fantastic ½ an acre of garden overlooking farmland. There might be 5 bedrooms, but the emphasis is definitely on the downstairs social areas.
Massive amount of space.
Oh my goodness, wow.
Leading right through the dining room.
It is 50 grand over budget at £850,000, but there's a bit of flexibility in the price, and we've managed to find them a house that's not on the open market.
Another living space, dining space up the end, and a great big kitchen.
It's a lovely kitchen.
And it's conservatory, proper built conservatory.
They've done it very well.
That brings a lot of light in, doesn't it?
This house is not on the market as yet. You are the first people to see it.
Brilliant.
You're always first with Phil.
Well, I did say to you I didn't have many talents,
You
but
did.
And you
getting in
did.
front of the king.
Yeah.
So you've done it.
There's no doubt about it. Once this place goes live, it'll be inundated with viewings. And the last thing we want is for Chris and Louise to miss the boat like they have for the last 18 months. We need to make hay while the sun shines.
But you've always wanted one of those, haven't you? You've got every excuse. That's why I wanted to bring you out
toy.
here. Quite a good patch of lawn.
It's lovely.
Mature trees. Couple of stables, greenhouse, veg patch.
Just what I'd adore.
I'm not sure Louise will ever see Chris if they moved in here.
Indeed, it's all very good, but the house is not without its niggles. All fixable, though.
This is your master bedroom. So you've got that lovely balcony.
Glass of wine before bed.
Yep. All of this here is unnecessary. And then, weirdly, you've got another door, which you don't need. It's madness. So this could all be in your bathroom. This is literally
Yes, you can fill that space.
wasted space.
It's great that Louise isn't daunted by a bit of room rejigging. As for the rest of the house, yes, it could do with a bit of updating, but it's immaculate, so they could take their time and, when money allowed, make the decor fit their style.
What I really, really like is it's so open in the flow because you can go from one room to another room really easily.
This is all sounding rather positive, so I don't want to put a spanner in the works.
I genuinely think that your only problem here is getting it for the money.
I'm just pleased to have found something that they're positive about it on all levels: area, garden, commute.
And you've done brilliantly, and I will tell you that 100 times, and I will go on telling you that.
Can you keep saying it a bit
I will
more?
say
What, just once more?
You've done really well. This is an amazing house.
Thank you.
Well done, Phil. Can I go now?
One more time.
2 was a massive effort. Don't push your luck, Phil.
It's lovely.
Look at the house that could be yours.
All you need is a man cave at the bottom of there and we'll be fine.
This is.
There is
I know there's a
Okay,
shed.
there's
There's a wonderful shed.
Yeah, it is a special house.
Having said that, I've got another house to show you, which I'm rather pleased about.
And the next house is one of the best I've seen in years.
800,000 might get you a lovely 5-bed house in Cambridgeshire. But how would this budget fare elsewhere? In Pricey Pool, you'd be looking at over double the money for the same space at 1.8 million. whereas in Manchester, a 5-bedder would cost an average of £438,000. But Tyne & Wear offers better value, giving you the same space for just over 330 grand. One thing we've learned on this job, every town has a different market. Back in Cambridge with Philip and Michelle, and although the Trumpington house came up trumps, the exterior was an issue for them. So, for my next property, we're fast-forwarding 2 decades to the 1980s.
Close to Mill Road, one of the coolest places to be in the city, it's an area our young docs know well.
I really like the location. It's Michelle can get to work very quickly. Nice bars and a cinema.
I'm not going to say what happens to bars and cinemas at a later stage in your life. Given the speed at which houses sell here, it's my turn to be big-headed, as we're the first to see this house. It's a probate sale and won't be hitting the market for another couple of days.
It obviously needs updating throughout and isn't as big as the Trumpington house, but it does have a decent sitting room and kitchen diner. The garage has been converted into a downstairs bedroom with ensuite, and there are a further 2 bedrooms upstairs. The garden is secluded and a good size.
It's a fixer-upper.
It's a fixer-upper, yes.
It'll come on at £325,000, so 25 grand under budget. But work costs do need to be factored in.
Does it feel exciting?
Yes. I'm not put off by the fact it needs something done.
This wallpaper here.
Oh, Philip, do you not have wood chip in Germany?
No.
It is a rite of passage to spend at least one weekend with a large industrial steamer, which you rent. And for the first half hour, it's so satisfying and a lot of fun.
I think
By
I could
the
enjoy
end
it.
of the weekend, you want to die.
Sounds like a weekend with the in-laws. Not mine, obviously.
This would rent for around £1,300 a month, around the same as the house in Trumpington.
It definitely looks like a space you can do something with it.
Certainly. Costs for a new kitchen, boiler and decoration would set these 2 back around 15 grand, and they might want to spend a few quid on that staircase too.
Okay, so it's a small double.
This is a double.
It is considerably smaller than the previous house. It's the more short-term purchase, in my opinion.
It seems to be way more work than the place we've seen in Trumpington.
Yeah. But it's potentially a better area. But actually probably not a better area to live in, better area to rent in.
The vital signs are looking good. It's just a case of these 2 doctors going through a routine examination of the pros and cons of each property.
We're a little bit torn between which of the 2 properties is the better investment.
It would be nice if we were going to put an offer in on a property to actually have a chat, a second viewing in some senses as well, just to check a few things out.
well, we can do that. Do you want to go back?
Yeah.
I like this methodical approach.
Methodical is good, yes, but you know me, Kirstie, I'll never pass the opportunity to stir up a bit of passion. And that's what I'm hoping we'll see at the final property I've lined up for Chris and Louise. We're in the picturesque town of St Neots, an area they love, just over 5 minutes drive to the train station for Louise, close to the A1 for Chris, amenities on the doorstep, and that's even before we talk about how fabulous the house is.
I thought I'd throw something a bit different into the mix here. First thoughts of this?
Intriguing. 2 very different buildings,
Yes.
which looks quite exciting.
Indeed, it is. This is a modern extension joined onto a 19th century barn, and it's absolutely amazing. It was converted 2 years ago to create a series of beautiful rooms, including a magnificent double-height open-plan living space and high-spec kitchen. An additional wing offers 4 luxurious bedrooms, all of good size. There are 2 fabulously indulgent bathrooms, and even a family room comes snug.
It comes as no surprise that it's 50 grand over their budget at £850,000. But we do have it on good faith that the vendors are open to offers.
That's a kitchen.
It's a bit more than just a kitchen.
It is very cool.
Is it the kind of space that you could see yourself living?
Yes, I personally could.
I probably need persuading. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a surprise.
Okay.
And by the look on Louise's face, I'd prepare yourself for a charm offensive, Chris.
So there's nothing I don't like about this house, but I'm guessing it might not be quite your taste.
I think I've still got to get used to it. I think I'm more traditional.
It's because it's an old fart.
Have a wander. I'm not saying anything.
Not quite the kind of charm offensive I had in mind.
Yes. Absolutely fascinating. Because now Chris is very much on the back foot and Louise is trying to sell him the house.
Maybe she could have your job, Phil.
They're all really, really good sizes, aren't they? You're itching to get in the garden, aren't you?
I do want to see the garden.
If I had to pick a weak point with this place, it would be the garden. So this could be Chris's moment to fight his corner. I feel a very civilised showdown coming on.
It's tight, from my opinion.
If I could just bring our thoughts back to the need to be close to transport versus space.
This is as good as you'll get, I would imagine.
The combination is pretty strong here.
Yes.
Pub at the end of the road.
I keep coming back to the first property. That's my problem, I think.
But there is no amenities.
I've probably got a favourite and you've got a clear favourite.
I thought number 1 was my favourite till I came here.
Oh dear, this could all fall apart if they can't agree between this place and the new build in rural Roxton. And it was all looking so promising.
Back in the city, Michelle and Philip are also torn between two properties. The 80s doer-upper near Cool Mill Road on 325 grand and the spacious 60s house in sought-after Trumpington, top of budget at 350,000, which we've come back to see.
See, I look at it and I think, oh, you clever little TARDIS.
Therefore, the perfect home for a doctor or two.
This house feels stronger.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
It's always going to be a good house to rent. Take out the stair lift, do a bit of work on the bathroom, you're fine. Come 3 years' time, when you discover where you're going to be living, that's the moment you decide to knock down this wall and enlarge your kitchen. The other house, all you can do is do it up. This house, you can add value by making it more extraordinary.
Very true.
Sorry, I'm still not quite clear. Which house do you like, Kirstie?
Easily the best house we've seen inside, isn't it?
Yeah. And way better on second viewing. I actually start liking it, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a grower.
This is a really well-built, fantastic family house. And I think people are getting more and more sensible about 60s houses. And they're seeing that space is what matters.
It's definitely at the upper range of what we wanted to spend. We would need to get it for the 350.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it would be too high for us.
This is the place they want as their first home together, and it's a good decision. But there is another offer on the table and more viewings booked in. Scalpels at the ready, it's going to be a delicate operation. In Cambridge, Michelle and Philip want to make an offer on the 1960s house in Trumpington. Problem is, it's at their absolute maximum budget of £350,000. With at least 3 other viewings booked, it's essential we avoid a bidding war.
As for Louise and Chris, they're poles apart in terms of which property to go for. Louise loves the unique contemporary barn conversion in St Neots on at £850,000. Whereas Chris thinks the more traditional new build in rural Roxton, priced at £695,000, would suit them down to the ground. With the barn fresh in their minds, we've come back to Roxton to thrash it out.
As I understand it, this would take you an extra commuting time of 20 minutes each way. At the asking prices, there's 150 grand's worth of difference.
The other part of that is the kind of, you'd have to get in your car to do everything if you lived here. The barn, you could potentially walk places. You know, there's some things on your doorstep that you don't get here.
It's a really difficult one.
Yes.
It doesn't sound too difficult for Louise.
Yes, but remember Chris was very excited about the size of the garden.
That's a very similar sized garden to the barn, isn't it, in terms of distance back to the house?
Yeah. It's just enclosed.
Yes.
This is a really fascinating scenario. Louise is kind of almost allowing Chris to have this viewing in the hope that he'll write it off and they'll buy the more expensive option. I think that's what's happening.
Check out Dr. Phil, the anthropologist at large.
So this is nice.
It is. It needs some personalising.
The view's lovely.
Yes. It feels like there's too many bedrooms for us.
Yeah.
Phil, I think you found them both the right house. Pity it's not the same one.
I love this house. I'd have no problems living here.
What about the view? That way. It's just that.
I know what you're trying to do. Point out the negatives. I understand why. That's okay. It feels like we've got lots more discussions to have, so why don't we head to the pub?
Sounds like a great plan.
Excellent.
All best problems are resolved in the pub.
Absolutely.
You're so right, Phil. That's why I'm taking Michelle and Philip to what could very soon be their local boozer.
Can you envisage yourselves in that Trumpington house?
Yeah, I think we can.
I think quite easily,
Yeah, so I think we're pretty happy with that as a plan.
Having agreed on the house, the next step is usually what do they want to offer. But today the plan is slightly different.
Someone is going to see it this evening. Now, I do not want an offer, a reasonable offer on the table when someone goes to see that house this evening.
What would you recommend?
I think we hold off. Negotiating is such that it's all about the psychology. As soon as an offer exists, everybody knows about it and it sets that level. I went into a shop today in Cambridge and I saw a pair of shoes and I said, do you have those in my size? And the lady said, oh, they're in the changing room, they're being tried on at the moment. Immediately I wanted them more. That is exactly the same with house hunting. Michelle, you're happy to take my advice?
Yeah, I'm
Philip?
very happy.
I think, yeah, I'm happy too. It sounds like a good plan.
Perfect.
As for Chris and Louise, there's been a lot of discussion, but I think we may be reaching a breakthrough.
Do I sense that you're coming towards the barn?
Yes.
Very determined. Yes, we are.
Well, I suppose I knew Louise was always a fan of the barn, and Chris, you needed just a bit of time.
Yeah.
But it's on the market at 850,000.
Are we being too cheeky going in at under 800?
That was what was in my mind. Let's try them as low as 785. See what happens. They can only say no.
That's the worst that can happen. Let's go for it.
Right, let's get to it.
Let's see where we go. Deep breath.
Sue, hello, it's Phil Spencer. Hello there. I am actually sat here with Chris and Louise, and we've had long discussions about the whys and wherefores. I've got an offer for you, and it is for 785,000. It is made with a 50% cash deposit. Mortgage is all pre-arranged. OK. Thanks, Sue. I'll wait to hear. Bye.
Unfortunately, £785,000 is rejected. So we go in with our top offer of £800,000. It's our last chance to bring this 18-month search to an end. Here we go.
Hi, Sue. What news? Yes. I bet they have had a long chat, yes. Sue, delighted to say we have a deal. Many thanks. Good news all round. Thanks for your help. Bye-bye.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
800,000.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Yeah, no,
That's fun.
Thank
Brilliant
you.
news.
Congratulations. Bottoms up.
I think I deserve that drink.
As for Michelle and Philip, we let the other viewings happen, and over the following 6 days, there was much toing and froing. Our final offer was £350,000.
But unfortunately, an investor has come in and bid £2,000 more.
Michelle, it's Kirstie. Can you hear me?
Kirstie's ringing with the vendor's decision.
They have decided to go with you and accept your offer of £350,000.
Amazing.
I know, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh! Luckily, the vendor was nice enough to want to sell it to someone who's buying it as a home rather than investment.
Thank you, you're a star. Awesome.
Okie
Thank
doke.
you so much.
Thanks,
Really
Michelle.
appreciate
Okay,
it. Thank you.
bye. They have taken a very sensible, steady approach to buying a house, and they found the right one. It's brilliant.
2 months on, Philip and Michelle are excitedly waiting to exchange on their new Trumpington home.
I think it's obviously the start of a new chapter in our lives.
We're both really looking forward to moving into our finally joint place to live. And we haven't lived together before, and we're very happy.
The busy doctors are desperate to swap their stethoscopes for wallpaper strippers.
One thing we plan to do is to renovate the bathroom. I think we can do step by step over the next few years and make it a really nice place.
But until they're actually through the door, they're able to enjoy some brief respite.
It's been nice to get back to relatively normal life, not having to be totally preoccupied by house buying.
They could uninstall all the apps from letting agents and property search to actually now focus more on going travelling and doing stuff together. Yeah, it's nice. Happy days.
When are we going travelling?
You two have a house to do up.
Over with Chris and Louise, really excitingly, they completed early on their stunning new barn conversion.
Champagne? Getting the keys was just a fantastic moment. After the last couple of years that we'd had, to finally get the place that we wanted. This is the lifetime home now.
We spent some time wandering around, not really believing it was ours. Oh, blimey. It looks quite big with that furniture. We can now make it ours, personalise it and just enjoy it, really.
Louise may have had to persuade Chris to make this place theirs, but he has no regrets.
We're over the moon. Phil did a good job. It's now reality.
Our reality.
It is good.
It is. I can't stop smiling.
I know. Cheers.
Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? This week, frustration is flowing.
Still going to kill me.
I was wondering where the garden was.
We're all starting to lose the plot.
I'm not going to kill you because I'd have to race your wife to it.
Yikes.
And the cracks are starting to appear.
Have you completely lost your marbles?
Oh, my word.
We might be struggling to keep it together.
Oh, I'm breaking the bed. I understand this isn't going well.
But it's when we're on the edge that we're at our best.
Ta-da!
Come on.
And we'll pull out all the stops. Even if
Oink, oink.
it finally drives us mad.
You really have lost the plot, haven't you? Properly.
This week, we're in bustling Bristol and the Cotswolds with two couples whose search for new homes have fallen flat.
Bad luck, indecision and unrealistic expectations mean they failed to get that first foot on the ladder.
Which is why they've called us in.
The historic seaport of Bristol has one of the most buoyant property markets in the whole country. Last year saw an 8% increase in price, meaning the average house here has been going up in value by a whopping £1,000 a month.
Land registry figures show Bristol is currently one of the hottest property spots in the UK. Demand is heavily outweighing supply, and many properties are going under offer on the very day they've come onto the market.
Married couple Ellie and Paul both work in economic and social research in Swindon and are currently living in Cheltenham. Whereas Londoner Ellie would be happy with the bright lights of the capital, country boy Paul would be happier under the starlight of the great outdoors. To compromise, they've fastened on Bristol as the place to give them the best of both worlds for their first home.
Cheltenham is lovely, it's a very beautiful town, but it's got its limits, and I think we want to just sort of move to that bigger city feel.
There's a few reasons why Bristol's appealing to us. It's got a great multicultural atmosphere, there's lots of restaurants and bars and really good shopping. We've also got some friends there.
They really value their social circle, a large part of which revolves around their love of the outdoors.
We're both keen on running and cycling and tennis and all those sorts of things, and there's opportunity to join all those clubs, build on the friends that we've already got in Bristol, so that's a big motivator as well.
The biggest problem facing Ellie and Paul is trying to find the time to view properties in a city 40 miles away. They've only seen 20 properties in 8 months, and luck just hasn't been with them.
We've put in offers on different properties. There were a couple that came up, really lovely terraced house, but there were, I think, 12 different offers and ours wasn't accepted, so it's a little bit of a roller coaster.
They've been trying hard, and it's given them plenty of time to imagine what their dream first home's going to look like.
Our ideal property, I think, would be an older property with some nice period features to it. You'd love a fireplace as well, wouldn't you, Paul?
Yeah.
Have a log burner.
I would love to have a log burner if we could.
Paul does know this, but I'm desperate to get cats as well. So to have the outside space for that would just be really, really nice.
OK, if we're getting a cat flat, we have to have a log burner.
We can't wait to move in, go and buy some new furniture, establish ourselves a bit and just sort of enjoy a new life in Bristol.
Well, that's up to you, Phil. Get them out of their rut and onto the property ladder.
So you're living in Cheltenham, working in Swindon, house hunting in Bristol. How do you manage it?
With a little bit of difficulty, actually.
And you've lost out on a few on the way, which must have been a bit tough.
Yeah, and I think we're fighting with lots of other people who are in a similar position to us, first-time buyers, no chain.
It is quite fierce out there. During the time that you've been searching, it's gone up about 5%, which has effectively cost you 15 grand.
It's really worrying, actually, because we've sort of moved from the lower end of our budget right to the top end of our budget. And this is why we're in a little bit of a hurry to sort of get in there and find something.
We're not going to find a house sat here, as nice as it would be.
Yes, Phil, the bristling Bristol market waits for no one.
Ideally, they want to pay no more than £300,000 for a cosy new home. For that, they want 2 double bedrooms.
They're pretty keen on period features.
A manageable commute to Swindon's important.
And for the lady who wants a cat, outside space is a must.
My search is all the tougher as it's focusing on some of the more popular areas of the city. Specifically, Spike Island, Cotham and Redland.
And I'm an hour away in the Cotswolds. The market here isn't quite as cutthroat as Bristol's, but it has risen by an impressive 6% in the past year. That means it's no picnic for my set of first-time buyers. I'm with newlyweds Lucy, who works in HR, and Joe, who owns a textiles business.
First time we actually met, came on a night out, met Joe, and thought he'd be a wise guy by buying me a shot of water because I said I didn't drink, and I didn't think very much of him, but he grew on me.
Married just under a year, they're on a month-to-month lease in their rented flat in Minchinhampton. So that, along with Lucy's desire to start a family, means the pressure's on to find them their first home.
I've looked every 24 hours for the past 8 months at every single property that's come on the market.
Online, you've seen hundreds, thousands maybe, I don't know, but in the flesh, we've seen under 5.
Maybe I'm missing things by not viewing properties that I'm ruling out from Google Street Maps. So we'll see.
We shall see. There's no point in searching online if you're not also viewing houses in the flesh. But I'm not sure there are that many houses that match Joe's fantasy home.
So the top 3 things I would like in a property is for the house to be sort of a chocolate box style in an area that is also very nice. And I think another must would be a garden for me. I would quite like to take something on that is quite a big project.
I appreciate that he likes to take a long time over making sure that his decision is the right one, but we really need to get a move on. I'm almost 30, I'd like to get into a house before the age of 40, but...
I think you're fair enough. I think I do have to be whipped into shape slightly. I think that's the job for Phil and Kirstie.
Well, if it's a whipping you're after, Joe, Kirstie can take the lead on this one.
Thank you, Phil. Enough of that kind of talk.
A little bird tells me that you might have seen 300 properties. But you've not physically seen 300 properties, have you?
No.
I think it's about 4, maybe.
The weirdest thing is that what you should do is not look for anything online until you've seen about 8 properties. You don't learn about the atmosphere a property can have, which is probably why I'm here.
Right, probably.
You're looking for something with character.
Yeah.
Of the 2 of you, who do you think is going to compromise soonest?
I would say you.
Me, yeah. As long as it wasn't totally ugly outside, I'd be happy. Whereas I think your compromise is I just don't feel this house, which is why I think we have struggled.
I can't make someone feel a house. So at the end of the day, if Joe feels it, I'm going to be putting pressure on you to compromise, unfair as that
I'll compromise.
That's fine. Let's get on with it.
easiest bit of pressure you've ever applied, Kirstie.
Perhaps, but I suspect that may be all that's easy in this search. Between saving hard and Lucy's dad selling his classic car to boost their fund, they've got a deposit of just under 40 grand. And for their maximum budget of £275,000, they're after a Cotswold chocolate box cottage.
They want 2 bedrooms,
A garden is a must.
as is parking close to the property. So 2 young couples both seeking to set up their first family homes.
It may seem like they won't get much for their budgets of £275,000 and £300,000, but it is relative to where you are in the country. In parts of Aberdeenshire, they could buy a 4-bed detached house, but where Joe's parents live in Richmond in London, well, you might only get a 1-bed flat there. It's all about location, location, location.
So you just met them?
Yeah.
To go all right?
No. He's seen 300 properties on the web, only been to see 3 or 4. He's super picky, like
Does
he's
he want
picky.
to buy or not?
Well, I don't know, I can't get to the bottom of it.
Oh, well. You know when we meet couples who kind of talk a good game and they
Yeah.
say, yeah, we just want this and that and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
You look them in the eyes and you go, it's not as easy as that, is it? And I think that's where these guys are. They're going to be picky.
So do you think your couple are pretending to be easy but they're
Yes.
picky? Maybe my guy is pretending to be picky and he's not.
This is the
Oh look,
Bristol-
there's a flying pig. Did you see it?
Oh my God, it's huge!
Yes, there's a whole flock of them.
Gosh.
Oink, oink.
You really have lost the plot, haven't you? Properly.
15 years with Phil would do that to a person.
I'm kicking off the Bristol search with luckless couple Paul and Ellie, who've already offered on 3 properties here without success. They both work in Swindon, so being close to Temple Meads train station is important for their commute. And here on Spike Island, we're only a mile and a half from their transport hub.
Come on in, keep up at the back.
Quite a busy road, isn't it?
It is a fairly
Yeah.
popular road.
A popular road. Nice save, Phil.
Thanks, but inside, I don't think this place needs any help. This 2-bed flat across 2 floors is great value for its size. Upstairs, the open-plan living space suits Paul and Ellie's entertaining needs perfectly. They're also after period features, which this place has in abundance. The show-stopping spiral staircase takes you downstairs to 2 decent-sized bedrooms and a nice bright bathroom. It's on at £290,000, so 10 grand under their ideal budget.
Now, the reason I wanted to show you this one is simply because it's the biggest flat that I could get you that's the closest to the station. What it doesn't have, or to any great extent, is a garden.
I was wondering where the garden was.
That's the rub.
Okay, right.
For
okay,
being
that's the compromise.
£290,
Yeah.
a nice big flat close to the station.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I quite like the this sort of period feature, the spiral staircase going down. But the busyness of the road and the outside space, I think, is going to be an issue for me.
There's limited space for the cats Ellie wants, but at £290,000, this close to the station, you can't have it all.
Downstairs to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
I think my immediate reaction walking in is how dark it was. A small window, and because it's low down, I guess, you're losing a lot of light.
I understand this isn't going well. I can take that on the chin. But what I would just say is, OK, 960 square feet for £290 is value for money.
If there's enough that's wrong with it for
Yeah.
us, then it doesn't really matter sort of how good value it is.
That's fine. It's perfectly understandable. Whoops, I'm breaking the bed. Wasn't me, Gov. I'm doing well, aren't I? Yeah. Popular road, dark flat, but otherwise, Phil. Ooh, I've done it again.
Phil seems to be losing his grip.
Have a look at the other bedroom, and I'll see you upstairs.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Not my strongest start.
Yikes. It's gone spectacularly badly for a first viewing. I used to think I was quite good at this, but not today. I can take them to lots of other flats, but they're all going to get smaller and further away from the station, which were 2 of the key things that they absolutely wanted to get right.
It's not really got the outside space that we were after, has it?
No, a barbecue for 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Phil is playing the blues.
Don't mind me, I'm just cheering myself up.
It's beautiful.
Look at the name on this.
Oh, it says Spencer.
It is
Made
beautiful.
for you.
Yeah, it's meant to be. But clearly this flat wasn't quite meant to be, or not for you anyway.
No, maybe not.
We came, we saw, we moved on.
You certainly didn't conquer Phil, that's for sure.
Help!
This week, I'm with newlyweds Lucy and Joe, who fancy a country lifestyle in a Cotswold cottage.
Whereas my couple, Ellie and Paul, despite having offered on properties, haven't managed to close a deal in this brutal Bristol market.
And the first place I showed them certainly didn't win them over.
The busyness of the road and the outside space, I think, is going to be an issue.
With my couple 65 miles northeast in the Cotswolds, Lucy may be the dream house hunter. She'd compromise on just about anything to get a house and start a family. But Joe is harder to please. They've got £275,000 for their perfect chocolate box cottage. And we're kicking off in one of their favourite Cotswold spots, the village of Amberley.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I've just been mulling things over.
What's up?
Well, next door, there's a lovely family. They lived there for over 20 years with 3 kids. That house has been made lovely. It's wider, it's lighter, but they've spent quite a bit of money on it. Yeah. This house, I sort of want to say to them, once you have children, all your priorities are going to change.
They want the chocolate box.
They want the chocolate box, but it's impractical.
Well, let's get them in and kind of pose the question.
Let's hope we like the answer. This is all about want versus need, and this cottage certainly meets many of their wants. It's got good outside space and lots of lovely original features. Separate kitchen, dining and living spaces, 2 big bedrooms and a nice airy bathroom. It needs updating, but that should fulfil Joe's desire for a project. At £232,000, they'll have enough money left from their budget of £275,000 to do it up.
Come on up here and join us.
It's the most beautiful view.
Lovely.
But remember what you said, you need to like the look of it. Do you like the look of it?
I don't like the windows. I don't like the porch.
Oh, God.
But I think that's quite easily changeable as well.
You must speak your mind and I must listen.
OK, well, we're here now. Come on, let's give it our best shot.
Yeah.
Rightio.
OK.
See what I mean, Phil?
Don't look at the porch.
So, straight into the front room.
I love the fireplace and I really like the stone walls. It's cosy, but it's not too small.
I think it could be cosy with, a little less cluttered, maybe.
Yeah. Just as we go around, because there's going to be lots of things, I suspect, that you're not entirely happy with.
Sure.
but as we go around, remember, it's 232.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought that was quite a good
with
price,
that in mind.
actually.
Yeah.
So 1 bedroom at the back.
Ah, that's interesting.
And this is the main bedroom. So from the bed, you get that view, which is absolutely stunning.
That is gorgeous.
Your search is going on and on and on.
Yeah.
And I know people are getting a bit frustrated. At some point, you've got to kind of step up.
I do. And I think that's what I brought you guys in. Or Lucy's got you guys in.
If he came skipping down those stairs with Phil Spencer and said, this is the one, Luce, what do you think? What would you say?
I do like this house because I like the area.
Although part of me says, if you want a baby, you should be looking at a more practical house. The other part of me says, well, what Joe wants is a character cottage.
I think he's very driven by making some money.
But it's a home.
Yeah, exactly. I think I need your help to make him realise that.
Well, you heard her, Phil. Have you made him realise that?
I think you're going to have a tricky one here.
I've just got one thing to say to you. I told you so.
Yikes.
Hopefully the warmth of this cottage might just be enough to melt Joe's hardened house hunter's heart.
2 good-sized double bedrooms.
Quite happy with the level of work?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah?
The work you're looking for, Joe, could be updating the upstairs bathroom.
This is a big bathroom, actually.
It would be handy maybe if this was a 3rd bedroom and a bathroom was downstairs.
For Joe, it's a project. For Lucy, it's a compromise. But she said she'd make them. I hope she's not about to let me down.
I love the living room, looking out over the views. I think it's a really, really quaint, cute little place.
Joe?
I think it has a lot of potential. I think there is quite a lot of work to be done on it, but that doesn't faze me.
I think this is the first property we've seen, so I would like to see what else there is.
You think Kirstie can do better?
I think she can.
Come on.
I'm struggling to keep a civil tongue in my head.
Why should today be any different, dearest? While Kirstie holds her tongue, I'm hoping to make up for a shaky start with Paul and Ellie. And that means back to Bristol, where the market isn't hanging about.
Afternoon. Oh, excellent.
How are you today?
Very well indeed, thank you.
Excellent, good. Looking for a house?
Yes. Always house hunting.
Good.
Are you local?
Just up the road. We've been here since 2009 and a lot's changed. It's a cracking place to live, and I think the demand for the young, up-and-coming, family-orientated people has really pushed the price up, so you've got a tough job.
Cheers.
You're telling me. Barely time for lunch. I'm taking Paul and Ellie to Redland, one of their top areas. It's affluent, but also has a strong student contingent. It's leafy, but still has the vibrant feel they're after.
And minutes away from White Ladies Road, so...
All the bars and restaurants.
Yes.
You're already doing better than at Property 1, Phil.
So, from the flat that had such a small garden, I thought we'd just start with this.
That is gorgeous. It's not overlooked at all, really, is it? And is it a private garden just for this flat?
It is indeed.
Excellent.
Yeah, it is the garden flat.
Excellent.
I suppose I'm just waiting for the catch.
There does have to be. It's only fair. It's not the biggest flat in the world.
OK.
A little oasis. Come on in.
The garden and off-street parking are two big selling points here, as the flat itself is small but perfectly formed. It's got the 2 bedrooms thereafter, a cosy living room with the fireplace they want. The downside is the dining kitchen doesn't lend itself to massive dinner parties. But then that's what the garden's for. It's on at just under £300,000, so pretty much bang on their budget.
Now, it's a pretty narrow kitchen.
OK.
So there's not going to be any kind of evening soirees in here.
I think it's workable. I think it depends what the rest of the house is like.
Let's go and have a look.
OK.
Workable's an improvement, Phil.
Off the corridor are the 2 bedrooms.
Excellent.
Nice bathroom, although internal. And what I thought was a really quite cute living room.
Oh, this is lovely.
Very homely.
It's got the fireplace that we were looking for.
The only thing that's going through my mind at the moment is there is no obvious place for a group of sort of 4, 6 people to gather and have a dinner and that sort of thing.
Why don't you guys have a look at the bedrooms, see what you think?
That sounded quite close to a compromise.
This is sweet, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Even though it's quite low, it feels quite light.
It's got the original shutters as well, they're lovely.
It's all going really well in there. When I first met them, I thought they're going to be really fussy and quite tricky to please. Took them to the first house, came out thinking they're going to be really tricky and extremely hard to please, but now brought them here to a flat which is very small. Happy as Larry.
It's not the biggest in the world, but it does what we need it to do.
Yeah.
All it would need is a bit of a lick of paint and it's ready.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the right attitude.
Love the view from the kitchen. Really pretty.
Being able to look out onto that garden is really nice.
Well, I mean, a good long look round.
I'd say that's a good sign, Pip.
I think it's a fantastic place. We could have barbecues in the summer, all sorts, lots of entertaining.
We just have to think about the space that's available in there, thinking boring stuff like storage space. But, I mean, it definitely ticks quite a few boxes.
Great. You like it enough to forgive me for the first one?
Nearly.
Well, give it some thought overnight. Don't give it too much thought for too long, because there is building interest. But we've got other things to see anyway.
There we go. Back on form.
Oh, don't count any chickens.
This week, I'm with London girl Ellie and country boy Paul, who've decided buzzing Bristol offers them the best of both worlds. But after 6 months of searching, they've called for reinforcements, a.k.a. me.
And I'm trying to help newlyweds Lucy and Joe find their first home. Whether I'm succeeding or not is an entirely different matter.
With Ellie and Paul, so far there's one prospective property in the running, the garden flat in Redland.
Bit of a lick of paint and it's ready.
Yeah.
In the Cotswolds with Lucy and Joe. They're after a chocolate box cottage. But following the work they'd need to do to the first house, I think they're hoping for something a little sweeter. So I've found a property that I hope will tickle their taste buds. And it's in another of their favourite spots, Avening.
This is a funny one, because it's very old-fashioned. You have to access it past 2 other houses.
Good things come to those who wait.
Ta-da! So you're at the end, so no one's walking past you. And look at this garden.
I love the garden.
Look at the garden. I mean, it's huge, and it's incredibly sunny until about 2 minutes ago. Joe, how do you feel about the porch?
I like that porch.
How do you feel about the windows?
I like the windows.
How do you feel about the garden?
I really like the garden.
Oh, my word. What is going on here? What has Phil done to Joe?
I just talk sense to him, Kirstie. One of these days, you'll give it a go.
I'll let this house do the talking. Thank you, Phil. Joe wants a project so he can add value, but I think this place may be perfect as it is. Both bedrooms are a good size with plenty of storage. There's a big bathroom on the landing, and downstairs there's a massive kitchen diner leading through to a cosy sitting room with a log burner. It is 10 grand over budget at £285,000, but I think there's a deal to be done.
It's really livable how it is now. We would want to change it, but it's modern enough for now.
Yeah. And then in there, go on, you can go and look.
Oh dear, Kirstie's getting excited.
Very lovely cosy room with shutters, lovely wood-burning stove.
Yeah, it's a nice room.
It's a really nice room. Yeah.
Joe, what is going through your head right now?
You're going to kill me. I think this may be slightly too, as in, it's already, everything's done.
I'm not going to kill you because I'd have to race your wife to it.
I'm not commenting on that because I'd probably swear.
OK, I'm going to have a really serious chat. I know that you want to find a house to which you can add value and then move on. Except that is no longer possible in the way it was previously, unless you are a property developer and that is your job. You aren't a property developer, Joe.
No.
You know, you may be a hard worker, you may want to do the best for your family and for your kids of the future and everything else. But what you need to do is buy a home and then get on with working.
Right.
Not look to the home to make money for you. I'm moving aside.
Thank you.
Running.
Yes, running for his life.
I've never seen that before.
No, this is really cute, actually. A bit of work that needs to be done, maybe?
I'm looking for work, aren't I?
Yeah.
Whatever makes you happy, Joe.
There's not something quite right about this film, but I don't know what it is.
What do you mean?
Maybe it's the bed linen.
I'm not bullying Joe, but I know he thinks that's what you do because that's what his parents did. You buy a house, you do it up, you buy another house, you buy a bigger house, and then you get to your end house. But it's not like that anymore. And he just needs to buy a house for his family.
That's a good extension, actually.
You can't blame him for looking to the future, but when that's holding up the present, there's a problem. And I think this cottage might solve that problem.
It's definitely a contender, I think. Joe?
Yes, I agree. I think maybe I had a little bit of a reality check. But yeah, I really like the property from the outside. There's a few different things I would want to change inside, and I do think it has quite good potential.
We've got at least one more to see tomorrow, but it's lovely to end the day on such a positive note, something I wouldn't have gambled on at the beginning of the day.
Me neither.
You said it, Kirstie, and I'm hoping you can bring that wow factor with you as we take Paul and Ellie to their final flat. The Bristol market is ferocious. They've lost out on 3 properties in the past year, so we need to get them on the ladder before these places get priced out of reach. I'm staying in Redland, near the vibrant White Ladies Road, and for this tennis-loving pair, there's 3 clubs within a 15-minute walk of this property. So I hope we're about to serve an ace.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Happy and sunny Bristol.
It's a beautiful day. Looking forward to a beautiful property.
He's straight to the point there, Phil.
Indeed. Thankfully, I think that's just what we have. This two-bedroom flat comes with a parking space and a garden. Inside, the space has been used extremely well. The kitchen opens out to a large living room, giving them plenty of the entertaining space thereafter. The bathroom and both double bedrooms are a good size, and the master has fitted wardrobes. And in this dog-eat-dog market, we've hit the bullseye. This place has been kittened out with a cat flap, which is one of Ellie's wants. It's priced at just under £280,000, so it's 20 grand under their ideal budget.
Now, this flat's been rented out, so it does need a bit of TLC.
This is nice.
And that's sort of what we said right from the beginning, is we're happy with cosmetic-y stuff.
Yesterday's flat, big garden, small flat.
Yeah.
This is quite a big flat, smaller garden.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to have a look at that.
Come on.
He knows what he wants, Phil. I hope the garden delivers.
Oh, it's got lots of potential. A nice space for us to sit in the summer, a barbecue with some friends. It does all of that.
Good. Do you think Ellie will be liking this?
She tends to wear her emotions on her sleeve, and from the instant reaction when she walked in, I think she quite likes this.
So this would be Paul's domain.
Yeah.
Paul would be here, washing up, cooking, and you would be putting your feet up on the sofa.
Yeah, with a glass of wine.
And that lovely view.
It's nice you can have a sociable kitchen, so you're not shut away cooking.
No.
And if friends come round, you can have a chat with them.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. Out of 10, this flat, I won't tell Phil what you think.
8 at the moment.
Why don't you go and find what score Paul gives this flat?
Will do. Thank you.
Good score, but then nobody paints a picture like Ms. Allsopp.
You could have little theatre curtains, and then you could say, this is a kitchen production from Paul.
Have you completely lost your marbles?
Be fun, just a bit of fun.
Well, at least some people are taking this seriously.
That's big, isn't it?
Yeah. Did Paul like the garden?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can leave you
Yeah.
now. That's it.
Do you think it's done?
Yeah, she said 8 out of 10, and
Really?
she hadn't even seen the bedrooms.
The bedrooms are in a different league to yesterday's.
Really nice and light.
Put our own stamp on it, couldn't we? Quite like the idea of a little project. Getting excited.
Great flat, great couple.
Great, you, great, amazing, you, great house hunter.
Great house hunter. I'd forgot that bit. It's kind of you to remind me.
Being kind to Phil is occasionally a good idea.
So, Paul, I know what Ellie thinks. She said 8 out of 10. What do you reckon?
Wow, 8 out of 10. I go 7. I like
And
it
there's
a
a
lot.
cat flap as well, which is on my list.
That's
Perfect.
That's why it's an 8.
Sold.
Smiles on all faces.
Let's hope those smiles turn into definite decisions for Paul and Ellie. Back in the Cotswolds, and I'm not getting any further with Joe and Lucy and their impossible countryside dream. He's discounted hundreds of properties online, and that needs to change. We're now in Lucy's #1 spot of Minchinhampton. The town nuzzles into the 580 acres of Minchinhampton Common, a site of special scientific interest managed by the National Trust. And here they're in good company. Princess Anne lives on the edge of the town, although I suspect a royal seal of approval comes much easier than a Joe seal of approval.
Now, you know they say that people know in the first 11 seconds whether a property is suitable for them. My advice to anybody would be do not paint your front door mauve. But what do we think of the location?
I love Minchinhampton.
Yeah.
It's my favourite location.
Here we go.
This is a Cotswold stone 2-bedroomed house over 3 floors. Straight from the street, you're into the sitting room, which flows through into the conservatory and the back garden. The master bedroom and bathroom are on the first floor, and on the top floor there's a huge bedroom with a vaulted ceiling. Although it's right at the top of their budget at £275,000, I'm led to believe there's a little wiggle room on that.
I think this is a very generously sized room for these cottages.
Definitely.
Quite a good space, actually. I didn't think it would be as big as this from outside.
Had you seen it online?
Yes.
I think I've seen this online, yeah.
Has it been discounted? Yes.
Yes. Otherwise, you'd have already seen it.
Yeah.
OK, moving on. You see, I mean, this is lovely. Open those doors. Even in the winter, get a bit of air through. What's going through your mind, Joe?
The kitchen's really small. And I just think in comparison to the other properties we've seen, for a similar price.
Yes, but this is about being in Minchinhampton. If you really think this house is just not half as good as the other two, what we should do is walk across the road.
The house across the road's been on for 6 weeks and it's currently 25 grand over budget. But showing it to Lucy and Joe should help them see that their current budget limit just mightn't be enough for them to get everything they want.
So go and have a look upstairs.
Okay.
I'll make a couple of calls, see if I can get the key to that house.
Thank you.
Perfect.
The upstairs has a lot of work to do to help win Joe over on this one.
What do you think of this?
Yeah, it's a really, really nice space, actually.
It's a good sized room.
It's nice and airy as well. I love the house as a whole, but I think the kitchen might be just too much of a push.
Yeah, the kitchen is too small.
I love this area, though.
I suppose we might have to compromise if we want the top area.
Finally, compromise. Is that a glimmer of realisation shining through?
It does look like it. Not enough to save this cottage, although they have been upstairs a long time.
Oh, I was wondering what you two were doing up there. Shall we go across the road?
Yes.
Right.
I think this cottage is a compromise too far. So will my final chocolate box be loaded with treats or leave a bitter taste in their mouths?
In Bristol and the Cotswolds, we're using every trick and pulling every string to find homes for 2 sets of first-time buyers.
Newlyweds Lucy and Joe can't seem to decide on a Cotswold cottage that ticks all their boxes.
I suppose we might have to compromise if we want the top area.
Whereas Paul and Ellie seem to have a couple of contenders in Bristol.
Quite like the idea of a little project. Getting excited.
Kirstie's got one final card to play for Lucy and Joe. We've secured a last-minute viewing of an over-budget property right across from the last cottage they viewed in Lucy's favourite village of Minchinhampton.
Follow the leader. Keep up, Joe.
This property has everything to suit Joe and Lucy's different wants. It's got 2 large bedrooms with plenty of storage, a cosy sitting room with period features, a kitchen diner which extends out into a fantastic sunroom, and a garden to die for. The decor needs modernising and there's plenty of scope to extend, so although it's perfectly livable, it should appeal to Joe's need for a project. It's more than 20% bigger than the place they just saw, and although it's on at just under £300,000, I think an offer of around £285,000 could secure it. That's still 10 grand over their top figure, but if nothing else is going to give, it's got to be the budget.
This is the kind of thing that you could spend every weekend doing and still live reasonably comfortably.
Yeah.
This is where you live for 20 years and you do an extension and you do it over a space of time. If this is really what you want to do a project, I think you've got to get something bigger that you stay in.
Right.
Go and have a look upstairs and see what you think.
I think you might have hooked them with this one, Kirstie, if their silence is more in awe than in disappointment.
I hope so, Phil. But I think they'd need to stretch their budget by 10 grand to do it, so it's a big decision.
Would you like to keep the carpet?
I think I'd probably change the carpet.
Well, sounds like Joe's moving in already.
Nice sized bathroom.
Yeah, this is quite a good sized bathroom.
Redo it, obviously, but really good size.
Yeah.
I'm loving Lucy's positivity, and Joe seems to be fully on board too.
This is quite a nice sized room.
Yeah. I like this. I think it's got definite potential and it's bigger than the other one as well.
Yeah.
Keep those persuasive powers flowing, Lucy, and hopefully the view from the top bedroom can seal the deal.
That's lovely.
That's gorgeous. It's a difficult one because the house has got, a lot of scope for making it better. If we can't afford it, but if they drop to a price that we can afford, then I could see us.
Yeah, definitely. And it would be a place that we could stay in for the long term rather than the short term. I could definitely see myself living here.
It seems pretty obvious what Lucy wants to do.
Joe is a good man who wants to do the right thing. But there is such an enormous conflict between his desire to be the big property developer and his desire to have a perfect house. Joe has got to focus on buying a home. Otherwise, he is never going to get what he wants.
Let's hope you found them both what they want in this place.
My thoughts are, this is my favourite house now.
Yeah. I know, and I'm really sorry that it's a bit more expensive.
I quite like it, actually.
Quite like it?
Oh, my God.
But you want a project.
I agree, I want a project, but I like to know the figures of how much it's going to cost to get to
There
a stage.
has to be a gut feeling, Joe.
Yeah, the gut feeling's pretty good, to be honest.
If you don't look at that house now and think that if you can get it for 285, you want it, then it's not the house for you. I think let's sit down and have a chat. There's a lot to think about.
Maybe, just maybe, we found a place in the flesh that Joe would consider buying. But it's on at almost £300,000, so it will take a good deal to get it.
Back in Bristol, and Paul and Ellie have decided property 3, the garden flat in Redland, is worth another look.
Second viewings are really about kind of practicalities, about what it would be like to live in here. Ellie, how does it feel to be back?
Feels homely like it did last time.
Yeah. Well, let's have a scoot round.
Excellent.
Great. Second viewings are also about getting into the detail you might miss first time round.
It's pretty mouldy in this bedroom.
If it's been empty for a period of time and there's no air circulating, all the doors and windows are shut.
It's not gonna
help. That's...
So it sounds like it's fairly easy to deal with.
It is.
Good.
Yeah, it needs living in.
Yeah.
You'll want to repaint bits. You'll want to put your own carpet and make your stamp on it. You will want to do it, even if it's in lovely condition.
Let's get the parents nominated now to come down for the weekend.
Can start allocating jobs.
Yeah.
They're talking like they've already bought it.
Not yet, Phil, but that's your job.
First question is, do you feel that you've seen enough?
We've seen a big variety in a lot of different places with a lot of different pros and cons. So yeah, I'd say so.
If we keep waiting for the absolute perfect place, then we will be priced out completely of where we want to be.
Yes.
So we need to think about that as well.
And was it useful going back to property 3 this morning?
Definitely. Yeah, it was.
And how do you both feel about the level of work, though?
And there's enough scope to put your stamp on it, and I quite like the idea of putting my stamp on it, to be honest.
Which leaves me asking the question, what would you like to do about it?
I think that we're both convinced enough to put our offer in.
Good.
Put in
as low as
possible. Weirdly.
At £279,950, this flat is already 20 grand under Paul and Ellie's budget.
Have you got an idea?
I'm thinking 270. But even if you bought that flat at the full asking price of 9 on 280 and spent 10 on it, I think for every £1 you put into it, you'd get 2 back. It's got to be worth 300, if not more, having had 10 grand spent on it. Should we have a go?
Let's have a go.
Adil, hi, it's Phil. We've just been having a lengthy chat here, and they do very much like that flat. So the offer that I've got for you is for 270,000.
First offer and 10 grand under the asking price.
They could complete that within a month of receipt of all your paperwork. OK.
They've been at this point 3 times before, but this time, Phil's in charge.
Thanks. Cheers. Bye. Hope that wasn't rude.
Being penny wise is never being rude.
I think we made a reasonable pitch. I think it's a sensible offer.
Yeah.
Back in the Cotswolds, I could really do with a house that was under budget. But that Minchinhampton cottage was perfect in every other respect, and it had Joe at hello.
4 houses, 8 months.
Yeah.
4 houses, 2 days.
Yeah.
This is good. This is a better ratio.
Definitely. The most useful thing has actually been showing Joe that we need to get out and see more things without having done that.
I didn't appreciate that until these few days. Yeah.
Have we found a property that you might want to buy at some stage?
Well, on the last property, I think we are most interested in.
Yeah.
I think we need to speak to our mortgage advisor.
Because it's over budget.
I know it's over budget. But there was a crunch point, which was you want size and potential now.
Sure.
And the smaller properties just weren't giving you that.
No,
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think you found the right house. I really do.
I just walked into it and it just felt like home. So I really do feel like it ticks all of our boxes.
And I definitely feel it's grabbed me, and I am really interested to, take your mum and dad to it. I think another viewing wouldn't go amiss. I really think it could be somewhere special for us to start a little family.
Well done, Joe. That's the way to look for a house.
The asking price is 25 grand over their top budget. But when Lucy and Joe have done their sums, I'm hoping we'll be able to put in an offer.
Back in Bristol, and things are progressing much quicker than that for Paul and Ellie.
Hi, Adele. Hi.
Our offer on the table is 10 grand under the asking price at £270,000.
OK.
Paul and Ellie have been in this position before, more than once.
Right, fair enough.
I just hope this is the last time.
We're in with a shout.
The vendor's abroad, so it might just be a case of no news is good news.
Oh, I mean, as soon as you hear, ring me. Cheers, Adele. Bye. The good news is he thinks the vendor is looking for something closer to the asking price, but he's there to do business, he wants to sell it, and you're in a great position. Given that the flat is empty, to offer to complete within a month is a really strong card.
OK, that's interesting. But...
Empty properties cost people money.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid, I think for now, we're going to have to leave that there.
Fine.
I will be on the phone to you as soon as I hear anything.
I'm not sure I can handle it. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks for all your help.
Pleasure, great pleasure.
Cheers.
Back in the Cotswolds, Lucy and Joe talked to their mortgage advisor and were able to up their budget to put in an offer of £280,000. But they'd still have to find the money for the improvements they wanted to make.
After we left Kirstie, we went to go and see the house with my parents, and we decided that we wanted to put an offer in at 280. The offer was rejected, but by that time we had done a little bit more homework and realised that 280 was too much.
The Minchinhampton house had a lot going for it, but you should never spend more than you can afford.
Since our week with Kirstie, we have looked at a lot more properties in person, because one thing we did find from that experience with her was that I've discounted a lot online. Although we haven't found the perfect house yet, I'm in no doubt that we'll find a property quicker than I would have done before.
A vital lesson: you can't house hunt virtually.
But in Bristol, with Paul and Ellie, it's a different story. After some offers and counter-offers, we finally agreed the sale price at £275,000.
Since Phil secured the house for us, it's progressing really well, and hopefully within a month we should be able to complete.
Which gives them time to get everything in place.
Just relax.
We've been talking to the people in the bathroom shop.
Have a little privacy, please.
I'm thinking about kitchens, and we just desperately want to be in Bristol. We want to get our hands sort of a bit dirty painting, and you know, it's our first house together as a married couple as well.
It's a bit of a new adventure because we've not done any of that together before, so yeah, it's exciting.
It's like planning the wedding again, similar sort of spreadsheets going on without the sort of big day at the end.
Believe me, Ellie, it will be a big day when you finally get the keys to your first ever marital home. I wish them all the very best.
This week, we're in Edinburgh and the Lothians.
Have you ever worn a kilt, Phil?
Where finding the right property takes drive.
Determination.
I was hoping just for a bit more warmth.
And good timing.
Just in case you'd forgotten, you are having a baby in 3 months.
It's an uphill struggle.
I'm not a house person.
I'd never fit in that gap.
But here's hoping all our efforts will be rewarded.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing.
This week we've crossed the border to help house hunters in Scotland craving space.
I'm with Rogan and Jane, who, with a baby on the way, need a family home.
And I'm with Motor Mad Ian, who wants more of a garage than a home.
Dramatic countryside, miles of unspoilt coastline, and one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Edinburgh and the Lothians boasts an irresistible blend of history, natural beauty and culture. But all this comes at a price.
Edinburgh is one of the most expensive places to buy a property outside of London. The city and the surrounding Lothians have seen house prices jump by a whopping 11% over the last 12 months. Average prices here are pushing £230,000. That's over 50 grand above the UK-wide figure.
It may be bonny in Scotland, but you'll still need a sporran full of cash if you want to settle here.
Our first house hunter is computer programmer Ian Stewart, a man with a passion.
People have commented that I don't have a hobby, I have an obsession. Which is probably true. I love Land Rovers. They're big Meccano kits.
But it's not driving these mean machines that's the problem. It's the mechanical mayhem that comes with them.
I've got spare axles and I've got spare diffs and I've got spare gearboxes and I've got welders and plasma cutters and air compressors. It's scary how much money I've spent over the years on my hobby.
Currently, Ian keeps all his spares, along with his 4 vehicles, 2 trailers, a caravan and 1 shipping container, at a huge barn with land, just a leisurely stroll away from his comfortable 2-bed cottage in East Lothian, which he's rented for the last 12 years.
It's huge, but I don't own here, and that's what I need to do.
That's now a real possibility. But sadly, it's the result of both of Ian's parents passing away in the last 3 years.
I'd much rather have my parents, but if one of the things they can give me is the ability to buy somewhere so that I don't need to rent when I retire, that's a really good gift.
And a big responsibility for us. With his parents' money and a small mortgage, Ian has a total budget of 245 grand to try and find a suitable house and barn as near to each other as possible.
So my number 1 criteria is my workshop. My house unfortunately sits at the bottom of my list. I have to be able to put all of my stuff somewhere.
This search is a first for us and will be far from straightforward. Much as I love classic Land Rovers, if we're not careful, we could spend a lifetime roving the Lothian countryside trying to find the ideal property for man and motor.
So you've got £245,000.
Yep. Inheritance money.
Inheritance money. So you want to spend that wisely.
I would like my parents to think that I'd done something wise.
Right, okay.
And sensible with it.
Right, okay. So Ian, how many bedrooms?
Well, I use 1.
That in itself is not a big ask. 4 vehicles plus space for an additional 2. A place where you can elevate a vehicle.
Yep. I don't fit under vehicles anymore.
We all have that problem. And you've got to get to work every day in Edinburgh.
It could be that just what I'm trying to get cannot be done.
You are realistic. And you're not asking me for a 4-bed house.
No.
It's the land that needs to come with it.
And that's one of the reasons that I said I need help looking for this.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope we can avoid a curbside breakdown with this very particular and very vehicular set of requirements.
With his £245,000, Ian wants a large workshop with plenty of parking.
The house must have at least 1 bedroom, a decent kitchen diner, and ideally be on the same plot.
He wouldn't rule out doing work on the property, but this must be reflected in the price.
As for location, Ian is delightfully flexible, as long as he's within a 45-minute commute of work in Edinburgh. His preference, though, is to stay in rural East Lothian, where he currently rents.
Our other set of house hunters are clinical hypnotherapist Rogan Grant and his partner Jane Atherton, a policy researcher. Jane owns a city centre flat in Edinburgh, but the 3 flights of stairs makes it impossible for Rogan to live here, as he has a long-standing problem with his knees.
I had an accident in the army back in the 90s, and slowly the muscles have degenerated. to the point where it's really a struggle getting up and down stairs. I mean, I'm usually in pain.
Rogan moved out of this flat 18 months ago and now lives 60 miles away in Berwick-upon-Tweed, where he has family. They've been trying to find a more permanent solution closer to ground level in Edinburgh ever since.
Thank you very much.
Their predicament is not helped by another ailment, chronic indecision.
We've certainly seen a lot online, driven past a lot.
We do turn around and we discuss them. We think, well, should we, shouldn't we? By which time there's an offer being made.
But now they have no choice but to kick this laid-back attitude into touch. There's a baby on the way.
3 months to go.
Yeah. Yikes.
Very worried about finding somewhere else.
Yeah.
At this rate, Junior will be able to drive the removal truck. Something has to be done quickly.
Jane wants to stay in the city centre, but as we know, space doesn't come cheap. They've managed to save a 20% deposit, and that, combined with a mortgage, gives them £270,000 to spend. They have their hearts set on a dream family home.
Now we've got a baby on the way, we want to start a proper life together.
But it's really important to get somewhere that we both feel comfortable and happy in. Or all three of us feel comfortable and happy in, I should say.
2 years of house hunting, 3 months till the baby arrives, and less than a week to find them a home. Great. I do like a challenge, but this one's laying it on a bit thick.
Over the 2 years of searching, have you seen lots?
Just one.
I beg your pardon.
We've looked at a lot online.
Yes.
We take too long to decide, I think.
So, what are we looking for?
3 bedrooms, bit of outside space.
Definitely.
In a nice area, ideally somewhere where we can sit and eat in the kitchen.
Bit of workspace for myself. I do hypnotherapy.
So you've got people coming into the house, although
Yeah,
not
ideally
large
somewhere
numbers.
accessible, I guess, to the front door.
You guys are having a baby in 3 months.
Yes.
We haven't got much time.
Okay.
I
No,
want
we
to show you
don't.
I want to show you as much as possible.
Great. That sounds like a good plan.
It does.
Yeah.
Looks like I might be needing some sort of therapy after this search.
Repeat after me. I will find them a property. I will find them a property. 3, 2, 1, back in the room.
Rogan and Jane have got a top budget of £270,000 and are looking for a spacious 3-bed family home with eat-in kitchen, good-sized garden and off-road parking.
Rogan needs somewhere to work and stairs should be kept to a minimum.
As for location, they want to live on the south side of the city. They love upmarket Morningside, but if they can't find what they're looking for here, we'll consider moving further out, as long as it's no more than a 30-minute bus ride for Jane to get to work.
Busy as ever? House hunting or tweeting?
You say that
Tweeting.
every time.
It's because I'm always right.
This is not a house hunting tool.
Well, you should tell Rogan and Jane that. They've done 2 years of searching on the internet all the time.
I got a lovely punter, Ian, who's got 4 vehicles, caravan, container. He just needs somewhere to lay his head, not really interested in the property. You know, everyone has a passion and a hobby.
Not easy to find.
Not easy to find.
No.
Actually, what is your passion and hobby?
House hunting.
No, it's not. I bet there's some dark thing that we know nothing about.
Should we move on?
There is, there is.
One day I'll get to the bottom of this.
What happens in Edinburgh stays in Edinburgh. Right, back to my actual passion. Rogan and Jane have been playing at property for too long, and now it's time to get serious. I can't get them anything for 270 grand in their preferred Morningside. So we're a couple of miles down the road in desirable Newington, still south of the city. I have a plan. Stay with me, all will be revealed.
The thing with this, and the reason why I liked it, is because it's got its own front door and no steps.
Yep.
That's good. We have looked around this sort of area.
We have.
You haven't looked at anything
no,
on
we
Rogan.
haven't looked.
Anyway.
You've driven round.
We've driven by this
You've
area.
looked on the internet.
Yes, we have.
Come on in.
Okay.
This traditional main door tenement flat will be only the second property they've viewed in 2 years. I hope they're not going to get overwhelmed by the novelty. With 893 square feet, there's a large living dining room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms and direct access to a shared garden.
It's been recently decorated, but more importantly, it's empty. The owner is looking for a quick sale, meaning Rogan and Jane could be in before their baby arrives. Most of the rooms are a good size and allow Rogan the flexibility to work from home.
This flat is on at offers over £230,000, so should easily come in under their 270 grand budget.
That is your kind of workroom, hypnosis room.
Okay.
So your clients don't have to come too far into the property. The main room is here, very grand room.
Wow.
It's set back from the road and it's bright, but you can hear the road. It's a busy road.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, it is the road that's enabling this flat to be purchased within your budget. There is a very similar flat around the corner at offers over 275.
Right.
Rogan would have to check with his bank about running a business from home, as it could affect the type of mortgage they'd need. As for this place, they do get a bit more space than their current flat. However, they still have to pay city centre prices.
My vision is to have a
But
bigger kitchen.
we are kind of used to it, so it wouldn't be that much of an issue,
Yeah.
but it would be a preference.
We can get you something bigger, it just won't be in town.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Why don't you have a quick scoot round the bedrooms while we're here?
Okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be a very long scoot round the bedrooms.
This would be the master bedroom, I guess.
It wouldn't really fit your bedroom furniture in here.
No.
Bathroom.
Bathroom.
I'd never fit in that gap.
Believe it or not, my plan is actually coming together. Sometimes a negative viewing can be a positive, because if they do decide this is too small, and I suspect they will, I can push the search out of town knowing that we've written off being in town. So there is method in my madness.
Often there's just madness in his madness. But in this case, I think he's doing exactly the right thing to help move Jane and Rogan forward.
Not feeling it.
No, definitely not feeling it.
This is what you get if you stay in your comfort zone, Jane, of being in town. Can we discount city centre?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
Move
for
on.
this sort of thing,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Come on then.
Great, this decision allows us to move on to bigger and better things. My genius plan has worked.
Genius or 20 years of experience.
We're in the land of castles, cobbled streets and kilts.
I'm with mechanically minded Ian, who's after a home for his motors and himself.
And my pair, Rogan and Jane, are expecting a baby imminently and need a house immediately.
You ever worn a kilt, Phil?
No, I haven't. Should
it's
I?
a crying shame.
Indeed, just a glimpse of my legs has been known to make grown women weep with joy.
It's a shame your first property didn't have the same effect on Jane, or Rogan for that matter.
Not feeling it.
No, definitely not feeling it.
Jane in Edinburgh, Rogan 60 miles away in Berwick, baby due in 3 months, and Rogan's knees not getting any better. I need to move this search along quickly, but never fear, my plan to find them a much bigger property out of the city continues to unfold.
And for once, we're both steering in the same direction. Ian knew already he would need to be out of town to get the space he wants. We're in East Lothian, searching for that elusive cottage-workshop combo. It hasn't been easy. We've contacted auction sites, councils, local farmers, the UK Land Directory and land and property agents. 142 in total. But the good news is our efforts have been rewarded with some rather impressive finds. And the first is just 15 minutes away from Ian's current home, so I'm hoping for a unanimous vote.
We're taking a bit of a risk with 2 separate plots, and one of them is a rental, but that's to keep him in this area. A cottage in the pretty village of East Linton and a barn 6 miles away, near the bonny seaside town of North Berwick. As the barn is the most important to Ian, that's where we're kicking off.
Does it say pilot custard?
It does indeed.
Right, pilot custard. Out you get. So,
This is amazing.
this octagonal barn is for rent. Not interested in selling anything, but is interested in long-term rent. And there are other bits that are negotiable. So it's a case of developing a relationship with the farmer.
This amazing barn is the best part of 700 square feet, basically one massive room. We found it online, and the farmer's looking to rent it out for just over 200 quid a month.
All of my tools could come in here with a single place to work on a single car.
Right, in my pocket,
Yes.
I have the details of a very nice 3-bedroom house 10 minutes from here.
Mm.
Would you come with me to see this property?
Absolutely.
You're a man after my own heart, Ian.
No, you're already married.
Actually, technically not married. I do have 2 children. With the father of my children, I am rather devoted to him. But, you know, things can change.
I think you're in there, Ian.
Well, I did say I was partial to an off-roader. So we're piling into pilot custard and heading off into the sunset, or rather slightly overcast Scottish weather, to the 3-bedroom cottage for sale in East Linton.
I think you could definitely get a couple of cars in here, couldn't you?
Yeah, get cars in here, get a couple of visitors in here.
Yep, absolutely.
A lovely area, isn't it?
This place seems to be tuning up nicely. The property is a single-storey 1930s semi-detached cottage. It's somewhat dated, but it does have a decent-sized kitchen. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 more than Ian asked for, sitting room and conservatory leading out onto a large garden in need of a good strimming.
My sort of gardening.
More than enough space for a man who spends most of his time in the shed.
Its owner offers over £195,000 and expected to go for about the 200 mark. So a healthy 45 grand below Ian's budget.
So how does this
is nice.
feel to you?
I'm not a house person. I don't go and redecorate every 2 years. I don't feel uncomfortable in this house. I could happily live here.
If you can get this house for around the 200 mark, that would leave you with a little bit to spend on it.
Yeah.
You've said that you want your parents to be looking down on you and thinking you've spent their money sensibly.
Yep, that's a good move.
Sounds like you're in the driving seat, Kirstie.
Possibly.
Ian's response to having the cars off-site has been surprisingly positive. And I think he really likes this house. But I think he's probably more cautious than he lets on.
The bedrooms kind of feel a little... They're smaller than I'm used to.
They're cottagey. Do you have a big collection of clothing, Ian?
No. I have a very large collection of T-shirts.
So what you need is a chest of drawers and a bed.
I have a chest of drawers. I already have that.
Yeah. Out of 10, how do you rate this?
Probably a 6 or a 7. If everything you find is not as interesting, I would be interested in that, definitely.
There's a whiff of caution, but I can't fault his logic.
As you know, Kirstie, I'm partial to a well-ordered plan myself. And with only 3 months till Rogan and Jane have their baby, we need one. Even though the first flat I showed them in Edinburgh had the high ceilings and character that Jane loves, it was too small for comfort. So we're heading just 4 miles out of the city to the popular village of Gilmerton, where in return for a 20-minute bus commute, they'll get significantly more property for their pound. Oh, and Kirstie's come along for the ride.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Do you know much about Gilmerton?
We have looked at a place, well, driven past a place further down that way.
Yeah, you see it further down. We'll be up this side.
This is how they do their viewings. They drive past them and then carry on driving.
Good first impression.
Yeah.
At 818 square feet, this modern detached house is all about space and practical family living. And with only 2 floors, it'll be kind on Rogan's knees.
There's a large living room and separate dining room with doors out onto the garden. The kitchen is a good size and well planned. Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms and a family bathroom. And the garage is ripe for conversion into a hypnotherapy room for Rogan.
It's on at £205,000 and we've heard it could go for that figure. So a whopping 65 grand under budget. And with no chain, they could be in before the baby arrives.
This is a house where you have to put your own stamp on it. Not because it's not all nicely decorated, but because it has absolutely no soul whatsoever.
Very different from where we've come from, with high ceilings and interest and character.
Yeah.
This is about space.
Yeah. It's going to take a bit of getting used to, but I think that's okay.
Not a bad start, but I want to show Rogan why I think this place is more than just okay.
Blimey. I wondered whether this was the natural space for you and your clients to work.
That would be ideal, actually. We've got a very short time to make a lot of long-term plans.
Yes, we have. Your fault, not mine.
Yeah, well,
we could have sorted this out.
Now you sound like Jane.
I learnt a long time ago to listen to the women in my life.
Quite right too. This conversion would cost around 6 grand. Other houses in the street have done it, which is good news when it comes to planning permission.
Good kitchen.
That's a good space.
It is a good space, isn't it? It's a good layout, actually.
Yeah.
But obviously practical isn't particularly sexy.
No, it's just different to what I'm used to, I suppose.
Yeah.
Has Pip gone too practical?
Hang on.
You wouldn't know it was Edinburgh.
21 minutes on the bus to Edinburgh. It's 205,000, detached house with a garage.
I just said, for me, I couldn't possibly.
You didn't say that, did you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Who invited her anyway?
It's for his own good, and it's fun.
So this would be the master bedroom, I guess.
Yeah.
It just feels like 4 walls. It's just missing
Something. Anything.
a focal point, maybe.
This place isn't going to get anyone hot under the collar at the moment, but the character could be injected with minimum disruption. The plan does require some imagination, though.
It's just lacking the
The
factor,
zing.
the zing.
Are you going to be OK if I push the bus route a bit further out of town?
A bit further, yeah. A bit further.
OK.
Yeah.
See, I did have a plan.
Uh-huh. Sounds intriguing.
Come on.
I'm interested.
No wise remarks from you.
My lips are sealed.
Rogan and Jane have £270,000 to spend and are looking for a 3-bed house. But elsewhere in the UK, that budget would mean a very different property.
In bohemian Brighton, they'd be able to get a large 1-bedroom flat for their money. Whereas in historic Norwich, their budget would buy them a nice 3-bedroomed house. But in pricey Walthamstow in East London, they'd barely stretch to a studio flat.
The UK property market certainly is a mixed bag.
Back in the countryside with Motor Mad Ian, and although he quite liked the first barn-house combo I showed him, they didn't really rev his engine. So for our next viewing, we're stepping things up a gear with Phil riding shotgun. We're heading to the village of Elsrickle near Biggar, this time in South Lanarkshire, 50 minutes south of Edinburgh. Only 5 minutes more on the commute, but it has enabled us to find everything on the same plot within budget. But there's a fair amount of work to do.
Oh, wow.
So it's a big plot?
Yeah.
Oh, God, Phil, you're wearing those shoes again.
Well, let's hope I don't put my foot in it, like you did at my last property.
Talking of feet, or should I say square feet, I'm hoping the size and layout of this croft house will be more suitable for Ian's lifestyle.
It has a big kitchen breakfast room, sitting room, a large attic and just 1 bedroom. But that's okay because there's a massive barn next door which could be transformed into the most fantastic workshop and tool shed. All in all, a nice balance of barn to house.
It's being marketed at offers over £160,000 and we believe it will sell for close to that figure, leaving Ian a potential 85 grand to fix it all up.
Do you think you can make this work?
Yes. It'd be slightly different to what I've got at the moment, but I could do something in here. The only nervousness I have about this location is I'm moving away from where all my friends are.
Right.
So my friends are Edinburgh or north.
Yes.
And I'm moving south.
Right, OK. OK.
But
right.
I think the rarity here is that everything's all in
Yes.
all in one site.
This is a bit
together.
that's interesting.
This has been the really difficult bit, is to find
things like this.
a big plot
Yes.
that you could have everything in one place.
I can't stress this enough. We have been laughed out of estate agents' offices with Ian's budget and towering wish list.
Straight into the kitchen.
Nice big kitchen.
The kitchen's the most important room for you, is it?
It is pretty much, because it's where I like to be social.
Yeah. You'd entertain, you'd live in
Absolutely.
here.
Entertain, perhaps the wrong word, drink coffee.
Okay.
And talk.
Whereas Phil gets his mates round to look at his Ian Botham scrapbooks.
For Ian, at the last property, small bedrooms were an issue. Here, there's only 1 on offer, but it is significantly bigger.
The rooms are much larger in this, which feels a lot nicer.
Is it somewhere you could see yourself?
Yes. Yes, but I could live in either of the 2 houses you've shown me.
Kirstie's doing all right, isn't she?
She's doing very well.
It doesn't always happen. You're a lucky fella.
No, Phil, you're the lucky one to witness how I navigate my way through a complicated search and come up smelling of roses.
You're looking perched in your rather charming chair. You thinking of reclaiming it or something?
No, I'm not thinking of reclaiming it.
I tell you, Ian's great. He has got such a mental, positive approach to this.
But whether he'll follow through is another matter.
He has utter faith in you.
So he should have.
Rather questionable.
I seem to be doing fine.
Somehow.
Very rude. Let's get a gentleman in here.
Ah, Ian.
Hiya.
Phil was just saying he was surprised I'd managed to find you 2 suitable properties.
They're both very interesting. They're very different, which is what's fascinating.
But tomorrow we go east and see a third, totally different option.
Ooh.
Come on,
Right.
ye of little faith.
We're set up nicely for 3 direct hits with Ian. But then, of course, he's got a big decision to make.
We're working hard in Edinburgh and the Lothians. I'm with Rogan and Jane, who know what they want, but how far are they willing to travel to get it?
Ditto, Phil. My motor mad Ian also needs to test the limits of how far he's prepared to go for what he wants.
So even though we gained traction on the last property in Elsrickle, the location didn't drive Ian wild.
I'm moving away from where all my friends are.
But I'm hoping my last property package will get him all jacked up.
As for Rogan and Jane, living apart is no longer an option with a baby on the way. So we're trying to find a house that will suit the whole family and still not give ex-serviceman Rogan's wounded knees a hard time. With all this in mind, we're heading to the beautiful village of Lasswade in Mid-Lothian, 6 miles south of Edinburgh.
Here we are. Quiet cul-de-sac.
I do like the look of the house. I feel more comfortable here than I did at the last one.
I mean, you're 10 minutes further on the bus.
It feels doable.
Doable.
Yep.
If the house is up to scratch.
If the house is up to scratch.
We better find out.
Being further out of town, this detached house gives Rogan and Jane even more space to grow into. There's a dining kitchen, big lounge and separate dining area.
Or future playroom. There's also a downstairs bedroom that could easily be turned into a consulting room for Rogan. Whilst upstairs there are 3 more bedrooms.
The garden's a good size with a lovely summer house and detached garage. At just over 1,200 square feet, it's the biggest place I've shown them so far.
Fresh on the market with an offers over price of £245,000, it's expected to sell for 250 grand, so a comfortable 20,000 below their budget.
It's a fairly typical 1970s built house. More homely.
Than the last one, definitely.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I say to people looking around houses is don't be put off, but also don't be seduced by the kind of lifestyle that they're presenting, because it's not going to be here.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking at the space. It feels a lot bigger already.
They seem to like this place, but it would be nice to see a bit more joy, considering we're looking for their first family home.
You haven't seen it all yet.
Nope.
But I wanted to find you something that was going to get you in the heart. I'm seeing the boxes ticked.
Yeah.
I'm very sensible, practical, considered.
Yeah.
But there's no...
Maybe I'm not showing it, but it's grabbed me much more than the previous one. I'd like to see what else is out the door.
Go on. You don't need me to show you.
Feels very spacious.
Wow.
So this, I guess, would be our room.
I think baby would be in that one. There's enough space there to go from the crib to the cot to the bed.
Yes.
And straight from the delivery room as well, because the owners are looking for a very quick sale with this one. I'm impressed, Phil. You've done your research.
Not just a pretty face, but you knew that.
Oh, like a little summer house.
Ooh, that's gone down a treat.
I could see this, I could do this.
Well, they're being very positive, but I'm still not seeing any desperation. They're having a baby in 3 months. They cannot stay where they currently live. They're in a serious problem. So I was hoping just for a bit more warmth.
Don't despair, Phil. Folk do desperate differently. I think you're on the right track.
Can you see yourselves here? Can you see yourselves with baby here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, I did have one more lined up to show you, but, I mean, you don't have to see it.
Options are always good.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as we've gone so far, I like this definitely the most.
Yes.
So we'll try and beat it.
Okay.
It's a great house, but I'm confident that I can at least match it with my next one.
I'm back with my 4x4 fancier Ian. And for my final house workshop combination, we're heading east towards the Berwickshire coast and the historic village of Coldingham. We're just over an hour from Edinburgh, about 15 minutes more than Ian would prefer, but I think it's worth it.
This is interesting, yes.
It is interesting.
In fact, it's a fantastic two-storey workshop, around 1,200 square feet with boarded space upstairs and a large yard. Another private sale website find. It's on the market for just 70 grand. And literally, around the corner, there's a lovely 3-bed house for sale.
In itself, it's more than enough to keep man and motor happy, but there are other possibilities, which I'm keen to run past Ian.
This could be a remarkable place just for the cars.
Absolutely. And
with
parts.
a house across the road.
Yes.
On the other hand, you could invest a bit of money in making the most glorious flat upstairs. And you
now
could
I see
do
where you're coming from.
something else with the money.
And that doesn't mean buy a load more tools. It could pay for the refurb upstairs and buy Ian a nice 1-bed flat in Edinburgh, which he could rent out or use a couple of nights a week so he gets to see his friends.
Wow. You could actually make something quite nice up here.
Really nice. If this was London, this would be worth 4 million quid.
It's light up here.
Yeah,
it's really light.
light.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
And the joy is not yet over. Round the corner, just 50 steps away, depending on how big your steps are, is the house, which I might add only came on the market this morning.
This is much closer than what I've currently got, which is really nice.
This stone cottage is very smart, and at 1,200 square feet, there's more than enough space for Ian.
There's a fabulous contemporary kitchen diner, first floor sitting room, 3 bedrooms, and a sunny rear garden. Everything is immaculate.
It's on the market at £185,000, but for a quick sale, they would accept 176 grand, meaning Ian could just about stretch to both workshop and house.
This is a nice kitchen.
It's a lovely kitchen.
Absolutely beautiful. Wouldn't you do anything in here like the
No,
other two?
you don't need to do anything to the house.
This is just gorgeous, this room.
And perfect for the self-proclaimed non-house person. Ian has the option to spend 0% of his time on the house and 100% fiddling with axles or whatever he does in that workshop.
So what you've got up here is this sitting room, which is incredibly light.
Yes,
and
again,
cosy.
this is a nice room.
Nice room. But are you feeling this is all very well, but it's too far?
My gut is still going, this is too far. I much prefer... I'm still kind of drawn to 2.
Right.
Of the 3 I've seen, I'm drawn to 2. But this is a really nice house. I want to look around a bit more of it because it does draw me.
Go, go, go.
The prettiness
Be my
does draw me.
guest. Be my guest.
And although property 2 in Elsrickle is a great option, the one here is arguably the more financially responsible package. If Ian's circumstances change, it gives him much more flexibility. He could always sell one and keep the other.
My worry is that I have to make sure he doesn't buy an entire property based on the cars. It has to be something which he can invest in securely, regardless of the future of the cars.
And he wouldn't go far wrong with this place, but I just know what he's going to say about the location.
So,
It's a beautiful house. I think it's just too far. It's a very nice house.
It's a very nice house, but it's too far.
So it's a reluctant goodbye to Coldingham, which means we've only got property 2 in the running. It'll be interesting to see which road Ian takes from here.
As for my procrastinating parents-to-be, Jane and Rogan, they said they liked the spacious 70s house in Lassway, but we were definitely low on oomph. My challenge to inject some excitement has brought us 3 miles closer to town to a brand new housing development in the wonderfully named village of Birdie House.
Have you thought about new build living before?
No.
No.
Although we have driven into here and driven out again. I think we thought they were going to be over budget.
Just in case you've forgotten, you are having a baby in 3 months.
No, there is some.
There is a little bit of urgency.
There is a little
here.
bit of urgency.
Yeah.
We do kind of keep forgetting that bit, I think. Yeah.
Well, at least one of us has a sense of urgency. As is often the case with new build, the actual house that's for sale isn't yet finished, so we're going to look around the show home first.
It's identical in layout, but dressed within an inch of its life. There's a good-sized lounge and a big kitchen diner. 4 double bedrooms, 1 with ensuite and a family bathroom. A garage and garden to the rear. At 1,000 square feet, there's plenty of space for a growing family.
At just under £269,000, it's at the very top of their budget. but it could be signed, sealed and delivered all within their 3-month time frame.
So this, in its kind of beautifully presented form, should really enable you to see how things fit in.
Yep.
There isn't a room at the moment set up for you to work on the ground floor, but there's 4 bedrooms, so you could do it upstairs. Okay. They only have one more of this size left. That's the one we're going to see.
Okay.
Right.
So no pressure then?
I think we've got enough pressure.
No more pressure?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 properties in, still searching for the woomph.
So 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms up here. This is the master with its ensuite shower. Nice one as well.
Oh, yeah.
You see, that sounded a lot like passion, Phil. All it took was a nice set of taps.
So, do you want to go and see the shell house?
Yes.
Yes.
There's still hesitation.
Yes.
You don't have
Yes. No, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Yes.
Goodness me, if that's how they react to a house that's fully designed, how are they going to be when there's nothing in it? The place they could buy is 2 minutes walk away. It's the same floor plan and will need some imagination. Fingers crossed.
I must admit, I'm feeling comfortable here because it's closer to town. It's closer to where we know.
But you'd have to go to the top end of your budget to do it.
That's a slight concern.
I mean, you're going to have your hands full this next year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that appeals, having somewhere easy.
You see, they just want an easy life, Phil. People after my own heart.
4 bedrooms, which I was actually surprised. I thought they were going to be really, really, like, 2 tiny little box things that you can't do anything with, but you can actually put a double bed in every single one.
Yep.
What I didn't actually think that I was going to be able to pull off for them is show them 4 houses that they genuinely can move into before the baby arrives. Whether they're going to buy any of them or not is a different matter entirely.
Well, they've seen all my houses, and now it's time to do what they've struggled with for 2 years. Make some decisions.
I think it's pretty obvious that we do like this, and we like the last one that we saw.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the bonuses that are outweighing each other, not the negatives.
Okay,
so
that's a good position to be in.
Yeah, that's a good way of
putting it. Yeah.
So no definite decision yet, but hey-ho, slowly, slowly, catchy monkey.
In Edinburgh and the Lothians, my man, 4x4 obsessive Ian, is contemplating whether to accelerate towards property 2, the croft and barn combo in Elsrickle. But there's a lot to weigh up.
As for my pair, Rogan and Jane, after a late-night drive-by, they've ruled out property 3 in Lasswade for being too far from the city. But the good news is, after years of unproductive house hunting, they're thinking of buying the new build in Birdie House.
It's a nice-looking house.
It is.
And are keen to go through the fine detail.
It feels good to be back.
It does, actually.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
General advice in this situation is not to repaint, but because the plaster work is still drying out, my advice is actually just to leave it for 6-9 months in case there are any cracks appear. And if they do, then the developers will come back in and repaint.
Okay.
He's a font of knowledge, our Phil. Usually with new builds you get to choose all the fixtures and fittings. But in this case the bathrooms and kitchens are already in. Someone else was in the process of buying this one but dropped out.
Rogan and Jane do get to pick the floor coverings though. Hopefully that shouldn't be too tough even for such an indecisive pair.
We put this one down there, in there, or indeed that one next to it.
I like the lighter one,
Yeah.
definitely.
Quite like the shading in that one. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, maybe picking the carpets will be easier.
Can't have anything too light because we are going to have a baby.
Yeah. I'm not so keen on this sort of colour. It doesn't do it for me. I don't know that any of these would work.
They're making all the noises of someone who's moving in already.
It sounds like things are heading in the right direction, but it also sounds like choosing the right colour scheme. It's going to be just as confusing as choosing the right house.
Anyway, all in good time. They obviously want this house. Question is, can I get any money off? At £268,995, it's a tight fit financially. I've had a chat with the sales team, and first indications show that they won't budge on price. But this isn't going to stop me trying. That said, at this early stage of the negotiations, I have managed to wangle a few concessions.
they have said that they would include any choice of flooring that you went for.
Mhm.
So that they would also contribute £1,000 towards either your tax or your legal costs.
Okay. Still feeling quite tight financially.
It is a bit.
Is it worth asking for some money off as well?
Yeah.
Just so we've asked the question,
Yeah.
for peace of mind, if nothing else.
OK.
There'll be a limit to the negotiations, but right now we're in a strong position. The developers want to sell to Rogan and Jane.
As for Ian, he's in a strong position too. He's just weighing up which of the properties are best for him and his four-wheeled harem.
So, property 1, no.
No.
Property 2, maybe.
Property 2 maybe. It's kind of down the room.
And property 3, too far.
I think so. What I would like to do is I'd like to try the drive from here back to Edinburgh.
Well, that's very good news then.
My heart is still kind of with number 2. I need
Yeah.
to find out the feasibility of working on the garage.
Yeah.
So I need to get that cost. I need to look at the cost of a kitchen in that house. I also quite like the idea of redoing the bathroom.
I think you should be able to do everything you want to do between £40,000 and £50,000. I just don't see any reason to be spending any more money than that.
Assuming the research goes well, I will buy either number 2 or number 3. And I would have found neither of them if I'd been left on my own.
Fantastic. Right, here's my house.
Thank you very much.
Before too long.
Before too long.
Now I need to wait to hear, but whichever place he chooses, it feels we're closer to getting Ian a home.
Back with Rogan and Jane, and we're about to squeeze the pips with the developer. We've already got £1,000 contribution towards their moving costs and all the flooring thrown in. We just want to make sure we're getting the best deal we can.
Good afternoon, Kim. It's Phil Spencer here. Yeah, very well indeed, thank you. Rogan and Jane do very much like the house, and it is the front runner, but it is also the most expensive. It's the best, but at the same time, it does produce some cash flow problems for them. Let me talk to them, and I'll ring you back. But thanks for that, Kim. OK, cheers. Bye. She would reduce the price that you pay for the property by £3 grand.
Okay.
Does that make enough of a difference?
We can do it.
Yep.
We're doing it.
Kim, it's Phil again. Yes, please, we would like to proceed. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kim. All the best. Bye. Congratulations. Well done. You are going to be in a home before your baby arrives. Wow. And it's going to have smart floors.
Smart floors,
and everything
nothing else,
sorted out.
but just some smart floors.
No more driving past properties. Jane and Rogan are finally going to park outside one they own the keys to.
In the end, Ian decided neither property 2 nor 3 were right for him. But after following up a lead I gave him on a 4-bed farmhouse southwest of Edinburgh, the opposite side to his preferred patch of East Lothian, he made an offer of £210,000.
This property just ticks all of the boxes. And I wouldn't have found it without Kirstie. I chose east. I should have gone west.
With the sale going through, Ian hopes to take ownership of the cottage and its large outhouses in the next 2 weeks.
The workshop is right next door. It's fantastic. I can take my coffee with me. In 40 years' time, I will still be in the same house. I have no intention of going anywhere else. This is forever home.
That's music to my ears, Ian. So happy we could help guide you there.
Congratulations.
As for Jane and Rogan, the sale on the new build has gone through. They've collected the keys and are seeing their house finished for the first time.
This looks great. Happy?
Yeah.
Exciting times. But with the baby's arrival just around the corner, the clock is ticking. And moving 2 houses into one means double the packing, or treble.
And of course, lots of baby things.
Lots of baby things.
They need a lot of stuff.
But I guess the baby is put a very set deadline on, and so with Phil's help, I think we got to the end a lot quicker than we would have normally.
It does feel like a new phase.
It's definitely a new phase.
Very definitely a new phase. Yeah.
And in a few weeks, it's going to be a very, very different phase.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. Happy home to the three of you. This week we're in cool southwest London.
Getting down with the kids.
I'm a creaky old lady.
With two sets of frighteningly fussy first-time buyers.
You don't like the kitchen?
Well, where's that?
How far would you walk for 50 grand?
Not that far.
I'm a tad panicked.
So we've got to bust a gut.
This flat is a miracle.
To impress these youngsters.
Jeez, character.com.
We're moving on.
This is nice, babe.
And prove that there's life in these old dogs yet.
I can put the best of them, Phil.
This week we're taking on one of the toughest property markets on the planet, southwest London.
I'm with serious youngsters, Jay and Jason, who are ready to settle at 26.
And I'm with super savers Hannah and Frank, who want to put down roots before they get hitched.
Good on them.
Sensible always wins favour with you, Kirstie. But what's not so good for us is that London is still as desirable as ever. And the consequence is that houses cost a crippling 300 grand more than the national average.
Frankly, it's a scandal. Recent figures show prime property in London's affluent southwest belt, stretching from Fulham to Wimbledon, rocketed in price by nearly 12% in 12 months, more than double the rise in the centre of the city.
It's no wonder house hunters here are being driven to distraction and need us to steer them in the right direction.
Couple Hannah and Frank are desperate to find their first family home before they get hitched.
But having saved their hard-earned cash for 9 years, they're understandably wary of parting with it.
I hate wasting money. I barely like spending money.
My fresh-faced first-time buyers, tax accountant Jason and finance analyst Jay, have also saved a whopping amount to buy together. They established a firm but fiery relationship at uni.
I did economics and finance, you did straight economics. You
Yeah.
couldn't hack the extra bit of education.
What? Mine was harder though.
No,
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yours was. Okay.
They've now been together for 4 years, but for the last 2 years have been long-distance lovers. Jason's been renting in Reading, which takes him 2 hours to visit Jay in London's Stoke Newington.
So I only get to see Jay at the weekends, so that's quite hard, especially when you just kind of want to cuddle.
Jay still lives at home with her family, so she's also chomping at the bit to set up house with Jason.
I literally just want my own place and just for us to kind of start our relationship properly.
Yeah. No, I think it's right time to take the plunge.
Both Jason and Jay have worked hard and saved hard for a deposit, and, along with a mortgage, have an impressive 365 grand budget.
Their hearts are set on buying in the Big Smoke's trendy top dollar southwest.
There's only a certain amount of houses, and if it's in and around the area of Clapham, Balham,
They're going
Brixton,
really quickly.
they're gone ASAP. Like, you blink and they're gone.
They've been house hunting for nearly a year, but Jay thinks she knows exactly what's holding them back.
I do, to an extent, find you a bit difficult because you want to keep waiting.
What it is you're just excited about every place.
No, I'm
you
being
see.
rational, babe.
These two are at loggerheads, Kirstie.
If Jason is holding out for an utterly perfect place, he may need a reality check. So off I go to the hustle and bustle of Clapham.
We are here in the centre of one of the most expensive cities in the world, in a super popular area. So, what the hell are we doing here?
Jay and Jay really love this location.
Yeah.
And we know that our budget maybe doesn't stretch to this area,
but we're hoping that we can find a hidden gem somewhere.
So that means you need to find someone who's an idiot. No, it does, because you need to find the person who is underselling their property. Yes,
That is one way of putting it.
It's unlikely they'll find any idiots undervaluing their home. Perhaps this pair are searching for something they can't afford.
I've got quite a long list of what I want. So ideally, number one would be close to train station, tube, cafes, bars. Nice, airy kind of house with plenty of natural light, outside space, if we could get it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's too much to ask. No, I'm joking.
We'll see.
We'll see.
You're both engaged, intelligent, energetic. If that was out there, you would have already found it.
If you had my mindset, we could have found somewhere. But
So
I do
is
want
Jason
you
the
to.
pickier one of the two of you?
Because I feel like I'm more willing to compromise.
I'm probably pickier when it comes to house.
South West London is waiting for us until we actually get out there and get into a flat and discuss its pros and cons. We haven't achieved anything, so drink up.
Someone's caffeine's kicked in.
I need it. Jay's desperate to buy and Jason's got his head in the clouds. Even though these two have saved exceptionally hard for their first step onto the property ladder, the London market is madness. For their healthy 365 grand budget, they're looking for a light, bright and spacious one-bedroom flat.
Ideally, it would be a property they can add value to. And Jason's determined he wants some outside space, even though gardens are like gold dust in this part of London.
It may not sound like a big ask, but they also want their home to be in the desirable and expensive southwest of the city. Their dream spots are the busy and vibrant Clapham and Brixton, but we might have to see if we can push them a little further out.
My couple, NHS organisational coach Hannah and Dutch-born Frank, a web analyst, are also hungry for their first property purchase to be in the competitive and costly southwest of London.
The duo met online over 3 years ago and had their first date at a pancake house.
Frank eats really quickly, so I thought he didn't like me, and it was over in about 48 minutes. But then he did text me the following day, so that was really good.
We both thought the other one was nice enough to see each other again.
They even liked each other enough to start renting a flat together in popular Putney, but are now hoping to buy a 3-bed family home.
And we want this home to be our home for 10, 15 years, start our the next phase of our life.
But this cutthroat property market isn't making it easy for them, even though resilient Hannah is no stranger to facing challenges, having overcome a severe stammer.
Don't let yourself be rushed.
But Hannah is in a rush to find their dream home.
It feels like my personal life is on hold and we can't get married and we can't think about a family if we don't have a home.
But analytical Frank is good at keeping their feet on the ground.
I have less emotional attachment to the search. I think I'm more looking at the details, kind of how much does it cost, what the implication of that cost will be, what size is it, what's the kind of, what the future looks like in that house.
Hannah and Frank have only been house hunting for 6 months, but they've seen a staggering 48 properties.
I think we realize more what we want now. We're a lot pickier, so when we see places online, we won't say, oh, let's go see that. You never know. We'll see. If it's too small or locations, we're not even going to bother seeing that because it's just a waste of our time.
Over the last 9 years, these two have made numerous sacrifices and saved an unbelievable £146,000 deposit. They're now pretty particular about how they part with it.
I do think we are in urgent need of Kirstie and Phil's help because we're both resourceful people who've done our best and we've come up with nothing. So anything they can do is amazing.
Go on, Phil, be amazing.
Always am, but to find them their dream home, I need to scrutinise these super savers.
You're 30 years old, you're living in London, and you've managed to save this enormous deposit, which I just think is fantastic, but I've no idea how you've done it.
We're not very extravagant people in general, so we don't go out a huge amount as well, so no expensive taxis getting here and there, no extravagant holidays.
I understand you've been restricting your sort of geographic search to 0.6 of a mile from a tube station.
Well, it used to be 0.5, and then we decided,
We've made
Lucky old me.
progress already.
Is that the compromise?
Yeah.
Are you both looking for the same type of property?
For Frank, it's where it is and how big it is, but for me, it's to have 3 bedrooms and a garden. I would walk a bit further to get a bigger house, obviously.
Where's the target zone?
Kind of Collingswood Station, and 0.6 miles from there.
This is going to be fun, isn't it?
Hence why we need you.
Taxi!
No quick getaways, I'm afraid. This pair are in dire need of your help.
Hannah and Frank have been saving the pennies and scouring the streets. But house hunting in London forces everyone to compromise. And I think it'll take more than accepting an extra 0.1 mile walk to the station for these two to find their dream home.
For their £450,000, they want a 3-bedroom family house that's more than 800 square feet.
Hannah's rooting for a garden, but Frank's focused on a property super close to a station.
They both work in London's Waterloo, and Frank ideally wants a door-to-door commute of 45 minutes.
So we'll be focusing on Collier's Wood, one of their top areas, as well as a few other nice neighbourhoods we think might fit the bill. Morden and Mitcham.
We need to get these couples into new homes soon. If the last 5 years are anything to go by, London prices aren't going south anytime soon. Can you see the fear in my eyes?
I never see fear in your eyes. I only see confidence.
No, because you know what I'm afraid of? I might just grab hold of those two and wring their necks. Oh no, bless them. They're very young and they're very sweet, but wow, they're unrealistic.
Well, it's a very expensive area. And
I know. How's it going at your end?
Hannah and Frank have done fantastically well. They've saved up a vast deposit, but they are so focused, massively focused on the transport. I think it's going to hold them back.
Why are they so focused on the transport?
He is very analytical. He's an analyst at work, and he just wants everything exactly as he wants it. And the property market doesn't work like that. I think Frank might have taken it to
focus too far.
Yeah.
It's now my focus to try and fulfil Hannah and Frank's tall order for their first home. And in my experience, it's best to test the boundaries early on. So I want to see how focused Frank is on the walk to get to work. We're starting super close to their preferred Collier's Wood and all its amenities, and we're in the lovely family-friendly spot of Mitcham.
Well, here is the first little gem for you.
Frank wants to be within 0.6 miles of a station, but the location of this pretty terrace only pushes that journey time a touch.
Well, we're a mile from Collier's Wood Tube here. I reckon I could walk a mile in 15 minutes, 12 minutes? No. Okay. No? What are your first thoughts, Hannah?
It's really nice. I'm a bit worried about how far it is.
I'm going to stretch your legs as well as the boundaries. But in order to see something like this, I thought, well, we had to. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Frank's not sure.
Good. Come on.
Frank may be worried about a slightly longer walk to the station, but this property offers what they've asked for.
It's a spacious 900 square foot family home split over 2 floors with a garage.
There's a light and modern open-plan living space with diner leading through to an ample kitchen.
At the back, there's even a garden for Hannah. Upstairs, they get the 3 bedrooms they crave.
This place really has plenty of space for the future.
And for our careful couple, it's a massive 30 grand under budget at £420,000.
I like that it's open plan. It feels like it flays really well.
From what I thought when I saw it from outside, it's smaller than I thought down here.
Don't write it off quite yet.
Hannah likes it, but we may have lost Frank before we even got inside.
Hopefully even he'll be sold on the upstairs.
And then up here we've got 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. And you can see it functioning very successfully as a family house with 2 kids.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Why don't you have a look at the other ones on your own? I'll catch up with you in a moment.
Not seeing much fire in Frank's eyes so far.
It's so much lighter than downstairs.
Yeah, this is quite nice.
One thing I've learned, Frank is a man of his word. And if it's more than 0.6 of a mile from the tube, he ain't gonna go for it. I had to try though, didn't I?
Ceilings feel higher here as well. It's good.
Some positive murmurings, Phil. There may still be hope here.
How you doing?
All right, I think the upstairs is nice. The upstairs is what we're looking for.
Right.
It's the downstairs and the location which aren't.
So this is on at 420. Your budget's 450. I think you could buy this for about 400. It is half a mile further from the tube than you would want it to be. How far would you walk for 50 grand?
Not that far. But it's an impact on a quality of life on a twice daily basis.
Yeah.
Which I'm not willing to compromise on, not this much.
Okay. All right, fine.
Well, you knew it was important. Frank's trip to the tube seems to be taking top priority.
Well, I can show them things that are much closer to transport by all means, but they ain't going to look like that.
Clearly, I need to remember those 3 little words. This week, we're in southwest London with 2 keen couples desperate for their dream homes.
My pair, Jason and Jay, have a long wish list. But are their wishes the same?
And my prudent pair have a stash of cash, but even they're struggling to save fast enough to keep pace with the market, which means I'm in a hurry. The first house I showed Hannah and Frank was a cracker for their 450 grand, close to the location they love and with all the space they've been yearning for.
Frank just couldn't be sold on walking an extra half mile to the tube.
It's an impact on a quality of life on a twice daily basis.
Yeah.
Which I'm not willing to compromise on.
He did warn you, Phil. I'm hoping for more luck with my first-time buyers, Jason and Jay. We're looking for a 1-bed flat costing a maximum of £365,000. They want to be in the hub of the London social scene, so we're kicking off their search exactly where they dreamt of living.
The busy and vibrant Clapham. Only 4 miles southwest of the centre of London, Clapham's a pretty popular spot to live.
As the average 1-bed flat here costs around 400 grand, I'm over the moon to have found this diamond for 15 grand under my pair's budget. Hopefully it's the hidden gem with outside space Jason's been desperate to uncover.
The street's nice. I mean, the main road there is not ideal.
What?
Yeah, as in it's not a deal breaker, it's just not ideal.
I think it's perfect. Great, OK, let's get in there.
This 1-bed ground floor Victorian conversion is compact, with just 3 rooms, but oozes charm.
There's an attractive, cosy, open-plan kitchen living room with space to dine.
The lovely, bright double bedroom has stacks of storage, and the bathroom has been well modernised.
But the real bonus here is the incredible outside space, an utter luxury in this part of the city.
Considering it's in costly Clapham, this place is a steal at just a smidge under £350,000.
But will it be enough to please pernickety Jason?
This is actually...
This is nice, very cosy.
The wall kitchen. Well,
Really?
where's that then? Why? Because it's just a wall with cabinets.
And I'm the picky one.
You said it, Jason. Who knew it would be Jay we'd need to win over?
You've got the big window.
Yeah.
You've got the outside space.
Oh, I didn't see that.
So that is yours.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
But is that little slice of outdoor London life going to be enough?
Stretch my arms, man.
Gee, I can't believe the outside space.
Jay just walked in and she was like, this is my worst nightmare. I'm like, what about the ceiling height? What about the windows? What about the massive amounts of outside space? Right now, I'm a tad panicked.
Yeah, I would want to do work in here.
In here?
Yeah. As in,
Not
not
straight away,
Not straight
not
away.
straight
It's
away.
Liverpool, but I'd want to do work.
Jay's kitchen woes seem to have been washed away.
And if they take a hop, skip and a jump out of the slightly creaky window,
Ladies first.
they can enjoy the enormous deck.
This is all ours.
This is massive, babe.
And it's not just that window that's a tad stiff.
I'm a creaky. Oh, I'm a creaky old lady.
Struggling to keep up with the young'uns?
Oh, and I've just put my heel through.
Oh, no.
There we are. No, it's fine.
Graceful Kirstles.
It's the biggest outside space
Yeah.
we've
Yeah,
ever
we've
seen.
seen.
I know you're both going to hate me. The
road is the downside. It's a noisy road, but it's London.
Yeah.
The living space, it's just, as you said, this shame the kitchen's on the side, not against
I'm
the
not
far
listening
wall.
to this,
I will
Jason.
compromise.
You two can discuss this.
I will
I'm going
compromise
in.
that, babe.
You two
Yeah?
can have this conversation.
Your exit was much smoother than your entrance, Kirstie.
That is my worst nightmare, and that's one thing I've never liked.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're not going to find this, babe.
Maybe the outside space is just a little too big.
Jay, are you crazy?
This is an amazing flat. And At first I thought it was Jay that was going to be difficult about it. Now it's Jason that's being difficult about it. But they've got to decide whether they actually want to buy something.
You're psycho. You actually are you're the problem.
I can't sort out what's going on behind me.
Oh dear. Can you call it a domestic if it's not your house?
But when there's an argument, there tends to be a winner.
Right, so you're looking a lot cheerier, Jay.
Yeah.
I like it, and I can see us being here for a while.
And being happy.
And being happy, yeah.
Clearly, Jay has brought Jason to his senses.
Let's move on, but keep focused.
Yeah.
Okay. Okey-doke.
Well, I think they like it, Kirstie.
Yes, and I think it's not going to be a dull search.
London's renowned for sky-high prices, but what would Jason and Jay's 365 grand be able to bag elsewhere in the UK? North, in the gorgeous green of North Yorkshire, that kind of cash would buy a characterful 3-bed cottage.
Or sail south to delightful Devon, and 365 grand will wash up a 2-bedder just a stone's throw from the sea.
And if you want to be in the swinging city of Liverpool, 5-bed properties fit for a family sell for 15 grand under what Jason and Jay have in their pot.
But sadly, we're searching in pricey London.
For scrupulous savers, Frank and Hannah's second property, I'm whisking them closer to their top spot of the family-friendly Collier's Wood. And for their 450 grand, I'm rather chuffed to have found a property within Frank's ideal commute of 45 minutes. And not only near the tube, it's also just 0.2 miles from the train station.
But the sacrifice here is curb appeal.
It's nothing impressive.
The overland train from Tooting is about a 4-minute walk through there.
Right.
Total journey time at 44 minutes.
Yeah, but that is a very, doesn't come very often, so that's not an option, Tooting Station.
But it delivers on size, on budget, and on total journey time. Something's got to give. If you've seen 48 properties, I need to find out what it is quickly.
Yeah, okay.
They may want to write the location off, but the house is a fantastic find. It's a 3-bed ex-local authority property, which is a great solution for space in London. And set over 3 floors, it offers a whopping 1,228 square feet.
The spacious kitchen diner is on the ground floor, leading to a little slice of private outdoor space for Hannah. Upstairs is the light, bright living room and one of the ample bedrooms.
The top floor has a bathroom, master and 3rd bedroom. I think this place could be truly perfect for their future family.
On just under £450,000, it really is a lot of space for bang-on Hannah and Frank's budget.
You get kitchen with room for a dining table.
I think, given the outside, it's just too much to overlook, especially given the price.
It's such a shame, actually, because this is all right. It's just where it is.
Despite everything this house offers, it's still not swaying them. Any hope the roomy upstairs will win them round?
It's a nice size, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good size.
Yeah. It's a shame that it's not all on the same floor, though.
Yeah.
Not going well, Phil. Got a lot of work to do overnight. I can't beat the market. I can't reduce prices. They can't save money quicker than the market is climbing, so things are constantly going to move away from them. I think they call it between a rock and a hard place.
Phil, you need to crawl out from under your rock and see if these two will start making some compromises.
Well, you're still smiling, Hannah. I'm grateful for that. Was there anything that you learnt upstairs?
It was really big, but not the perfect layout for us, really.
In order to buy a house with a better layout, would you walk a little further?
Depends how much further.
There's a chink of compromise there, I heard it. That's got to buy me another couple of minutes walk. I don't mind negative viewings as long as we're moving it forward.
Yeah.
Are we?
I think so.
I hope so.
I hope so as well, Frank.
Phil, that's a breakthrough. You've been given permission to stretch Frank's legs a little.
He's given me an inch, but I think he still means 0.6 of a mile.
Over with Jason and Jay, I've got a second property to show them. This time we're off to the up-and-coming Streatham.
Fractionally further south than they'd like, it is only a few miles from their preferred postcode of Clapham. Streatham is a touch more suburban, but it does have a great vibe.
And the top floor flat I have to show them is in a lovely leafy location with crates of curb appeal, but with a little less nightlife on their doorstep. Has it got enough street cred for my youngsters?
The street is like literally
It's
perfect.
amazing, yeah.
The building is perfect. The location, not so perfect.
This flat is one of the most charming I have seen in a long, long time.
Wow.
Scruffy as hell, but dead charming.
Wow, okay.
So come and have a look.
This one-bed Victorian flat is much bigger than the first property I showed them and has packets of period charm. It offers a characterful living room and a bonus mezzanine level.
There's a separate kitchen, which should please Jay, and a super spacious bright bedroom with a romantic extra.
In a city where balconies add more value than an extra bedroom or a further 150 square feet of inside space, this outside space delivers some real wow factor.
A blank canvas in a promising postcode. It's also somewhere that the ambitious pair could add value.
Advertised at just under 400,000, we think the vendors will accept nearer Jay and Jason's budget of 365.
Oh, okay, yeah. Separate kitchen.
Yeah.
You've got the mezzanine level.
Whoa.
So you have mates, bed up there, whatever you want.
I mean, obviously this is instantly like grabs your attention as being very different and unique. As you said, character.
Yeah, it's a lot of character.
Which is what I know we're after.
And they haven't even seen the massive master, with a balcony fit for a Juliet and her Romeo.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Jeez. Character.com. Yeah, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
I thought he was meant to be a fussy fellow.
There's something in the back of my mind saying like, this is not for you. And I think it's the location.
It's the location, because even with me, I thought I'll be excited and love this. I do love this,
it, yeah.
but I'm torn between this and the first.
I think you have to think, how many nights a week do we go out from home?
Hardly ever.
Listen, let me leave you here.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a look out.
Have a bit of a think, and I'll get out your hair.
It may be the perfect property to bring these star-crossed lovers under one Streatham roof, but the idea of parting with their preferred Clapham is bringing the pair a touch of sorrow.
The Clapham area socially feels right for us.
Yeah.
I think the older that we do get, I'll regret
not
taking this.
We need to see the area first before we can make a judgment.
I think Jason is overthinking this, you know. But if he overthinks this for too long, there's going to be no flat left. Not flat 1, not flat 2, not flat anything.
Properties are selling faster than you can say second viewing.
So yeah, this place is amazing.
You don't
and it's
know.
definitely put food for thought.
Yeah.
Well, that's progress from this morning, isn't it?
It is, it is. This morning we had nothing, now we have two.
These two are torn. The clubs of Clapham are pulling them in one direction, and this serene street in Streatham is pulling them in the other.
I will see you in the morning.
And the final house I have up my sleeve could send them into a tailspin.
We're in the hottest property market in the UK, and our house hunters are feeling the burn. My frugal pair have saved so much money, they're now scared to spend.
My couple have saved hard too, but is it enough for everything they want?
20-something first-time buyers, Jason and Jay, are tired of living over 2 hours apart and have a 365 grand budget to buy a home.
Worried that Jason would jettison anything I showed him, I'm delighted to have piqued his interest in both the properties they saw in London's swish southwest.
This morning we had nothing, now we have two.
Things aren't quite smelling of tulips over with my Dutch analyst Frank and partner Hannah, who are having an uphill struggle considering a compromise on their hunt for a home.
But Hannah's no stranger to a challenge, having overcome a debilitating stammer.
Resist. Time pressure.
So I'm hoping we'll crack this search yet.
The couple are both fixed on their family house having the perfect layout and location just 0.6 miles from a tube.
They've got a generous 450 grand budget, but in London, properties that close to a station command a premium of 5%. In their case, that's an extra £20,000. So, after scouring the city's southwest, we're tootling to the sunny suburb of Morden, where there are excellent transport links to Hannah and Frank's work in Waterloo.
Only a few miles from their desired destination of Collier's Wood, It's an excellent area the couple haven't considered before.
I am slightly increasing Frank's ideal total commute of 45 minutes, but I'm hoping they'll think it's worth it, as they can afford this eye-catching mid-terrace in a quiet, tree-lined location.
Almost describe it as leafy, couldn't you?
Almost. It's nice.
1930s built, this house is not only pleasing from the outside, it does not scrimp on space either.
Across its 2 floors, there's 1,140 square feet to play with, and the layout is totally traditional.
There's a bright and welcoming hallway leading to a generous open-plan entertaining space, separate galley kitchen and nicely maintained garden.
Upstairs, there are 3 well-proportioned bedrooms, plus a swanky modern family bathroom.
This place offers everything Frank and Hannah have been hankering for.
To top it all off, it's on the market for 440 grand, 10 grand under budget.
This is really nice. This flow to the garden as well is exactly what we want.
Phew. Big sigh of relief from Phil. Let's talk about the transport, because I know that will be forefront of your mind.
Yeah.
There's a bus stop about 3 minutes walk away. 10 minutes on the bus puts you in Morden Tube. I think you could be from here into your office in 52 minutes.
It's not ideal.
Seems like an interesting option.
Let's have a look around and see whether the house makes it worthwhile.
Frank's still struggling to compromise on his daily commute, but this amount of space has to be worth it.
This is, without question, the best second bedroom that I saw on the whole search. As a guest room, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Phil.
Really good size.
I mean, I'm pleased you're being kind of positive and upbeat about it. I wanted you to be able to come in here and go, yes, we're getting more value for our money by being in Morden. But have a bit of time to yourselves. You don't need me chasing you around the other bedrooms.
I don't know, some people might be quite pleased.
That's nice. It's quite big.
You've knocked them between the eyes, Phil. You've shown them a whopper of a family home, but it's not 0.6 miles from a tube, and that's a tough one for Frank.
I guess it just depends on the buses, really. If the buses are reliable and come often, and there's more than one, maybe it's an option, but it's too far to walk.
Yeah.
If Hannah and Frank want to buy in this market, then they're going to have to shift off such a rigid set of criteria. So I'm really pleased that there's some positive murmurings going on here. Whether they're positive enough remains to be seen, but it is a step in the right direction.
Hello.
How'd you get on upstairs?
I think we liked it.
It's just the, not the location of Morden, but the location of the house within Morden is the biggest issue.
And of course, the closer to the tube you get, the less property you get for the money. Well, let me see what I can do overnight. I can't make any promises. The market is hot, and it's even whether they exist. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
You're very welcome. I'm glad we've got some smiles and we've got something
We're
to think
moving
about.
on.
Yeah, we are.
But it's a question of whether we'll move far enough and soon enough. They need some time to reflect. And that gives me time to see how Kirstie's handling the hot southwest London property market.
Uncertain if Jason and Jay are sold on a peaceful postcode, for our final property, we're in the brilliant bohemian buzz of Brixton.
It's one of London's coolest areas, and doesn't Jay know it?
Jay, are you completely deranged? We drove here.
She wanted to look
I
good.
don't care if you drove here or
Jumper.
not.
Yeah.
Clearly, she's going to be in my cardi by the time we've seen her around the house. Anyway, you look lovely.
Oh, so do you.
But, you make me cold just looking. Brixton. It's really testing what I was saying yesterday. Is it about your nightlife?
It is quite urban compared to the other place, and quite you know you're in London.
Feels more us.
I'm enjoying the way that Kirstie kind of said nightlife in a kind of derogatory way.
Play it down.
Nightlife.
I can party. I can party with the best of them, Phil.
Come on, let's get in the flat.
Your cardigan tells me your definition of wild isn't quite the same as these 20-somethings.
You'd be surprised, Phil, and I bet I'm on their wavelength. This top floor flat, split over 2 levels, it's not only spacious, but it's also really modern inside.
At the back of the property is a generous bedroom and super slick bathroom on the same level.
stairs lead up to a quirky loft apartment-style living room, which opens into the bijou kitchen, ideal for entertaining. An offer fell through on it last week, so it's only just back on the market at £375,000. It may be 10 grand over Jason and Jay's budget, but I suspect I can help with that.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Jeez.
Those are words we like.
Yeah.
You don't make this easy. Jeez.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Jay, come and look at this. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh, this is very nice.
Yeah.
Look at the view as well.
No outside space in this one, but again, lovely views.
The feeling I had walking here is a lot better than the feeling I had in Streatham.
This does feel more like us.
It feels very much more like us.
Jason, come this way.
They're so enthusiastic about this property. What a treat to see.
Nice.
It's all right, isn't it?
Very nice and spacious. It's perfect, really. It's just, I can't shake the Streatham house out of my head. I much prefer this as an area, 100%. It's just, I'm trying to think with my head a little bit as well. I'm thinking maybe we could make a bit of money investing in Streatham rather than here.
You're not going to lose money on either purchase.
No.
This is a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's
You're
great.
seeing good properties. Kirstie's she's definitely proud.
She's done really well. I didn't think it was possible with our budget, but she's absolutely smashed it out of the park.
She has.
Note Pip struggled with that compliment.
Guilty as charged. Now find out how Jay's feeling about this place in beloved Brixton.
You both went, wow, when you came into this. I feel happy here, and I feel like, oh, it's fun. Streatham will be a lot more smart for us. But I don't know if we're going to be smart.
It sounds like they love this place and the one in Streatham, but need to decide which flat is out the window.
This is nice, babe.
It's really nice.
Yeah. This is hard.
It's hard. It's not meant to be
It's
easy.
a really good property.
Tell you what, this week has so not gone how I thought it would go. Your guys are absolutely here to make a decision. It's just a question of which flat. My guys don't even look like being ready to make a decision.
I'm sitting here gobsmacked, Phil. You have come out here and said, do you know what? I actually think you're able to do your job.
I thought you were going to have an absolute shocker.
Nah, they're a young couple. They just need guidance.
But has your guidance given them any clarity?
We're both in agreement. We prefer this flat, this area, but we're thinking with our heads as well.
Yeah, I think Streatham, it is a better property.
Yeah.
You guys are so positive.
Yeah, we like to be. We like to be.
I love
we like
you.
to be.
But we've been lucky, though. I feel like you found a lot of good places.
They've had me.
Yeah, they've had you,
And they've come
You said you've been lucky.
They've come a long way in the last 24 hours.
Their willingness to remain open-minded has left them with two fantastic but very different properties in the running.
Come with me, Ms. Allsopp. I need you and your sensible cardi over with Hannah and Frank. They're convinced we can rustle them up an attractive 3-bed London home a stone's throw from a tube. But despite our best efforts, it just isn't on the market for their 450 grand.
Perhaps it's worth us both giving one last push on that final property they saw in Morden.
How are you feeling about what we saw at the end of yesterday?
We feel the house was nice, wasn't close enough to transport.
Yeah.
There's my glimmer of hope gone. Kirstie, we need your common sense.
If that house was nearer the tube, would you be second viewing it this morning?
Yeah, definitely.
So if the only thing that's wrong is the distance, is there something like a scooter or, you know, how good I mean, I'm not kidding.
It's not practical if Hannah's with a pram, with a baby with a pram, she can't be on a scooter and put the pram on a scooter or attach it to the back.
I'm not sure you'd be diving for the tube every morning.
But just walking to town, to Sainsbury's, whatever it is, it's not practical, so it's not an option.
As someone who's pushed quite a few prams, the walk is what you need.
Yeah.
They fall asleep on the walk because you're not time restricted. The journey we're talking about is specifically the commute. And I just can't see how we can't get around that.
If they don't budge on how close they want to be to a tube, these two may never find a house on their budget. I just hope we can help them see that.
In southwest London, my fledgling buyers, Jason and Jay, have come a long way in only 24 hours.
They've fallen for two very different flats.
But have they come far enough to put their money where their mouth is?
Whereas Hannah and Frank, who are concerned with their commute, have ruled out the property in Morden.
But they do want a home and and we want to pull out all the stops to help them.
Where do we go from here? I have a really lovely house that I could show you, but it's no closer to the tube than where we were yesterday. But it is done out beautifully.
I think it wasn't the issue with how far it was the fact that we looked up the buses and it wouldn't really have worked because they weren't coming often enough.
Every form of public transport has timings, and you have to fit the timings.
But I mean, this is...
Yeah, we know.
We've been through
Okay.
this 3 times now. This is... We're not interested in it, by the way. We're just not interested.
OK.
Hannah and Frank have saved so hard, but the 3 strong options we found just didn't live up to their expectations. In our experience, every house buyer has to compromise on something, but maybe they need a bit more time to get to grips with that.
I've got to admit that there's very little I can do here. It's very difficult. Hannah and Frank are upset at not being able to find a house. Quite understandably, they've saved very hard. But there are areas of their criteria which need to alter, and they're coming to terms with that. So I'm going to go on my merry way and leave Phil to chat things through. I still think a scooter's the answer.
I'm worried we may have come to the end of this house hunting road, Kirstie.
Jason and Jay's house hunting journey is also over, but they have 2 properties floating their boats. The period property in more sensible Streatham,
And the funky flat in the buzz of Brixton.
but do they like either enough to part with their pounds and make an offer? Wow, haven't we come a long way in a short space of time? And now we are mulling over different options. Yeah. How's it going with the mulling?
Well, Jay's called me the love of her life and crazy in the space of about half an hour, so not it's up and down really, it's up and down.
I love you too. Your rowing is going to be my principal memory.
But no, I think we've come to a decision.
Right.
We've decided to go for Streatham Hill.
I think it's the right decision. I think the Streatham flat has got more longevity. I think you can add value. I think that it's a particularly good area. So, as we know, it's on the market at 400,000. Your top of your budget is 365.
Yeah.
We can't offer any more than 365.
No.
So that's what we have to do, I think.
Just straight in at 365.
Just straight in at 365 and just say, that's always been the top of our budget. So we're happy?
We're happy, yeah, we're happy with that, yeah.
We were given to understand that the vendor is quite keen to sell the flat. So we were just going to go straight in there with my client's top budget, and that is 365. And I will wait to hear from you. Okie doke. Okay, bye.
Oh, full proud of you, babe.
No. So am I lover boy right now, or do you hate me?
No. Well done. The vendor is in Australia.
Okay.
That may mean a long wait ahead, while the agent tries to get hold of the vendor down under. Over with me, the search with Hannah and Frank has unfortunately hit a brick wall.
You guys came to us for a bit of help and a bit of guidance. And it kind of feels now we've hit the end of the road a bit. There seems to be a bit of a stalemate in the market between what your requirements of what the market's going to offer you. And I'm not sure that I can do much more. I'd love to help.
Well, although we haven't found a house, this has been such a positive experience in terms of you've shown us a new area in Morden that we hadn't thought about. We have tools now that we can apply to our house search and move on.
Good. How do you think you will move on?
So I think we'll keep looking. We'll obviously keep saving money and hopefully something will come up.
Okay. There is a folder,
Thank you.
very full, that I'm happy to leave you with, of
okay.
things that haven't fulfilled your brief.
We need to just keep looking and then hopefully find something soon.
We'll find it. One day.
I can only wish them all the best.
Over with Jason and Jay, I'm really hoping I can get them a home. Hello. You can't have heard back from Australia already? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, oh, that's fantastic. Well, listen, why don't we say it's an acceptance in principle? That's great news. Fantastic. Okay, bye. Now that is clever. Because the vendors in Australia, he had discussed with the agent what his bottom line was, so they have got emails which says 365 is acceptable.
Yeah.
So I think you're 95% of the way there, guys.
Can I give you a hug?
You can. Oh, I think it's fantastic. I'm really pleased for you both, honestly.
Thank you so much.
Still think you should have worn a cardi today, but I think that is such good news.
Ah, a warm and happy ending.
A month later, and I'm pleased to say there's also good news for Hannah and Frank. They recently exchanged on a 3-bed home in Mitcham, near one of their top spots, Colliers Wood. And they hope to be in within weeks. It came in at £468,000, 18 grand over budget. They've decided that compromise is worth making, and it gets Frank his 0.6-mile journey to the tube. Now they can finally settle down and turn their attention to marriage and family. I'm sure they'll find it's money well spent.
And 7 weeks on, with the offer firmly accepted, Jay and Jason are hopefully now just a fortnight away from finally living together.
The whole long distance thing was getting frustrating.
Yeah.
Whereas now we've got something to look forward to.
Time once spent house hunting is now spent planning the look of their new home.
It's more exciting.
Yeah, it's
so we're
exciting,
looking at different furniture we can get, how we can decorate it. We're using a lot of magazines, Pinterest.
And Jason's sister Kemi is also a great resource.
And she is literally the queen of interior designs.
She's been so good.
Thankfully, there are no regrets about buying in Streatham.
It's definitely grown on us. It's kind of like a hidden gem.
Yeah.
And it's got everything we wanted.
Great area, great home, and great price. $365,000 instead of the nearly $400 asking price. Good work, Kirstie.
It was just so hard to believe that we're so lucky.
Yeah.
But I guess Kirstie's that good.
Maybe we should look at houses for $1 million and see if she can get it for our budget.
It's true, isn't it, Kirstie?
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. Can you do a bit more negotiating for us?
I'm good, but I'm not that good. This week, we're struggling to please both people.
I need to think about it.
And animals.
Would the cats be happy?
No. As always, we're looking for pedigree property.
Obviously, you haven't seen upstairs yet.
Upstairs, bungalow.
In an epic search across 3 counties.
If this was back in Berkshire, it would be out of budget.
But one of us is heading for the doghouse.
That's not a huge garden.
I'm feeling a little bit emotional at the moment.
And unless we get everyone into new homes,
could this be the one?
Go and see the estate agent and make an offer.
we'll all end up barking. This week, we're stretching across Surrey, Hampshire and Wiltshire.
We're hoping to take 2 couples unhappy with their homes to their happy place. Where's your happy place, Phil? Actually, don't ask that. God forbid that I knew.
Beautiful England stood next to you.
Oh, such a charmer.
Moving swiftly on. Hampshire is where most of our 3-county search will take place, and it's a very sought-after county. The average price of a semi-detached house here is almost £270,000. That's 100 grand over the national average.
On top of which, the annual property price increase over our search area is also higher than the national average. So it's easy to get scared in this market.
Alan, who works in the building trade, and his wife Sue, who's in admin support, have been married over 30 years and have recently returned to the UK after almost a decade on the other side of the world.
It's sort of like living a dream, really, isn't it, to a lot of people. We lived in Brisbane for 7 years, then
wanted to come home, didn't you,
I
babe?
did. I was homesick too much and I had to come home.
They've been back for 9 months and, along with their 2 cats, are currently sharing Sue's sister's 1-bed place in Berkshire.
She's been so good to us. We were so lucky that she let us have our house, and she was staying in her shed. She converted it into a little bedroom, bless her.
What a saintly sister, sleeping in the shed. But her house is a bit small for all of them.
It's certainly a far cry from the setup they had in Australia. No swimming pool for a start. Downsizing's going to be difficult.
We're not looking to try and find something that matches up to what we had, but something that's similar. Ideally, the things I'd like to be looking for in a new house would be open plan, if possible, and a nice sized garden.
The location's really important. Top for me is because of the cats, because I don't want them wandering off to a main road and being killed.
Hard to argue with that one, Phil.
Yes, but they viewed around 25 houses since returning to the UK without success. And with Sue's sister having just agreed to sell the house they're living in, this search needs to get serious.
I mean, I really need Phil and Kirstie to help us. No pressure.
There never is. Over to you, Phil.
So you've moved back from Australia 9 months ago. The 2 of you and the cats are in the 1-bedroom
Yeah.
house,
Yes.
and your
And
sister's moved into the shed.
Yeah,
Well,
she
she sleeps.
She sleeps in the shed.
bless her.
I know.
She's a very lovely
She's
sister.
very, yeah.
But meanwhile, you've been house hunting.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been hard slog. Because we're so specific on location, because of the quiet location that we want, and I wanting something that's got some sort of character. That's the problem.
So you want an older house in a quiet road.
Which
Yeah,
doesn't
which is a
seem
bit of an oxymoron, isn't it?
I started looking at new because that's where the quiet locations are.
Yes.
But then the problem is small gardens. I want a nice garden.
There's a lot of wants.
There is a lot of wants. There's a lot of boxes to be ticked.
Yes.
We're not ticking many
Because
at
that
the moment.
word, I don't like it. You know what I mean, don't
I'm
you?
not going to say
You
the
know
word.
what I mean?
I'm not going
That
to say.
compromise, I don't...
You said it. Should we talk about it now or in a couple of days' time? I mean, seriously, you've been out and you've seen a lot over a good period of time,
Yeah.
and you're now in some fairly desperate straits.
Yes.
The time
Time
is
is
now for
so-
decisions.
yes,
Couldn't be more now.
Well, look, let's make a start. I think we should aim at an older house today and just see how we get on.
Fantastic. I'm happy with
I
that.
will try and be as conscious as I can of the safety of the cats, but at the same time, houses are on roads.
Yeah.
Happy?
Happy.
Let's go.
I don't think you're taking this seriously enough, Phil. This pair might be hard to please.
Yep, I've got a feeling I'll need all 9 of my house hunter lives this week. There's lots on their list, and Sue's not keen on compromise. They've got £450,000, and their top priority is a quiet location.
They're looking for at least 3 bedrooms.
Plenty of storage for all their Aussie loot, currently in crates.
And a good-sized garden is a must.
Their inability to fulfil their exhaustive requirements means they've gradually extended their boundaries. So my massive search area takes in the western boundaries of Surrey and into the Hampshire towns of Long Sutton, Tadley and Oakley.
I'm scouring scenic Hampshire too, as well as looking a bit further west in Wiltshire. I'm with retiree Jason and wife Sheila, who's semi-retired and works from home. They met and fell in love a little later in life.
2 of our children were best friends at school, and I had an old computer that I couldn't get to work, and my son said, I'll ask the other boy's dad and he'll come and mend it, and he did.
I'd fixed the computer and I said, where should we go for dinner?
And that was 20-odd years ago.
It was.
They met in Hampshire, but after retiring, were looking for somewhere new to set up home and made the bold decision to relocate almost 200 miles north.
We were looking for somewhere to move to, and then all of a sudden, over dinner or something like that, Sheila said, let's move to Morecambe.
And we went, and we didn't really realise we were leaving our family in the south, and so, you know, we hadn't thought that through properly, really.
So they moved back south to be closer to their 5 kids and 3 grandchildren. They're staying in a small cottage owned by Jason's sister in Kent as a temporary base, but need to find something bigger and more permanent. And it's not just them and the dogs that need some space.
I love to play the drums. It's great fun. You can just let yourself go.
You couldn't play them if you had neighbours. You couldn't.
What can I say?
They're drums,
They're
you
drums.
know? Yeah.
So ideally a detached house, if only for the sanity of the neighbours.
When I'm told not to make any more noise, I can go and get the molar out. and I don't make any noise whatsoever.
They've been looking for 10 months, but there haven't been any suitable houses going begging.
The market has changed from being able to consider what you've just seen to making a decision on the spot.
And the prices are going up all the time. I mean, I'm hoping that Kirstie will be able to sort of push us more and really, you know, make us make a decision.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, so that's what you're here for.
You're staying with family in Kent, coming up here to look for houses. Why hasn't it happened?
It's all different these days. One house we saw on a Saturday and phoned up on a Sunday to say, yeah, we'll take that. And they said, oh, sorry, it went yesterday.
To a certain extent, you've been unlucky. It's ridiculous, but you get this situation. Your budget is 310 max, max. What would you say is top of the list?
It would certainly be that kitchen, talking to people, and the garden. I don't want a courtyard garden. I do like my garden.
Green garden.
Green garden. So garden, the dogs, and the downstairs space, and then the drums.
Yes. I'm concerned that I'll walk into the first house and say, I'll have it. Because we so much want the house.
But that's not a problem. You didn't think that about Jason. You know, you didn't think, oh, he's nice, but maybe next week I'll meet someone better. If it feels like the right one, it might be because it is the right one.
Yes.
So don't be afraid of that.
Reminds me of when you and I first met.
Yes, but there's never a week I hope for something better.
For their maximum budget of £310,000, Sheila and Jason are after a sociable kitchen diner,
They want a green garden, not a courtyard garden.
space for Jason's drums and trains is important,
And good dog walks nearby is a must.
so two couples equally desperate to move soon.
And two property finders who've got to make it happen.
I've just had a very odd conversation with Sue and Alan. Sue said, I will not be using that C word. She meant compromise. She said, I will not say it.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It is.
Do they want a house
They
or not?
desperately want a house.
Well,
really
they can't
desperately.
be that desperate.
So,
Luckily, I have a very, very nice couple in Sheila and Jason. They are desperate. They've just been a bit outfoxed by the market and they need a bit of hand-holding and they will be compromising and we will be finding a house.
they'll be making decisions.
And they'll be making decisions. We're the world.
Well, let's hope so. I'm kicking off my search in Surrey with Alan and Sue, who are already sounding picky and are after a period house in a peaceful setting for £450,000. And I think I've found one.
A little village called Hale, and as you can see, it's very peaceful, it's very quiet, and that's the house.
Right.
Okay. Looks good so far.
Yep. Let's look inside.
Come on then.
Perhaps we were wrong, Pip. They seem like perfect house hunters so far.
Maybe. This is a 3-bed detached house. Granted, it's smaller than the sprawling villa they had in Oz, but it does have the mix of modern and period that I hope will please them both. Upstairs, there's 2 large doubles, one with ensuite and a single bedroom. Downstairs, a sitting room and a dining room. A compact kitchen and a conservatory leading out to a lovely secluded garden. It's on at £419,950, so at 30 grand under budget, it leaves them scope should they wish to do any work.
You've got really good entertaining space, because it leads through into the living room. Both got fireplaces, both quite well proportioned.
I love the dining room.
Yeah.
That's perfect because I found dining everything will
Yeah,
fit.
yeah.
Great in there.
They're already moving in, Phil. You're obviously going to have an easy week.
So, stable door, but a bit more character for
Yeah.
you. The kitchen, I think, is the weakest part of the house, but it could definitely be improved, opened up.
It's too small. We have a big double fridge. Again, it's getting our head round downsizing.
But you do know you're going to have to downsize.
Yeah, we do know.
It's how far downsize we want to go.
Now you see what I'm up against, Kirstie. Nothing will compare to that mansion they had down under.
It's still quite small, isn't it? We'll have a bit of trouble getting our bed in here.
Well, I'm worried all that Australian living might have gone to their head. They are accustomed to big space inside and out, which is going to be extraordinarily tough, if not impossible, in this part of England.
Shame, because it's a nice location.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Here, the cats are happy, the style of the house is good, the location's good, the character's good, the budget's good, but the rooms are just not big enough. I think this is going to get a bit harder than I thought. So how did we get on with the first one?
It's not big enough. Location's spot on, but the house, not quite. I'm feeling a little bit...
Emotional.
Emotional at the moment.
Why?
Because I feel it's not a house out there for us.
I think this confirms what we thought, that period properties a little bit small inside for us, maybe.
Let's not be downhearted about it. I've only just started. I have actually...
Just got one, have you?
Just got one.
Yeah.
Just got one up his sleeve.
Let's move on.
Okay.
I've got an idea.
I hope you have got one up your sleeve, Phil, because you're going to need it. This week, we're helping two couples in property purgatory.
And they're looking to us to take them from house hunting hell to home buying bliss.
It's bliss with you, Phil. Every moment is bliss.
It is when the sun shines.
I know, look, I've got my glasses on. I know. Do I look cool?
Coffee's good.
Do I look cool?
Coffee's good.
Do I look cool?
Coffee's still really nice.
It's certainly leaving a better taste in my mouth than the first viewing did. Alan and his wife Sue have moved back from Oz, but so far haven't got a home. What they do have are a lot of boxes to be ticked, and the idea of downsizing to get their heads around.
Not big enough. Location's spot on, but the house, not quite.
Meanwhile, Sheila and Jason have moved nearly 300 miles to be closer to their family, but so far haven't found a house. We're starting off in a part of Wiltshire I know they haven't searched in before, and the lovely town of Ludgershall nuzzles into Salisbury Plain, so it's a perfect place for walking the dogs. They've got a very healthy £310,000 to spend, but even with that amount of cash, there's no guarantee they'll get everything they want. It's a very simple house, this. It only has the two compromises, which is the busy road and the smallish garden, so we need to see whether either of those are too much of a problem.
OK.
I don't think the road is.
The road
to
isn't,
us,
yeah.
no,
So-
but I'm already looking down there at the garden
Yes,
fence.
yeah.
Looks rather close, but we'll see.
Right, in we go. It is not the grass garden they're after, but the house itself certainly gives them all they want. It's detached across 2 floors with an awesome kitchen diner and a spacious sitting room downstairs. Then upstairs, there's 3 ample bedrooms, one with an ensuite bathroom and a family bathroom. Doors from both the sitting room and dining room lead out onto the garden. And there's a garage, so Jason can play his drums without annoying Sheila. It's 15 grand under budget at £295,000. What you've got here is your sort of kitchen.
Now this is nice because it's wide, so you don't have to, come round the island.
right.
And look at all these windows.
Yes, yes.
It's
A lot of
very
light coming
pretty.
in from
It's
all
very
around.
A lot
nice.
of light. I knew they'd like the inside, but I'm not so sure about the garden. There we are. Let's address this issue, Sheila.
Right, let me see. Oh, right. It's not as bad as I thought. I suppose it's the dogs and
It's the dogs, yes.
and
yes.
the feeling of space.
Yes.
But it's not a courtyard, is it?
No, but it's not a generous
But it's
garden.
not a garden.
It has got the garage.
So I can't think of anything to criticise.
Give a man his man space and he's happy. But I'm not sure if Sheila's just putting a brave face on the garden.
Space for
Lots of
wardrobes.
windows, built-in wardrobes.
I feel like a heel. Poor Sheila. But, it's the right house in every respect except the garden.
I'm happy. You happy?
It's a garage, and it's yours.
Absolutely. I'm doubly happy now.
Doubly happy is great. I just hope that's not because he's trying to be happy for both of them.
I'm thinking I could get used to that garden, but I need to think about it.
Obviously you do. Sheila,
But
we're
at the
not-
moment, I'm thinking, oh, just go on, I'd be all right. But I have to think.
What I think it's nice to have is something which is a good benchmark.
I'll see if it is.
Exactly. So a less than green garden, but plenty of food for thought.
After my first property in Surrey failed to win them over, I'm taking Sue and Alan across the border into Hampshire, to the quiet and picturesque village of Long Sutton. It's a fine example of quintessential English beauty. Speaking of which...
Kirstie's come to make sure that I'm doing my job properly. So I'm hoping you'll give glowing reports, but I'm not convinced, so I'm not going to ask.
Phil says you're after birdsong and period charm.
This is correct, yeah.
And safety for the cats.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think we should stand here while we see no cars pass down this road whatsoever.
And listen to the birds.
Yes.
Birdsong.
And the bird song.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then turn and look at the roses climbing up the former oast kiln. And then go and see the estate agent and make an offer.
Oast houses were originally built to dry hops for brewing, and this conversion should intoxicate them. It's a 3-bedroom, set over 3 floors, with the cottagey feel for Sue and the clean, modern finish Alan likes. There's open-plan cooking, dining and living on the first floor. Downstairs to 2 beds and a bathroom, and a stunning master bedroom with vaulted ceiling on the top floor. It's a showstopper, and that's reflected in the price. It's right at the top of their budget, at £450,000.
So what are you feeling standing here?
There's no back garden, it's just a front garden, isn't it?
No,
Looking
this
at
is it. This is the garden.
Yeah. This is small.
It feels like it's a 1-bedroom property. You've got 1 door in, 1 door out.
You're pretty sure now that that house isn't going to work for you?
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Yeah, we can tell.
Yeah. There's no point in flogging a dead horse.
No.
We need to find you something where you have that reaction. I'll rephrase
Yeah.
that. I need to find you something where you have that reaction.
Or at least something they're willing to go in and have a look at. I can't believe they're not even going in.
Maybe I'll have to get my head round and getting out this period thing.
Because I don't think...
I think if you can do that, then
Yeah.
I think I've got something to work with.
Okay.
We have moved the search forward because we're going to turn to more modern homes and lose a bit of character and retain the sense of peacefulness, quiet, safety for the cats.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah?
Great.
Tomorrow's another
Yeah,
day.
great.
I can't believe the viewing's already over, Pip.
Sad that you're leaving me so soon, Kirstles. At least now you see what I'm up against.
Well, for Sheila and Jason, it's a different problem. They liked the first property, but the garden was a letdown. So that's what I'm looking to fix. Now we're a couple of miles southeast into Hampshire, to the Saxon market town of Andover. It's not got the 2 compromises, which were the road and the garden.
And there's a dog walk opposite.
And there's
a
dog
walk opposite, lovely
There is,
field, and, you know.
yes, yeah.
So this is more the house that the dogs might pick. What's your feeling about the location?
Very, very peaceful. Might be just a little bit
Yes.
too quiet.
There's a nice blackbird over there, but maybe we could get a little bit lonely. Yes, that's right, yes.
I'm sure the street will be much livelier once your drums are out, Jason.
The garden is Sheila's domain, and although this one needs sprucing up, it's bigger than at the first property.
It's definitely big enough for the dogs.
Oh,
You
yeah.
could put a gate in
Yeah,
and
yes.
between the
Nice,
garage,
yes. There's lots of areas you could make into veggie areas
yeah.
and some shrubs.
A lot of potential.
It is.
Good first impression of the garden, better than property 1, but will the inside put the place in the lead? It's a 3-bed semi, with 2 decent double bedrooms and a single on the first floor. Downstairs, there's a good-sized living room at more than 150 square feet, and the kitchen and dining room are neutral and airy. There's also space that could be a utility room with outside access, so perfect for cleaning the dogs after a muddy walk. But the real bonus is the price. It's 25 grand under budget at £285,000, leaving cash for any work they'd want to do.
My feeling is really that you want to sort of knock through here. What do you think?
Oh, yes. Oh, no, that
Yes.
would make a nice room.
Yes, it
It
would.
would make
Nice
a nice
square
room.
room.
Yeah.
But you've got the added room there, which could be utility, dog cleaning room. There's a lot of space. This is a big space.
House. It's a big house.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a big house.
They certainly like it, but I'm not sensing the enthusiasm they showed at property 1.
Very comfortable.
No, this is nice, and it's got the 2 windows, which make it prettier.
Any warmth building in you towards the house?
It hasn't achieved the level of number 1 yet.
I can see the potential. I can see its potential. It's not exciting me yet. I can see it's lovely. You can make that kitchen diner lovely. This is an ideal size.
It's just
very quiet.
It's good to have a house in the bag and know why we're discounting a second
Yes.
one.
This has been interesting.
Yeah, that's, you know, we're learning all the time.
It's great to see that peace and quiet's something these rock and roll retirees don't want.
Indeed, but hopefully I can find them a house that they do. This week we're across 3 counties looking for homes for 2 couples who've struggled to get back on the property ladder.
And if house hunting were a sport, Kirstie'd be in the lead.
Of course, but we're nowhere near the finish line yet, Phil. Although retirees Sheila and Jason, who moved to be closer to family, have come out of the blocks well, their garden is still the hurdle in Ludgershall.
I don't know, you see, I need to think about it.
But with Sue and Alan, who've recently moved back from Australia and have the pressure of impending homelessness, those hurdles seem that much taller.
Straight away, it's negative on the garden.
Too small, no back door. Their reactions are increasingly hard to predict. They've now decided that newer builds might be an option. So I'm taking them to the Hampshire town of Tadley, the population of which boomed from the 1950s onwards due to industrial expansion. So there's lots of newer housing stock in the area.
I've kind of worked on decisions at the end of yesterday when you said, OK, let's move on from period and consider something a bit more modern.
Yep.
This is built in the late 80s.
OK.
Cul-de-sac setting.
Yep.
So it's kind of quiet, it's peaceful. The road is there.
Straight away.
Talk to me.
No. Cats. That's too busy.
Too busy, too
close.
The real gem about this house is actually at the back.
Yeah, but it's when they're at the front and they wander down there.
Let's have a look anyway.
Come and see the back. Let's go round the back to start with.
All right.
I knew the busy road would be a problem, but I think I've got it covered.
It opens out onto a golf course. There's woodland. So I kind of hope that there'll be plenty to entertain the cats out the back.
Plenty.
Yeah, definitely.
I can still hear the traffic though.
Oh, that's harsh.
I'm just,
That's cutting me to the quick.
Yeah, I don't want you thinking that you've done it. But we go in.
Let's go and have a look.
I'll go and have a look.
Yeah.
Phew, you can't have another viewing where they don't go in. And that garden could be kitty cat heaven if Sue can get over the busy road.
She's certainly got the claws out early, but this place should give them pause for thought. It's a 4-bed detached house and is half as big again as the other 2 I've shown them, so their size concerns are addressed. On the ground floor, there's separate kitchen, dining and living rooms and a massive conservatory, fulfilling their hunger for big rooms. Upstairs, the bathroom, 4 bedrooms and a master with ensuite. The asking price is right at the top of their budget, at just under $450,000, but that's a lot of house for the money.
So in terms of entertaining space, it's all going on down the back of the property here.
Yeah, that wall could come down, couldn't it? Make that big open kitchen. And
it doesn't view particularly well. It hasn't been tidied up, hasn't been cleaned up. It's not difficult. We're talking about cosmetic work until you start opening up kitchen.
We'd have to do the work before we moved in.
You couldn't live in it. We have me duster every 5 minutes, wouldn't we?
Should we have a look at some?
Yeah,
let's see some more.
At least Alan's keen to give this place a proper going over.
Sue, why don't you have a look upstairs? I'll
Okay,
show Alan the kitchen. The theme continues. There's great space through there, but it needs a new kitchen.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying about the potential in this place. Yeah, definitely.
You just have to get it at the right price. Well, I'd have to get it for you at the right price.
Alan, with his experience in construction, should see the potential here, but it's not Alan I'm worried about.
Student digs, that's what it reminds me of.
It needs to be about 400,000 for this one to
Nice
work.
to me.
I'm a bit confused here because they can both see the potential of the house, and Sue's not fussed about the lack of character, and yet I'm not sensing we're anywhere near the finishing line yet. Bit of a problem on my hands.
And not long to get it sorted. They need to realise that all your boxes can't be ticked.
If it was done up, is it the kind of place that you could imagine yourselves living?
Yeah, I'd say so.
No, not for me. I think it's the look of it and when it was built.
But yet we've got so many other things that are right.
I know. See, that compromise word again, isn't it?
Oh, she did say it.
She did, didn't
she?
she?
Did.
OK.
choke myself.
That's not going to get you a house.
I know.
I'm not saying this is the perfect house for
Yeah.
you, but something has to change.
Something's got to give.
It really does. You can't continue saying, I want, I need, I must.
Yeah, but I don't know how to, because I can't untick any of the boxes.
They can't seem to get what they want for £450,000, but we're searching in some of the most expensive parts in England. If they pushed further west and north into Herefordshire, they could double the square footage for their money. If they fancied living in the suburbs of Edinburgh, they could get 5 bedrooms and an extra 800 square feet or so. But if they were searching in parts of central London, even their budget would only stretch to a 1-bed flat or a studio. Not enough room to swing a cat, if you even allowed them in the building.
With Sheila and Jason, although it had its flaws, there's no doubt Property One is in the lead. It's just down to whether Sheila can deal with the garden. We're now in the village of Kingsclear, close to the area of countryside which inspired the book Watership Down, and I brought my own Bright Eyes along for our final property. What do we feel about Kingsclear?
When we were looking originally in Basingstoke and thought it was a little bit too pricey, Kingsclear was our next choice.
Jason, what do you make of the look of the house?
The house is very tidy, nice front garden, useful footpath, dog walks.
Now that's a positive first impression.
Well, there are plenty of positives here, and not just in the location. This 3-bed semi has excellent living space on the ground floor, with the kitchen opening through to a dining sitting room. It's the kind of open-plan living they're after. Upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms, as well as a separate toilet and bathroom. It's got the garage Jason's after for his trains and drums, and this one arguably has the nicest garden, which should please Sheila. It's priced at £312,000, although it's expected to sell for around £310,000, which is bang on their top budget. So this is the lounge, and then the kitchen's through there, but you see with the side access.
Yeah.
So it is smaller than house number 1, but ta-da!
I know, it's a nice garden.
It's a nice garden.
It is.
You're not even here, are you? No. You're just being polite.
You see, looking out there, that's not a huge garden
No,
still.
you're expecting to be more blown away by the garden.
I thought it maybe be another 20 foot when you said a big garden. I couldn't put vegetables in there either.
No.
We've come in and I've immediately thought, well, the sitting area here is big enough that you could have a wall across here and make this into a kitchen diner.
Yeah.
But I'm still thinking...
No, you could.
But you're still
No,
thinking
keep an
that's
open
the
mind.
kitchen diner in that place was absolutely spectacular.
Well, what do you know? Seems like overnight, Property One has gone from maybe to must-have.
So many people say to us they buy the house that gives them the feeling. And you may have had it. This is a great house.
Yeah.
The thing is, Jason, I'm not going to allow Phil Spencer just to swan in here and swan out again. Go and have a look at the garage, just in case.
Come on.
Go on, Jason. Go on.
I promise I will.
Open minds. I like it. Although they now seem hooked on Property One. This is a great house in one of their favourite villages, and the garage should provide some positives too.
The garage is fine. It doesn't have a pitch roof for storage, like I was really impressed with at Ludgershall.
Could it work for the trains?
I don't know how condensation is in a garage of this type with a corrugated roof. Again, Ludgershall garage. That's the edge.
It all points in one direction.
Very, very pretty. Lovely picture window. I like that window looking onto the garden. Is lovely.
But you are heading back to Ludgershall in your mind, aren't you?
Yes.
You're almost like...
Well, yes, the difference in size and plot. The other house suited us so much more.
So this place definitely has not overtaken Property One for Sheila or Jason.
So it's a no.
It's a no.
Well, we mustn't be disappointed because you've already seen something that you quite like.
Yes.
There's a smart character here, isn't it?
Yes.
Better dressed than Kirstie is some of these days. Washed his hair as well.
You really want to have a chat about hair? Nice house.
Very nice
but not
house.
for you.
I'm afraid not. No.
Oh, no need to be afraid. We know where we're
Kirstie's
heading.
done her job well already.
I always do my job well, thank you, Phil. And life's about balance. So as my search is going so swimmingly...
Mine isn't, thanks, Kirstie. Sue and Alan can't seem to see the wood for the trees. It's Last Chance Saloon, and we're in the village of Oakley in Hampshire. It's steeped in history, but working to our new plan, I'm showing them something of a slightly newer vintage.
Well, this is my last throw of the dice. Am I feeling lucky or unlucky? I don't know. I'm a bit worried about it. I'm a bit worried about her, to be honest.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hello, Phil. Issues of last house were a bit worried about the road and definitely worried about the level of work. So that's the reason I chose this. The quietest road in terms of traffic, and the house, you're not going to need to lift a finger. It's very high spec, very nicely done.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to showing you. Come on.
This last property should tick as many of Sue and Alan's ever-changing boxes as I think is possible. It's a 3-bed bungalow. It's got 2 generous doubles, as well as a master with ensuite. The whole place is kitted out beautifully, so no need to spend money on updating. And there's a huge living room linking through to the kitchen diner, which flows out through the bifolds onto an immaculate south-facing garden. All this comes at a premium, though. It's right at the top of their budget of £450,000.
It's been opened up quite successfully, I think. And when I came in here, I thought it's slightly Australian way of life.
It's got that sort of feel to it, hasn't it?
Top end of budget, but I think you can see what you're getting here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big difference, isn't there? It's very similar to what we would have.
Yeah, definitely.
We would have.
Good.
Yeah, it's nice. A nice kitchen.
It's a nice kitchen.
I sense there's a bit of reservation, although you're being positive.
Yeah. No. I think it's the location again.
Most of my friends live over Ascot way and that, and I'm just thinking, if I want to just go over for a beer, it's going to take me nearly an hour maybe just to drive over.
But you said it was all about the house.
Yeah.
And you were spreading your search across 4 counties.
Yeah. This county's gone too far in. We
For
keep
you.
moving those boxes, don't we?
I'm glad you said that.
This is a great house. It's the best one we've seen. Obviously, we haven't seen upstairs yet.
Upstairs, bungalow.
I thought
Easily done.
No doubt they like this place. Their issue is prioritising their priorities.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a house, you seem quite happy with it.
Yeah. It's a nice house, contemporary and clean, how we like it.
Do you appreciate that if this was back in Berkshire, closer to all the amenities and Alan's friends and all the things you're trying to be close to, it would be out of budget?
But maybe we have to...
What, the size of the house?
Yeah, to be closer to...
But then you're going to lose the room dimensions and you won't fit your furniture in.
I know.
It's one thing knowing, it's another thing to act on that knowledge. With no more houses to view and the one they're living in sold, you'd think Sue would be willing to compromise, just a wee bit.
Nice. Really
Nice
liked
house. Bad location.
It seems
Friends.
hard enough to start with. Now we've just added an extra box.
it. Yeah.
Being near friends.
Did you not hear us say that one?
I'm here to help, but I can only do so much.
yeah.
I just don't know how to cope with these boxes that I keep producing.
Well, tell us when you worked it out.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you a call.
Let us know, actually. Don't do
bother.
that.
Seems Phil's on the back foot in this boxing match.
I might be down, but I'm not out yet.
In Surrey, Hampshire and Wiltshire, Phil and I are having very different house hunts, trying to find perfect properties for 2 couples.
Kirstie's couple seem to be in clover. The search is going really well, whereas mine, they're in cloud cuckoo land, and I don't really know what to do about it. I'm quickly running out of options and patience.
Sue's sister's been sleeping in her shed so that they can have a place to live. But with her house now under offer, they need to hustle or be homeless. We're back in Surrey for a final property. Here in Ash, we're closer to Alan's social circle, so that box has been ticked, along with every other box that's sprung up along the search.
Morning, you two.
Morning.
Today's the day for decisions. We've got to move things forward. You've got to move. Could this be the one?
Could be the one. Let's see.
Come on.
It's last chance saloon for me. This period detached house has 4 double bedrooms, 3 on the first floor, along with a family bathroom. Downstairs, it's been substantially extended, so now has another double bedroom, a huge lounge, a dining room, a family room, and plenty of storage. Out the back, there's an enclosed garden for the cats. So if they can find a box I haven't ticked here, then I really do give up. Fulfilling all their shifting criteria means it's once again at the top of their budget, 450 grand.
It's quite a skinny living room to start with. It gets better and better further back you go. Kitchen, nice and tidy, clean, wouldn't need to spend any money. But this, I think, is where it gets really interesting out the back. So we're into an extension, and you've got another 2 reception rooms here. I think if you open that wall up, through into the skinny living room,
to make it bigger, yeah.
You've then got some really lovely space.
Open.
What's going through your mind?
Definitely needs to open up because that room is
That room is quite narrow, isn't it?
We haven't seen it all. There's still another one through here.
It's not a bad size, is it?
No. It was the garage, or part of it was, and that leads back through to a bit more storage.
Oh, OK. So you haven't...
So you haven't got a garage, really?
OK,
No.
that could be a problem.
Be a problem.
Not having a garage. Storage for...
Just storage
tools.
for... OK.
He's got a lot of tools from work. That's, yeah.
Is this a new box?
Yeah,
No, it's just... That's why we was ideally with a garage,
Yeah.
really, just for storage of everything.
So it's quite pretty. It's not overlooked at all.
No, not at all.
Would the cats be happy?
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, it's nice and quiet.
Would you be happy?
A little bit small, maybe.
Yeah, I thought it was that bit
I thought,
down
yeah,
there.
I thought there was something that went behind.
Yeah.
I thought there was a
secret
little
garden.
secret gate.
No. You took no, sorry.
No?
Room for a shed.
Yeah.
For your tools.
Yeah. That's fine. It's not bad. It's not.
Yeah, it's not small, but it's not...
it's usable.
We haven't finished.
OK.
Come on.
I fear they might have Pip, unless upstairs brings some real positivity.
Oh, it's a small staircase. Ooh, you wouldn't get much up here, would you?
God, that's steep.
I know. OK. Well, that's not bad size.
Well, Sue and Alan are upstairs, probably trying to think of new and inventive reasons not to buy it, or thinking up fresh boxes to tick or something like that.
Yeah, it's a bit low, isn't it? I wouldn't be able to wash my hair, would I?
This is a great house. It really is. It would suit them very, very well. But I don't think they're going to buy it.
Come on, Phil, one last rally.
Let's just concentrate our minds on the fact of where we are, close to your friends, good transport, it's quiet, it's peaceful, it's characterful, the cats will be safe, and we're in budget.
Yeah.
There's a lot to think
There is, but
about
it
here.
still doesn't have that feeling. I don't walk in and think, oh, I'm at home.
Oh, and there it is. We've found the only box that matters. The X Factor box that no one can predict.
Let's go and have a drink and have a bit of a think about what we're going to do.
OK.
I think we're a bit of a
Yes.
stalemate.
Checkmate, more like, and you're being pulled around like a pawn. Thankfully, my king and queen are poised to go for their castle.
I don't think anyone's in any doubt about which house we're here to talk about. It's Luggershaw all the way.
It is.
Yes.
It's just lovely.
It's just lovely, and you're not the only ones that think so.
Ooh.
There are currently 2 offers on the table, but
right.
you are the only person that might be interested in that property to be chain-free. So, are you happy with the asking price of $295 of that house?
The short answer has to be yes.
Listen, I'm a great one for putting in offers, but I just don't think there's any point. It's just not worth it.
We don't want to chance losing it, do we?
Nope.
We've not seen a house that we like so much that feels so right for us.
Right. Would you like me to go ahead and make an offer?
Yes.
Certainly would.
Right. Okie doke. Claire, it's Kirstie. I have got an offer from my client. We are making an offer at the full $295,000. Right.
Oh, I don't know what she's saying.
They would like as soon as possible. It's just that they are literally living out of boxes. So if your client's prepared to take it off the market for $295,000 and issue a contract as soon as possible, that would be wonderful news. Thank you. Okay, bye.
She sounded very positive about that. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it.
The direct approach seems to work.
You should try it with Alan and Sue.
OK, I will.
So, Alan, Sue, which one are you going to buy? we can joke, and we have had a nice time together this week, but it's vital that you move the search on.
Yeah, well, we've maybe going to start looking at a new build, purely to get the open plan living that we're used to, isn't it?
And sparkliness.
And the sparkliness.
That I thought I didn't want, and obviously I do.
So why didn't you find that out at the beginning of the week? We'd have been better off.
Emotionally, mentally, I think you'll find it easier walking around somewhere that's brand new, sleek, clean lines.
It's what we've lived in for the last so many years, and I think even...
30 years of our married life, really, we've been in new houses.
So, have we had a wild goose chase?
No.
No.
Because I think we've got a clearer idea now what we want, haven't we?
Well,
or
you
what
know
you
what
don't
you
want. Or what we don't want, yeah. Or what Sue wants.
Yeah, that's more like it.
We've crossed off some of Sue's boxes she wants ticking, shall we say.
Yeah.
And I think we've moved it forward, so...
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I haven't been able to pull it off for you, but
it's been great.
Hopefully you're on the right track.
Thanks for trying.
All the best.
Thank you.
Well, they're a great couple, and I'm sure they'll find a unique house in their own unique way. With Sheila and Jason, Kirstie's waiting to hear if their asking price offer of 295 grand's been accepted. And she's not letting bad mobile reception get in the way.
Oh, there's a call coming in. Oh,
I hope nobody actually wants to book a table.
hello. I am now running the pub and I am answering the phone in the pub. I talk about making yourself at home. You're quite right, Claire. I made myself at home.
Yes, Kirstie, but it's not you who needs to be feeling at home.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is amazing. That's fantastic news, Claire. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. That's it. Got a house.
Done.
More than
Is it
happy
taking
to
it off?
accept your offer. Yes. Oh, God. Yeah,
It's off the
absolutely.
market.
Yeah.
Thank
More than
you
happy.
so
Thank
much.
you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Congratulations.
New house, thank you.
Here's to nice house hunters.
Hi.
6 weeks on, Sheila and Jason are fast approaching move-in day.
When we knew we'd got it, we were delighted. Well, I can't wait. I waken up and think, oh, I'm excited today.
And they're already planning to rope their sons into lending a helping hand with the house's only sticking point.
The first thing we will do is get a couple of sons down and sort out the garden so that we can just throw the doors open in from the kitchen down and the dogs can come in and out, you know, which will be super.
With the dogs as happy as Larry and safe in the knowledge their family are close by, Sheila and Jason couldn't be happier.
Well, I'm particularly looking forward to having big lunches and having them all get together, because not just for us, it's for them to be together, to have our extended family, to all be able to get together.
And there are no regrets about going for the first house I showed them.
I've always been determined never to fall for this 11-second rule, whatever they call it now, where you go in a house and think, that's it. But that was it. That was it for me. Thank you.
When you know, Kirstie. This week we're in Cardiff, where there's confusion...
No. Well...
Yes.
Yes.
...and chaos.
What are we doing here? I'm getting a bit lost.
With two couples struggling to meet in the middle.
It's big.
small. You've been in control. I'm trying to have a little piece of the control too.
But with some clever mediation,
I see through it with my laser vision.
Completely ignore what they say, and there you go.
We'll come up smelling of daffodils.
I like solutions.
That's exactly what I want from a house.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
This week we're in Cardiff, hitting the city streets and exploring the tranquil valleys of South Glamorgan.
But can we find our couples their own nuggets of Welsh gold?
rich in ancient history, fairy tale castles, and surrounded by the rolling hills of the Vale of Glamorgan, the vibrant capital city of Cardiff has a strong property market and has been crowned one of the best places to live in the UK.
A thriving financial industry with many good schools and world-class universities has brought an influx of students, professionals and families to Cardiff and contributed to the property market rising by nearly 8% last year.
It's one of the most expensive places in Wales to buy a house. The average property here in Cardiff costs almost 29% more than the Welsh national average. Buying here is tougher than a game of rugby.
But that's not our game this week, Phil.
MD of a hockey team, Todd and his wife Shauna lived in Northern Ireland for 14 years after relocating to the UK from Canada for Todd's career. But just when Shauna had their dream home as she wanted, a new business venture meant a shock move to Cardiff for Todd, Shauna and son Matteo.
I basically put the last lick of paint on the wall and Todd said,
"Hey, yeah, don't get too comfortable. We might be moving to Cardiff."
So, sadly, we had to leave our house.
But finding a new home hasn't been easy. Houses in Cardiff are more than 50% more expensive than in Belfast. And they've now been crammed in this tiny rented flat for 8 months.
Plus you feel transient, like we haven't quite settled anywhere yet.
There's just no real livable space, and when you have toys and toys coming through the door at all times.
Our situation has become quite desperate.
Huge weekend this weekend.
And with Todd spending much of his time at work with his team, it leaves Shauna and Matteo in a new city struggling to settle in.
We have a 2.5-year-old. We want him to feel part of a community, go to school, grow up with kids, have them be able to come and play at our house. We're doing this really for him.
Yeah. Funny boy. But it's not just about settling in. Their search for potential properties has a big problem. They've been limiting it to the desirable seaside town of Penarth, just outside Cardiff.
Even on the playground, you hear that Penarth has the best schools. You can go and you can have a coffee, yet there's bars and restaurants on your front door too. We're new to Cardiff. It's hard to cover all the areas and know each one inside and out. So we'd be open to finding another town like Penarth somewhere, wouldn't we?
We certainly would, yes. Would we be?
I'm not convinced. Penarth is pricey, and even with a budget of £500,000, they may have to look elsewhere. Either way, it's time to get this search off ice.
No slip-ups allowed for me then.
You've been in Cardiff a little while now, and I understand business is quite exciting, but also family life has been quite tough.
When you move to a new city, you want to kind of get integrated right away. We're in a 20-something flat, and we're probably the only ones with kids.
It's a little isolating and we need to get it sorted quickly.
Fine. Tell me about your search so far.
I'm spending every night for the last year online, and I've only found 4 that I've walked through the door.
Hang on a minute. Why?
To be honest, there hasn't been much in our price range.
I think if we had another £100,000, we would love to live in Penarth, and maybe the house doesn't exist. Like a period property on the right street in the right area for $500,000 just doesn't exist.
It sounds to me like you're already telling me what the problem is. You wish you had another £100,000, and if you did, it would be easy. So
but we don't, yeah.
What's your attitude to doing work on a property?
I would love a project.
I do not want to be involved in the project.
What could be easier?
My Canadian duo have a good budget of £500,000. They want a period property with a minimum of 4 bedrooms and a good garden for Matteo.
It needs to be in a good school catchment and have a project for Shauna.
We're concentrating the search mainly around the town centre of Penarth, as close to those dream streets as possible. And I'm hoping to introduce them to some new areas.
Our other house hunters are newlyweds Steve and Joe. Steve's originally from London and Joe's from Surrey. They're first-time buyers and longing to put down some roots. They moved to Bristol in search of a fresh start and a family home.
We came here once, loved it so much, we decided to move here after we got married, which we did.
We both found jobs that we love. They're just not based in Bristol.
Steve works for a charity, whilst Joe works in insurance and has landed her dream job in Cardiff and is commuting every day, a gruelling 2.5-hour round trip.
The last 6 months I've spent going backwards and forwards and working there, I've found that it's a fantastic city. So it's just a natural next step.
The move means everything to this couple. With new careers and a wedding under their belt, it's the only thing standing in the way of their next big adventure, starting a family.
We've been living in limbo for the last 3 years. We're desperate to get on the housing ladder. We're desperate to start our married life and, you know, have children and buy our home and everything else.
We're quite keen to start a family, so we want to be in, not right now, but we want to be in and settled before we start doing that, so it's very...
Sorry.
Right, get a room, you two.
Let's just get them a whole house.
Honestly, you two, I need a flow chart. London, Surrey, Bristol, and we are finally settling on an area. Yep.
The reason we're moving to Wales is very similar to the reason we moved to Bristol. It was all about not being able to afford a house in Surrey, ready to take the next step in our lives, children, settling down, being able to get more for our money.
Now I find a job that I love. I need to be close to it. I want to throw everything into it.
In order to have a family and get home to see those babies, you need to be close to work.
That's right.
Steve, you're a city boy and Joe's a country girl. Is this going to cause any conflict in your house hunt?
I'm equally happy in the city and the country. Joe is happy in the country but not in the city. Yeah. So out of the two of us, I could compromise, Joe couldn't. So, which is probably the same.
Many couples would say the same.
Just how it is with us, my dear.
That's because I'm nearly always right. But I suspect Joe does need to learn to compromise before this search is over. Steve and Joe have a maximum of £225,000. For this, they want 3 bedrooms and some outside space.
It has to be close to good schools and within a 30-minute drive to Joe's work.
It's all about that commute, so our search is stretching from Corntown in the west to Whitchurch in the east.
At last!
Here you go. Time to warm me up. It's a tall, double-shot, skinny, super soya.
What are you banging
mocha.
around about? If this isn't a flat white, I'll flatten you.
You'll enjoy it. So you've met them?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
She's in insurance and she's just been on a 2-week course about all the things that go wrong with a house.
My couple have openly admitted, to start with, that they're 100 grand short of what they need to get what they want. But they say they're desperate, so I suspect they're deeply fussy. A bit like you and your coffee.
I am not fussy about my coffee, but I do hope searching with these out-of-town couples is not too much of a grind.
My first property for Shauna and Todd is in the attractive seaside town of Penarth. 5 miles outside of Cardiff, it's popular with families who gravitate here for the good schools, so property prices are high, with an 8% rise last year. First, I'm going to have a little look around and get a taste of the action.
After all, house hunting is hungry work.
I came in for some Welsh lamb. It's my absolute favourite. I'm hoping you've got some.
Yeah, stacks of it.
And why is Penarth quite so busy? It seems to be attracting people from all over.
It's a nice town centre. Beach is quite nice.
It's quite expensive, isn't it?
It is very expensive, yeah. Houses around here go past the millions. Everyone wants a bit of it, yeah.
Just like that Welsh lamb. And Shauna and Todd are no different, but their budget-busting expectations are holding them back.
The house is just through there.
Considering their feeling of isolation, I'm showing them a house here. It is a 20-minute walk to town, but has a ready-made community and all the green space they could dream of.
First thoughts of the look of the place?
I'd change the colour of the door.
That's not so... I can deal with that. I'll do it for you.
Now, I'd like to see that. Do overalls come in designer wear, Phil?
I'll borrow a pair of yours, sweetie. I know this is a new build, so lacks the period features they want. But this 3-storey house is large and detached. On the ground floor, there's a spacious reception room and a large kitchen diner that leads to a private yard, great for Matteo.
Upstairs, there are 3 bathrooms and 5 good-sized bedrooms. Plenty of space for a family of 3. It's a whole lot of house and 32 grand under budget, just short of £468,000.
I do like a big kitchen like this. And the fact that you could have Matteo playing while you're cooking.
Yeah.
The kitchen's maybe not to my taste. In my last house in Northern Ireland, I had a sleek, modern kitchen, but...
Yeah. The house that you sold back in Ireland was about the same age as this, wasn't it?
That's right. Although I did gut it completely.
OK.
Any more modern and we'd be in the future, Shauna.
Head upstairs.
Not to worry, though. It's under budget, so scope to change.
This one is the master bedroom. How are you feeling being in a modern home?
For me, I feel like it's a nice, clean, open, airy place, and I can see moving in right away.
I still think I'd like more of a project. I was more hoping to smash some walls down, but...
OK.
Be my guest.
Well, Todd seems to like it, but if he doesn't find a project for Shauna, they won't be buying it.
I think Shauna's being polite. Very polite. Nice. I should appreciate that. It doesn't always happen. But will she buy it? Don't think so.
The houses all do look sort of the same.
Yeah.
It kind of lacks that, like, the character property I was looking for.
Yeah.
So
Do you see
it's
Matteo
just-
playing out there? Can you, like, picture it? You and the other moms, having coffee, sewing.
Coffee. It's a long walk in for coffee.
You see, Phil, I'm not the only one who cares about their coffee.
How'd you get on upstairs?
Good.
For me, maybe there's a few too many compromises.
If we're gonna move into this area, I think it would have to be the perfect house.
Valid points about the house. It's not jump up and down exciting, but I can absolutely show you older things with more character and with more opportunity for project.
I think
they'll have a different
like to see
compromise
that.
somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a great house, Phil, but clearly Shauna wants to make her mark and do a bit of work.
Best foot forward.
Yes, and right now, that means a bit more work for me.
We're in Cardiff, trying to find homes for 2 couples new to Wales.
If only they could be like Welsh sheep and take the advice of their house-hunting shepherds.
Ice hockey MD Todd and wife Shauna want a family home, but my first attempt has left me on thin ice.
For me, maybe there's a few too many compromises.
Meanwhile, my newlyweds, Steve and Joe, need to get their skates on if they're going to end Joe's exhausting commute from Bristol. After years of saving, they finally got a budget of £225,000 and can make a family home a reality. I'm starting the search in one of Cardiff's most desirable suburbs. The thriving village of Whitchurch is 15 minutes north of Cardiff, has a busy village centre for Steve, but quiet, leafy streets for country girl Joe.
You are a 15-minute drive to work.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
That's life-changing. That would be great.
Yes, but will it still be great when you've told them about the compromise?
I'm getting to it.
It's 2 beds.
Is it?
It is 2 beds. Okay. The average house price around here is £30,000 above your top budget.
Right.
So that's why we're seeing a 2-bed property here with the potential to be a 3-bed property.
I'm itching to see inside.
Good, that's the attitude. Right, come on, let's go for it.
This house is a beautifully renovated period bungalow. It's semi-detached, on a quiet street and has 2 good-sized bedrooms, with a fantastic attic space ready to be converted into that all-important 3rd bedroom.
A rear extension has created a super family living area and opens out onto a good-sized private garden.
It pushes their budget to the limit at just under £235,000, but is in walk-in condition and the vendors will consider an offer. A perfect first home, wouldn't you say?
Wow, it's big.
Yep, it's a nice size. It's really difficult to have a positive feeling when I'm grappling with the 2-bedroom thing.
I wouldn't bother with the additional bedroom for the time being, unless you really felt you had to.
I think I'd rather put in a third bedroom before I am expecting. So I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I kind of want to get all of my ducks in a row now.
Area in terms of the community, the schools, and the location, and the commute is going to come higher than that third bedroom.
Okay.
Go and see the rest of the house.
Okay.
Okay.
Jo certainly knows what she wants, Kirstie.
And I know what they need, Phil. Trust me.
Okay.
It's nice. It's big.
Small.
Steve's being positive, but Jo's really struggling to get her head around it and quite fixed in what she wants.
It's too small.
Right, okay.
The only compromise with this house is the third bedroom, and that has gone down like a bucket of cold you-know-what.
I feel like we'll grow out of this house in a couple of years. I think that's the problem. And, you know, I really wanted a house that we could just breathe out. I just wanted to stop waiting. I just want to live.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not a great start, Kirstie, and with so much of their future invested in this move, it's no wonder Jo's getting emotional.
I love the location. I love the area. I love the house. There's just one thing.
Yeah, there is the 2-bed.
And it's not...
And it is a difficult one. How do you feel about the living space?
I really like it. I like the size, the doors, the floor. Yeah, no complaints about that.
What are you feeling? That it's too much of a compromise?
No, it's not a no.
Okay.
OK, so it's not a no.
But it's not a yes, and I'm afraid that's what we need. Back with Shauna and Todd, who are desperate to move to the right street in Penarth. Unfortunately for them, so's everyone else. I'm hoping my next property will avert their gaze from those over-budget streets.
So we're still in Penarth, but we're closer to the high street, closer to the seafront as well.
This is as close to town as we can get, but just 3 streets from one of their dream roads. They will have to compromise, though, as it's not detached.
I actually really like it. From standing outside and looking at it, it looks nice.
I like it, yeah.
Good. Let's get in.
Yeah.
At last, now we're getting somewhere. This pretty mid-terrace is on the doorstep of their favourite school. And it's got the all-important project Shauna's looking for. With a bathroom, 4 bedrooms, and the option to create a 5th in the attic.
Downstairs are 2 reception rooms and a fab kitchen, diner and sunroom that leads onto a garden, with plenty of room for a 2-year-old and his parents to run around.
It's 50 grand under budget at £450,000, but other buyers are interested, so Todd and Shauna better get their skates on.
This is more what you want, right? Like, just seeing the flooring, I know that you like that. Immediately, I have a better reaction when I come in this house. I really like this already.
Charm, character. I like it.
Yeah.
They could be talking about you or the property, Phil.
Thanks, Kirstie. I'm hoping she'll be charmed with the project upstairs.
Knock through that wall there and make that bedroom into an ensuite plus dressing room for this bedroom.
Yeah.
Then convert the attic and get another bedroom and bathroom up there.
I'm excited about that.
Have a look round. Those bedrooms over there are huge.
Well done, Phil. Seems you're right on the money with this property.
Oh, this is a big room,
This
too.
is a huge room.
A room like this, you could see Matteo being able to bring kids over after school.
It makes you feel like you just want to get settled, don't you? And then
Yeah. As soon as you come in here, it feels like a family home, and you could see yourselves. I could see myself in this house.
I think I just saw the first sign of a buying signal, and I love them.
And I love a Spencer on a roll. Let's hope this house does get the green light.
I love the idea of going upstairs. I can make it my own. It's not quite the project I was after, but actually I can see that we can move in, get settled, get our things back. Something's got to give, so I'm gonna have to work on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like the house.
I really like it. I really like this house.
It's a good compromise for the both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard for you because you did the house up thinking it was the dream home forever, and it turned out not to be the case.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You've been in control. I'm trying to have a little piece of the control too, but
I'm sort of, it's my fault that we're here. It's down to her falling in love with it more than me. I just want her to be happy and comfortable in it, so.
Terrific.
Thanks.
He's a nice sort, isn't he? Where did you find him? Come on.
Well, Todd's moving in again, and Shauna's talking about compromise. Seems this one might be a contender.
Shauna and Todd are looking for a 4-bed family house near Cardiff. And even with a healthy budget of £500,000, it's a struggle. But what would this get them in other parts of the UK? In the village of St John's near Tunbridge Wells, you could have your pick of one of these 3-bed terraced houses. In Birmingham, you could just afford a swanky 2-bed city pad. And north of the border, you could get a beautiful 7-bed detached house on the banks of Loch Fyne.
Let's hope we don't need to go that far for Todd and Shauna.
Back in South Glamorgan, Phil is joining me at Steve and Joe's next property. Having listened to Joe in property 1, I want to show them something bigger, but that means we need to travel out of the city.
We've come 13 miles north of Cardiff to the pretty hilltop village of Llantrissan.
So what are we, 30 minutes out of town, I think?
Yeah, in not so good traffic.
The big compromise here is the distance to Joe's work. But with great transport links, incredible views and a good school, it certainly meets the requirements.
Do you want to see inside it?
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Definitely.
You're enthusiastic enough about the area?
Yes.
I mean, I think the key thing is having travelled out, you get twice the size of the house.
Yes.
I know the commute will be playing on Joe's mind, but I'm hoping this sprawling family home will help them decide what's important. Its size versus commute.
This 1970s semi is set across 3 stories and is huge. On the top floor are the 3 bedrooms they want. There are front and rear gardens, perfect for a growing family, and scope to create a large kitchen diner.
And it's a bargain at £195,000. It's 30 grand under budget. But it is a project.
At the back here, so obviously you knock this through.
Yeah.
It's one of those houses where there's lots that you could do, and there's lots that you'd want to do, but there's nothing that you have to do on day one. It's about the potential.
Yeah.
There's a lot of space in this house.
There's a lot of space.
Lots of yeses, and for this price, I don't think it gets much better. But it is quite rural for city boy Steve.
How's Jo feeling? Because she's got quite a long list of requirements, hasn't she?
She does.
Do you think there'll be compromises in that?
Wherever we live is going to be a slight compromise, but I can compromise and live in the country, and I don't think Jo can compromise and live in the city.
Right.
So early on in marriage, I realised that actually if I compromise, things are a lot better, so we'll do that.
What's the saying? A happy wife, happy life.
Yes, yep, definitely.
Less strife.
2 very wise men. And here's the star.
Ta-da! Wow. That view, it's incredible. This is giving me the feels more than the other one.
Right.
But head is with the other one because the commute is so fantastic.
Yes.
Heart is with this one because of the view, and they're competing in different parts of my brain.
Big house, needs work.
Yeah.
You could not conceivably outgrow it. It's beautiful.
Suddenly, it seems I have 2 houses in the frame. And I didn't expect that.
What on earth is going on?
I'm celebrating. The atmosphere is warmer, much warmer.
It's because you're near the fire.
When we went to house number 1, it was like, why are you showing us a 2-bed when we wanted a 3-bed? And I was like,
Oh, wow.
I think now we're in the groove.
Look at this space.
Well, Steve said to me he's perfectly happy being out in the countryside, and I thought that was one of the...
Nah, people make these things up.
What, just to confuse us?
Yes.
But you steer straight through it.
I do. I see through it with my laser vision.
You completely ignore what they say, and there you go.
What do you know? After all these years, he's found me out.
It's amazing how much more space you can get. It's double.
It is double.
And it's cheaper.
And it's cheaper.
This house is proving to be quite a find, Kirstie.
Have you had a chance for a bit of a think and a look?
I really like it.
I do as well. Yeah, I love the space. And there's secret rooms everywhere, and
Yeah.
there's basements and everything. It's massive.
Kirstie's
Pull the socks up, hasn't she?
No, it is not pulling my socks up, Phil. It is a different
She's not wearing any.
The first house was a good house, Phil.
Hey?
In a different way.
It's not out. It's not out yet.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Ooh. Seems you do have laser vision, Kirstles. Steve's moving to the country and Joe's compromising on commute. And now even Property One's back in the running.
Well, that was a lovely house.
Well done, Super House Hunter.
All in a day's work, Phil. I'll lend you my costume if you like.
This week we're in Cardiff, on a hunt for a couple of miracles.
Sometimes the right house in the right location is like the Holy Grail, and they haven't had much luck finding that yet.
And for my couple, finding the perfect property in pricey Penarth is a bit like turning water into wine. Well, wouldn't that be a fine thing to be able to do?
I can see you're trying, Phil, but it's still the sea. My newlyweds Steve and Joe instantly fell in love with Property 2 in Lantressant. And after some consideration from Joe, Property 1 is also in the mix.
It's not out yet.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Ooh.
In the Vale of Glamorgan, Todd and Shauna liked Property 2, but it's clear Shauna wants more of a project. This next Penarth house has just that, plus it's in the right school catchment. Only thing is, it's a 20-minute walk to town. Kirstie's coming along to even out the numbers and see if we can move this search forward.
Shauna, you said yesterday that you'd be up for a bit more of a project.
Absolutely.
This is, again, a very big period house, but it's a semi.
It looks like it's a promising character property, so I'm excited to see it.
It's got loads of lovely things in it, absolutely beautiful things, but
Busy, it's full.
It's busy. You've got the experience and talent to see beyond that, so that's not a problem. I mean, I'm rather
As for
taken
you,
with
Todd.
this house. Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, Todd, you're there.
I'm not handy, I don't.
This semi-detached house is 955 square feet, so there's a lot of space. With 6 bedrooms to choose from, it's difficult to outgrow it, and it's got plenty of scope for changes. And that means Shauna can make it her own.
In fact, there's so much space, this family could be in danger of losing one another. The 3 reception rooms on the ground floor are packed with period features, and the conservatory opens up to a huge enclosed garden.
It's 30 grand under budget at £470,000. What's not to love?
Come and see one of the sitting rooms. I think you've got great
This
big
is
proportions.
A nice big space, isn't it?
It's busy.
nice to
You said
have
it was
this.
busy.
I like this room.
Yeah,
This is
I
what I
like-
think of when I think of a nice period property.
And I love the big windows.
Come and see it, Shauna.
Okay.
Todd, why don't you come with me?
This house is scoring points, but will it be enough? Time to find out, man to man and woman to woman.
I do like this house better than the last house. You get focused on one street or a couple streets waiting for houses there. And the truth is, this is a much better house than a lot of the houses I viewed, and I would have never looked at it.
That's great, Phil, so long as Shauna feels the same.
You came over from Canada.
Got used to the size of the houses.
Got used to the size of the houses. Now, your house is half the size and double the money. I can see that it is a bit of a shock.
I'm definitely in a state of shock. I thought I'd have to maybe compromise on maybe the size of the house or the area in which that house was.
Yes.
And I'm finding I'm having to compromise on it
Both
all.
of those things.
So location is right up there.
Right.
And amount of home, it's fallen by the wayside.
Oh dear, appears not. Shauna will not compromise on location.
Wow, this is a week. What with my Joe and Shauna, the ladies are wearing the trousers in Cardiff.
Time to point our man in the right direction.
Well, that was a deep sigh. What's up?
Well, your problem is location. It's all Shauna cares about. She's in deep shock. She'd take a much smaller house if it was in the right location. It is such a shock.
Don't make me sad. I thought I was getting
I'm not
there.
trying to make you sad, Phil. You've been doing this for a long time. Surely after all these years you can deal with this.
I think I'm moving forward.
I think you're not.
As ever, Kirstie, you're my little ray of sunshine.
I love the idea that there's a project there.
But
the location is the most important part of this search.
that's a bit of a change from where I had thought the search was going.
I told Phil that's what you'd say, that it was size that you could compromise on. I am very quietly going to leave you with Phil.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck yourself. Now, hang on, China, what are we doing here? I'm getting a bit lost.
You can have a smaller place in the right catchment that is a project. Is that a possibility?
It's not at the moment, I'm afraid.
Right.
Just architecturally, I don't believe that the houses get smaller. You can't buy a 2-bedroom house.
Todd and Shauna don't know these areas and are fixated on Penarth. My plan now is to show them a new area that they could like just as much.
I mean, you may not want to see it now, but the next house that I'd got lined up to show you was in Pennyland, and it is in the catchment area for the right school. So why don't we go to the high street and see what you think?
Excellent.
For Shauna, it's all about the location, and you're taking her to one she doesn't know. I'm sure you have a very good reason for that. Well, I'm glad to be back in the peaceful Vale of Glamorgan to take my lovebirds to their final property. I know both houses are in the running so far, but I want to get them as close as possible to their favourite village of Cowbridge to really test them out.
The sun is out, the Welsh sun, the fluffy clouds.
The quiet village of Corntown is 10 minutes from Cowbridge, near good schools, surrounded by beautiful countryside and close to an amazing beach. But it is a longer commute, Jo.
We are 35 to 45 minutes to work.
Yes.
So
I know you're painfully aware of that.
I love Cowbridge and I love this area. I love the schools. I'm
Right.
very keen on Cowbridge, but then I don't have to do the commute.
So what you're telling me, Steve, is that this house has you at hello. I've never done this before. I'm going to stay here, Steve's going to stay here, and you're going to go in the house. Jo, it's all yours.
Great.
This is a first.
What are you doing?
There's method in the madness, Phil. I just want Jo to weigh this house up against that tough commute without worrying about what Steve or I are thinking.
Inside this house, the proportions are good. Upstairs, it has the 3 bedrooms they want, while downstairs, there's a good-sized lounge and a stunning kitchen diner that should make Steve smile. The perfect hub for a future family.
This house is positioned in a beautiful plot with the rural views that Jo wants. There is also an extensive private garden to the rear that features a lovely summer house, fully wired to the mains.
It's slightly over budget at just under £230,000, but we think there's a deal to be done. You two enjoying the sun?
I think this is good. If she was going to come out going under no circumstances, she'd have done it by now. If nothing else, it indicates a vague fondness for you that she's taking this house seriously.
I'm going to inscribe that somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't think Jo's ruling it out, but will she let Steve go in?
You were in there quite a while. We took that as a good sign.
Well, I think you should see it.
Let's do it.
Okay?
It's a whole new way of house hunting. A whole new way.
Don't get used to it, Allsopp.
Now that, it's more like it.
I've got to say, we've come a hell of a long way in 24 hours.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
I'm going to go into that kitchen now and see what they're thinking.
The house is nice. It's
House is
lovely.
amazing.
The house is beautiful.
Commute's an issue. Worst case scenario, in rush hour, I'm looking at 45 minutes.
So Jo might like the house, but it's all going to come back to that commute.
Whew, that's a lot, you know. I haven't got any more houses.
I don't think we need any more.
I think that's enough. I'm done.
Right.
There's the perfect amount of space.
Yep, there is.
The compromise is realistically a
represents-
45-minute journey.
Do you know what you want to do next?
No. Well,
Yes.
yes. We know we want to go and see Whitchurch again, which I know is bizarre because
No.
I hated it yesterday.
No. Nothing surprises me now.
Okay, good. We think that Llantrissant, as sprawling as it was, it's for 4 or 5 years' time.
Yes.
Whitchurch is for, like you said, basically. You do this for a reason, clearly.
Well, hold me down, because you're going to have to squeeze me through that door.
Well played, Kirstie. You better get you and your big head back over to Property 1 pronto. Over with Shauna and Todd, and I know the town of Pennyland is a huge compromise for Shauna and a risk for me. But it is just 2 miles from Cardiff and one of its most affluent districts.
Enough cafes for us? Restaurants?
Park.
It's in the right school catchment, 10 minutes walk to the busy town and 15 minutes to Todd's work. But will it be enough?
Are you anxious that we're not in Penarth? Or are you dealing with it?
No, I'm dealing with it.
I don't think we expected green space and a cool high street and all that kind of stuff.
Well, the house I want to show you is just there.
Yes, that looks exciting.
I don't know whether you want this to work or not.
I know. I'm looking across at the house and thinking, that's exactly what I want from a house. And now I'm trying to marry everything up with that.
This is going to be interesting, isn't it?
You said it, Phil. And this Victorian semi packs a whole lot of punch. The layout makes it feel very spacious with 5 ample bedrooms to choose from and an upstairs that's in need of some of Shauna's design magic.
On the ground floor, there's a large living room which overlooks the local park and a huge bespoke kitchen and family room that leads out to a south-facing garden. Enough space for the whole team, Todd. Never mind a family of 3.
On at £550,000, it's 50 grand over, but we know there's room to negotiate.
Now, kitchen, very highly spec'd. It's been extended.
That reminds me of our kitchen back home. I like it. Yeah.
Back home in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
All right.
Intriguing, yes.
We better see some more.
Okay,
Come
sounds
on.
good. Thank you.
Good start, Phil. And if Shauna's not been put off by the location, I don't think she'll find much to object to in the house.
So this is used as the master bedroom at the moment, and they've half built an ensuite. They're not quite finished the job.
Right, okay.
So there's a
It's a
lot
good
that you can do. You know, I think Shauna's always secretly known that they can't afford the best roads in Penarth, but she's just kind of blindly carried on hoping. This place, I think, would suit them incredibly well. It's just taking quite a long time for particularly Shauna to loosen her grasp on Penarth.
I like the house.
You could watch Mateo from the front window and watch him playing in the park, I mean, like, Penarth has the water right there, which is nice.
This is the right house. I know we can't get this kind of house in Penarth where we've been looking.
And the school's one of the best in the
Yeah.
city, so I like it.
Yeah.
Good old Todd has liked all the houses so far. But he decided on Cardiff, so clearly Shauna's deciding on the house.
Have you had a chance to have a proper look round?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt we like the house. Now we need to go home and have a good chat about the area.
The house is exactly what the houses we were looking at that we couldn't afford in Penarth. Yeah.
That really is what I wanted you to come down here and find out for yourselves. Just a bit of news on house number 2. I said that there was one offer on the table. I think a deal will be done on that house tomorrow.
We are planning on having a drive-by there again tonight.
Well done, Phil. You've given them plenty to think about.
Tomorrow's an important day.
Okay.
Yep, 2 houses in the frame for me, and I suspect 1 sleepless night ahead for them. Back in Cardiff, and there's 2 houses in the running for Todd and Shauna. They like Property 2 in Penarth, and it seems we found their dream home in Property 4 in Pennyland. But it's down to Shauna loving that location.
And over with me, Steve's thought about things overnight and decided his favourite is Property 3 in Corntown. Whilst Jo now has her heart set on Property 1 in Whitchurch. I can't tell how this is going to go.
How does it feel being back? I feel relaxed. It's a nice-looking house.
It is a nice street, and it doesn't feel bad to be back here.
I still feel like you're trying to convince yourself of this.
Out of the 2, I'm happy to say that I'm leaning more towards
Corntown.
Corntown. But, you know, I like a big kitchen.
Let's go in.
Well, Jo warmed to it after the first viewing, so there's hope for Steve.
It is very calm, isn't it?
It is.
But it just occurs to me, you could knock down quite a section of this to open up this space.
I'm wondering if you might get a bit more lighting as well.
It would be a really good solution to what Steve said as he was coming in. I like big kitchens.
I do. Yeah.
I like solutions, which means we can both have what we want.
I do. I like locking down walls.
Wow, what a change of heart for both of them.
I think my biggest concerns when we saw the house yesterday were the size of the bedrooms. I've had time to sit back and think about where we are now, and this more than fulfills that requirement.
And now I feel a lot better than I did when I was on the drive-in.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I do. I like it. I can see us living here.
Was it speaking to my mum?
Well done, Mum. Whitchurch it is. At £235,000, it's nearly 10 grand over their budget. But it has been on the market for 3 months and the sellers want to move.
What do you want to do?
We've got 225. That's what we want to go in with.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
They're going straight in at nearly 10 grand under the asking price.
My client's top budget is £225,000 and they are putting every penny of that into this purchase. We know that we're well below the asking price, but what we are is chain-free, organised and motivated and able to move. Yeah. Fingers crossed. Bye.
It didn't sound good.
No, it did. She said, what will interest my client about this offer is your commitment to buy. So, you know.
Now we wait.
It may be 10 grand under, but I think we're in with a chance.
Back with Shauna and Todd, and overnight they've worked out what compromises they're willing to make to move their search forward.
The house in Pennyland, we really like the house. And I know the area is up and coming, but as soon as we got back into Penarth, we both were kind of like, this is where we want to live.
It's the location for us.
We talked a lot last night about the second house she showed us. You know, we kept saying, well, maybe we could buy this and put a little time and effort into it and then sell it in 2 or 3 years. But like, you know, I did the math and we just thought we could probably wait a year and save a bit more money, up our budget, and then have more of a down payment to put in.
So you've chosen the street and then you won't be quite so fussy about
the house.
I'll not be fussy at all at this point.
Really?
Well,
Quick, write it down and she can sign it. Here we go. If you can sort the finances out and you find a property, just go with it and go with it quickly.
Yeah.
At least now they're clear about what's important. They can move fast when they see it, and I think that's key to them finally securing a home.
So for now, no new home for Shauna and Todd. It may be the same story for Steve and Joe. Our first offer has been rejected. They've managed to up it by £2,500, but can go no further. Right, okay. That is very good news indeed. Okay, bye. Here's to Whitchurch. Well done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That is
so much.
fantastic.
Yeah,
that is really good. What a wonderful result. And at £7,500 under the asking price. Despite deciding to wait and save, Shaun and Todd kept one eye on the market, and it's a good job they did. A few weeks later, they had an offer of $485,000 accepted on a 4-bed house in their beloved Penarth.
One of the interesting things that we picked up from Phil was focus on the area and don't worry so much about the house. We didn't get the big Victorian house, but we got a detached house. It's probably more of a project, so Sean is probably excited about that. I'm excited because it's probably such a project that we won't have to live there while we're doing it. And so I think we all got what we wanted.
So by compromising on the style of the property, Shauna and Todd have ended up just where they wanted to be. And the family hopes to wave goodbye to the rented apartment in 3 months' time, once all the work is done.
You know, this is the last house for a long, long time. So for me and for Shauna, that's really what we want.
Oh, I love a happy ending. Meanwhile, Steve and Joe have exchanged on the house in Whitchurch, and they're about to complete and move in any day.
We can't wait to get all of our new furniture in and start decorating the house the way we want it to look, and it's our home and we can do what we want with it. I will be able to get out of bed at 7:30 rather than 5:30. It will change Steve's life because I'll be happy.
It will.
And it's not just Joe's shorter commute the couple are looking forward to.
And I can't wait to get to know
And
the
we
area.
get to explore a whole new area and a whole new country and put roots down.
I guess the other exciting thing is starting a family. Everything is ready for us now to get going and, you know, crack on, as it were.
Oh, you old romantic Steve.
We never would have even looked at that property without Kirstie's input. But I'm so glad we did.
Happy to help, as always.
This week, we're back with two uncompromising couples. One who couldn't agree on what they wanted.
Rumour has it you've got a bit of argy-bargy this week.
I really do like it. I hate it. No, I like it.
And another who couldn't find exactly what they wanted.
Where do we park the cars?
The garden is a big issue. This is going to be impossible.
But between our hard work and using our heads,
Phil.
did we help make the impossible
Yippee-doo.
possible?
I can't quite believe that it's ours.
It's better, I think, than I dreamt it could have been.
This week, we're catching up with two sets of house hunters, both of whom were armed with uncompromising sets of requirements. From gardens to garages, houses to apartments, it proved to be a tricky tale of mayhem in the Midlands.
Mo and his fiancée John were buying their first home together in Birmingham, but were looking for completely different things. And our other search was for a home in or around the delights of Derby for IT manager Liz Fairfield and her teaching assistant husband John. Adrenaline junkies with a passion for the outdoors, they had kayaks, canoes and 6 bikes to their name, so it was no surprise that their old house was bursting at the seams. Having sold up, they'd been renting for over a year when we first met them.
We cycle, we walk a lot, we've done some high-grade trekking in the mountains. I run a lot. John will come with me occasionally, won't you, dear? But not as a rule.
And a long-time hobby of mine, kayaking in its various guises, whether river, sea or surf.
All that talk of sporting prowess and the sight of that garage stuffed to the rafters is making my head spin. So it's nice to know that Liz's love of the outdoors includes a few gentler activities closer to home.
Well, I love gardening so much that essentially we're looking for a garden with a house in it. I used to hate gardening when I was a child, because as a child it meant weeding and doing as you were told. But once I got a house of my own and I could actually potter out there and do what I wanted to do, I really got a love for it.
And I've taken on the role of weeding and doing as I'm told.
These two are desperate to live the good life, but living in rented accommodation means they're limited in what they can do. It's time for me to find out why such a proactive pair still haven't found their perfect pad.
Why 18 months down the line do you think it hasn't happened?
We've walked away from 3 or 4 otherwise excellent houses because of the road noise.
Obsession with road noise is my thing too. We've got the desire for a large garden, the need for the storage, and we've got the road noise. Is that our sort of triangle of desire, as it were?
I think that's the starting essentials,
yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, John, that makes my heart sink. That's the starting essentials.
The storage doesn't have to be there. if there's room for us to build it. So we're not scared of renovation or building work. It's what we want to end up with what we've defined. We don't have to find it all to start with.
A dynamic duo undeterred by demolition work. I think you may have met your perfect match, Kirstie.
Why am I not feeling quite as optimistic as you, Phil? Liz and John could stretch their budget upwards if they find the perfect property. But ideally, they want to spend £360,000, and for that, they want a huge garden, preferably south or west facing, and a detached property in Derby with at least 3 double bedrooms, tons of storage space, and absolutely no road noise.
Our other couple was struggling to agree on what they were looking for. Business analyst John, town planner Mo, and their 2 cats were renting in Harbour, one of Birmingham's prime locations. The couple loved the area's villagey feel and cafe culture, but didn't have the budget to buy there. When we first met them, they'd viewed over 20 properties and discovered they disagreed on absolutely everything.
There's a couple of things, I think, fundamentally that are stumbling blocks for us. How many bedrooms we need.
2.
So I'm quite happy with 1 bedroom.
I'm looking for more of a suburban feel to where we live, not in the thick of things in the city centre.
And I'm probably looking for completely opposite.
Oh dear. It sounds like you're going to have a tricky week, Phil.
Ideal property for myself and the cats. Oh, and you.
Thanks for that.
It'd be a house on the ground floor, a little garden. It doesn't have to be massive because I'm not very good at gardening.
I'm quite happy to accept that actually I need to start on the ladder and then work up.
Whereas I want it all now, basically.
With all these disagreements, it's no wonder their house hunt has stalled.
This is going to be one tough search.
In this search, neither of us are willing to compromise.
I honestly don't know how Phil and Kirstie are going to help.
John's perfect pad is in the centre of town in the jewellery quarter, while Mo would prefer to live a couple of miles out, in Edgbaston or Moseley. Sounds like a spot of couple counselling along with the house hunting for me this week.
It strikes me that the only thing you agree on is that you want to be together and you want to buy a property together.
I think your expertise is going to be the guiding light for us.
Expertise in knocking your heads together, I think, might come into it. You've been out, you've seen a lot, so therefore you should have learnt a lot. And you haven't been able to kind of work that through amongst yourselves. Are you going to be able to do that now?
It's almost a reality check for us as well, so it's a crunch point for us, I think.
Yeah, it has to work.
Come on, we'll make a start. Best foot forward.
John and Mo have £120,000 to spend on their first home. Mo's dreaming of a 2-bedroom house in the suburbs so he can accommodate his family from Wales. Ideally, he'd like outside space for the cats and a parking space for his car. While in stark contrast, all John wants is a 1-bed flat in the city so he can enjoy an urban lifestyle. It's certainly going to be a challenge to please them both at once. For my first property, I'm focusing on John's favourite part of town, the jewellery quarter, just a mile north of the city centre.
In the 18th century, it was the centre of a thriving artisan scene. And today, it's become a cool urban village with lots of attractions.
Because the boys have such different opinions, I need to test their limits. So I'm starting with a flat that should suit John, which means a compromise for Mo on not just location, but also the 2nd bedroom. At 691 square feet, this stylish 1-bed flat is the biggest property I'll be showing the boys. It has a spacious living area, a decent-sized master bedroom, and although this flat comes with its own allocated car parking space, which should please Mo, there's no private outside space for the cats. It's on the market at £120,000, but with some good old-fashioned negotiation, I'm sure I could bring it in under budget. But will Mo be able to see any of the flat's good points?
Right, we'll see what you think. First little offering I have for you.
Yeah, it's nice. I really like it. I like the high ceilings.
It is a 1-bed, but I wondered, I know you want to have guests and things. Could there be a sofa bed over that?
It wouldn't be too much of an issue if it was just friends coming to stay, but if my parents were coming to stay...
Yeah.
Ideally, I'd want them to have a proper bed.
Well, I think you'd be on the sofa bed then.
Yes.
They'd be in the room. Let's have a look at the bedroom.
So, John's happy, but it's going to take a bit more to get Mo on board.
Mo, you've got to tell me what's going through your brain.
It's nice, and I'm not sure why I don't like it as much as John.
Well, because you're looking for something different.
Yeah.
Are you worried about the cats?
It didn't even cross my mind, actually.
OK, so I'm going to take the cats off the list. That's making things easy. We don't care about the cat.
Strike the cats. That's 99 things left for you to consider now.
Why don't you guys go and have a look at the kitchen? This is going to be impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I like it. I guess you're not quite so keen, are you?
I like the space, but I'm not sure I like the flat.
Unsurprisingly, John likes it. It's a cool flat. But Mo, he doesn't even like any of it. Not even close. It's going to be a fun week. Yippee-doo. How'd you get on?
If this had the second bedroom, I think it would feature quite highly. I'm not sure why, but it just doesn't have...
The second bedroom?
Well, second bedroom, but it doesn't have the feeling for me.
Well, I've definitely got the feeling that finding one home to please both these guys isn't going to be easy. Oh, I do love a challenge. This week, we're catching up on the stories of two very different property searches. In Birmingham, John and Mo were struggling to agree on anything. Whilst in Derby with John and Liz, the house was the least of our worries.
He wants a huge garage for the equipment that goes with his hobbies, and she longs for a peaceful garden. But where are they actually going to live? We're starting just outside Derby, which has rolling countryside right on its doorstep, so it's easy to see why my active pair love this location. In my quest to find John and Liz a garden with a house in it, I'm stretching our search. We're heading to Kilburn, 9 miles north of the city. And just in case they have a paddy about the postcode, my right-hand man is here to help. Ooh, I know. Ooh, I like the look of it too. There's something really attractive about this house.
It's a nice window.
It's a very nice window. It's a very nice garage.
What do you both think of the look of the place?
It's a very pleasing appearance.
Yeah, certainly very pretty.
How do you feel about distance from Derby? It's probably a 45-minute bike ride.
Yes. I think I'd just have to have a look at a map and see just where we are. It's sometimes not so much the distance, but how you cover it, what the roads are like.
How safe it is.
If they're prepared to give this location a go, I think this quirky house offers everything they're after. It's got 3 bedrooms, a double garage, and a massive 10,000 square foot garden. It's on at £310,000, which is 50 grand under budget, leaving them plenty in the pot to give the inside a bit of a makeover.
Initial feelings coming in?
It's so completely different from anything I'd imagined.
Exactly.
It is big.
It's big. It's a generous, sociable house.
Well, I like milling about space. Somewhere you can stand and chat with a drink. There's lots of room for that.
Tell me now, which bit are you curious to see next?
The garden.
You want? OK, well, I will take John to see the bedrooms.
And I'll leave the easy stuff to you, Phil, like showing off the beautiful garden.
If you wanted a garden with a house in it, Liz, this could be it, couldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've got room for my vegetable patch and my swing and my raspberry canes and all the things I've always said I want.
Okay.
Fingers crossed the inside has everything John's after too.
What is your feeling at this stage?
The size of the place will meet the bill. Bedrooms are fine, downstairs space is also good.
Well, I'd like to deliver.
Yeah, but yes, in fact, it's such a difference from what we've already seen that I've still got this...
Are you struggling to get your head around it?
Yes.
So far, so good.
How do you feel coming a bit further out of Derby?
The distance from Derby may be an issue. John works in Derby and He loves to cycle to work, and I love him to cycle to work because he's so much nicer to be with when he's on his bike every day.
So the location is proving a challenge, but hopefully the garage will clinch it.
Oh, power door. All mod cons.
Yeah.
I think a chap's heart could desire.
I just hope it's big enough to help them get over the location.
You've done very well with this. It's a great start.
I think it's a very good start. I think it could really suit them.
310, well in budget. Job's a good one.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Early lunch.
No, 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 there's still work to be done, Phil. I need to find out if the garage gets John's seal of approval.
Is it big enough?
Yes, it is.
It
Yes,
is.
yes.
Phew. The hesitations are the distance to Derby and...
I've been listening very carefully to noise.
Yeah.
I think it's manageable.
I think so.
Been a good start.
Yes. It's on the short list. It should stay on the short list.
Wow.
Well, it's a very short list at the moment. It's only got one on it.
So it was the right space, but can my couple learn to love the location?
In Birmingham, I'm helping John and Mo, who want completely different things for their first home together. My next house on the Edgbaston border is a Mo property. I just hope this suburban location doesn't send John running back to town.
John, you're having heart palpitations, I presume, being this far out of the city centre?
No, I don't know where I am, actually, so it's really difficult to navigate. I think it's awful.
Oh, you are being negative today. Come on, moving on.
This recently refurbished house has 2 reception rooms and 2 double bedrooms, so there's a spare bed should friends and family stay over.
There's a decent-sized back garden, which the cats and their owners could enjoy. Priced at £120,000, this place is bang on budget.
So that's your front room, and then second reception room here. You can see it's been spruced up.
The layout works for me. I really do like it. High ceilings, some nice coving and picture rails.
All this extra space in the suburbs is exactly what Mo's after. But what's John thinking?
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice room.
Could you see yourself living somewhere like this, honestly?
Honestly, I prefer not to. My preference to be living much closer.
He's gonna blow.
You can't both have your own way. You can't do it.
It's which one's going to give way, I think.
Let's keep going and see the rest of the house.
So the location isn't doing it for John, but I really thought Mo would be a bit more enthusiastic.
This whole process must have got quite frustrating, not agreeing with one another the whole time.
Yeah, it's draining. It's no fun for either of us. We just kind of want to get it done, move on and start planning other things in our life, so...
But I suspect there's something else niggling Mo.
I really like the house. Pick it up and move it somewhere else.
OK.
It needs to be a better location. It'll be worth it in the end.
Oh, it will?
Yeah.
Just hope it's not too far away.
Yes.
Come on.
So Mo thought he wanted suburbia, but now he's out here, it seems it's too quiet for his liking.
I hate it. So...
It's not for me, either.
No, it's not in the city centre.
Something tells me they won't be sparking up the Barbie in this garden.
I suppose to be grateful for small mercies. At least they're now agreeing on one thing, which is they're not going to be buying this house.
John and Liz loved the space in my peaceful property number 1, but the location was out of their comfort zone. So for my next house, we're sticking closer to home. We're in Littleover, a popular Derby suburb they know and love.
Now, this little cottage is completely private. It doesn't currently have a garage, but there's obviously a huge amount of potential
Space, yeah.
in that area.
Yeah.
Location?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Good part of town, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, wow. I think on perfect and a great part of town, we will move into the house.
Excellent.
I'm not asking for more than perfect.
Crikey, I can see I'm going to have to raise my game to match that kind of reaction.
You will indeed, Pip, because this detached house is bursting with potential, inside and out. The driveway and carport at the front could become a boy's domain. The house itself has 4 decent-sized bedrooms, 3 reception rooms, and out at the back there's a west-facing garden that Liz will love. It's on the market at offers over £299,000, leaving the money to build the bespoke garage of John's dreams. And I've got ideas for making the most of the inside.
At the moment, there's quite a wee kitchen. So I think you'd want to bring the kitchen out here more, and because this is really lovely.
Yes.
Was that a sigh of happiness? It's nice, isn't it? Positive?
Very.
Very. OK. Liz looks really cheery.
And emotional too. Have you just found Liz's dream home?
The potential for a good-sized kitchen overlooking a good-sized garden. I don't want much more from life than that.
John, feel free to explore the bedrooms. I'm not going to prevent Liz from going into the garden for any longer.
Yes.
So, Liz, it is lovely, this garden.
No, it's lovely. Really lovely.
Is it all about the garden for you?
It's not all about the garden. The garden's come to dominate the search because it's so hard to find a house within our budget that's got a decent-sized garden. But the inside of the house is important as well. I love the kitchen here with the outlook onto the garden.
So at the moment, positive?
Positive, and now wondering what the upstairs is
OK,
like.
I'm going to let you go. Go on. Go, 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 go.
Thank you.
The garden's put a very positive spin on this place for Liz. But will John be as smitten?
How's the garden?
Gorgeous.
Oh, OK, it
Absolutely
looks nice
gorgeous.
up here. This is quite nice up here. It's a proper room.
It is. And I love the fireplace.
Another good-sized room.
Yes.
From what I've seen so far, it's most attractive to look at.
Yes. That's very pretty.
That's a real love-in you've got going on, Kirstie. I think you're home and dry.
What are your feelings?
It's a smashing house with lots of character.
Where do we park the cars?
Oh, you can park them on the street. There's lots of parking on the street. Do you think that could be a deal breaker?
We're not so sure about the manoeuvring space we need for everyday living, I think.
Can you change the way you do it?
Can't change the way we live, no.
Oh dear, when did parking become such a big deal?
The drive is a worry. Love the house, love the garden. You've absolutely struck oil with that. So we just need to think about how we would make it work. But you can't take away from the fact it's a lovely house, and I'm really wrestling with the practicalities and what a nice house it is.
So we found the house and garden for Liz, but not the driveway or garage for John. My search is far from over.
In Birmingham, I'm midway through my search for John and Mo, and as I fail to get anywhere near a compromise, I've stolen Kirstie away from her mid-morning nap. Search, to help me find some middle ground.
Morning, gents.
Nice to see you. All well?
Morning. Morning, morning, morning.
For my next property, I'm taking the lads to Moseley.
Happy about being in Moseley?
A lot better than yesterday, yes.
Oh, did you get it wrong yesterday?
Did something right today.
So is Moseley on both of your lists?
It is, yeah.
It is.
It is.
OK.
I've shown them a John flat and a Mo house, so I'm really hoping my next property has something to appeal to both.
Here we've got a ground floor flat, but I hope there's a bit in it for you both.
OK.
Should we go in?
OK, fantastic.
This large one-bed flat is not as smart as the previous one, but it does have a garden and off-street parking.
And it's bang on location, with a vibrant social scene and great transport links on the doorstep, which should appeal to John.
Priced at just under 120 grand, it is within the boys' budget.
You know, the great thing about this flat is it's a one bed which can very easily masquerade as a two bed. You could move the kitchen in here and then have a study in the existing kitchen, which would feel much more like a second bedroom.
Can always count on you for home improvements, Kirstie.
I reckon Mo has got designs on this place, but is there any hope that John's on the same page?
I'm not sure John is on board with doing work.
Just between me and you, do you think Phil's been any help?
Yes, actually.
Oh.
I think he's made me realise that I think my expectations were quite up there.
So Mo is finally realising where this search is going wrong. But what about John?
Was yesterday helpful?
No, yesterday was helpful. It was helpful because, if anything, actually kind of reaffirmed, I love that first flat. And it reaffirmed that that's really where I want to be.
Finding your first home with your partner is a massive decision, and this house hunt seems to have thrown up more questions than answers.
Needs a bit of work, though.
Look at the stat of that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're 3 houses down and something's going to have to give. At the moment, it feels like my patience.
It sounds harsh, but I think they're wasting your time.
At this point, I got the same feeling, because they're not moving things forward.
So basically, John wants to be in town, Mo wants space. They can't afford space in town. If he could afford a 2-bed in town, Mo would go with that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
This isn't about different needs, it's about money.
Time to sum up.
I think we both like it, but I don't think either of us are excited by it.
Yeah.
And we were kind of hoping at least one of us would be to kind of push the other one.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you're both very mindful of what the other one... You're both trying to satisfy the other one at the same time as satisfy yourself, and it's tough. But anyway.
Right.
Onwards.
Onwards and upwards.
I don't know about upwards, but definitely onwards. I am showing the boys the best for their budget, but the sooner they realise there's no single property that'll grab both of them, the better. This week, we're back with 2 couples who struggled to find everything they wanted under the one roof. In Birmingham, with Mo and John, one wanted suburban space and the other wanted city life, but they each had to accept they couldn't have both. And in Derby, John and Liz wanted a house with bags of storage for his collection of canoes and a garden for her that was quiet, sunny and substantial. Kirstie's with our pedalling pair in Mickletover, 4 miles southwest of Derby.
And the pressure is on. This is my last chance to find a house and garden they both fall for. And the weather isn't exactly helping me out.
Very quiet street.
Yes.
Right. Okie doke. You've heard how quiet the street is. Come in now, Lorraine.
Thank you.
Very quiet outside, but lots to shout about inside. This house has more bedrooms, bathrooms and kitchens than my pair dreamt of, making it the perfect pad for entertaining. The garden is 100 feet long, bigger than their current plot and offers bags of potential for redevelopment. Its northeasterly aspect is a compromise, but at 20 grand under their budget, there's a lot to get excited about.
It's got 5 bedrooms, 5 loos. It's got a dining room, 2 kitchens. The second kitchen would become the garage. They basically turned the garage into a second kitchen.
That's sad.
I know, John, that is a horrific idea, isn't it?
So you've delivered on location, inside space and garage potential, but now it's time to talk compromise.
A northeast-facing garden is quite a compromise. So what would you need to find in this house to balance out that compromise?
I don't know if I could actually define anything
that would be good enough.
Oh dear, this could be your fastest viewing ever.
John, if you suddenly discovered that had a triple garage with double height storage and an already installed pulley system, would you be pleading with Liz to ignore the fact that the garden was northeast facing?
I value my life, yes. No, the garden is a big issue.
It's good to see a couple stick together, but something has to give, or they'll never find a home.
Kilburn's too far away. Here is a no, and the cottage is John's no. We're looking at no revisits, but you have one unresolved situation.
We do. We put an offer in on a house some while ago, which was rejected. But the vendors have been in touch to say, are we still interested?
This is a house you put an offer on, and so it's gone further than anything I've shown you. So I think we need to look at it.
Well, there's still hope at least. And if we can get them into any new home, I'll be a happy house finder.
I'll second that. In Birmingham, John and Mo have seen my properties, but I don't think I've found anywhere that floats both their boats. They've asked to meet me in town, outside property number 1 in the jewellery quarter, but I haven't a clue whether it's to rule it in or rule it out.
Tell me about discussions last night.
So...
Quite fraught.
Fraught?
Yeah. There was a lot to consider last night, so we went through an awful lot of options.
We had a lot of information to digest. We'd seen a lot in quite a short space of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as we've gone through, probably location actually ended up being the most important thing.
So it's straight back into John's favourite property in the jewellery quarter. And I've got an idea which I hope will help Mo decide if this one-bed flat could work for him. It's priced at $120,000, which is at the top of their budget, but I'm confident the vendor could be persuaded to accept a lower offer. I want to show the lads how they could invest a little of the spare cash to maximise the space.
Easy enough to take that wall out and open it up into the living room. It would cost you about £1,000. If you didn't mind things being really open plan, then take this wall out as well. So you open the door and you are confronted by the most enormous space. And that would give it its proper wow factor.
Yeah, lots of natural light. See those big windows?
Yeah.
Do you think it would add value or make it more sellable?
I do, actually. Because that is the weak part of the property. And who wants an internal kitchen?
Bringing these walls down would make this flat feel massive.
Hopefully all that extra space would be enough of an incentive for Mo to decide whether he could compromise on a second bedroom.
It's certainly cheaper because a 2-bedroomed pad in this patch would cost him at least another 20 grand.
I'd really like it, though. Take that down, part of that down. It'd just be all open plan.
Could you live with it as it is?
Oh, yeah.
For now?
I'd probably give it a paint for now and maybe change the worktops.
Thought-provoking?
Yep, lots to think about, lots to take in. Definitely. Really glad we came to see this one. So.
Yeah. Well, why don't we go and have a drink and a think, decide what you want to do.
Well, I don't need to be a brain surgeon to work out that John loves this flat. But living here would mean such a big compromise for Mo on location and space. This could go either way. In Derby, John and Liz have seen all 3 houses we had to offer and rejected them all. Liz liked house 2. John wasn't sold on the parking.
So the front runner is now a house they'd already seen before they called on us for help. We're heading 3 miles north of the city to Alice Street, and they're taking me along to have a look. I'm keen to see how it compares to property 2.
Right, very interesting. It's slightly surprising. Well, I'll be interested to see inside, but I definitely would have been unsure about showing it to you because of the road noise. But the garage is strong.
Yes, I'm happy to compromise on the road. I'm good at compromising, yes.
I can see why John's in a good mood. This 4-bedroom detached property was made for him. It has a decent-sized garden, ample parking space for 2 cars, and a double garage that he could fill to his heart's content.
The vendor has indicated that John and Liz's 360 grand budget could secure it.
Lovely light room overlooking the garden, and it's in very good nick. You wouldn't have to do anything to it. What's your feeling on this, Liz? Because we know what John's attraction to this house is.
I love the garden. There's a lot that you can do out there, and it's south-facing, which is great.
But now Liz has seen my charming house number 2, how will this one compare?
It ought to be the right house, and it doesn't feel the way I'd like it to feel. But I can't put my finger on why.
I think it's because it was a 1930s house, and
it's not anymore.
And it's not anymore. It's the thing about 1930s houses, they have a sort of charm. And this has been, for the most part, taken out.
Uh-oh, John's gone quiet. Is the prospect of that double garage slipping away?
I think the problem is that the things that are going to have the more charm are probably always going to be a slight compromise on the garage. But something that's charming and cottagey, very rarely, unless you go out into the country, have a big bit to the side of the house. This may be one of the most difficult situations I've ever come across.
So sorry, Kirstie.
No, don't apologise. It's very interesting.
Seems even this house may not be right. I feel a little tough love from Kirstie might be on the cards.
Thinking about your house hunt for 36 hours like this is helpful, but at this point, I'm no longer a help.
What you've done is change the game, and I think you've made us more open-minded about what we're looking for, and I think we understand better why it hasn't been working.
Let's drink to more open-minded house hunting. I definitely can drink to that.
back in Birmingham, and it's been a tough search for the boys and me. But after revisiting the one-bed flat that John loved in the Jewellery Quarter and talking them through the potential to open up the existing space, Mo warmed to the place, and now they've decided to make an offer.
OK, well, let's talk maths. It's on the market at 120,000, as you know. Do you have a figure in mind?
Because I've done so much in terms of compromise, I want to make sure that we at least get it for a good price. I would want to get the flats as close to 100,000 as possible. But I'd be interested in your views on that.
It's not going to happen.
Coming to an agreement on a location and a property is a major achievement for John and Mo. But if they're to stand a chance of getting this flat, I need them to be realistic about its price.
We've got to make an offer that is serious. I'm thinking of a figure about 113. John, what were you thinking?
I don't know at this point.
What would be the maximum you'd pay for the flat?
Well, top 110,000.
OK. If you bought it for 110, you'd be stealing it. But that's my role here, is to try and buy you that flat for as cheap as possible.
Now it's down to me to see if we can do a deal. For their sake, I really hope I can pull this off.
Stacey, hi, it's Phil Spencer here. I just wanted to come back to you after our second viewing this morning. John and Mo do very much like it. They have come up with a figure. The 110 is the figure that they would pay, and it is also the figure beyond which they would walk away. Thanks, Stacey. Cheers. Bye. She's going to ring him straight away and let me know.
With house prices in Birmingham on the rise, there's no telling how a bid of almost 10% below the asking price will be received.
Hi there. Hi, yeah, all well. How did you get on? Can't do it. OK. That's a great shame. Not any good, I'm afraid. Not at 110.
Give it some thought, but he's the offers on the table, and see if he comes back to us.
And I think we're in a good spot for now. We'll leave it.
OK.
Cheers. Thanks, man.
Unfortunately, only an hour later, the Jewellery Quarter flat was snapped up by another buyer for £112,000. The house hunt for the boys was back on. But the big question is, would they find their perfect home without us? Well, Liz and John did. Just over a year after we left them and another 28 house viewings under their belt, the couple finally found the right southwest-facing garden with the right house in it.
So I think we've ended up with something that's very close to our specification, with each of us making a small compromise.
The couple paid £290,000, 10 grand over the asking price, to make sure they secured the house, and plans to extend and remodel are already underway.
I feel very contented that we've found a place that's right for us, it's in a good location, and it's somewhere we're really going to enjoy living.
Well, cheers. All good things come to those who wait, and those who listen to Kirstie, perhaps.
But you can always go to Park.
But what about those who listen to me?
We kind of gave up house searching for a little while. I think we're a bit exhausted, having looked at 30-odd properties over a year. And then if Phil and Kirstie can't find you a property, then what do you do then? That's kind of like the end of the road almost. So we kind of gave up for a little while.
But after a 6-month break, John and Mo got back on the house hunting horse, this time with a fresh injection of cash. Selling off assets and some financial help from their parents allowed the boys to more than double their original budget of £120,000 to a whopping £250,000.
We were talking about compromises and the budget of 120,000, and actually we were living in an area that we really liked. So that's kind of where we needed to be, so we needed to try and make that happen. And if that meant clawing together more money, then that's what we needed to do.
I think the whole house search with Phil and Kirstie basically showed us that what we were looking for just wasn't achievable. We either had to compromise on what we wanted or basically stick our hands in our pockets and fork out some more money.
Yeah.
And that's basically what we did in the end.
This change of criteria and generous budget boost finally led the couple to a house they both loved.
Walked out the house, went back to the car, sat in the car, and had that kind of eureka moment where we looked at each other and just said, kind of like, we love it.
It's exactly the one, and here we are.
Here we are indeed. 3 months ago, the boys became the proud owners of this spacious 3-bed terrace in Harbour, an area they both loved but just couldn't afford on their original budget. At £257,000, it was a stretch, but all worth it.
I can't quite believe that it's ours. You walk up to the front door and you think, oh, it's actually all mine. It's a nice feeling.
The thing I love about this house is the windows. There's lots of period features.
A bit different to that city pad you were after then, John.
This house is a really good compromise. We are not too far from the city centre, which is where I lived, but at the same time we're kind of in the suburbs, but we've still got Harbour High Street, which has got lots of really good pubs and restaurants. So it's a nice compromise between the two.
What a turnaround. This is beginning to sound like a tale of happy ever after.
So I think we're really happy with the house. I think finally we agree on the house.
Oh dear, I feel a but coming on.
But do you know what? I think we still disagree on quite a few things. So we've still got plenty of things to argue about.
Well, we've still got to decorate the house yet, so...
Which colours to paint the living room, what to do with the kitchen, what should we do in the garden. It's brilliant. There's loads of things to disagree on.
I guess some things will just never change. Now they've got a roof over their heads, the boys have been able to focus on other things.
Things have really started to fall into place. So we found the house. That seemed one piece of the jigsaw, and then since then, we've both had promotions.
Still engaged, we haven't got married yet. So now we've got to save up some more money and start planning the wedding.
The next disagreement's on the horizon.
Well, you're on your own there, guys, because wedding planners we ain't. I'm chuffed to bits to see that these guys finally found a way to a home they both love. But can the same be said for John and Liz?
It's been 2 years since we last caught up with Liz and John. They'd just picked up the keys to their new house here in Alice Street. They were planning a massive transformation, so I've come back to take a look.
The couple had viewed a whopping 58 houses before finally finding this 1950s 3-bed detached house.
How about this?
Well,
proper big house.
At long last, yes.
With just one previous owner, it needed a lot of work inside and out. Work which is now complete.
Which bit's new? Because it all looks actually very blended in. That's the extension.
That's the extension there. And the reason it blends in so well is that the builders saved the bricks that they'd salvaged from knocking down the original garage. They'd weathered to the same degree as the rest of the house.
Well, that makes a difference, doesn't it?
Makes a huge difference, yes.
I'd love to have a look around, see what you've done.
We'll show you.
Yeah, off they go.
The couple bought the house for £290,000 and have spent a further £130 completely transforming it. A 2-storey extension was added, giving them a new garage, a shower room, utility, and an extra bedroom upstairs. As well as the extra space, the whole interior of the house went through a pretty drastic renovation, including a change to the original layout to give Liz her dream kitchen with a view out to the all-important southwest-facing garden.
Is it as you dreamt that it would be?
It's better, I think, than I dreamt it could have been.
That's probably because you designed it.
I got so fixated on the search, I'd almost lost sight of the end result.
Yeah.
And this house works well in every respect for all the things that we love to do. And there's not a moment I spend in it when I don't think, I can't believe that this is ours, that we did this. And that we can stay here. It's just magnificent.
Yeah. I think because we came to it relatively late in life, we had a fair idea of what it is we'd be missing all our lives, and so we were able to build in those requirements.
Yeah. I think it's wonderfully satisfying to actually have the opportunity to design your space, and you've turned it round. And this does look absolutely sensational.
It is a lovely place to live. Yeah, it works very well.
Is it done? Is it finished?
I can't think of anything else that we still need to do.
I can't either.
No? Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. That's actually...
Yes, we need to call halts at some
So
stage.
we can live in it like normal people now.
Yeah.
And not spend all weekend in DIY stores, which is just lovely.
Now the renovation's done, they can get back to their very active lives. Storage for all their sporting kit meant the size of the garage was always a bit of a deal breaker for John.
Here is the true heart of the house.
So how does this one measure up?
It was the bit that you always focused on getting.
It was always a consideration, yes.
So did you get enough storage?
Just enough, yes.
It's not as though you needed any more saws, is it? Look about that, ain't you?
No, it's it looks good, doesn't it?
It does
Yes.
look really good.
That's right.
It's a proper man's shed.
Yes, I can't think of a better way of storing saws. There we have it.
I confess I'm going green with envy.
Yes.
I think this is great.
Yes, an Englishman's shed is his castle. But is gardening mad Liz as happy with her lot?
So, Liz, I remember you wanting a garden with a house in it, wasn't that? Was the way
That was
your
absolutely,
description,
that was
wasn't it?
exactly what I was looking for, yes.
Did you get it?
I absolutely did.
I think you did, didn't you?
Yes, it's just super duper.
And with the help of a digger, Liz has transformed the bog-standard back garden into this horticultural heaven.
This longer term, the plan is that the shrubs in the middle will grow up a little bit to break up the view of the lower garden, and then the rest of it's perennials.
Oh, Liz, just listening to you
I know.
talk about it. This is what you wanted.
It's absolutely what I wanted, yes.
Really, well done, you.
It really is great to see the whole package come together for these two. And about time, too.
You really did play the long game, didn't you? You were convinced in your heart of hearts it was out there and you were going to find it.
Absolutely. John was prepared to hold out longer than I was, and I'm very glad that we did.
Well, I'm not surprised, sitting here now, seeing as it is, and the garden's just going to get better.
It is, it's
The
going to be
house is
super.
fantastic.
Yeah.
During our search, we got close several times, but hadn't hit the jackpot, if you like. So it always seemed to me that we would get there eventually.
Now, I've got to ask, was Kirstie any help whatsoever?
Kirstie was an enormous amount of help. Sorry, Phil.
But she talked you out of a house, didn't she?
She did, and that was so...
But it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Sitting here right now, how does it feel?
Absolutely magical. I've got a lovely home, I've got the garden I wanted, I can sit here in the evenings and listen to the birds, but I've got my friends and my hobbies locally.
Yeah.
It couldn't be better.
Well done. Many, many congratulations. I'm so pleased it all worked out well.
Thank you.
Right. Oh, champagne's gone flat.
Some house hunts are tougher than others. John and Mo could only agree to disagree, and Liz and John just couldn't compromise. But it all worked out in the end. So it just goes to show that in house hunting, sometimes good things really do come to those who wait. This week, we're catching up with two couples who are in the need for speed in the hunt for their dream homes. We used magic,
Ooh, I'm feeling it. I'm thinking with my witchy ways.
friends in high places,
I think it's a sign from God, isn't it?
And hypnosis.
I will reject all my prejudices.
I will reject any of my prejudice.
I'd love to be knocked between the eyes.
Not sure you're allowed to do that, Phil.
but would we get them what they wanted?
I think without Kirstie's help, we'll still be searching for a property.
It's a big project.
Very big project. Much bigger than we thought it was going to be originally.
This week, we're catching up with two sets of house hunters in the Midlands. With bulldozers and babies on the way, it was a race against time for Kirstie and I to find them their dream homes.
Kirstie was searching in pretty Northamptonshire for management professionals Rinku and Sundar. They'd been living rent-free in a family property for 3 years, but it was due for demolition, leaving them just a few months to find a new home. And the clock was also ticking for my couple, Steve and Sally, who were desperate to relocate to Warwickshire before the birth of their first baby.
We absolutely love it. The countryside, we're out and about with the dogs every day. We also like the peace and quiet, the tranquility.
As much as my pair love the rural setting in Berkshire, they can't afford to buy here. So they've decided to relocate to Warwickshire, where their money goes further.
We've got family that live in the northwest and the northeast, so being a little bit closer to them would be great.
But not too close, eh, Steve?
Means that we're still a couple of hours away. There's not too much of a chance of them popping around for a cup of coffee without being invited.
Wonder if Steve will still be saying that when there's a babysitter needed.
Sally certainly isn't planning on compromising their active lifestyle.
We'd like lots of nice walkways on the doorstep so we can take the dogs out across the fields, places we could cycle round, hopefully near some stables where I can do horse riding.
But it's not all play with this pair. Steve's work in the drink industry means that he has a couple of important criteria.
It's absolutely crucial that I have a space in the house which I can use as an office or a study.
Preferably with a better view.
And that's not all.
I must have a good local, I must be able to go on the Sundays and read my newspapers and take the dogs with me.
Purely for research purposes, of course.
It'd be lovely.
Steve and Sally were searching on a budget of 550 grand, but with a baby on the way, they're being careful and have dropped to 475. With a new search location nearly 90 miles away in the villages around Stratford, it's no wonder this search has stalled. So guess who the pressure's on now?
Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
All changed. So you're due in about 2 months.
Yep, just over 2 months.
You've left it a little bit late to call me. I might just add. I mean, what's been happening over 18 months? Why haven't you found something?
We've got quite a strict criteria on what we'd like. Maybe we need to be a little bit more flexible.
Would you do work to a place?
A little bit, but we're not very good with handiwork.
Very good at knocking things down, not necessarily good at building them back up again.
So I think it is quite tough for people to search for a long time in one place with a particular budget, to then move it to a relatively unfamiliar area and reduce the budget while still thinking, I'm going to get everything.
We would probably need your help to guide us in the right direction and tell us where, if we are being a bit picky, we may need to compromise.
We're certainly professors of the science of compromise.
I just hope these two turn out to be model pupils. With their budget of $475,000, they'd like a 3-bedroom character house with office space, a big garden for the dogs, and ideally a village pub for Steve. While I was on the hunt for a good local in Warwickshire, Kirstie was on a search of her own 40 miles away in Northamptonshire.
I'm with Rinku and Sundar, who got hitched 4 years ago. Since then, it's been good times, especially after Sundar's uncle made them an accommodation offer they couldn't refuse.
Yes.
Good shot.
We've been quite fortunate that we've been living in a family cottage for the last 3 years.
We live in such a beautiful house with space.
Living rent-free on a 16-acre plot in the genteel surroundings of their uncle's care home, they've settled into married life. Beautiful lines, Sundar. And all the lovely space in this house really suits their lifestyle.
When we do have, social functionings, they're not 2 or 4. They're in sort of the masses, and both of us have very large extended family. How's the food? Fantastic.
Well done. Amazing.
But their luck is about to change as the care home's expanding and their beloved cottage will be demolished in 3 months' time.
It's going to be a big change because we've been quite fortunate living here with such luxury.
They've certainly been spoiled here. It's a situation that could make even the most savvy house hunter a little unrealistic.
We're looking for a 3 to 4 bedroom detached house.
1 bedroom would need an ensuite.
2 or 3 reception rooms.
The study.
Bit of garden.
Off-road parking as well.
Well, at least they know what they want.
We're happy to kind of go in and renovate if we have to.
I should hope so too, but I think these two may still need a bit of a reality check.
So you have been living in the lap of luxury ever since you got married.
How many properties have you actually been in to see?
I've only seen 2, and then I gave up. I've struggled, but maybe Sunda's more realistic.
Sunda, how unrealistic do you think your wife is?
She can be very unrealistic at times.
After a week, I do get over it.
I think we've got to get the torture started, because the sooner we break into the reality of what we can get, the sooner we can get to the other side of that.
Yes, time is ticking.
We better start.
Yep, that bulldozer's only getting closer.
Demanding they may be, but during their rent-free living, these two have saved hard and have 300 to 330 grand for a house with up to 5 bedrooms, 3 reception rooms, and a garden for Sunda to cultivate his stripes.
And preferably not too far from Rinku's family in Northampton.
How did you get on? You just met them? Ooh.
Ooh, I'm feeling it. I'm thinking with my witchy ways. I'm thinking... He says she's the tricky one. I bet it's 50-50.
I'm feeling a little bit hard done by because they've been searching for 18 months and now they've given me a timetable of 2 months before the baby arrives.
You know, they're never going to be in a new home before the baby arrives. They're just taking you out for a ride to see if you can find them something they couldn't find.
I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, clip clop. Come on, Phil, giddy up.
With that vote of confidence, it's time to trot off to my first property. I'm taking Steve and Sally 7 miles south of Stratford to the village of Upper Quinton. And I'm confident this charming chain-free house on the edge of the village green will work for their tight timescales.
16th century, detached, it's quite a big house. What are your first thoughts?
It's very picturesque.
It's lovely.
It's nice. I like the area.
All we can hear is bird song.
Hope the inside gives them something to chirp about.
Indeed it should. Both reception rooms are packed with traditional features. The 4 bedrooms are perhaps a bit small, but that's the price of period. For the man who needs to work from home, Steve will love the study, complete with view of a south-facing garden. And it's bang on budget at £475,000.
Straight into a big reception room. How do you feel about this in terms of its character and size?
I like the beams. I like the fireplace.
I agree, yeah. It's lovely. Very nice feel.
Good. Good start. And through to the dining room.
Another fireplace.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And it leads through to the kitchen. What do you make of that?
Nice farmhouse kitchen. Probably needs a little bit of updating.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit smaller than I probably hoped it would be.
Hopefully the upstairs will seduce them.
This is the master bedroom.
Nice and light. Slightly smaller.
We'd struggle to get our furniture in here, definitely.
You could open it up, where there's a shower through there.
Okay.
So you could open it up, but you'd lose the shower.
They're struggling with size, but seem to be forgetting that the one thing that's got smaller is their budget.
Might need a new bathroom in here, but at least it's got a shower.
Sally and Steve have got a very long list of requirements. There's no doubt they've got themselves in a bit of a pickle in terms of timing, and I'm not convinced that that has actually hit home yet.
It's nice and light, but you have to watch your head.
This house delivers on character and location, but I suspect the space they can get on their new budget has been a surprise.
I really like the property overall. Nice character. It looks good from the outside.
The location is lovely. Yeah, very good.
What did you think of the bedrooms?
My initial thoughts were they were small. Storage probably lacking a little bit upstairs.
A couple of things need updating. But yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Somehow, I don't think nice is going to cut it.
Yes, more space needed, Pip, and that means more searching for you.
We're catching up with 2 couples searching in and around the Midlands who are facing very different time pressures. Rinku and Sunda were keen to secure a new home before their current one met its demolition date. And Steve and Sally were just a couple of months away from 2 becoming 3 and had left it a bit late to find a new home.
Rinku and Sunda have been living rent-free in a family home, but it's being razed to the ground in 3 months' time, so we need to kickstart their Northamptonshire search. Crick, with its traditional properties and country village feel, is one of their top locations. I know Rinku and Sunda would prefer a house with character, but they come at a price. So to give them the space they want in budget, I've had to compromise. First impressions are, it doesn't look very pretty. I will tell you now, it is one of the worst laid out houses I have ever seen.
All right, okay. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's good.
But It is not a problem. So we're going to stand here for a second and we're going to say, after me, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
I will reject all my prejudices.
I will reject any of my prejudice.
Right. Okie doke. Brilliant. Let's go.
A novel way to start a viewing, Kirstie. I think those expectations are well and truly lowered.
I've got them right where I want them, because this house is a development dream. With just a few walls to knock down, it'd be goodbye higgledy-piggledy layout and hello, handsome open-plan living.
Upstairs has bags of potential too. 4 bedrooms, a lounge, and there's even a dressing room.
Compared to their current place, this doesn't have a lot of charm, but it has so much space. If they have the vision, it could be a brilliant buy.
Priced at just under 280 grand, it's £50,000 under budget, which would leave them scope to open up the downstairs rooms.
Pretend you can see through that wall.
By taking down the walls between the lounge, dining room and kitchen, Rinku and Sunda would have a big kitchen living area, making full use of the French doors onto the garden.
Bit more positive or negative? Honest?
Space-wise, it's good.
Yeah. And is there any lawn area?
You can make that lawn. It's expensive, but it's not impossible. I genuinely believe you might be the people that have the vision for this house. Because size-wise, it's enormous. You have now seen less than 50% of the downstairs space.
I'm not sure Rinku's sharing your enthusiasm, Kirstie.
See, this is another huge room. It has the potential to be a real kick-ass house. Yeah. Tell me truthfully, are you feeling a little cheerier at this point?
You probably are, I'm not.
She rejected all her prejudices on the doorstep, but now Rinku's inside. It's a different story.
That's the 3rd bedroom.
This is the 3rd one.
Yeah.
It's a hard sell, this house. Most people wouldn't have the vision for it. But it is a corker and it could be fantastic.
I'd only pay 150 for this because I just think it's disgusting.
I don't think even we can get that kind of a deal. Hopefully Sunda feels differently.
Can you, either of you, imagine yourselves living in this house?
No.
No. I just can't get over how it looks from the outside.
I mean, certainly I'm not shy off the work and, you know, what's involved, but I do want to have a lawn.
In terms of space and light and potential, this sets a very high bar.
Looks like this one isn't enough of a Bobby Dazzler.
But some lucky person is going to get a whole lot of house. And I hope Rinku and Sunda have started to understand what their money can actually get them.
Over in Warwickshire, Steve and Sally weren't tempted by my first character house in Upper Quinton, so I'm taking them to Warmington, another lovely location with village green, pond, and something else they've asked for right on the doorstep.
Steve, I remember somebody saying they wanted to be near a village pub. Well, there it is, about 2 doors up.
You can't get much closer than that, thank you.
And that's the house that we're here to see.
Fantastic.
Looks lovely.
If the last house felt a little dated, then this stylish cottage with 2 reception rooms and 3 double bedrooms should have all the bling thereafter.
There's no 4th bedroom for Steve's home office, but this loft has bags of potential.
There's a lovely back garden with plenty of play space for their dogs.
And priced at £450,000, it's 25 grand under budget.
This is lovely.
Lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love the doors that open outside.
It's got a nice feel to it. Spacious. It's exactly the kind of thing we're looking for, isn't it, kitchen-wise?
It's an easy room to love. But the garden might take a little more vision if that 18-month search is going to end here.
You've got the nice kind of sun track with barbecue and a bit of entertaining social space.
Lovely.
But it leads through, and there's grass and sheds and trampolines and what
Goes
have you
on
down
further
there.
back.
How do you feel about this?
It's an odd layout, actually.
Yeah.
The actual size of it's good.
I've got to confess, I agree with you. The size of it is quite good. The layout is a little...
Might need a bit of
just,
tweaking.
Yeah, it just takes a bit getting used to.
Yeah.
But upstairs, I don't think there will be any problems with the layout.
Oh, this is very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. And I've got a master plan to create that study space for Steve. Converting this loft to create a large bedroom, including the staircase and dormer window, could be done for 20 grand. It'd be a smart solution for guests and add value in a location where decent-sized properties don't stay on the market for long.
I see this more of a guest room and ensuite rather than an office.
But if you were to change the roof
and
push that out that way, you'd enjoy the view.
Yeah.
And you'd have a lot more space.
No, good idea.
But it's going to cost more.
Yes.
They're saying all the right things.
It's got a nice flow to the house, hasn't it, from the kitchen straight through. I like it.
But I think Steve really wants that office, and I'm not sure extending the loft is quite what he had in mind.
The fourth bedroom is obviously the major factor here.
So in order for it to be somewhere you could expand, it would necessitate doing the loft?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd have to do that.
Well, food for thought, anyway.
Yes.
They don't sound ready to commit to this one, Phil.
Nope, and right now, I'm just hoping they'll be ready to commit to any house.
Over in Northamptonshire, Rinku and Sundar have between 300 and 330 grand to spend on their next home, and I'm sure they'll fall for my next charming house. Morsley is a modern village 14 miles north of Northampton, made up of more than 900 new-build properties. But I'm not sure how Rinku and Sundar will feel about being a little further out, so I've called in some moral support.
Don't look so worried.
She's seen a ghost.
What is the ghost?
The area.
This is a fantastic development. Really good community. Yes, it's new, but it's been very, very successful.
What do you think of the look of the place?
It's nice compared to the last one, which was just ugly, but my only doubt is the area.
Well, if Rinku doesn't like the house, I'm sure we'll soon know. If she can get over her postcode prejudice, this 3-storey house gives them the space they want without knocking down walls.
The dining kitchen would make a fantastic space for socialising with their large families.
And each of the 5 bedrooms and 2 reception rooms are in excellent nick.
Priced at 310 grand, it's everything they've asked for, including a little something for Sundar.
Out the window, you will see this thing called grass.
Oh, yes.
A mower is required.
Yes.
A big plus for you.
One tick.
But this house has a lot more going for it than horticulture.
Additional reception space, and then this is your more formal dining area.
What are you feeling?
Inside, I can't fault it at this stage, but still at the back of my mind, I've got the whole area.
I am going to take Rinku upstairs.
Keep at it, Kirstie. She's a tough nut, but Rinku's starting to crack.
From the back here, you get a really good perspective of the house and quite what a size it is.
It is very generous.
Plenty of bathrooms, plenty of wardrobe space.
Now that will win Rinku over, hopefully. Yeah.
Is it taking a little while for her to adjust to being out of the comfort zone?
Definitely. She needs to take time buying houses. It is quite stressful for everybody.
Yes, most often for Phil and me.
Look, he's got really big furniture in here. And then here we've got dressing area and your shower room.
Really good space.
Really good space.
Yeah.
Oh, you're looking very cheery.
No, I'm feeling a little bit better now.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I
am feeling a bit more positive.
It seems Rinku is really coming round to this place.
This is another bathroom. Wow. You'd have to get rid of all this. It's a bit old school.
Well, you know, it's just the tiles. Yeah.
No, and the bathroom.
Renovation talk is good news for their search, bad news for Sundar's weekends.
Such a strong house, this one. The area.
But it's a good area.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just she doesn't know.
She's just
the area.
unfamiliar with it, so it's going to take a little bit of time.
It's got a lovely atmosphere, this place. Maybe that's you and your magic wand, Phil. You've just come in, waved your twinkle dust around.
It tends to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, I must admit it does.
So has the fairy godfather's spell done the trick?
The house certainly have a lot to offer.
Yeah, I just need to get my head around the area. Maybe I'm being a bit vain, but I'd need to check with other people to see what they thought about Morsley.
We just need the advice, perspective.
You've got the advice.
No, I know where you're coming from. All sorts of new areas can have prejudices against them.
At least it's pretty from the outside. So that's a plus.
There you are. That was a good start.
I'm leaving relieved, not just because you've seen a lovely house, but Kirstie's actually talking a whole bunch of sense.
If you say for a change, you will be in a lot of trouble.
It's making really good sense.
Pearls of Allsopp wisdom, always available, Pip. No charge.
I'm midway through Steve and Sally's search, and as my third house, north of Stratford, in the village of Wootton Wowan, is also the biggest, I'm bringing Kirstie and her pearls of wisdom along with me.
With walkways and paddocks nearby and a great gastropub in the village, this location is perfect for their lifestyle.
Now, this is a lot more house for a lot less money. It doesn't quite have the character or the finish, but the position is great and the size is great.
I think it looks quite nice. I like the setting, lots of walks on the doorstep.
This house is not as smart as the last, but it does have 4 bedrooms, so all the space thereafter inside, plus a truly stunning garden. The interior, which needs a little TLC, may not appeal at the moment, but I'm confident the price will. At 425 grand, it's a whopping £50,000 under budget.
Come on into the main room. What do you feel?
It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be, actually. A lot more spacious.
Outside, the feeling was not great.
Yeah.
I like the location, I think it's fantastic, but the look of the place doesn't warm me at all.
Yeah.
As Steve doesn't like the outside, I doubt he'll lose his heart to this dated kitchen. But he needs to keep an open mind. At this price, he could afford a whole new one.
You could easily have something here, open up this bit, done. Bob's your uncle, much better kitchen sitting room.
I mean, there's a lot of space out there.
There's a lot of space
and a
out
lot
there.
of light.
It's worth thinking about, isn't it?
Steve's gone a bit quiet. I'm not convinced that he has grasped the urgency of this search, but I think Sally may be seeing the potential.
This is the master bedroom, which is actually really good size.
It's decent size, yeah.
Have you seen prices differ in the time that you've been looking?
They're creeping up, yes.
Yeah. That's the thing that worries me. Babies can be kept in chest of drawers and born anywhere. You could find yourself 6 months from now looking at things which weren't as good as the things that you're seeing now.
Trying to stay calm.
That's very good.
But let's not forget we're 3 houses down, and sometime soon one of these two needs to make a decision on a property, or their baby might end up in that chest of drawers after all.
It's very strange. From the front of the house, I was very sceptical. The back of the house, the garden, it looks significantly... No, it's a different setup altogether.
How are you feeling about this baby business and moving house at the same time?
I think it'll be a challenge.
Sally seems quite relaxed about things. She seems quite open-minded.
She's taking it very in a stride, yeah. Yeah, it's really good. I think the house thing's probably stressing me out a little bit more than her. I think she's on baby stress and I'll take the house stress.
Yeah, there's a lot to happen all at the same time.
Yeah, I think we'll have a lot more luggage.
You will have a lot more
I need more
luggage.
storage space than we've currently got.
Well, Steve, then this house, the biggest we've seen, should be just the one for you.
Sound advice from a seasoned pro.
All right, sweet cheeks.
How are you?
I'm a little bit confused.
No, I don't think it's confusing. I think that they don't have the urgency. You would have thought if they were having a baby, there would be some urgency, but I don't feel it.
Wasting my time.
That happens quite often, though.
And these two don't have much time to waste.
Well, the dogs would like it. There's lots of space, isn't there, for them running round. It's nice and safe as well, isn't it? Contained for the dogs and the baby.
Yeah, they'd love it here. It's the first house we've seen with some proper garden.
Fingers crossed their wander round has helped them to get the measure of this massive plot.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Overall, certainly
Warm
warmed up.
into it a bit.
Certainly warmed up.
Are you still looking for the thing which really knocks you between the eyes?
I'd love to be knocked between the eyes.
Well, not something to say to Phil right now.
Thank you.
I'll do it for you, Stary.
I'm not sure you're allowed to do that, Phil.
OK, gloves off, back to the matter in hand. So it looks like this one could be a strong contender, but only if they're willing to do the work. And that will take time. And time's a-ticking. This week, we're back with 2 couples in the Midlands who are both racing against the clock to find their perfect home. Steve and Sally were expecting a baby, while Rinku and Sundar were expecting the bulldozers.
Rinku and Sundar have been living for 3 years in a place owned by their family, but it's set to be demolished in 3 months' time. They've seen 2 houses. They hated the look of the first.
This will need to be ripped out completely.
And the location of the second.
At the back of my mind, I've got the whole area.
So I'm pulling out all the stops with a handsome house in Cold Ashby, a location Rinku likes. But it's my last chance and even the weather is against me.
I think it has got everything they want. And I'm really crossing my fingers.
Good morning.
Morning.
This stylish 5-bed home has all the space they've asked for.
The kitchen diner and sitting room, which look onto a lovely lawn, are perfect for entertaining. And should they need more reception space, there's a separate annex in the garden.
But getting everything on their list in a charming location doesn't come cheap. Priced at just under £325,000, this house is at the top end of their budget.
What are the feelings on the location?
Positive.
Positive. Nice location.
Yeah, compared to yesterday, I
Oh.
feel more upbeat.
Thank goodness, because for some reason I don't cope well with failure.
Kitchen?
Really nice.
Very nice.
Spacious.
Yep.
And I think the mood is only improving, Kirstie.
This is actually a really nice big room. Yeah. It's got a proper fire.
Lovely fireplace, yeah.
Could work.
Be good to see what upstairs have to offer.
Go and have a look upstairs, and then shout if you want anything from me.
Okay.
Hopefully upstairs it will stay upbeat.
Bedroom number 1.
It's
Ensuite, that's what we wanted.
got a lovely view from here.
And garden's a good size for you to maintain as well.
But all this space costs, so that means compromise.
What about financially?
Yeah, we'll have to just see what we can do. Maybe less shopping for you and less takeaways for me.
No holidays?
Yeah, no holidays for 2 years.
No, 1 year.
For 1 year, yes.
1 year I can handle.
1 year.
Looks like Rinku has negotiation skills to match yours, Kirstie.
It's a good, strong house. Part of me thinks when you're young, you should buy the one that might be available around 250 and do it up. But that's just me. I'm really an old skinflint.
But I think these two want to seal the deal on this one.
I think it's a sign from God, isn't it?
But not without a little advice, of course.
Mum, it's me. Can you come at 1 o'clock then to see the house? It's really nice.
Uncle's just said yes, he can make it as well.
Excellent.
So that's good.
So, what do you think, having seen upstairs?
Amazing.
Honestly, it's so nice. I just feel like it's our house that's just been plotted in this village. I'm 100% as long as when my mum and uncle see it, then I'll feel happy.
I think we've nailed it, but this search was tough enough when there were 2 to convince. Now it's 4. Is it double trouble for me?
You'll just have to wait and see, Kirstie. But with the location, the garden and all this space, I think Rinku and Sundar's family will be struggling not to fall for this place just as hard as they have.
This is the kitchen diner.
That's really nice, isn't it?
A lot of light, isn't it? A lot of windows that brings the light.
Yeah. A house this size could very well last Rinku and Sundar and their relations the rest of their lives.
What do you think then? It's nice.
It is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like upstairs.
Ta-da!
It seems the whole family are giving this place top marks.
Yeah, I can see you're living here, and you know, it's all about price now.
We better get on with it.
50 miles away in Warwickshire, the clock is ticking for Sally and Steve, who want a new home before their baby arrives in a couple of months. Despite the charm of the first 2 properties, they were just too small. So we're back for a second look at property number 3, the 1940s semi-detached in Wootton Wowan. It's a super spacious house, but it will take a bit of work to make it their dream home.
I'm still not sure quite how this is going to go. It's not quite what they had in mind, so whether they'll actually be able to commit to it today or not, only time will tell. Morning, you two.
Morning.
I've invited local builder Mick Dorgan along to help them see how they could give the house some razzle-dazzle. It's 50 grand under budget, so they can afford to do work.
One of the things when we were here yesterday was talking about improving this kitchen.
Yes.
Could you give us a ballpark idea of cost?
Well, knocking through and building an extension would be £20,000.
That's not too bad.
The kitchen, again, ranging from minimum 6 up to 16.
Looking at around 30 for the...
Yeah, that'd be good.
So has this second viewing given them any second thoughts?
What was the ensuite like?
It's a good size. It probably needs refitting, but
It's one of our must-have.
ticks all the boxes, doesn't it?
Yeah, spot on.
I was worried all that talk of money and timescales might put them off. But they actually seem to be giving it some serious consideration. With the clock ticking on baby's arrival, they really can't afford to hang around.
So, what do you want to do about it?
Not good at making decisions.
I think we should go for it. It's exactly what we didn't want at the start of this process.
It is. Don't love it in the state it's in at the moment, but we could do.
If we bought it, did all the work to it, would we love it then? Its location.
Yeah, location's great, size is great.
And you're never going to get everything. But at some point, you're going to have to go, I know I hate making decisions, but actually, we need to sort this out.
Yeah. No, I think we should do it. I think it's the right thing to do. We can get it for a good price. Let's do it.
What should we go in at? 400?
I think we start negotiations low, yeah.
It's been a long journey for my pair, but now they've finally reached a decision on a house, I need to clinch this deal.
Good afternoon. Could I speak with Borja, please? We've just had our second viewing, and my clients, they do like the house very much. We are struggling justifying the asking price at $425,000. So the offer I've got for you today is for $400,000. Great. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Now, all we can do is wait.
Rinku and Sunda have fallen for my priciest Northamptonshire property. At just under £325,000, the Cold Ashby house is at the top of their budget. So we've been crunching the numbers and they've decided to submit an offer, 10 grand under the asking price.
So yeah, I think we'll be comfortable with 315.
As the agent is heading out, I need to get straight on the telephone.
Richard, hi. I have spoken to my client and they have come up with the following proposal. They are prepared to exchange immediately. They're chain-free, they're not selling anything, as long as they can get the house for, and this is the crux, for $315,000.
But it's not the answer we'd hoped for.
Right. OK, bye. That was very fun. And that means that the client has a preset lowest limit, and he said we don't come anywhere close to it.
It's disappointing news, especially for Rinku, who's lost her heart to this house. But she's not the only one.
They've got 2 viewings on Saturday. He said, in a rising spring market, my client has every confidence of getting the asking price.
Now that they realise they have competition for their dream house, the reality of it all is hitting hard.
We'll have to have a bit of think about this, and just to see really what we'll be comfortable of paying.
Over in Warwickshire, it's tense times for Steve and Sally.
OK, cheers. Bye-bye. 400 has been declined.
OK.
And he says that she would accept 410.
Probably means she'd probably take a little bit less.
I'd like to think so, yes, Steve.
Can we be cheeky?
I'd suggest coming up with a figure that's north of the 405.
Split the difference?
Yeah.
750?
407.5 it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Borja, good afternoon. We've had a bit of a debate this end. This is the front runner, and they do very much like it, but it is going to cost them, well, how long's a piece of string? With that in mind, the increased offer is 407.5. Right. He was a bit disappointed.
See what happens.
How you feeling, Sally?
Good. A little nervous.
Exciting but nervous at the same time.
This could be the end of an 18-month search.
Hello, Phil Spencer. Hello, Borja. Hi. Can I pass that message on? And I'll get back to you. Well, you're buying a house. Well done. 407.5.
Thank you very much.
Accepted. Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes. Wow.
Champagne for everyone.
One happy couple. But could we make it 2?
With their first offer rejected, Rinku and Sunda need to decide just how hard they've fallen for the 5-bed house in Cold Ashby. It's on at just under 325 grand, and with others interested, it will take all they have to secure it.
I think we can reconsider, I suppose, our offer, and we can look at perhaps, going straight for the kill. Paying the asking price, I mean, obviously, if you think that that's not sensible.
I think we should ring him, say asking price, nobody sees around it, done, finished.
You have to be off the market, there's no
That's
more
it.
viewing, and have to be agreed straight away.
Straight away.
Yeah. They both desperately want this house, and with their current one being demolished in just 3 months, I hope I can secure it for them in time.
Richard, it's Kirstie. If someone were to make an asking price offer, would the viewings on Saturday be stopped? I would like to officially make an asking price offer. Right. Right, I understand that. No, I completely understand. Okay, bye.
She shoots, she scores. What a result.
Yes. Hey. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We've got a house now.
One fabulous family home fit for their future.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
2 dream homes for 2 lovely sets of house hunters.
And just in the nick of time before the bulldozer and the baby arrives.
Well, almost. 10 weeks on, Steve and Sally are still renting. But things are proceeding smoothly, with planning permission already granted for their renovations. As of 11 days ago, though, they no longer have just a bump.
Now we've got our little baby Dexter.
Very small little fella, but perfectly formed, as they say.
Causing lots of chaos. Loving it.
They hope to exchange very soon and move once they've extended out into the conservatory to create an open-plan kitchen and living space.
I think what Kirstie and Phil showed us is what we could actually do with the property to change it.
Having somebody else help us points in a direction which we wouldn't have looked at otherwise. So it was a massive step change for us, which was a real benefit.
Rinku and Sundar's sale went through without any hitches, and the couple got straight to work, putting their own stamp on the place.
All the decoration with the painting and the wallpapering were done with friends and family.
Almost a year on, and the couple are all settled in.
We've made quite a few cosmetic changes. We painted the whole house, we changed the carpet, changed the flooring. We made a few amends in the kitchen, such as worktops and sinks, and obviously feature walls as well by putting wallpaper in the living room and the master bedroom.
And Sundar's been putting his green fingers to the test.
Garden was very important for me, and when we walked into this house, I was pleased to see some green grass outside there, unlike the first house that we saw. Obviously, it's an ongoing project, should we say, to make it greener and healthier than what it is.
But it's not just the decorating and gardening that's been keeping them both busy.
Daddy.
7 weeks ago, Rinku gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, Rowan.
Having a baby is a new experience for both of us.
Look at you. What are you looking at?
I'm currently on maternity leave for 6 to 9 months, which is a great time to spend with a baby. And Sundar managed to take some time off as well, which was great.
It's been an absolute joy.
Really enjoy it, so happy, and he's a beautiful baby as well.
With one of the 4 spare bedrooms earmarked for Rowan, Rinku's already planning on filling the rest.
Hopefully one of the rooms will become my walk-in wardrobe. That's my dream, basically.
Nice to see some things haven't changed.
So we definitely see this as a long-term house, at least 10 to 15 years.
At the moment, we have a new arrival who's 7 weeks old. Hopefully in the future, we have a couple more to fill the house, shall we say.
One more.
Nice try, Sundar. Best wait for the baby dust to settle first. But of course, family is particularly important to these two, and getting their seal of approval on the right house was crucial. And now that they've moved in, it's great to see it's still getting the thumbs up.
My family loves this house, actually. I think since we've moved here, people have come more often.
Family is the most important for both of us, and we like to have them around. So the space is vital for us, really.
We've got babysitters on the doorstep. We've got Sundar's family down the road and my parents as well, which is great.
I think that without Kirstie's help, we'll still be searching for a property, and even if we did, perhaps we might not have found such a lovely house in this great location, and we couldn't have asked for anything more than that.
Lovely to see this couple now settled as a family. And a year on, I can't wait to see if Steve and Sally are just as happy.
It's been almost a year since I helped Steve and Sally find their first family home. And despite not initially looking to take on a project, the house they went for was actually quite a big one. And I can only imagine that after the arrival of their baby boy, life's been pretty manic.
Steve and Sally were quick to recognise the potential on offer with this house for its price tag.
Very well. How are you?
Good, thank you very much.
Nice to see you both.
But to get it the way they wanted, they faced juggling a new baby with a big building project. Not easy with Sally living at their old place in Berkshire and Steve on the road with work.
Hopefully it's a bit different to last time you saw it.
It is very different to last time I saw it. So you did open it all the way through?
We did. We thought we'd try and let in as much light as possible and yeah, knock it all through.
Wow.
The house has been extended at the back to create a spacious living and dining area.
Did you recognise it?
No, not really.
Good.
With the addition of a downstairs toilet and utility room.
Gosh, transformed.
Giving the family all the space they need.
It's a big project.
Very big project. Much bigger than we thought it was going to be originally.
Given that you were heavily pregnant at the time as well.
Yeah, it was a difficult one to paint holding a baby and, you know.
Tell me about the build.
Well, the extension, as you can see, it's quite big. The highlight for me is the skylight.
Yes, absolutely.
Just really opens up the room, so we're really, really pleased with that.
So you have changed everything?
Yes, we've literally changed everything. Floors, ceilings, walls, etc.
How long did it take?
From start to finish, probably about 3 months, 3.5 months.
I'd say that's pretty good going. What did it cost?
Lots.
Okay.
He's the budget man.
Okay. I'm not surprised, because it looks absolutely stunning. And we did manage to buy the house quite well on a budget as well.
We did. There was money there to spend, which we knew we'd spend, but we spent it all at once.
It was been a very busy time for you.
Yeah, planned chaos.
Yeah, yes.
So we thought we got it all done in one hit.
Yeah.
So now we can enjoy it.
Now you're relaxing.
Although I'm not sure there's that much relaxing with a 9-month-old baby. A priority for Steve was a decent office space for when he works from home.
I've ended up here with a great view of a hedge.
Well, you've got a view.
So it's not quite the countryside I was looking for, but it does what it needs to do.
Yeah. And you're still working from home 2 or 3 days a week, are you?
Yeah, probably a couple of days a week, then I'm away a couple of days, so that hasn't changed, which means
But it's nice when you're home, you know, Sally and Dexter here as well.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was pretty tough when I was away when all the building work was going on. Just because you want to be on top of it all the time and you can't be.
You had plenty of boxes.
It ticks up most of the boxes that we had for you. You have ticked.
Mind you, of course, the one that you didn't have was a big building project, which you did end up taking.
That was a whole box I didn't realise we wanted, so yeah, thank you for that. That was great.
Well, it's worked out well.
We think so, yeah. We're happy.
Of course, the main reason for Steve and Sally's move was really about someone I've still to meet.
And here is the man himself. Hello, Dexter. It was all about you. Kirstie was worried you were going to be living in a cupboard drawer or something, wasn't she?
No, he's got his own room now.
Is he doing well?
Yeah, he's doing really well. He's growing day by day.
And you're nice and close to parents?
Oh yes, parents are here quite often.
So actually, it's all fallen into place.
Yeah.
Took a bit of time, cost a bit of money.
Got there in the end.
Good for you. Can I have a cuddle? Will he cuddle? Is he cuddling? Oh. You still seem lovely.
It was a big move for Steve and Sally with a new baby to a whole new area, but it seems to have worked out. Here they've got the countryside setting, great transport links, and of course, a decent pub, which I'm happy to test.
This is where we did the deal, wasn't it?
We did ask you for the pub, didn't we? Yeah. So you gave, you delivered.
I did. Your wish was my command.
It was massively important in the first few months because we didn't have any phone line at the house or Wi-Fi or reception, so I was able to come here legitimately with my laptop and do some work and get the Wi-Fi reception. So it's
we believe you. We believe you. And how have you found settling into a new area with the baby, and how's that all gone?
Yeah, really good actually. I've met lots of people going to baby groups, and Dexter's out swimming. He's got a great social life. He's out doing all sorts of things every day.
Given the year that you've had and all that you've learnt along the way, was it the right decision?
Yeah, I think we'll be here for certainly for the
foreseeable
medium term, yeah.
It feels a bit like the circle of life, I think. You start in the pub, house, baby, renovations, and now you celebrate it all.
I can enjoy it.
Well done. Well, many congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
Thanks for having me back.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers, Dexter.
Steve and Sally have done a tremendous job. With a bit of a nudge from us, they took on a project, but boy, has it paid off. Rinku and Sunda, they're also really settling into family life now. So I guess it just goes to show that when there's a ticking clock, sometimes it pays just to take the plunge.
This week, we're catching up with one house hunter who was struggling to make any headway in Hertfordshire.
Oh.
And a couple who were floored by the manic London property market.
I just haven't got that feeling. This is the house for you.
But despite our frustrations,
I wouldn't use this as an office.
we're back to find out if there's been happy endings all round.
I absolutely love this place and I'm here to stay.
I don't think we would have got something without you.
Yay! This week, we're catching up with a couple who were switching life in Wales for one in the Big Smoke, where properties were selling faster than they could view. Our other house hunter had almost given up on her search after losing out on her dream home. So it was up to Kirstie and I to try and sort things out. Professional rugby player Alex and his teacher wife Sarah were leaving Wales for West London, while sales account manager Naomi was looking for her dream home in Hemel Hempstead. Self-employed 35-year-old Naomi moved here 7 years ago with her beloved cat Leah. And for the past 3, she's been running her own sales business from her 2-bedroom flat.
I've completely outgrown the flat. I can't spend 20 hours in one room every day. It's driving me nuts. I just need a proper home office.
She's determined to stay in the area, having now forged strong ties. And friendships are not her only forte. In a few months, she'll be competing for the title of England's strongest woman.
And that involves things like Atlas stones, truck pulling, car deadlift, log press, and all those kind of things that you see the guys do on telly at Christmas.
But the might of the Hertfordshire property market has thus far defeated our strong woman.
5 months ago, she had an offer accepted on her ideal home, but the vendors changed their minds about selling. Prices have risen here by 15% in the last year, but Naomi still hankers after the dream.
It was so cute and cottagey from the outside, and the inside, the whole thing was modern front to back. It had room for my pole. It was literally everything that I ever wanted.
Did she just say pole?
Yes, she did.
Slightly unusually, I really need space for a pole because I do pole sports in the evening, which is something that I really enjoy. I'm not that great, so I really want to be able to practice the moves. It needs to be in a normal living space, so not tucked away in a bedroom and then you don't use it.
That's certainly a new one for us. Nice to know that even we haven't seen it all yet.
But to be able to pole vault Naomi into a future home, I need to be sure she's aware of the present market.
You're now in a situation where your ideal house is at about 400,000, 410. And your budget is 350 and just a tiny bit above 350, sort of 360 maybe.
Yeah.
The house that you loved and lost, how much damage do you think this has done?
I know you're not meant to move in, but mentally I had moved in and I'd picked out wallpaper and furniture and there was no indication it was going wrong. And then, just like that, it was gone.
Literally, if anyone, anything is going to make me turn into the Incredible Hulk, it's people who decide they're not selling.
Should I be scared?
Don't worry, Phil. Green's not really my colour. Battling a lost dream is always a tough one.
Surely a strong woman and the Incredible Hulk can muscle their way into the right property.
Naomi has set her budget at £350,000, with some slight wiggle room upwards.
Ideally, she wants a living area large enough to accommodate regular pole dancing practice.
And 2 bedrooms and a separate office for her business. External character is important, and she'd prefer not to have to do work, giving me quite the search to contend with.
I'd even call it a polar expedition, Kirstie, but I'm sure you can handle it. Our other search was in the cutthroat, fast-moving market of London for 20-something newlyweds, Alex and Sarah.
It was love at first sight, yeah.
The rest is history.
For the past 2 years, they've been happily living in the seaside idyll of Penarth, in Alex's homeland of Wales.
It was ideal because it was very close to the high street.
We had a really nice community and we just want to try and replicate that as much as possible.
But when professional rugby player Alex was signed by a London club and Londoner Sarah was offered her first teaching job back in the big smoke, they jumped at the chance to move.
I'm really excited to come back to London. I have really missed my family, especially with all my new nieces and nephews now. It'd be lovely to spend more time with them.
So the couple left their Welsh home, and for the last few weeks, they've had to shack up with Sarah's parents.
Leaving Wales is a little bit sad. Obviously, all my family are there.
But having sold their 3-bed home in Wales, there's no going back.
To afford London prices, the pair have had to more than double their mortgage. It's a whole different game in this city.
The market just moves so quickly that if we leave it another month, our budget is getting smaller and smaller, essentially. There is a sense of rush, isn't there?
Yeah, a bit of urgency.
And as if the market's not enough to tackle, with so much change happening so quickly, they haven't had the chance to view any London properties in person.
Roll up your sleeves, Phil. This one is going to keep you busy.
I mean, life, by all accounts, sounded pretty dreamy back in Wales.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, we enjoyed it there. It's a really nice little town we lived in. So, yeah, hopefully find something quite similar.
Find something quite similar? Are you serious? House prices are per square foot 3 times more expensive here than where you've come from. So that is a difficult thing to adjust to. You're going to pay a lot more for a lot less. Well, let's talk about what you'd like to find and where it'll be.
A period property is definitely our preference, isn't it? 2+ bedrooms. And we like to entertain guests as well, so a space for that as well would be lovely.
So you do some work, you up for that?
Yeah, if it's a small kitchen, for instance, and there's a wall needs knocking down, quite happy to do that. We've got a budget of 410,000. But yeah, we realise that that's not going to go too far here in London.
Things that you see over the next couple of days just won't be available next week.
OK.
If you see something that you like, we're going to have to jump in with both feet.
That's OK. We're ready to do that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
Let's do it.
They're keen, but to get on the ladder in this cutthroat market, they will need to deliver on decisiveness. For their £410,000, Sarah and Alex would prefer a 2-bedroom house with as much character as possible.
They want a good-sized living space, but aren't afraid of doing work to get the layout they'd like. And Alex would love a garden with a shed. He's a man after my own heart.
For a couple in their 20s, they have an impressive amount of money. But as well as a long wish list, their hearts are set on the popular but pricey Ruislip. It's a convenient spot between both Alex and Sarah's work.
And to get them what they want, I'll also be testing them with areas a little further afield. However, I plan to ease them in gently by kicking off their search in their #1 area.
Ruislip Manor is an affluent part of Ruislip, just a stone's throw from the bustling high street.
Being just 15 miles from the city makes the spacious character property they ideally want expensive. But I've managed to find this 1930s mid-terrace.
First thoughts of the outside and where we are?
Yeah, lovely quiet street.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, really like
nice,
it. Yeah.
Good.
Sunny responses from them both.
And it gets even brighter inside. Modernised throughout, the house has the minimum 2 bedrooms they need and entertaining space. But the kitchen certainly couldn't accommodate Alex's whole rugby team.
The back garden, on the other hand, could probably hold a scrum. and a comfortable 30 grand under budget. There's scope here to make it what they want inside.
Right, so your first London viewing. I particularly liked it because of the layout.
Yeah.
That's the living room, dining room here leads to the kitchen. It really kind of, it works.
Yeah, that's nice. I think ideally we'd be after something with a little bit more character, but it's definitely not the end of the world.
No.
It's a bit of a blank canvas.
Yeah, it is.
Which is
isn't
good
it?
sometimes, yeah.
For their first ever viewing, these two seem very realistic about what they can afford.
So this is the master bedroom.
Yeah, lovely. Really, really nice size.
Good size,
isn't
yeah.
it?
Surprised.
I am very mindful of what you've sold in Wales
Yeah.
and what you're getting in London.
Yeah, this is about the same size bedroom as we had in Wales. So
Yeah.
that is
Ooh,
brilliant.
great. Excellent.
Yeah, it's
Excellent.
brilliant. Yeah.
Have a look at the other rooms.
Oh, this is a good size.
The second bedroom shouldn't be a letdown either.
Perfect for one family stay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. A nice sized garden.
And that is a good outhouse.
An actual shed.
Yeah, man cave.
I'm delighted with how they're reacting to this house. It's actually going much better than I dared hope for. However, it is their first viewing, and of course, they're excited.
And it's a question of whether they're still excited once they've seen it all.
It's not a bad garden, is it?
It's huge.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
And how'd you get on with the rest of the house?
The kitchen really isn't as big as we'd like it to be.
In terms of extending, I mean, there's a big extension there that you can see.
Yeah.
And it's very natural to imagine where it would go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Close, but no cigar, Phil. The compact kitchen has left them hungry for more space.
And to get that, I need to take them out of their beloved rice slip. Wish me luck. This week, we're catching up on the stories of two very different property searches. Alex and his wife Sarah were relocating to West London for new jobs and were keen to find the perfect home. And in Hemel Hempstead in Hertfordshire, self-employed sales account manager Naomi was looking for a house for herself, her business, her cat and her pole. The average cost of property in Hemel Hempstead is close to £300,000, which is well within Naomi's budget of £350,000. But it's hard to put a price on her very unique requirements.
Slightly unusually, I really need space for a pole.
Yikes. Plus, we're dealing with a lost dream. A 4-bed cottage she'd mentally moved into. Heart, soul and pole dancing pole. Then vendors changed their minds about selling. It was in her #1 location of Boxmoor, where we are beginning our search.
And a rise in prices around here means she'd now struggle to find both the space and character she wants.
So I'm hoping the charm of our first property will mean size doesn't matter.
It's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous,
It's
isn't it?
stunning.
And that's the point.
It's
That
really
is
gorgeous.
entirely the point. It is a very pretty little house.
She loves the look, however, little is the operative word for this Regency-style terrace. But it's big on charm, and there are certainly enough separate spaces to meet Naomi's specifics. 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 living areas downstairs equals a room enough for dance practice.
There's also a storage cellar, and at the end of the garden, what I think to be a clever solution to the home office conundrum. Well under budget at £275,000, I think this could totally fit the bill.
Trust me.
Okay.
Just, you're looking really nervous.
It feels quite dark in this room, and I prefer kind of like a bit more modern
Open
and
plan,
light
yes,
and open plan. So, I mean, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's just whether or not it works for me.
Do you want to cry?
No, not yet. Let's see the working space, and then we'll work out if we want to cry after that.
I guess that's a positive.
I don't think tissues will be required once I've led Naomi up the garden path.
Getting up every morning and walking to work.
Okay.
The summer house already has electricity and a proper floor, so it could be the perfect home office.
It's really cool and really lovely, but I wouldn't use this as an office because it's
Definitely
leaving the
not.
house.
Goodness, I've only asked her to walk up the garden, not scale Everest every morning.
Turns out Naomi's worried about her shy cat, who doesn't like to venture out.
She's one of those cats that just chooses one owner.
She's a house cat.
So Naomi feels she needs to be in the house too. Shame, as this was a good one. cat amongst the pigeons comes to mind.
The cellar does have office potential, but only for hobbits, currently.
Oh.
It could be dug out, but Nem is not up for any major work.
I think Naomi's problem is that she's failed to recognise that it's very difficult to get character and light space and open plan living. She may have found it once, but the market may now have got ahead of her.
And it's hard enough to compete with the ghost of perfection without an ever-growing list of requirements.
So, you have seen the depths?
Yes.
Would that be a suitable place for you to have an office?
No.
No, I didn't think
I'm
so.
only 5'4" and I can't stand up in it.
No, for me, this house doesn't work for you if a garden office isn't an option.
No, I agree with you. I think if it was just me on my own and I wasn't working and I didn't need a pole, then this is perfect. But I need all of those things.
I think that might be a pole-light refusal, Kirstie.
Well, she might want character, but I say move over Victorian. It's a Naomian-style house we need to find.
Back in London with professional rugby player Alex and teacher wife Sarah. And after popping their London property viewing cherry, things were going well.
Really, really nice size.
Good size,
isn't
yeah,
it?
surprised.
But it was smaller than they wanted downstairs. So to get them more space, I'm taking a bit of a risk and moving my search from their favourite but costly spot of Ruislip to Hillingdon, just a few miles down the road.
3-bed houses here are close to 100 grand less than in Ruislip. And with plenty of shops to satisfy our youngsters' needs, Hillingdon could suit them to a T.
Their commute would remain under half an hour, and the property I found them is much bigger than the previous one.
Fantastic. Room for me too, then.
As you can see, it's a nice residential family area. It's a busy road, but it's a 20-mile-an-hour zone. And this is rush hour now,
Yes,
basically.
it is, yeah.
It's as busy as it's going to get.
Yeah.
I sound like a salesperson. I have no reason to want you to buy this house above any other. I'm just pointing out the bleeding obvious.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks for your input, Kirstie.
Always happy to help, Pip.
This house is a gem. Not only offering fabulous entertaining space and open-plan kitchen, which is bigger than the last property, it also has a 3rd bedroom.
And I would imagine the garden ought to score points with Alex.
This place needs no work. It may be marketed at 5 grand over budget, but the vendors have offered on somewhere else and are looking for a quick sale.
First impressions out of 10?
Yeah, about an 8.
You sound right, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. Nice size.
See if we can get a little higher.
Okay.
That's not legal, Phil, or advisable.
And then through to the kitchen and a massive space.
Okay.
Gosh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That is the entertaining space we were after, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a really sociable space. It's also a very nice family space. If there was any small people, and I'm not bullying you, you could see them. And then there's an added bonus in the garden, isn't there, Phil?
There is a couple of outhouses that I think Alex will appreciate.
Have a look in there.
I like that. It's always handy to have a bit of outdoor space for your tools.
I'm the same. Love a shed.
Yeah, I like it. Obviously, there's a lot more space.
But it's whether the space warrants moving out of Ruislip.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, right.
I don't think it's Alex who'll be making that call, Phil.
I haven't seen the other house Phil showed you.
No.
How do you feel it compared?
I think the compromise will come with the area, but the house itself is beautiful.
The house is a hit, but it is called location, location, location for a reason.
Got me a little pew.
What? Your collar's turned up.
Oh, is it?
There we are. So, what was it like in the garden?
He's been very positive. What did Sarah say upstairs?
She is slightly less keen on the area than on Ruislip. Do you get a lot more for your money here than in Ruislip?
Yeah, you do. Any kind of buying signals? Any lights being turned on? Any
Phil,
excitement?
it's day one. She's seen 2 houses. They've come a long way.
Yes, but this market waits for no man or woman.
Well, it's a bonus, isn't it? 3rd bedroom.
Yeah, this works perfectly as an office. So.
Yeah, space for me to do my work.
Rugby your game, Phil?
Yeah, used to be.
Slow and steadier pace is what you need these days, isn't it? You couldn't really...
Where are you going with that? And I can't bust it with the big guys on the rugby pitch. I'll have you know, in my day.
I dread to think But this is today, and I want to know what these two think of this house.
It is really nice.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice.
I can hear a but.
It is a but. The feeling we got from the other house, with it being close to the high street, we sort of preferred that more central feel.
Even though this house is much bigger and essentially much nicer than the other one, I just haven't got that feeling.
That's fine.
It's okay.
You've seen... It's so okay. We're not here to go, no, this is the house for you. Phil's job is, in your case...
She's about to tell me what my job is.
What Phil's job is to show you the best of what's available.
Yeah.
In different prices, different areas, different sizes.
Okay.
But if it doesn't make your heart flutter, it doesn't make your heart flutter.
Quite right, Kirstie, but I'm afraid hearing a no in this market's enough to give this property finder palpitations.
Back in Hemel Hempstead with cat-loving, pole-dancing, strong woman competitor Naomi, we're in her current neighbourhood of Apsley, where you get a little more for your money than in Boxmoor. This search is very much about the right layout, so I'm hoping my second property is sufficiently more Naomi-shaped.
What would you need to find inside this house to make it one that you think you would want to live in?
Just all the space, really.
I'm not saying a word, except that I'm as pleased as punch about this house.
The property's just been relisted after an overseas buyer recently pulled out of the sale. And there's already 3 offers on the table.
But I know the vendor wants a quick sale to a chain-free buyer like Naomi, so we've scored a viewing. With 3 bedrooms over the top 2 floors, I really think I've got the home office option nailed here.
On the ground level, there's even 2 pole position options. The dining area or the front room.
So the right size, no work, a big garden and some character, all for £325,000. 25 grand under budget. What's not to love?
OK, so thumbs up, I mean,
Yeah.
big thumb, but...
Yeah, it's nice. I think because I've only really looked at places that have been perfect inside and out.
Right,
There is that
okay.
element of, oh my God, it's my responsibility to try and make it look nice.
I hope that's just a minor concern, because it's just cosmetic stuff. Although she could be brave and open things up.
So this is the wall that would come down. So this would be all one fantastic light space.
Yeah.
Off the kitchen's a great patio area for summer dining, and there's also an impressive back garden with no chance of being banished to the bottom of it.
There is a hut at the bottom, but it's not one I'm going to put you in.
OK, that makes me feel happier.
I'm hoping for even higher levels of happiness once Naomi sees exactly which room she could designate as her home office.
So, welcome to the top of the world.
Oh, cool.
The loft conversion gives her the ideal cat-accessible home office, complete with its own bathroom. This home offers the lot. So why am I getting a not convinced vibe from Naomi?
I've seen houses on this street that have been done much nicer with similar space below 300.
Would you pay $330 for this?
No. I think the space is brilliant.
Yeah.
And I do think that you could move in and do stuff to it.
Yeah.
But it does seem to be kind of like a bit of a hard slog and not having that wow feeling to maybe try to get it there.
So what you're looking for is something in much more finished state than this to give you that wow feeling.
I think ideally, yeah.
If this house doesn't match up, Naomi's clearly chasing an idea of perfection which, in a rising market, may be beyond her means.
I'm a bit flummoxed by that. I don't know what to say. I think this house is in really quite good nick and doesn't need much work at all. So that's a bit of a shock. Is it me or is it her?
Either way, if it don't fit, we can't force it.
But if I'm to stand any chance of finding her a home, something's got to give on that very fixed wish list. And even then, Naomi may have to stretch her budget, or there'll be no dancing, pole or otherwise.
Onwards and upwards.
It's a new day with Sarah and Alex, and for their 3rd ever London viewing, I'm keen to show these new kids on the block another spot they don't know.
17 miles northwest of the centre of London is Bushy, just 8 miles from the pair's favourite postcode.
A popular location, it offers a similar independent high street to what Alex and Sarah had in Wales, though I am pushing Alex's commute to a 40-minute drive.
But for the couple who adore period properties, here they can afford this beautiful Victorian semi.
It's kind of village life.
It is, yeah, it seems that way. Yeah. Nice atmosphere.
First thoughts of the house? Very different to yesterday's.
It's beautiful.
Quite cute looking.
Wait till you get inside.
There are original period features galore in this two-bed house.
It also has a garden with a dinky shed for Alex's tools. And they don't have to pay top dollar to be in this villagey spot. It's 25 grand under budget.
Come on in.
Oh, lovely. Really like the character.
Yeah,
I love the flooring.
Yeah. Noticed those fireplaces lovely as well.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's smaller than where we were in Hillingdon.
Really, yes, okay, yeah.
So it depends how much value you put on
character.
He's got it. Periods pleasing them.
I hope the rest matches up.
Oh, wow. Brilliant.
Wow, yeah.
Again, a really nice
Very good size.
room.
And you don't seem to have been fazed by the distance, the commute.
No, it's a little
think
bit
so.
further for me, but that's not an issue. I don't really travel in peak times.
It's on the market at 385.
Okay.
But I'm afraid there was an offer on it yesterday.
Okay.
If you don't want it, it'll go tomorrow.
Sure, okay.
Big decisions tonight, then.
I'm afraid so.
With a great layout and fresh decor, this house really is an easy option for these two.
Good size.
It is a good size, yeah.
Good space for
Ooh.
clothes, though.
That'll be yours then.
He's a keeper, Sarah.
I like it.
I like it a lot, yeah.
Do you like it more than the Ricelip one?
The downstairs I do.
It's a dilemma. Do they take a chance on an unknown area to gain character?
How'd you get on?
We really like it. We're very confused, yeah.
Where's the confusion?
Between this one and the Ricelip house.
Right.
The potential of the
The
Ricelip
yeah.
house.
If you took that house and this house right now, forget about the location, I think we'd say this house.
Yep.
But if we imagine that in our heads what the Ricelip one could look like,
Then that
one starts to take over, doesn't it?
Because you could put character and interest into that.
That's exactly it.
What I'm trying to do is show you different options just to make you think.
You're definitely making us think.
Yeah, you're doing that all right.
Props to you, Phil. This bushy house is in the running.
I just hope their confusion won't mean this or the Ricelip house slip through their fingers. This week we're catching up with two southern searches. Alex and Sarah were relocating from the Welsh coast to West London and were struggling to decide between a pristine house in a location they didn't know and a house with bags of potential in their ideal area of Ricelip. And in Hemel Hempstead, Kirstie's hunt for strong woman Naomi's character house with a fine finish and space for a pole dancing pole was proving taxing.
I wouldn't use this as an office.
I'm at my wit's end.
Never fear, Phil's wits are here.
The sun's gone in.
Yes.
And I think this is a sign.
Let's not get too dramatic just yet.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, our options are thin on the ground. And although she didn't love it, the second property I showed Naomi has just gone under offer. So I'm going off-piste for this one. I know it's not her preferred style.
I thought going through this process would probably open my eyes a little bit to other opportunities.
Well, it's going to open your eyes this morning with this house.
Okay.
What this modern three-storey townhouse may lack in character, it makes up for in square feet. Almost 1,200 of them.
There are 2 bedrooms on the top level, a sitting room and 3rd bedroom on the middle level, and a great dining kitchen on the ground floor.
As it's only 3 years old, there's no upgrading required, and it even comes with a garage.
However, to have all this, she would have to dip into her reserves. The asking price is just under £390,000, although I think a deal could be struck for less.
And we're talking a lot of bang for buck.
It's big.
It is
It's really big.
Given that this isn't even the living room, it is just a kitchen diner.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's really big. There's space for my pole, space for table and chairs.
Well, the place works for the pole, but does that mean it works for Naomi?
Onwards and upwards.
On the next level is the second sitting room. I'm really hoping Naomi can see herself sitting here.
It's quite sort of very blatantly characterless, but then maybe there's some clever things you can do with decorating it to try and sort of breathe some life into it.
That dancing pole will certainly add some pizzazz. And the bedroom next to the sitting room would make the perfect office. Work your magic there, please, Phil.
I think it would be extraordinarily difficult to find a dedicated office space downstairs within a character property at your budget.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have looked at a townhouse before, mainly because they are quite new. But it could work quite nicely for me in terms of space and layout and closing doors to things.
I think I've done quite well in warming Naomi up to the positives, but this search has clearly been Naomi feat for you, Kirstie.
Even if someone starts off looking for character, eventually the requirement for space outplays character, outplays the desire for character.
Yeah.
Oh, come on!
I know.
Cheer up a bit.
I like people to do work, to add value, to, you know me. Oh.
You're just struggling with the pole.
No, I'm not.
I think it's a terrific idea and should be encouraged. It should be in all homes.
I should have banned you from this search. I should have headed this off at the pass.
Just as well you didn't. I've now got a great idea for your next Christmas present. And I've helped Naomi see the advantages of this kind of property.
It's really nice. It's really spacious. Garage is fantastic. You can put strongman equipment in there, which is brilliant. The space is fantastic. Really fantastic. So, yeah.
It sounds like there's a contender here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It'd be nice to have, like, another quick swizz round and
Go and have a swizz round.
start re-looking at things.
Go in. It's all yours. Go and have a swizz round.
I'm going.
You've got as much time as you want.
Brave girl, because she's completely accepted it. There are a lot of
Wish
people
you'd accept things as fast.
I'll ignore that. Back in West London, Alex and Sarah have decided to take another look at property number 1 in their favourite area, Ruislip. They both love the house, but are keen to see if it could be made bigger and better downstairs. And to help them decide, I've invited Bill the Builder round, who's recently extended a kitchen at a property round the corner.
Well, I think just to fill in this corner here, you would be looking at somewhere around 15,000, but then you would still be left with substantial works to do to the existing extension to bring it up to current regulations. I think if you just demolish the whole thing, start again, you'd be looking at somewhere around 25 to 28,000.
That's sort of the budget that we were thinking of.
It would be big space. I mean, all of these options are...
Yeah. When can you start?
As far as Sarah's concerned, you can get the sledgehammer out right now, Phil.
So where would you put the bed? It'd have to go there, wouldn't it?
Oh, she's lying down.
Property viewing is tiring.
Indeed, but despite everything measuring up nicely, I don't think our day's work's over yet.
Do you love it?
We would love it if the extension was done.
They've made their decision. Now it's down to their money and your metal. Over in Hemel Hempstead, I've just got one contender too. But my new build was a wild card for Naomi, so she wants to be sure we haven't overlooked a better character property.
That is quite a few properties.
This is quite a few properties.
I think she'll find we've been rigorous in our search and selected the best options from all the properties currently available to view.
Nope.
Well, it's good when your nose and our nose match up.
I thought it might have been an easier search. I didn't think I'd be a difficult one.
You're not difficult. Naomi, no one has said that you're difficult, although that sodding pole, but...
I thought my parameters were quite flexible, you know, just space for a pole and an office.
Yeah.
And character and no work required.
Tell me what you're feeling about the third property now.
There's a gaping hole in my heart that says there's no character, but there were so many other better things. So do you just take the plunge and just go for it, or are you going to be really upset if something else comes up next week and you've already made that decision?
If the pros of the townhouse can't swing a decision, what will?
If I was going to give you any piece of advice for this search, for you to succeed, try and ignore the look of the house.
Okay.
With all her requirements, Naomi can't worry about character too, or she could be searching forever.
So, while Naomi continues the search, I'm hoping for a better result for Alex and Sarah in West London. After a second visit to the 1930s two-bed in Ruislip, the couple were really excited by its potential. But are they ready to take the plunge?
So what do you want to do about it?
Well, I'm going to make an offer.
Yes, please.
At asking price.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
I think that's sensible.
You told them at the start not to delay, and they certainly haven't.
Fingers crossed.
OK, let's try and tidy this up.
OK.
I have to get this place for 380 grand, or they simply can't afford to do the eventual building work.
Hi, Josh, it's Phil. I'm going to make this really easy for you. Alex and Sarah would be happy to pay the asking price of 380,000.
There's been another asking price offer, but the vendor hasn't accepted it. So, with the house still on the market, my job isn't about buying a house, it's about selling Alex and Sarah as committed buyers.
They have a deposit of about 130,000. Thanks, Josh. Bye. It's owned by an investor. He's going to try and get hold of them right away.
Thank you.
Breathe.
Now, it's just a waiting game.
Suspense is killing me.
Here we go. Josh, hi there. Mm-hmm. Yep. Excellent. Excellent news. So 380, all agreed. That's fantastic news. Very, very happy at this end. Thanks so much for your help. Cheers. Bye. Everyone's a winner. Well done. Well done indeed.
Thank you very much.
380 off
Thank
the market.
you. Doesn't really feel real.
No, you've just spent 300.
Yeah, yeah, so it is real. Oh, God.
In the end, there was no confusion from this pair. Sometimes property can be simple, and the right house at the right price makes a very happy ending.
We'll raise a cup of tea.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
3 months later, and Alex and Sarah are still pretty chuffed, having just picked up the keys for their Ruislip home.
It's taken quite a while, probably about 8 weeks. We finally got the house and it's ours now.
But it hasn't all been straightforward.
Someone that offered another £10,000.
Yeah, so it came back for us and asked us for more money.
More money. So within a couple of days of expecting to get the keys, we had to go up another £5,000.
This determined pair negotiated hard and agreed on a final price of £385,000. They fought for their new home, and now they can focus on making it their own.
We had an architect come round to make some drawings up for the extension that we want to go ahead with.
The actual extension work is going to take 8 to 10 weeks. We're happy to wait so we get the house right before we move in.
And I'm sure it'll all be worth waiting for.
Phil was brilliant.
Yeah,
really
some good
on
advice
task.
as well.
Yeah, good advice.
Yeah, previously being a surveyor, he was really able to help us with the regulations for the extension and things like that.
Yeah.
Get back, Kirstie, a man of many talents, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that extension turns out. Naomi chose not to take the plunge on the townhouse, but did take Kirstie's advice on board and carried on her very specific search with fresh eyes.
Kirstie did really help me, 100%. I think she gave me that confidence to just say, do you know what, if you find it and you love it, just buy it.
Now, almost a year on, did saleswoman Naomi find that perfect place for her business, her cat, and of course, her pole? Well, with Kirstie's words ringing in her ears, Naomi decided to take the plunge on a property in her favourite area, Boxmoor. But she had to push her budget to do it.
I found this property online and it was literally just the most amazing house ever. It was slightly out of my price range. It was on at 380, which was so far out of what I could afford. I was told there was another party and I went up as far as 370. They put in a higher offer and the house was gone. So I just kind of shelved it and didn't really think about it again.
But having lost out on her dream home before our search, Naomi was definitely due a break. And in a twist of fate, she received a call from the vendors a few weeks later to say the sale had fallen through. After resubmitting her top offer of £370,000, she became the very proud owner of this beautiful two-bed mid-terraced house.
It's really funny because a lot of friends told me that when that last one went wrong that this one was going to be better, and I just didn't believe them for a second, but actually this house is so much nicer than the first one.
Split over 4 floors, this place has more space than Naomi could have wished for. It has the 2 bedrooms she was after, both doubles, an office space, and the added bonus of a roof terrace.
The character is inside and out. You've got the high ceilings, you've got the wood-burning stove, just all these kind of cutesy, quirky little things. I'm just an incredibly lucky girl.
Well, in property, I believe you make your own luck. Naomi held out and got the place she wanted, and I'd say this house really is poles apart from all of the others. And talking of poles...
It's great having it right bang in the living room because it means every time you walk past it, you can kind of do a little pull-up or do a little move or have a little spin round it.
As well as getting herself in a spin, Naomi also bagged herself the perfect office space to run her business from.
Hello, Naomi speaking. It's funny, I feel more professional because I'm actually in a designated working environment rather than being in a living room. I can close the door on it, I don't have to look at laptops and I don't have to look at my catalogues in the evening.
Leaving more time for training. Naomi's picked up first prize at a Strong Woman competition and is gearing up for more events this year. It's all come together for Naomi, but what about her furry friend Leia?
She's living the dream. She's ripping up carpets, she's stalking the neighbours' cats, she's loving every minute of it. This house has actually really changed my life. I feel so much calmer, I feel much more positive. I absolutely love this place and I'm here to stay.
I'm delighted for her that she finally found her dream home and is so happy here. And I can't wait to see how Sarah and Alex are settling into London life. It was just over a year ago that I helped a young couple, Alex and Sarah, up sticks and move from Wales to London. I struck it lucky with the very first house that I showed them. But I hear they'll be making some changes, so I'll come back to take a look. Sarah and Alex bought this 1930s 2-bed mid-terrace. With 2 reception rooms and a small kitchen downstairs, they were keen to create the space they craved and make it their own.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you. How you doing?
Do you want to come and see what we've done?
Can't wait to see what we've done.
Yeah.
The couple have really gone to town decorating the interior, completely transforming everything from the downstairs living space to the bedrooms upstairs. And, as planned, they extended at the back, replacing the original box kitchen with this spectacular kitchen diner.
Oh my goodness me! Wow! Jeez! What a change!
Like it?
I knew you were going
yeah.
to extend there, or try and extend, but that is absolutely spectacular.
Thank you.
Thanks, we like it.
Yeah, we're really pleased.
Light, it's bright.
We've had 10 months at my mum and dad's and we just let the builders get on with it. It made it a bit easier for them, really. They didn't have to put the water back on or things like that.
The couple really haven't been shy in putting their own stamp on the place.
Love the ladder bookshelf.
And there's clearly a lot of thought gone into the detail and extra touches. And there's even some hidden gems.
Cushion.
Oh, very fancy.
Yes. Utility.
Utility.
Love the lights.
Yeah, I was really pleased with those. Originally, I thought they were going to be sort of this level, but then when they put them in, they obviously just add so much height to it, which is nice.
I am quite blown away.
Good. Please.
The high-spec finish has cost them. All in, the couple spent £50,000, more than a little over their original 30 grand budget.
Unfortunately, I think being our first build, we just weren't aware of all the hidden costs.
Certain things you want and certain things you can't not have, so we wanted a nice house and you've got to pay for that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Alex, I remember you saying you wanted to get your hands dirty and get stuck in.
Yeah.
Did you get involved?
I did a bit, yeah. I did.
More than a bit.
Okay. Yeah, there's obviously certain things I could do, like sort of manual labour, digging up the patio.
Unfortunately for Alex and Sarah, their back garden took a bit of a beating with the renovations, and unlike the rest of the house, it's not quite finished.
So, smart new patio, slightly destroyed garden, and a new-looking shed.
Yes, well, the garden's a lot better than it was last week.
A man after my own heart, Alex was keen on an outside space to keep his tools, but it seems he's taken it one step further and is turning it into his very own man cave.
All my bits and pieces in. I've got a nice armchair as well in case I need to escape.
I won't say anything.
No, don't.
Steady on, Alex, you've only just moved in. These guys certainly haven't held back in creating the perfect space for their new start in London.
All very smart in here, but I don't remember the fireplace.
No, the fireplace is new. We had it opened up.
So what was there before? Nothing?
In the fireplace, it was just straight down. That was one of the first things I did. I got a hammer and chisel and just knocked it away. so I wanted to see what was inside.
Yeah.
And they,
Lovely,
they
really
replaced
nice.
it, yeah.
Did you enjoy the process?
Looking back.
Yeah, looking back, there were days where I thought, this is getting a bit tedious now, doing sort of all the grafting bits and pieces, then training, and then coming the next day and painting for 9-10 hours and then going training. But it's all worth it now, definitely.
It has been worth it.
Every time you come in that door and you walk through here, you're going, yeah, I did this.
And it's ours. So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice thought to remember.
These guys were very lucky to fall in love with the first house they viewed and to snap it up, especially in London.
To think that this was the very first house that we looked at together. In fact, it was you hadn't seen any, had you?
No.
It was the first out of all of them.
In that climate at the time, you know, prices were moving every week, and I was worried if we didn't get something, it was going to get away from you.
I think you definitely got that point across to us, so that's why we were so keen just to follow your advice and go for it, really. But I don't think we would have got something without you, so thank you.
Tell me about London life. How's that been, Alex?
Yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it. It's obviously all Sarah's family here. I've got friends here as well, so it's nice to catch up with them. All the guys at the club have been great, so it's it's been great.
It's been very much the right move.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
And can I take it that it's home for a while?
I hope so. Yeah. Hopefully about 5 years, and obviously we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, here's to you both. Many congratulations. Very nice to see you both in this lovely kitchen.
Thank you.
I'm jealous. Go out, move in.
You can.
Well, it's great to see Alex and Sarah finally moved in and really getting to enjoy what they've turned into a fantastic home. Naomi fell head over heels with her place, and it did eventually tick every single one of her boxes. So I guess sometimes it's love at first sight, and sometimes you just got to carry on looking.
We're back
You're wonderful.
on another quest to unite house hunters with dream homes.
It's going to be tough. Sorry. Don't worry, I'll look after you. Ta-da!
At times, our goal may seem impossible.
John looks horrified. I just expected more.
It could be Buckingham Palace inside. Doesn't matter.
But as long as we keep our cool,
Careful, Phil's going to get tough with you.
Oh! We'll triumph in the end.
Let's buy it.
Girl power, you can call me Posh Spice.
sometimes everything seems to be going swimmingly.
Pretty perfect, I think, out here. OK, I'll take it.
Early bath for Phil. But in this job, that rarely lasts long.
There's a lot of rough edges.
Really?
Yes.
My gut feeling is no.
As love quickly turns to hate.
I won't buy this house.
And early promise turns to crushing disappointment.
Oh, God, is this quiet?
Is this out?
Yeah, it is for me.
So we've got to deal with evolving criteria.
Bit of a game changer, I think, this property. Which suggests utter balls up on our part.
And finally find our house hunters a foothold on that property ladder.
I really love it. This is exactly what we're looking for.
It's not my ideal.
It's a tightrope walk.
This week we're counting our blessings in God's own country, Yorkshire.
I'm with a risk-averse economist who's looking for a home with a view.
And I'm aiding a couple of first-time buyers struggling to make a leap of faith in Leeds.
I'd leap with you, Phil.
Oh, lovely.
This time we're going to be searching in the trendy quarters of Leeds and also the towns and villages around Harrogate. Due to Yorkshire's resurgence in demand and prices, both these markets are buoyant. Average house prices in Leeds have increased by almost £5,000 in the past year, and Harrogate's good schools and leafy surroundings have helped see an increase there of over £16,000.
The type of properties we're looking for are high in demand but low in stock. So if they're priced right, they can go under offer within a week of reaching the market. It's sink or swim round here.
Which makes it easy to see why some first-time buyers are afraid to take the plunge. That's been the case in Leeds for environmental consultant Charlie and his girlfriend of 5 years, Hayley, who works in advertising. They just don't know which way to go.
We noticed each other on the train every morning for about 3 months or something, was it?
Kept waiting for him to say something, but he never did, so I think I just said, yeah. Dress down Friday, is it? And you were like, yep. That was it.
And then we hit the big topics like weather and, you know.
The chat might have been questionable, but how they felt about each other wasn't. And they started renting this modern flat near the city centre.
We've been living in our flat for just over 2 years.
We have outgrown it though.
Yeah.
It's just not big enough. We still want to move into a very lively area.
My top thing is probably location, just because I've ended up focusing on Chapel Allerton, Roundhay.
With joint savings of £28,000, Charlie and Hayley's top budget is £220,000. They expect quite a lot for their money, but are at least on the same page when it comes to the property.
I think we're pretty together on our vision, aren't we?
Yeah, we sort of have different priorities, but I think our end game is similar.
We want somewhere that's like 2 or 3 bedrooms, a really nice open kitchen diner with like wood floorboards and a really nice Victorian fireplace. We've been looking for about 9 months.
The market in Leeds is it's horrendous. It's cutthroat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's frustrating now.
Finding the right house seems to be even more of a challenge than plucking up the courage to talk to each other on the train. And this inability to leap seems to be what's holding them back.
We're not very decisive at all. I think it's just worrying about making the wrong decision rather than just making a decision.
We just need an adult to like step in and just make the decision, and we'll just go along with it.
Know anybody who fits that bill, Phil?
Seems that every time Kirstie and I come to Leeds to help young professional couples, they all want to live in Chapel Allerton.
There's a good reason for that.
Tell me why.
I think because a lot of people move out of the city, and Chapel Allerton's a great sort of in-between area because there's so many bars and restaurants, and it doesn't feel like you're too far away. It's only a couple of miles.
Would you consider other areas?
Yeah, we would consider other places as well, certainly.
We have looked at other places, haven't we?
You say garden's very important. Just tell me more about that.
Well, we both really want a dog, so...
Okay.
And then, you know, we're quite sociable people, we like, having barbecues and stuff.
You've seen 30 properties? What's been going wrong?
You don't know what you're doing when you're a first-time buyer. You just...
It's scary.
Suss it out. Yeah, it's really scary.
Yeah, it's a big decision.
Yeah.
And it's one that you can't possibly afford to get wrong.
No.
But at the same time, it doesn't actually get any easier, whether you're first-time buyer or fifth-time buyer. But at some point, you've got to step across the line and take that call.
Yeah.
Sort of nerves are running a bit high, I understand.
Nerves, excitement, a touch of desperation.
I think that's what we need. We just need the final push.
You wanted Kirstie, not me. I'm only going to lead you there. She'll edge you across.
A gentle nudge, perhaps, Phil, never a push.
For their £220,000, Charlie and Hayley are after 2 or 3 bedrooms.
Prime location is important, close to bars and the buzz.
For entertaining friends, they want a large kitchen diner.
And outside space is essential, preferably a big garden.
Which will be tough to find in their #1 spot of Chapel Allerton. So I'm extending the search into their other favourite areas of Roundhay and Horsfoot.
And I'm centering my search further north, around Harrogate, where I'm trying to find Kate a place to help her move out of her suitcase.
I work in international development, Africa and the Middle East. It means that I don't have roots. So what I want to do now with my life is have a base so that I've got somewhere that feels like my home.
So Kate wants to get the work-life balance right, which means more emphasis on pursuing her passions.
I love wildlife photography, and every year I go to a lovely little town in northern Iceland called Húsavík and look for whales. And I'm doing that now simply because if I leave it until I retire, I might be too old or not have the vision.
Kate has a rare medical condition that, if not cared for, could affect her future.
I picked up a medical condition in Uganda, which means that I can't go to hot and humid places. Doctors have told me I might lose my sight.
With work often taking her to this type of climate, Kate decided it was time for a change, and finding a home in Yorkshire is a big part of that.
I'm excited about this new chapter in my life. My dream is to have the Yorkshire Dales and moors on the doorstep, and I want to be able to set up my home office properly. I want to be able to get my decent broadband speed and all the rest of it before, in the summertime, I go off to Iceland again.
Are we going to be seeing you in Reykjavik this week, Kirstie?
I'd love to, Phil, but we need to concentrate on the here and now. So, 2 beds, up to £200,000, with a view, but with good access to local amenities. Is there anything I'm not including in that list?
I don't want to be too rural.
Yeah.
I'm aware that I'm going to have to compromise on view, but something green to look at would be very nice. And the house with the little double yellow line would be no.
Yeah.
Yeses would be pretty, characterful, cutesy, ready to move into, with a kitchen you can sit in with the door open looking out on a garden.
Right. How much work are you prepared to do?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
No. I can get somebody in and I can tell them what I want, so that's fine. But I do also understand that in order to have no maintenance, I should be buying one of these modern egg box houses.
Which you don't want.
Which I don't want.
Rightio, well, we can help with that.
Thank you.
Finish your coffee, I'll finish my tea, and we'll get on with it. For Kate's budget of £200,000, we need to find a 2 or 3 bedroomed house.
With good views.
It's got to have character without needing too much work.
And there must be space for Kate's home office.
So I've got to race to find somewhere where old is matched with new.
And I've got to egg on a couple who are having trouble crossing the finishing line.
Well, we didn't sign up for the easy life, Pip, did we now?
How you doing?
You know that thing when you're worried about something, but actually I'm probably totally worrying unduly.
Wouldn't be your style, would it?
To worry, no. But I think she wants a sort of old house that feels like a new house, and that's the bit that's worrying me.
I wish I'd never asked.
I know, sorry.
I think I've got a very normal, nervous couple of first-time buyers. They've described going house hunting as a bit like a game of chicken, and they keep chickening out. They get to the last bit and they go, ooh, no, and back down again. So I just got a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, you're a more sympathetic person than I am.
I try. You're just trying.
I'm not even going to rise to that.
Come on.
In Leeds, Charlie and Hayley are after at least 2 bedrooms, an open-plan kitchen diner and a garden. Amazingly, I've found such a thing, and in their #1 spot of Chapel Allerton.
You know, the heart of Chapel Allerton. It's kind of just where you want it to be, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect start, Pip.
I hope so, but there is one catch with this property, and it's the price. This is a 2-bedroom terraced house with a nice big bathroom with separate shower and bath. The ground floor's exactly as they requested, a cosy living room, an open-plan kitchen diner, then out to the all-important garden for their future pooch. It's quiet, but still in the thick of the Chapel Allerton action. It's almost £5,000 over their budget maximum at £224,995. It'd be a stretch to be in with a chance of securing it, so they'll really have to love it. But I think they just might.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Lovely floorboards.
Yeah.
Through to the kitchen, which I think is quite a generous one.
Oh, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
Perfect, actually. Absolutely
All the boxes,
ideal.
the kitchen,
Yeah.
Diner. Yeah.
The kitchen scored points, and if they're hungry to see more, this garden won't disappoint.
Out here is almost the best bit of the house because it's a very special thing that not that many houses can offer, access to the park.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Incredible, yeah.
In terms of getting the dog, what could be better?
It's not too big and kind of wild, but it's definitely big enough.
That's really nice.
Let's head upstairs, after you. Early bath for Phil. Catch up Kirstie.
I'll let that go, Phil, only because you're doing so well.
Now, this is the master bedroom.
Plenty of room in here, even for all your clothes, I think.
And I think because the location's so good as well.
Why don't you have a bit of time to yourselves?
Yeah.
And I'll catch up with you downstairs.
OK,
Will do.
cool, thank you.
Not one negative, Pip. You're making this look like child's play.
A little bit smaller, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty pokey, actually, this one.
Yeah. But there is a double bed in there, so that's kind of what we were after for a second room.
Yeah, I think this would be a compromise.
There is actually a lot more space in this house than they think. I'm not finished yet.
One last thing to show you, actually. Have a look in the pantry.
OK. Oh, basement as well.
Go on, have a look.
Yeah. This could be a game changer.
What do you reckon?
Home gym.
Oh my God.
Yeah, really good amount of space.
Putty in my hands. I feel like a sauna in there, isn't it?
Well, yeah, not so hard, this house hunting lark. Takes them 8 months, takes me about an hour and a half.
What do you reckon down there?
Yeah, it was big amount of space, actually, and really useful for us because Charlie's got a lot of gym equipment.
You're both being very positive about this, but I'm not seeing a lot of kind of love.
I could see what I want to do to it, but I can't see us affording it when we're already going to have to stretch our budget to get it.
But to be honest, I was thinking for the budget that was quite fine, but then with that down there, that's a whole lot more space, which we didn't even know was there, so...
I'm going to be able to show you bigger houses at less money, and then it'll be interesting to reflect on actually whether you want to live right here, top of budget, in this size.
Yeah, sounds good.
Come on then.
I think this one's in the running, but with their money able to go further elsewhere, they'll need to decide if bigger is better.
We're in Yorkshire, England's largest county.
I'm egging on Hayley and Charlie, who have been a bit chicken when it comes to getting on the property ladder.
And I'm helping Kate, who has her life on hold until I find her the perfect property.
Which I may have already found with Charlie and Hayley.
It's ticking
Absolutely ideal, yeah.
Kate's medical condition has propelled her into making a massive life change. Her plan is to spend half the year whale watching in Iceland, but she wants to call Yorkshire home. We're starting north of Harrogate, on the outskirts of England's fourth smallest city, Ripon. With a population of around 16,000, it may call itself a city, but it has the feel of a market town, which I think Kate will like.
If ever there was a house which you should not judge by its cover, it is this one.
Right.
First impressions?
I think it looks rather nice.
Oh.
A much more positive reaction than you expected, Kirstie.
Well, inside it's even better. This 3-storey, 2-bedroom terraced house has recently been renovated, so no need for Kate to lift a finger. The lower ground floor's got a modern open kitchen diner. Above that, there are 2 reception rooms, then the 2 bedrooms and bathroom are on the top floor. Kate wanted her kitchen to open to a mature garden, so this setup suits perfectly. The price is pretty perfect too, over 30 grand under budget, £167,500.
This house has the lovely asset of 2 reception rooms.
I like the fireplace. I like the floorboards.
Have a look at that view, because that is one of the major points of the house.
Oh, that's lovely.
Beautiful trees, characterful.
And green.
And green.
It's beautiful.
Pretty positive so far.
I feel this is rather a treat, this room.
Ooh, I like it. It's a basement.
That's what gives you the 2 reception rooms, you see.
It's rather nicer than I thought I would get.
Oh, good.
I'm worried that you've stretched my budget a wee bit so that I'm uncomfortable.
167,500.
OK, I'll take it.
We like that. Go and have a look up the stairs. I will be reclining in the garden.
OK.
You see, you get 2 women together just getting on with it. See you in a second.
OK.
Girl power, you can call me Posh Spice.
This search is certainly heating up nicely.
Bedrooms rarely kill a house. If you've said I'll take it, having seen the kitchen and the sitting room, you're probably going to take it. Or am I being overconfident? South-facing garden.
Very nice.
What do you feel?
I like that it's all surrounded by other gardens and trees, and the fact that you can sit in the kitchen with the door open to it is perfect.
It's very nice. How are you feeling about the house now?
For me, there's a lot of rough edges that need...
Really?
Less roughing, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Now, that's interesting that you should say that, because for a cottage or an older house, it seems to me to have very few rough edges.
OK. Structurally, I don't think there's rough edges, but just where the decorations have been done,
yes,
edges have not been finished, basically.
Yeah. A few.
A few rough edges. Unlike a certain smooth so-and-so I know.
Gee whiz. Thanks, Kirstie. Charlie, and especially Hayley, are all about location. So after the Chapel Allerton property set such a high standard, I've got my work cut out to better it. So I've enlisted the help of the First Lady of Property as we move our search west to the historic town of Horsforth.
We started our search long ago around here, so...
Horsforth.
Yeah.
Horsforth, good.
Yeah.
It's a good area, although it doesn't quite have the buzz of Chapel Allerton. But here, their money can go quite a bit further.
This stone terrace has 4 double bedrooms, a large family bathroom, and the living room has a log burner, which they'll love. The kitchen diner, as with the rest of the house, is done up to an immaculate standard, with plenty of room to entertain. From the kitchen, we then open out to the compromise, a decking area rather than the lush garden they saw before. But that's reflected in the price. It's 25 grand cheaper than the first property and 20 grand under their maximum budget at £199,950.
It is so different
Yeah.
to where we've come from. And it's cheaper.
Yeah.
That's
really nice fireplace.
I knew you'd say that straight off.
And the windows aren't double glazed. And
Okay.
it still isn't that noisy from the road.
Not that bad, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
It's 4 bedrooms.
Okay.
Plus the cellar.
Yeah.
Right, OK.
So it's definitely not as great a location, but you get a lot more inside.
Hayley, should we have a look upstairs and you guys look downstairs? Because it's even better downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
That depends on what you're looking for, Phil. And I'm starting to suspect that these two have their eyes fixed in the direction of Chapel Allerton.
Main bedroom, loads of
Okay.
storage.
It'll certainly do for a while. I think it'd be useful just to move in and be able to like kind of put all our stuff somewhere. And...
There are another 2 bedrooms upstairs.
Okay.
And they're equally well presented. You've got lots of thinking to do. You haven't seen it all yet.
There's a lot to take in here, twice as many bedrooms as Property 1. And it also has space for a fitness suite. I don't think the gym buddy's included, though.
And then you lean back.
Yeah.
Oh, ow.
On your head.
And then you lift it up like that.
Like so.
Oh, I can hold it. I can definitely hold it.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it is quite...
Careful. Time for pressing issues rather than bench pressing weights.
Allegedly, you are both nervous purchasers. Would you describe yourself as a nervous purchaser?
You know, it's a lot of money just for a house. Probably being too picky, but we just want to get it right.
Oh, here we are, skulking outside.
Skulking? I was going to pick you a flower.
They belong to someone else. So, is this the one?
I don't know, and I don't think they do. I'm actually going to force the issue with this.
That'll be a first, Phil.
Force them to make
You have spent years lecturing me on how it's not my decision, you shouldn't push people.
Oh, no, I'm not going to make the decision for them.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to ask them to rule it in or rule it out, because that's what they need to do.
It's a nice room.
Yeah.
Happily put a guest in here, certainly.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think overall, then?
It's huge, and yet it doesn't seem to have a big garden at all.
I'm not sold on the area either.
It's their decision, it's not mine. I'm just going to get them to the point.
Careful, Phil's going to get tough with you.
How'd you get on?
Yeah, I think our main sticking point is where we are now.
Our criteria was somewhere you could relax, and I think it's just too overlooked.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like at all a suitable house, Phil.
The reason why she said I was going to be tough with you was you wanted me to help you make decisions. Is this ruled out? It's 25 grand cheaper. It's a lot bigger.
Sherlock Holmes is struggling to know whether you're ruling it in or ruling it out.
It's not what we want,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter
If
on the price.
anything, it makes us lean more towards the first house.
You've made a decision. Congratulations. We're in a good place.
Seems like these so-called chickens might already have a bird in the hand.
Yes, but with other interest, I just hope it doesn't fly away. It may seem like our house hunters aren't getting much for their 200 grand budgets, but price and size are all relative to location. Here in Leeds, the average value of a 2-bedroom flat is just over 150 grand, with a price per square foot of £232. 200 miles south in Bristol, that value goes up to £334 per square foot. Whereas 300 miles north in Scotland, and even with its famed scenery, the village of Tinnerbrook commands a much lower price than Leeds. Amazingly, only £100 per square foot. So where you want to live has a massive impact on how much space you'll get for your money.
Well, for Kate's search, we're now moving to the historic spa town of Knaresborough, still in the borough of Harrogate. Kate is making some big life changes. We need to find her a new home so she can spend 6 months here and 6 in Iceland. It's an unusual remit, so I'm bringing Phil along to help out.
This place is full of second-hand shops. Kirstie will be in heaven. Especially when there's one of those.
Many a true word said in jest. Watch out, Phil.
Morning, you two.
Morning, Phil. Welcome.
Nice round here, isn't it?
It's very nice round here.
Kirstie's in heaven.
I'm in heaven.
Notice she's shopping, not house shopping.
I am house shopping. I was just waiting for you, as per. What do we think about this?
I think it's very pretty from the outside.
Very pretty.
It's got a double yellow line. I must admit, I don't like that.
So Kate wants old-school charm, but with modern parking. Not an easy balance to strike.
Well, we'll see if Kate can park that prejudice and focus on the positives. This terraced 2-bedroom cottage was renovated 6 years ago and done very tastefully. On the ground floor, there's a country feel kitchen and a spacious sitting room with a log burner. On the first floor is the master bedroom, which also has a fire, and a stylish family bathroom. Up in the eaves is a large second bedroom. Out from the kitchen is a utility room and store and this lovely enclosed rear garden. The sought-after location does add a premium to the price, but this is still 10 grand under budget. So, front room, it's in good nick, recently refurbed.
It's got a good feeling all the way.
I like the ceiling height, and I like the burning thing. I think is wonderful.
This house has got to overcome the fact that it's on a double yellow line.
Yes.
Does coming in, do you start to see that happening?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okie doke.
Hope you've got another idea cooking, Kirstie.
Actually, I'm not so sure.
What?
Super small kitchen.
Too small?
Yeah.
So you've come in here and you've gone, small kitchen, and in there you said it needs something more to overcome the double yellow line. So I don't want to be hasty, but it doesn't look like that's happening.
No.
I feel for Kate. She's building a whole new life around this house, but in the end, she'll have to compromise on something.
I feel there's a bit of a conflict between the desire to be in Iceland and do the whale watching and to have a more relaxed life and the need for a bigger house.
She wants to get herself out of the situation she's in, which is suitcases and bed and breakfast.
Then she's going to have to find a house. House number 3 might absolutely do the trick and it might be champagne corks popping. But not holding out that much hope.
Kate's at a massive crossroads in life, but if she wants 6 months Icelandic Wales and 6 months Yorkshire Dales, then decisions do have to be made.
This week, I'm with Hayley and Charlie, who have had trouble being decisive in a market that doesn't leave any time for dawdling, which means I better get on with it.
And I'm searching around Harrogate with Kate. Her medical condition has led her to make major changes in her life. She now wants to split her time between Yorkshire and Iceland. She was impressed by the first place I showed her, but flat out refused to entertain my second property.
Super small kitchen.
Too small?
Yeah.
It's swings and roundabouts with Charlie and Hayley too.
It's huge, and yet it doesn't seem to have a big garden at all.
Yeah, I'm not sold on the area either.
So I'm hoping the size and the proximity of this place to their favourite spot might do the trick.
So we're in Potter Newton.
Okay.
Decent suburb. So we're about 10 minutes walk to Chapelay. Just give me your thoughts.
But yeah, it is only a 10-minute walk, so that's fine. You know, we're not...
I think we're definitely open to looking at it, aren't we?
They admit their problem has been first-time buyer fear. They've been too afraid to make decisions, and that has to change. This is a 3-bedroom semi, mostly done up to a high standard. The living area is a single room which stretches the width of the house, meaning lots of light. The compromise is the kitchen, but I'll explain to them how that could be remedied. They want a good garden, and this place certainly has that. It's huge. Upstairs, there are 2 potential master bedrooms and a bonus third, as well as a separate bathroom and toilet. We're close to Chapel Allerton, it's very spacious, and this is priced 10 grand under their max and offers over £210,000.
So, we have our biggest house that I'm going to show you by some margin.
It's pretty big.
Okay, yep, it's quite big.
Yeah.
Because you've got lots of space here, you haven't got much in the kitchen, which is through that wall.
Okay.
It'd cost about £1,200 to knock the wall through.
Right, okay.
And then you have your dining kitchen
Yeah.
and your snug TV room.
Mm.
You've got options, you've got flexibility, but it's in good nick. Are you scared of the work?
Well, it's not scared of the work.
scared.
It's whether it's worth it in the end. I think, you know, whether it
Yeah.
adds to the property or takes away from it.
It would add to the property, no shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the weak part of the house suddenly becomes the greatest asset of the house.
Right.
So you buy something that has a weak thing, you turn it into a strong thing, you make money.
My gut feeling is no.
Let me at least show you the garden.
Okay.
Because it's amazing.
Cool.
Hayley's certainly taken on your tips about decisiveness. But if anything can swing this place into the yes pile, it's this garden.
Wow.
You wanted a dog, you wanted a bigger garden. There it is.
It's quite something, yeah.
It's pretty sizable.
Yeah.
It's nice and enclosed though as well, isn't it?
It is,
It
it's
doesn't
very
feel
private.
Yeah.
Does this give a different feeling to the house?
I just think it's a lot more space and there's a massive garden, but we don't need that.
Is this out?
Yeah, it is for me.
Well, I'm not moving if you're not happy here, so first house over this one.
Definitely.
Well, the first house is still available at the moment, so let's move on from here. I've got one other place to show you, and after that, you're on your own. Come on.
Not the result you were after, Phil, but at least a clear front runner is emerging. It's all leading back to the centre of Chapel Allerton for this pair.
Agreed, but I'm quietly confident my final property will give them pause for thought.
Kate's looking for somewhere in Yorkshire to spend her winters as she summers in Iceland. At my last property, she was unimpressed with the double yellows, so I don't want to hang around too long outside this one.
We got across the road safely.
Just make sure this one isn't a hit-and-run house tour.
Not this time, Pip. This is a charming 3-bedroomed terrace cottage, which has been very synthetically done out, so it feels modern while retaining its period features. The ground floor's got an eating kitchen and sitting room with a log burner. There are 3 bedrooms and a bathroom on the first floor. Then, in the loft space, the owner has set up a home office, perfect for Kate, as is this enclosed cottage garden. The extra space and the green views at the back don't come cheap, though. It's priced right on Kate's top budget figure of offers over £200,000.
This is a 3-bed house.
Ah.
It is considerably bigger.
The kitchen is much better.
Yeah.
More substantial and more solid and decent height.
Let's go and have a look at the bedrooms.
This seems to be panning out nicely.
So we've obviously got the big,
That's
the
lovely.
window on the landing.
That's lovely, looking at all those trees. Ooh! I rather like that, but I'd have to take it out and put a bath.
Bath in, yeah.
You need to have a bath.
Has anything you've seen up here given you enough curiosity to want to see what's in the
I'm
loft?
curious, but
No.
I won't buy this house.
Right. Very interesting.
Oh dear, and it was all going so well.
The rooms are very nice. It's not exactly what I want by way of rooms. The road is really busy, and it's not what I had in mind of living in North Yorkshire. And if I have to give up on the pretty house with character in order to have parking, then maybe I have to do that.
And does that therefore mean it
It's a
might
bit
be
depressing.
a modern house?
Yeah, it's really depressing. I
Okay.
don't like modern houses, but, you know.
If parking is the thing, parking is the thing.
The dream cottage is all very well in theory, but for some people, in the end, practical proves more prudent.
This search is all over the shop. The things that were vital are no longer vital. I mean, I nearly fell over when Kate said she'd prepared to look at a modern house. That was an absolute no-no. But I tell you one thing, in all the years I've been searching, you make a big mistake if you don't realise how much store people set by where their car is parked.
It's often impossible to predict how house hunters' priorities shift during a search.
This is all new for Kate, and confusion is to be expected. But this has sent our search back to the drawing board.
With first-time buyers Charlie and Hayley, we've won in the running in their top spot of Chapel Allerton. But over at their number 2 spot, Round Hay, I may have found something to beat it.
This, I think, is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, because it's an absolute belter, and it's a lot cheaper. Ta-da!
Nice, very nice. Lovely street as well.
Yeah, great
really
street.
Great street.
Yeah.
Looks really good.
I aim to please. Come on, this is going to be interesting. Come on in.
Now that's a positive first impression.
Well, there's plenty of pluses here, and not just in the location. This 3-bed semi has been finished to a very modern, stylish spec. There's excellent living space on the ground floor, with the kitchen opening through to a dining sitting room. There are 2 double bedrooms and a family bathroom on the first floor, and then upstairs, the icing on the cake, this amazing master bedroom with ensuite, and views out onto a magnificent double-stepped private garden with a decking area to the side. And we've pulled some serious strings. This place isn't even on the market yet, but the owner's given us a guide price of £185,000 to £195,000. Well under budget.
So, open plan,
Yep.
tip-top condition, gut feel.
I really love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. I think it's really nice.
Yeah, I really like it.
I wasn't entirely sure how you'd react to it being one space. So this is the living, dining, cooking space.
I actually really like it all being open, because we spend so much time in the kitchen. It works for me perfectly.
Okay. It's not my ideal because I think that space is quite small. Like, I think you'd struggle to get 2 sofas in there. But I'm not adverse to it.
No?
Bit of a game changer, I think, this property.
There's a lot of space upstairs, and there's a lot of space.
You can already see out there. It looks amazing out there.
Okay.
This is definitely giving Chapel Allerton a run for its money. Perfectly played, Pip.
Pretty perfect, I think, out here.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Just have a little look up there.
Built up?
Yeah.
2 stories.
Yeah.
Full of bedrooms.
Yeah.
Be my
Okay.
guest.
Amazing garden, great living space, and 3 beds over 3 floors. Round Hay might win the day over Chapel A.
More storage in there. This is the 3rd bedroom.
Oh, right, okay. It's quite big for a 3rd bedroom.
Huge for a 3rd bedroom. Absolutely huge.
Yeah.
How do you feel about spending less
Good.
for more, but not being in Chapel Allerton?
Well, because we're in Round Hay, I think that's fine.
Yeah, Round Hay, so it's well up there as well.
Yeah.
Charlie, you're looking very up for it. Hayley, I'm not reading you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the downstairs is just not that homely. And I really like that kind of floorboards, like living room kind of thing. And this doesn't have that.
I don't see that as too much of a problem.
Yeah, no, it's not the floorboards, though, is it? It's fact there's no living room. But it's not a separate one.
No, it's not separate. You know, we have had issues with things being too separate as well, so...
These are good problems to have, but we do need to make decisions.
Yeah.
Not right now, but I'm going to be pushing you for one in a little bit. So have a finish off.
Okay.
I shall wait for you downstairs.
Okay, great.
This place does seem to have split them somewhat. Be interesting to see whose opinion counts the most.
Wow.
Ah, it's a nice room, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm worried about Hayley because her mind just seems to jump about all over the place. She fixates on the negatives, which all houses have, but she does it to the point at which she can't stop to appreciate the positives. If they're ever going to buy a house, I'm actually going to have to force them into a decision. They are terrible at it, and I want to help them do it. You two still together?
No. Yeah.
So you found the 3 bedrooms and the ensuite bathroom.
Yep.
It's the first time being able to show you one of those.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of those at all, so...
Yeah, that's definitely a bonus, I think.
Yeah.
It's definitely throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, I think, to say the least.
It's exactly what I said before you arrived.
Yeah.
The kitchen and diner bit's fine, it's just that the seating area downstairs
Yeah.
where we're sort of worried it almost feel like a bit of a through flow.
It's 40 grand cheaper.
Yeah.
That is a big interest as well.
Look, let's go and have a drink and a council of war.
Well, Phil, in the battle of Chapel Allerton versus Roundhay, let's hope you can make Charlie and Hayley the winners.
This week we're in Yorkshire, where I'm with Charlie and Hayley, who have been too afraid to take that first step onto the property ladder.
And I'm with Kate, who's being creative with her criteria, which is causing chaos. It's a tightrope walk.
Kate thought she wanted chocolate box charm, but practicalities like parking have taken over, meaning a rethink of the whole search. At the 11th hour, I've conjured up one final property in the market town of Bedale, close to the famous 11th century St Gregory's Church. And this time, there's not a double yellow line in sight.
So, semi-detached, end of terrace.
I think it's very pretty. I like the porch.
It's not entirely finished.
Okay.
But it's got the off-street parking, and when we were talking this afternoon, it was about altering the priority list.
Yeah.
But standing here, do you feel you want to go in?
Yes, I do. I'd like to have a look at it.
Well, that's the parking sorted. I think the inside will really suit too. This 3-bedroomed, end-of-terrace cottage has an open-plan kitchen diner and a cosy sitting room with, guess what, a log burner. Then upstairs, 2 double bedrooms, both with period fireplaces, and a bathroom. Then up in the eaves is the 3rd bedroom, which Kate could use as a home office. There's gardens to the front and back, with the rear enclosed garden being a real selling point for this place. As the vendor hasn't fully finished the renovations, the price is a real winner too. It's 25 grand under budget at £174,950.
So, loads of original features, but you'll see that there are unfinished bits, but not in a troubling way. What are you feeling? No, honestly, you've got to be honest.
Honestly, I think this is better.
Better?
Yeah. And more what I had in mind. I want to see how big the kitchen is and in what state it's in.
Yes. Okay. Stone flagged floor.
Oh, lovely floor. Why did you say it needed work?
Well, it needs some tiles here, and the ceiling probably needs a paint.
Oh, yeah.
I look up at that ceiling and I think utterly charming. Kitchen lovely, stone floor lovely. Is your heart singing?
Yeah, I think this kitchen's lovely. It's much nicer than any of the other kitchens we've seen.
Which suggests utter balls up on our part.
I think you'll find it's on your part, Kirstie, but don't be hard on yourself. Kate's priorities have shifted a lot.
It's possible that this entire search has been an almighty balls up. Which happened to the best of us. Because you listen to people's criteria and you think you hear which are the important things. And actually you don't. The funny thing is that the off-street parking here is why we're seeing the house. But it's not why Kate is liking the house.
Understandably, this is a tough search for Kate. She's decided on a total change of lifestyle.
And that's daunting. She just wants a Yorkshire pad to call her own. And I'm hoping this could be the one.
So you've been upstairs and had a look around.
I like this house.
Yeah.
I like downstairs quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I like the kitchen a lot. I like the feel of it. And then the garden's just enormous. I would have to learn how to garden because it's much bigger than I thought I would have. It's got huge possibilities and opportunities, so that's great.
But is it great enough to put down roots here for 6 months of the year? It's a big decision.
Charlie and Hayley have got some big choices to make too. Will they stick with a smaller place in their #1 spot of Chapel Allerton, or save 40 grand, gain a bedroom and be in this fantastic pad in their second favourite spot of Roundhay?
It's been an interesting couple of days, isn't it?
It certainly has.
Twists and turns.
Many twists and turns.
So, hit me with it. What are you going to do?
All right, well, yeah, the last house was a bit of a curveball.
Yeah.
But we struggled to see ourselves in the living area.
This the royal we, or is this your other half?
This is, well, I think I got very carried away with it being round here. I'm a big fan of Street Lane.
Well, which kind of drops us back right where we started.
Yeah, definitely.
In Chapel Allerton.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard today that one of the people that looked at it has now made an offer.
Okay.
You've actually got to make the decision.
I think we do, yeah, we want to put an offer in.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Congratulations.
A decision.
I think we should go in at probably 217 and a half.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
if we get it, great. If not, you're going to have to up it a little bit.
Perfect.
Brave move, Pip. That's £8,000 under the asking price. And if anything, houses here usually go for over the asking price.
Alicia, it's Phil Spencer. I've got an offer for you, and it's designed to be a kind of a proper and serious offer. It is at £217,000. Okay. Good. Thanks so much. Good luck. Bye-bye. That seemed to go down pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they've got other interests, and I don't know. We'd better have a drink then, haven't we?
Yep. Better hard.
There is another offer on the table, and Charlie and Hayley can only afford to up theirs by £3,000. Tense moments.
Well, you're a lot closer to the finishing line than we are. But at least Kate's risk aversion seems to be in decline.
Where do we go from now?
There is work to be done on this, and I don't know how to do that work, and I don't know how much it costs. Yeah. So I would quite like to find out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make an offer today, but I might make an offer by the end of the week.
Got there in the end.
Kind of. Kate's just got to price up any work she'd like done and decide if this is the place for her. But I feel quite confident it could be.
I could do with some of that confidence over here with Charlie and Hayley.
Rather nervous at this end, Alicia. What news? Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Cheers. Bye. It's not a no, but it's not a yes.
Okay. Yeah.
They were hoping for 220, but they also know what they wouldn't accept. It's not quite what they wanted, but it's what they've got.
Near enough.
All right.
She will ring me as soon as the husband and wife have spoken and I've got a decision for us.
Okay.
Keep faith.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Cheers.
Cheers.
A few days after Kirstie left, Kate decided to put in an offer on the house in Bedale. But the vendor wanted more than she was willing to pay, and reluctantly, Kate walked away. Wasting no time, she was straight back on the hunt. And to get her period property with parking, she's decided to accept a different compromise and is heading into the countryside.
Not in a market town, but in a village without even a shop. I walked in and I said, yeah, I'll take this house. Yesterday I got a notification from the agent that my offer's been accepted, which is fantastic. And I'm hoping that in 4 to 6 weeks I shall be moving in.
Kate's priorities for her perfect property changed a few times during the search, but each twist and turn has led her to the right place and to what will hopefully very soon be her new home. In Leeds, Hayley and Charlie didn't have to wait long for a decision on their property.
So the following day, we hadn't had the original offer accepted, and Phil put an increased offer of $220,000 on the table with the provision that it was taken off the market completely then. And we found out that that was accepted by the vendors. So.
It's amazing.
I aim to please. Charlie and Hayley are hoping to get the keys in the next few weeks and are looking forward to putting their stamp on their new home.
We just can't wait to move into a house. Having lived in rentals for years and years, never been able to do what I want with the place. So looking at sofas and paints and all that kind of thing, it's like the best thing ever.
Really looking forward to having a garden, you know, somewhere which we can really sort of call our own.
When we finally get to the point where we can, put our key in the door and move in, it'll be a real achievement, I think, and we'll be really, really happy.
I'm so pleased I could give Hayley and Charlie the confidence to secure their very own first home together.
This week's show is a magic show.
You looked up there. You see anything?
No.
Are we going to find a dead cat?
With a disappearing act.
Well, I'm really pleased you came by.
And a tough audience.
I don't really like it very much.
I'm not convinced.
But if they can truly believe...
Not saying that's going to be easy or even possible.
I forgot, I trust you.
Then we can pull the rabbit from the hat.
Definitely 10 out of 10 location.
Let's buy it.
I think I've done my job.
This week, we're donning our capes and summoning our superpowers to fight the good fight against the North East London housing market.
But with ever-escalating prices, demand outstripping supply, and arguably high expectations,
Our buyers are left hanging.
So it's up to us to make sure the good guys win.
Are you a good guy?
I'm trying. Always trying.
Oh, come on, Phil, you're not that trying.
This week, we're in North and East London, where hip cafes, green spaces and the money poured in for Olympic regeneration mean prices are rising faster than you can say Usain Bolt.
The 14 postcodes nearest the Olympic Stadium have seen property prices jump by a massive 84% since the Games were awarded in 2005. Average house prices here are pushing £379,000. That's nearly £200,000 above the national average.
Thanks to open day viewings, most good properties go under offer around here within a week, and prices are rising faster than even the London average. 3 years on from the Games, to beat this fast-moving market, first-time buyers need their running shoes on and be able to jump over hurdles.
First out the blocks is house hunter Nishita. She's living with her parents in Ilford and works in the city full-time. But it's her part-time passion for yoga that may stretch her to make some long-term changes.
I love teaching yoga. I love the satisfaction it gives me.
Nishita would one day like to teach yoga full-time, so while she's got a job that can get her a good mortgage, she's trying to get a place that will suit her long-term plans.
I kind of set myself a 6-month deadline to find a place and stay back with my parents, which has been lovely, but it's also time to move on.
Nishita has worked hard in the financial sector. Now she's saved a deposit and it's time to follow her siblings and check out of the hotel of mum and dad.
I want to be in a position where I can have the holistic yoga lifestyle without having to worry about all the financial demands. And right now, where I'm on an income where I can buy a property in central London, I'm going to do it, and that will relieve the pressure when I'm older.
And that means the pressure's on us to match her expectation of finding a 2-bedroomed place in one of London's hotspots, within her budget of 455 grand.
A huge sum anywhere else in the country, but in London, not so much.
I want to wake up on a Saturday morning and just feel like, oh, this is a nice, homely place that I can live. And I want to feel like I can walk to my yoga studio. I can walk to the cute little high street.
For Nishita's search, I'm going to have to channel my own inner zen.
Don't worry, Phil. You're smarter than the average yogi. And boo-boo.
You're back home living with mum and dad?
Yeah. I probably could have bought 3 or 4 years ago, but I just don't think I was at a place in my life where I felt ready to do so, whereas now I feel like I want to settle some roots somewhere.
It is hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard making these big decisions on your own, but hopefully that's what I'm here for, to bounce ideas off.
Yeah, I want you
and
to
make
help
you...
nudge me forward.
Describe to me your ideal property?
I'd like a kitchen which is kind of a little bit open, so you can kind of cook and socialise.
Cook and entertain.
Yeah, at the same time. I'd like outdoor space as well.
Is that a must?
I just like to practice my yoga outside in the fresh air.
Let's talk about area, because all these things impact each other.
I love Stoke Newington Church Street and the roads off of it. It's got a nice feel to it. Just a green road, like something with lots of trees. Something that looks nice from the outside.
I wish I hadn't asked.
Let's hope Nishita is flexible with her demands.
Well, with her £455,000, Nish wants a 2-bedroom flat with an outdoor space for her yoga and room to entertain indoors.
She wants to be near green spaces and somewhere with a vibe.
As for location, Nishita wants to be close to friends and family in northeast London, preferably Stoke Newington. But unlike her, the budget might not stretch.
Also on the hunt for a house this week are junior Dr. Michael and his old friend and flatmate from Manchester Uni, Science Journal editor Sam.
Sam, like Nish, has boomeranged home to save money for a deposit. Despite their jobs, these two young boffins were struggling to get on the property ladder until their analytical minds came up with a bold and pragmatic solution.
Sam had mentioned that he had a deposit for a house, but with his salary alone could never afford to buy in London. And I made a bit of a joke, really, saying, oh, imagine if we bought a house together, we could use both our salaries. Sam, his little face lit up and he went, would you really want to do that? And it actually made good sense.
To be honest, most of my friends can't afford to buy in London full stop, let alone buy with a friend.
Sam and Michael's solution is catching on. Over 1 in 6 people planning to buy a home are set to do so with a friend or parent, because, like the boys, they see it as the only way into the property market. As house prices rise, this trend is set to continue.
So Sam is in Essex while Michael is living in rented accommodation with fellow doctors in southeast London. But there's a fly in the ointment. They don't share the same prescription for a healthy home.
I just really want to get out and get a property. And also, I think Michael's just fussier than I am.
I'm not fussy. I just know what I want and what I don't want. I don't want to spend £250,000 on something that looks like rubbish on the outside.
I don't mind so much.
They both want to live in hip East London. It's close to Sam's family and a good investment for Michael. But prices are rising faster than they can save. Together, they can afford to spend up to £330,000.
Like the Olympics it once hosted, the East London property market is highly competitive. But I'm hoping we can still win gold.
I suppose the first question is, what do you think I can bring to the party?
I think you are able to bring some expertise into our search. At the very least, we will see what we can get, and in different areas as well.
How many properties have you seen together?
7.
7, that's quite good.
I was excited by one of them out of the 7.
I didn't like any of them.
Didn't like any of them.
Right, OK.
I do really like modern interiors.
Yeah.
I do like modern buildings and new modern flats.
You probably like modern because it feels clean and secure and nothing's going to go wrong with it.
Yes.
At your budget, you want to go and see a really scruffy flat, that the landlord's just selling it because he can't be bothered with the tenant. And you really want to enter a flat and feel that there's possibly a dead cat under the sofa.
Sounds appealing.
That is where I can help. That is genuinely where I can help. Because I can hold your hand and say, hold your nose, don't worry about the dead cat, this is a great location. Do you trust me, Sam?
I trust you.
Good. Drink up your tea and, trust me.
Correct.
Good luck with that, Kirstie. I'm pretty sure you won't find fetid felines on the floor plans.
All I'm saying is, if they're looking for an investment, they must keep an open mind. Sam's savings and Michael's income mean they have up to £330,000 in their kitty and are looking for a 2-bedroom property and hoping for outdoor space.
They don't mind a bit of painting and decorating and might be up for something heavier if they get help.
As for location, they want to go east. They love trendy Hackney Wick, but realise Leighton and Forest Gate are more within their budget. Nearby rail or tube links are a must.
I do. Morning.
Morning.
Oh, well.
This is beautiful.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, what have you got to spend?
450, 455 at a squeeze, but a very intelligent house hunter. She knows she's going to have to compromise.
You know, I can translate Philese.
Go on, then.
Intelligent house hunter usually means really pretty.
That's slightly relevant. Yes. Yes. How about you?
So, me, 2 boys, old friends from uni. One of them, the one with less money to contribute, has got slightly grander ideas. And the one with the deposit is living at home with his parents and will buy anything, frankly, just to get out.
I think you got your work cut out.
Oh, well.
Not much phases you, does it, Kirstie? Now, remember, Nish said she'd love to get a flat on Church Street, Stoke Newington. Well, guess what I've found?
Not a dead cat, I suspect.
So this is obviously the kind of epicentre of your search.
Yeah.
But how about if you looked up my sleeve? Just hold this a minute. You looked up there. You see anything?
No.
No?
No.
There is one up there somewhere.
Really?
Because there's a flat right there.
No way.
It's not ideal, but it's such a nice flat, I couldn't not show it to you.
Oh my God.
Given that we are on your favourite street.
No way, that's mental.
Yeah. So that's where we're going to start.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah.
She should be happy. #1 area and #1 street. Downside, its size. The average cost per square foot of property here is £804, meaning every £100 you spend gets you an area marginally larger than a slice of bread. And this place is a little bit of a sandwich. It has an open-plan living and kitchen area, but only 1 bedroom.
It's gorgeous inside and is within a conservation area. But with great area comes great prices. So is Nishita willing to compromise space for location?
This cosy attic flat is on at £425,000, well within Nish's budget of £455, but a lot of pounds for not much property.
I'm going to level with you straight away.
Yeah.
This is the smallest flat that I'm going to show you.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
this is the only bedroom.
Okay.
1 bed flat.
Oh, it's a 1 bed flat?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's small.
It's cute.
But it's cute.
Yeah.
It's kind of quiet at the top of the building. It's tucked away.
It's actually not too small a bedroom.
Here we've got 10 out of 10 location.
Yeah, definitely 10 out of 10 location. Yeah, how much is it?
It's on at 425.
Oh, okay.
Initial impressions?
I like it, and I like the price, I think.
Things to think about. But
Yeah,
come on,
things to
let's see
think
some more.
about.
It doesn't have the space Nishita is looking for, but in the heart of her top area, that's going to cost her.
And then the living room kitchen, again, it's kind of small but perfectly formed.
Cosy.
Yeah. Fireplace, wooden floors, got lots of storage under there.
I like this. It's just a little small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a look in the bathroom and,
Okay.
and see what you make of the view, because I think it's absolutely cracking. She's right, it's a good start, it's a relevant start. It's just a rather small start.
Yes, but that's all Nish can afford in this area. Not much room to swing a cat, let alone do a downward-facing dog.
Such a huge reaction that you had outside. Obviously coming in, perhaps a bit of a reality check.
I think it's because I'm inside. And once I get outside again, maybe I'll feel that same bit of excitement.
Yeah.
So,
I couldn't walk you past it,
no, not at all.
knowing that it was on the
No, I'm
road.
definitely glad I've seen this. And it's food for thought.
Well, at that size, it was just a starter. Let's hope she's keener on your main course, Phil.
This week, I'm with financial consultant and yoga instructor Nishita, who's after her own little zone of zen in North London.
And I'm with Dr. Michael and journalist Sam, who are pairing their piggy banks in order to get on the property ladder in northeast London.
And it's some super-sized piggy banks that are needed here, Kirstie. This part of London is pricey. So Sam and an increasing number of other young people, including Nish, have moved back with their parents to save a deposit, even if it does cramp their style.
Yoga fan Nishita doesn't do cramped, so a 1-bed flat in her beloved Stoke Newington was always going to be a stretch.
It's just a little small.
Yeah.
Sam and Michael are also trying to get 2 bedrooms, but on a smaller budget than Nish's.
The
you trust me, Sam?
I trust you.
Good.
So banking on their trust, I've taken the boys east to Leighton, where it's cheaper.
Consequently, it's also popular with buy-to-let landlords, so properties for sale are harder to come by. But we've spoken to around 50 agents and think we found a little gem.
Our first property is in a quiet street just off bustling Leighton High Road.
It's in great nick, you won't have to do anything to it, no problems with the kitchens, the bathrooms, the electrics, and anything. Essentially, you move in, you furnish, you decorate, that's it, done deal. Trust me?
I trust you.
He's not keen on the saying I trust. He's not keen at all. Come on in.
This 2-bedroom ground floor flat is a no-nonsense modern property that's perfect for the boys' requirements. It's a smidge over 600 square feet and has an open-plan kitchen and living area.
It also has a sheltered shared garden to the side and 2 decent-sized bedrooms, one of which is en suite.
At just short of £300,000, it's 30 grand under budget. But we reckon they could snap it up for even less.
So, long corridor, bathroom there, open plan kitchen, sitting room, and then 2 almost equally sized bedrooms. Very simple, not complicated.
I like the interior.
I don't really like it very much. I think it's very compact.
You'd be prepared to go for something bigger, grottier, which needed more work.
Absolutely.
Sam, what was appealing to you about it?
It looks like there's very little to be done inside. Interior-wise, I'm happy.
It seems to me that your attraction to this flat is based on the fact that it isn't going to have any hidden horrors. I think that's the major difference between the two of you.
Maybe Michael has a better imagination than I do.
So, have a look at the bedrooms.
Is that the face of hope, Kirstie?
No, it's the face of experience. I can sense trouble ahead from these 2.
So size-wise, this is absolutely fine.
Yep, absolutely
you can
fine.
get a double bed in here. You can see out into this garden. The shared garden.
That's definitely a massive space.
Does it make up for the lack of space in the living room, then? Probably not.
Poor Sam, he keeps talking up the pluses and Michael just keeps knocking them down.
There's a real divide there. A real divide. One, very risk-averse but wants to buy now, fed up of being at home. And the other, fussier but less risk-averse. It's a contrast and I'm going to have to come to terms with it.
But are Sam and Michael going to come to terms with it?
It's not a Bobby Dazzler.
No, it's not.
But I think you can make it a Bobby Dazzler.
I really like it. Just speaking for myself.
I'm not sold.
Michael's not sold.
I'm unlikely to be sold.
OK. It's my job to find the flat which bridges that gap between the 2 of you. Not saying that's going to be easy or even possible, but I'll give it a really good try.
You've got some work to do yet with these 2, Kirstie.
But one can't buy without the other. They need to be on the same page before I can get them under the same roof.
Over in northeast London with Nish, we need to find her more space, and I may have found just that in Clapton. It's a 20-minute walk to her beloved Stoke Newington and even closer to Hackney, another of her favourite yoga haunts. I'm hoping she'll see that a short walk could give her more space in the long run.
Very different setup here.
Yeah, definitely.
Modern flats, so you'd lose the character,
Yeah.
but you'd gain the space.
Okay.
Initial thoughts of being here?
I didn't really like the walk down, but let's see what's inside.
Come on, before we all get wet.
At 678 square feet, this modern 2-bedroom flat is all about space. And it's 40% bigger than the first property.
There's a large open-plan living area, but the kitchen can be separated by double doors if need be. There's also 2 large bedrooms. It's clean, modern and airy, and the station is only a short walk away.
Its guide price is up to 450 grand, but I think it will go for much less than that. So well within budget for Nish.
So up on the top floor, nobody banging around and making a noise upstairs disturbing you, and you get a genuinely open plan kitchen living room.
Yeah.
Ability to entertain, have your friends over.
cook a nice meal, have a drinks party.
That's quite big in here.
But it really depends on whether you are comfortable enough with the area because you're impressed enough with the space.
Okay. I'm not convinced. It just doesn't feel me. I think it's the building, the new build look to it. Yeah, it just doesn't feel me right now. But let's have a look.
Have a look. 2 decent bedrooms.
Okay.
Help yourself.
Thank you.
So, Phil, right size but wrong everything else. I sense one of your lectures coming on.
This is, of course, the age-old dilemma: space versus location. I was hoping to get a bit more of a kind of reaction coming in here because it's a big, spacious flat.
Well, she's given a reaction, Phil. I just don't think it's the one you wanted.
So, how are you getting on? Has it piqued your interest at all?
I don't know why, I just feel a little bit claustrophobic in here. This flat is a family flat, but I don't think I'd be that content here.
Well, my role in this is to get you at the end of the process to make a confident and clear decision.
Yeah.
Because you've thought everything through it and we've got some more work to do.
Okay.
But we've got time to do it.
Thank you.
So I've got a tough case to crack in North London.
Chin up, Phil. It's nothing we haven't seen 100 times before. Size versus location. Well, I've deduced that Michael didn't like the style of property 1. So I've taken the boys east of Leighton to the equally popular property market of Forest Gate.
We found them a brand spanking new interior and a period exterior. This should blow them away, but it will cost.
Here we are, top floor flat. What do you think about the outside?
It's pretty much perfect from that side. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And the area?
Area, we really like Forest Gate. We reckon it could be on the up.
It's so on the up.
I work near Liverpool Street and it's 3 stops on the train from over there. 12,
so this
12
is
minutes.
Right area, right look, everything tick, tick, tick.
So far, yeah.
OK, so far. So far.
Well, they can trust me that Forest Gate is on the up, thanks to Crossrail providing better rail links across London. One estimate suggests that by 2020, over 40% could have been added to property values in the area just due to upgraded transport.
Talking of upgrades, what about this place? A refurbished period property with fresh new fittings and clean lines means no worries for Sam and a sense of style for Michael.
It's got a big, bright sitting room, a small but well-formed kitchenette, stylish bathroom and 2 decent-sized bedrooms, all well presented. But there is no outside space.
The guide price is $325 to $350, and we reckon it'll go for the lower end of that, so just within the boys' budget.
Here is your big front room.
Wow.
Oh, Michael's doing a passing imitation of a Cheshire cat.
Wow, it's very airy, isn't it?
What's the price tag?
Well, very different from the last property we were in. So it's on the market at $325.
I can picture having guests in this house. The last house, not so much.
So much. No, you can definitely have guests in this house. You're pretty keen, aren't you?
Really love it.
Right, go and have a look at the rest of it.
It looks like even picky Michael is impressed, though at 25 grand more than the last place he should be.
Such a nice property.
It's just, like, the last place was so much cheaper.
It's good to have the comparison, though. How much are we doing it for investment, or how much are we doing it for the perfect house?
Like, I love this. It's so right, but I just think with how much cheaper we get that next place.
I'm not going to wake up every morning thinking, oh, what a great investment I've made. I'm going to wake up every morning thinking, what a great home I live in.
I'm unsure these two will ever agree, but given that one cannot buy without the other, I'm hoping someone is going to back down.
I know this sounds really harsh, but my feeling is that Sam should be the one with the say, really, because it's his deposit. I mean, I know it's important that they're both happy, but Michael's got the grander ideas and Sam's got the spending power. Am I being really unfair? Yes, I'm being really unfair. I'm being really unfair. I take that back. Sort of.
In these circumstances, where Sam's supplying the deposit and Michael's salary secures the mortgage, it's tough deciding who has final say.
I'd be happy with this. This is bigger than my room that we had in our house that we had in Manchester.
I miss the garden, the last place.
Skulking in the back room. We're at the end of day one and you've got 2 very different flats to weigh up. It's not a bad start.
No, not bad at all.
He's a harsh critic, that Michael. He's harsh. He's harsh, that Michael.
I agree with her.
But they're still not quite agreeing with each other, are they?
You might be right, Phil. This flat is great, but their search may yet have cracks in it. This week, we're in the hot markets of North and East London. I'm with junior Dr. Michael and journalist Sam, who are clubbing together to get on the property ladder.
And it's my job to stop yoga instructor Nishita getting bent out of shape as she tries to balance all the elements of her wish list.
Despite having good jobs, property prices here mean my boys need me to find them a bargain.
You really want to enter a flat and feel that there's possibly a dead cat under the sofa.
Thankfully, there's no dead cats under the sofa so far, but no agreement between the boys either. Nish is living back with her parents but wants to leave the nest. We've had the right location and the right size so far, just not together. But I'm hoping the next place might give us both. It's just where Seven Sisters meets Haringey, and yes, it's another up-and-coming area.
Do you know much about the area?
Not too much, but I've been open to this area as well. I haven't actually ever seen anything here.
Well, I think it's on the move. Well, it is on the move. I mean, there's £140 million being spent as part of this massive regeneration scheme. So it's going to look very, very different. How about the outside of it? It's just...
Yeah, I like it. I like the front door. I do like it. I feel, yeah, I'm feeling positive.
Well, let's hope that continues. Come on.
So if there's no problem outside, I doubt we're going to have many on the inside.
This 2-bedroom flat is further away from the ideal spot in Stoke Newington, but that means more space for Nish's spend. At nearly 600 square feet, it's smaller than her second property, but the interior is impeccable.
As well as having 2 bedrooms, the flat's living dining room has plenty of space.
And if Nish wants to teach yoga at home, how about some classes in this garden?
It's on the market at £415,000, but has already generated a lot of interest. So if Nish is interested, she'll need to move quick.
Oh.
What?
It's lovely.
This all right?
Yeah, it's really nice.
When I came across this flat, I just thought it had your name written all over it.
Oh, it's so nice. I love it.
All in beautiful condition.
High ceilings.
It's a very nice flat, so it is attracting a fair bit of attention.
Okay.
Yeah, easy to see why.
And if she likes the inside, there's plenty more to smile about outside.
Do you ever look at that?
Yeah. Is the garden my own? Or...
Yes.
Oh,
I like the way you're talking, my own. The garden belongs to the flat, yes. Could you teach yoga?
I could. I could have a small little class here with me there, or I could have a bigger class with me there. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's really nice. I like it. It's homely. It's homely.
Go on, let's see some more.
Okay.
It's funny because she came in so bubbly and so excited, and it's almost like she's now kind of taking some deep breaths and thinking, this could be it, this could get really serious, which is, of course, the general idea.
All that yoga breathing is coming in handy. Could this be Nish's zone of zen?
How do you feel about this one?
This has more kind of a long-term feel to it.
Yeah. This flat isn't going to hang around.
No. No.
So there's not a lot of time to make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
While Nish has a ponder, I need you to come and join me in a gamble. Property 1 was great for the spend, while Property 2 was great for the space. Now you can help me show them one back in Leighton that could be both in time. So here we are. You would be healthy as anything if you lived in this flat, because look what's downstairs.
No excuse not to eat lots of fruit and veg, because that's the flat.
And this is its best aspect.
OK. Are we going to find a dead cat?
There's no dead cat, but as good as.
Sam's giving up.
No, he hasn't. Sam, you promised you would consider something which needed work, didn't you?
Did I?
No!
You trusted her.
Yes, I did. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I forgot. I trust you. Yeah.
I'm liking these guys already.
Well, let's see if they like this property. It's a 2-bedroom period upper floor flat, which needs quite a bit of TLC.
Including the reasonably sized open-plan living area and 2 generous bedrooms, it's got floor space of 575 square feet, which is bigger than their last property, but has none of the interior style at the moment.
At £275,000 or possibly less, it's a very cheap before that could be an even more stunning after. I only hope the boys will see it like that.
Original features available. Good. Bedroom. The flat has just come down in price to £275,000. So you can imagine what we're thinking.
What are you thinking?
Buy it, probably for a bit less than £275,000. Do work to go into the roof, because this is the top floor flat.
People either side
Have done
it. Building into the roof here would cost about 30 grand, but it could add up to 50 grand to its value.
I don't know if the boys are feeling it, though. Phil, some help, please?
So this is really about getting you on the ladder in an affordable way and giving you an opportunity to make some money and then move on.
Once you've done the work, it would be a really cool flat.
Work is scaring me.
Sam is wary, but I would recommend doing the work straight away. That would mean delaying moving in for a few months, but they'd be moving into a great 2-floor conversion.
I'd love to be willing to improve this place, but it's too much hassle for us. It's not right.
I think it would cost a bomb as well. You could make it amazing, but it would cost so much.
I want to be living somewhere in the next few weeks, months, not next year.
No, I don't think it's for us, do you?
Okay.
But at least this flat achieved one thing. They've finally agreed on something.
Some use you were.
The dead cat had my tongue. So that leaves 2 in the running for the boys. Property 1 at just under 300,000, or Property 2 with a better finish but a heftier price tag of 325.
These might strike you as unbelievably expensive or a bargain depending on where you live. So what would 325,000 get you in the rest of the country?
On average, in Stockton-on-Tees, you could buy a 5-bedroomed house, whereas in scenic Shrewsbury, you'd be lucky to get a 4-bedroom property. And in beautiful Buckinghamshire, you'd be looking at just 2 bedrooms for that price.
We all know the good locations come at a premium, but look for less established pockets within already popular areas.
Well, yoga expert Nish is in Finsbury Park, northeast London, to look at her final property with her budget of £455,000. We've got a space versus location dilemma, and I'm hoping Kirstie can solve it with her own unique insight.
Is your house hunter about to buy?
Yeah, I think we're in a good place.
Have you asked her whether she ever wants children?
Yes.
Have you asked her outright
She doesn't have a
whether
boyfriend.
a second...
It's not a particularly relevant
It is not. It does. You don't need a boyfriend to have a baby.
Okay.
Phil, do we need to have a talk
You're
about
here.
biology?
You're here.
Just answer
You're
me
here.
the question.
Your
You
question.
haven't asked
Your
her.
question.
You
Excellent. I'm really pleased you came. Bye.
Such a chicken. I can't believe you're such a chicken.
Hello.
Meet
Hello. Very nice to meet you. Has he been nice?
He has been really good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well...
Go on, do a bit more.
He's been really, really good.
How do you feel about being here, edges of Finsbury Park?
I really like it. I love the road.
Lovely road.
It's a lovely road.
Anyway, it is actually raining,
Yeah.
so we probably shouldn't dawdle. Nice house, nice street, let's get in.
First floor, after you.
Thank you. Whatever the gentleman with the umbrella.
Come on.
Gentleman or chicken? Make up your mind.
This is a first-floor, 2-bedroom period flat of 570 square feet. It's got a bright, spacious, open-plan living area and kitchen that would be great for entertaining.
And it's got a small outside area, but that would need investigation before Nish could use it if she decided to buy.
It has 2 bedrooms, handy for any of those life changes that Phil clearly doesn't want to talk about.
It's on at £450,000, the top end of Nish's budget, but in her beloved Stoke Newington, a similar place would be about 50 grand more.
This flat has got it all to play for.
Okay.
Fantastic size.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic size.
Yeah.
Eventually you might want to do some work,
But the important thing is that you've got great entertaining space, somewhere to eat, somewhere to sit. It's super bright. You've got a lovely big kitchen.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
2 bedrooms? Nish seems happy about that.
That could be the cue for you to ask some personal questions about her future.
Look, you two have got lots to talk about, Cliff.
You're
Why
just-
don't you have a little wander?
He
Go
is
on.
chicken. Come on,
Go
Nish, it's
Have a
complete
little
chicken.
curly chat.
So, single bedroom. Okay. Well, no, actually, you could make that quite generous. Now, this room leads on to what is described in the particulars as a roof terrace, but which, in my opinion, we need to find out a bit more about. If someone tells you that something's got a roof terrace, but there are no railings, it's got to be safe.
That would need to be finished before it was usable outdoor space, but subject to planning, Nish could do that work or make any offer on the basis it's finished first. Now, what about that little birds and bees chat, Kirstie?
I'm asking her if she's planning kids, not if she knows how they're made, Phil.
I know that Phil hasn't said to you, do you want kids?
Yeah.
Because he's too chicken to say that. I myself have been in the position of moving flats while pregnant, and it's not something I would want anybody to have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I do want kids.
Yes.
I know it's obviously good to plan for the future. If we're in a family sense, it's a nicer flat, the other one. But then location-wise, this is much better. If I knew I could get this flat for 425, I'd take this flat over the Finsbury Park, over the Seven Sisters flat, definitely.
That's very interesting.
It sounds to me like property 3 and 4 are both big enough for whatever the future holds. So it's down to price versus location now. Decisions.
Poor Nishita, she's in a proper muddle about what to do. Entirely my fault, of course. I take full responsibility. It's because I've shown her excellent opportunities. They are very varied opportunities. So whilst I feel a little bit sorry for her just at the moment, it's still a good problem for her to have. She's in a good spot. So I think I've done my job. And as Kirstie stuffs it up for me, that is.
Chickens shouldn't talk about stuffing, Phil.
Have you two put the world to rights?
Yes. Nish said, interestingly, if this flat was available at 425, she'd have it.
Yeah, because then that's 10 grand more than the Seven Sisters flat. But it's in a location that I like. It's just got a nice feel to it, the area, yeah.
This place is currently on at 450, but the issue with the roof terrace gives us room to negotiate, and I hope we could get it closer to Nish's 425 figure.
The opportunity here is actually within the flat. You can make this flat a lot better and worth a lot more. The opportunity at Seven Sisters, you can't make the flat any nicer. It's beautiful, but that is the area will change.
Yeah.
Well, Nish has now seen all my properties, and it's the age-old dilemma, property versus location.
I've got a lot to think about.
We'll reconvene tomorrow.
Phil's got a lot of research to do.
Always working.
He's going to be
Always
burning
working.
the midnight oil, aren't you, Phil?
She's talking, I'm working.
Well, you better get to work on helping Nish decide if or where she wants to buy.
We're in North and East London, where it's decision time for 3 first-time buyers.
Old friends Michael and Sam, after a brief revisit, have ruled out the option of property 1. But I now need to know what they want to do about property 2, the pristine period place in Forest Gate.
What do you feel about the flat and what do you want to do?
By far, it's still the best place that we've seen. In terms of ticking boxes, it ticks every single one.
One box it doesn't tick is its lease. There are less than 80 years remaining on the lease, which means some mortgage companies will be reluctant to lend. And when the boys came to sell, this could cause problems.
The vendor hasn't renewed the lease, and it's estimated it will cost 5 grand to do it. But this does give us an opportunity to knock something off the 325 to 350 guide price.
Knowing all of that, what do you want me to do now?
We'd like to put in an offer.
What do you want to offer?
315.
315. We'll ask for it, but we won't necessarily get it.
It's 10 grand below the guide price, but with the lease that needs renewing, every penny counts.
Jay, it's Kirstie. My clients do want that flat. They are anxious about the lease extension. They have asked me to pass on an offer of £315,000. If you can contact your client and put forward the offer. OK, thanks, Jay. OK, bye. I think that The vendor is looking for more, but we're coming forward at 315 saying, you know, it would be more if you'd extended the lease. That might ring bells.
Okay.
But will it be enough to get the offer accepted? Now it's just a waiting game.
As for Nish, her choice is between property 3 in Seven Sisters with the garden and property 4 in Finsbury Park, one of her preferred locations.
I think I want to make an offer on the Seven Sisters flat then. Yeah.
Okay.
The garden has won out, so the property 3 flat is now Nish's best option. But there's already a bit of competition.
He's had an open day. He's got one offer on the table, which I think is 4748, somewhere there. He wants more money.
And there is a slight complication. The exterior needs repairs, which will be added to the service charges of the building. It'll cost each flat £6,300, but I think the current vendor should be paying for that.
My suggestion is that actually you offer the full asking price at 415 on the proviso that he pays your share of next year's service charge.
Is there a number we can go less than 415 to start with, or do you think it's being too pushy?
If I thought I could get it for you for 413, I mean, I'm very happy to try. It is your call.
And that would include the 6.
Then we'll try.
I'm confident.
That's the one you want to go for?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Victor, good afternoon. Phil Spencer here. I've got an excellent offer for you. So what my proposal is that Nish would pay £413,000 for the flat, with the undertaking that your client would look after the service charge next year. Well, do your best, Victor. It'd be much appreciated at this end. Thanks, Victor. Cheers. Good luck. Bye. Yeah, he's playing the kind of fairly expected card. He's got other buyers. They're kind of close to that figure.
I kind of want to just get it sorted now.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we'll have to drink our red wine.
It's a tough life, Phil.
Now, let's see how the boys are getting on with that bid of 315 on a guide price of 325 to 350.
Hi, Jay. How are you? Yes. Yes. What do you think our chances are? Do you think 50-50? Okie doke, Jay, have a good evening. I will speak to you in the morning. Not an outright no. He's going to talk to his partner tonight and get back to me in the morning.
Okay.
So, here's 2 possibilities.
Here's possibilities.
So close, but no cigar yet. But the boys are in a good position. They're still within budget and can up their offer if need be.
I think we've done good.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, one set of fingers crossed. I think it's 1 is luckier. 1.
And I've got my fingers crossed for Nish and her offer of 413.
You ready?
Ready.
Hi, Victor. What news? Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Terrific news. You have a very, very happy house hunt here. 413 is accepted. Thank you. Cheers. Brilliant. Bye-bye.
Yay! Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Well done. He's going to pay the service charge.
Amazing.
And he'll take it off the market.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
And you just bought a very nice flat.
Yay!
Well done.
Thank you.
So there you go, another very happy house buyer.
Yep, once again, you've made someone's day, Pip, and you've got a hug for your efforts.
I can't dictate how she shows her appreciation, Kirstie. But in London, estate agents claim there are 20 buyers chasing every property, so money talks. After the boys' initial bid of £315,000 was rejected, Michael and Sam upped their offer to £322,500.
We had our offer accepted, we were absolutely delighted, started getting our mortgage arranged, and then a few days later, someone else's offer got accepted on the property.
Since being outbid, the boys have lost out on 6 more properties, proving just how difficult climbing onto the capital's property ladder is.
We've started looking at properties for around 350 now. We are upping our budget. At the same time, I'm saving more deposit, more for stamp duty.
So, although our pair of pals might not have found their first home just yet, this search has taught them a thing or two.
What I learned from being with Kirstie was the value of compromise. When you're looking for a house, sometimes you've got to realise you're not going to get it all and that you might need to make some sacrifice to get somewhere. Anywhere.
It's great to see the boys are finally coming to a compromise. And with the relentless London market, as ever, compromise is key. And just when we thought we'd ended on a happy high with Nish, the following week, the deal fell through.
The whole process had been quite emotional, so it just felt like a really nice ending. Then a few days later, it turned out that there was actually another buyer in the process. So after a few conversations and me upping my offer slightly, for some reason he went with the other buyer.
Although a hugely disappointing outcome, at least Nish is remaining positive after our search.
It feels like Phil gave me the nudge that I needed. He gave me the confidence. He gave me great advice. As much as, you know, I was quite committed to the last place and I was very excited about it, it clearly wasn't meant to be. And I know that there's lots of other properties out there and I'll find the right one soon.
While Nish has certainly stretched her house-buying muscles so far, I know she's now fully focused, poised, and ready to continue her journey.
This week, we're enjoying a spell in the splendid southeast.
It is one of the nicest houses I have ever seen anywhere.
Attempting to conjure up perfect properties.
Wow, so that's a view.
It's so good.
Your wish is my command, you see.
But when our wizardry wanes...
John looks horrified.
It could be Buckingham Palace inside. Doesn't matter.
We turn to property's dark arts.
You all want to know how I do it, don't you? It's magic.
This week we're in the ever-popular counties of Kent and East Sussex. I'm scouring villages for an impressive country pile.
And I'm townbound in Maidstone, where I'm looking for a 2-bed flat that impresses in other ways. You impress in different ways, Phil.
As do you.
On a daily basis. Oh! Oh!
Well, where are you going? You're leaving your heels in the gravel. It's a good job you're searching in the town, isn't it?
I'm sure you'll more than stand your ground there. Throughout the series, we've been finding properties across the country for people with budgets big and small. From 100 grand to 800 grand, bijou 2-beds to forever family homes. And this time in the southeast, we've got one of the biggest budgets we've ever had. However, large sums don't necessarily equate to a simpler search. In our experience, quite often the opposite. This week, our house hunting takes place around glorious Kent, the Garden of England. And the root of its appeal, well, rolling countryside, charming towns, top-notch schools, quick commutes to the capital, and a property market that hasn't yet overheated.
There's been an 8% lift in prices over the last year. But despite the county's location, average house prices are 50% below that of nearby London and only 19% above the national average.
Which is where our first set of house hunters, Matt and Tricia, currently live, both grafting away at top jobs in the capital's busy financial sector. They work hard, play hard, and have got their future mapped out.
So we're now getting married in 7 months, which is exciting, which is slightly scary now. What are you more excited about, the stag or the wedding?
The wedding, without a doubt, you know. I'm really looking forward to the wedding. The stag will be all right, you know.
Correct answer, Matt. Well done.
They both bought into the London property market some years ago and are now beginning to reap the rewards.
Look at all that land.
I'm okay with that.
Equity released from their 2 properties, along with a substantial mortgage, has given them £1.5 million to spend. Even though 1 in 50 properties in the UK is currently valued at over £1 million, this is still a very impressive budget.
We both don't come from particularly well-off families. You know, the budget that we do have is quite healthy, but it's from everything that we have worked for. It hasn't come easy.
They dream of finding a forever home in the beautiful Kent countryside and hope to raise a family here. Particularly for Matt, the rural setting is a clincher.
My forever home, to be able to come down in the morning and go out to the kitchen and just look out the window and maybe see, you know, an unspoilt view would be an absolute dream come true. I grew up in Bermondsey on my council estate, and I'd love to be able to bring my children up in the countryside. I know my mum and dad would have loved to have brought me up in the countryside. That kind of lifestyle might give them a few more advantages or a better start in life.
Matt and Tricia aren't the only ones chasing this dream. Kent is popular with Londoners looking for a better quality of life within easy reach of the capital. If that wasn't enough, Tricia wants to up the ante.
We would like to have the opportunity of, if we ever did want to retire from the city, to run a business from home.
You've got to mention the idea. It's the craziest idea in the world, but you've got to mention it.
It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy.
I think it's a little bit odd.
Well, I think it's really easy to run a glamping business from home, but I don't want to give anyone else the idea, so I'd rather keep it hush.
Don't worry, Tricia, your secret's safe with me.
So you both invested in properties separately. Those properties have done you very well, but there's also been a fair amount of hard work that's been put in, isn't there?
A massive amount of hard work.
I started when I left school, so at 16, and just worked my way up. The sacrifices I made was constantly saving. It was an ethic from Mum and Dad. That's what helped me eventually get onto the ladder. If it wasn't for that advice, I'd never have been able to have gone there.
Well, I'm here to find your house. I guess the bit that you want to avoid is moving house whilst getting married.
Yeah, I absolutely would love to avoid it.
OK, well, let's talk about the specifics.
I don't mind it being old. I don't mind it being a wreck and having to do a big renovation plan and work to it.
Yeah, and for me, I think definitely the view. It'd be lovely if we could have enough space to have a drive. For me, it's got to be pleasing to the eye, I think.
What do you want from the kind of surrounding area?
Certainly, when I was growing up in Bermondsey, everyone had a real sense of community, and I think wherever we find being part of that community is going to be very important to us, especially if we're looking to start a family as well.
So this really is a forever home.
Yeah.
This isn't a step in the right direction.
No, this is not a step.
Not.
This is the one.
Yeah.
This is the one.
We want to make sure we get it right. No pressure.
Right. Okay.
Moving into a forever home in less than 7 months. Phil, you better get your skates on.
No kidding. Matt and Tricia have got a handsome budget of £1.5 million and are looking for the ultimate family home with plenty of entertaining space and a minimum of 3 bedrooms.
Matt wants an impressive garden with views, and Tricia has an eye on future business potential.
As for location, they want to be in the southeast, ideally in Kent, but also on the East Sussex borders. No more than an hour and 15-minute commute from the capital. This means we'll be focusing on rural towns and villages with those fast train links.
Our other set of house hunters are HR administrator Savannah and her partner John, an insurance claims negotiator. They're currently living in a rented room in a house they share with 5 others in Tunbridge Wells.
It's got all hard and crusty.
It's safe to say their community spirit has taken a bit of a knock.
When I come home, I just like to go straight to my room because I don't want to see the state of the shared areas because it just gets me really frustrated.
It's very cheap. That's the only upside to it.
But it is a fairly significant upside, as it's helped these first-time buyers to save almost 20 grand for a deposit, and combined with a mortgage, gives them a budget of £200,000.
Which should be enough to get them a decent property right where they want to be in Maidstone. But their escape from house share hell has encountered a few hiccups.
We did have an offer accepted on our property.
That fell through. Now we compare everything to this property that we thought was perfect and is perfect, but we just can't have.
In fact, in the couple of months since the flat fell through, they haven't viewed a single property. But that hasn't stopped them from differing on the details of their ideal first home.
I would like a certain amount of curb appeal. When I see it, I think, oh yeah, I live there.
Yeah, for me, it's the inside. I want the space. I want to have enough space to move and to keep my shoes.
And we're talking a substantial shoe collection. Savannah gives a new meaning to square footage.
What they do agree on is that they want to start a family, so they'll need a couple of bedrooms. And John wants a particular requirement met before he'll take the property plunge.
In my current living situation, it hasn't been possible to have a bath for about 2 years. I'm quite effeminate when it comes to that. I'd like some bubble bath, some scented candles, you know, the whole works.
Sorry, John, I'm going to have to pull the plug on your daydream. What we need to do right now is get a bit of perspective.
This is not a straightforward house hunt because there's a sort of vast elephant in the room, which is this flat that you tried to buy and can't buy.
It was a really nice flat. It was absolutely in brilliant condition and everything.
So what we've got to do is go and look at the other things and think, what has this got which the other flat didn't have? What's the attraction of a flat over a house?
Houses that have only got 2 bedrooms tend to be terraced, so they would be quite tall, narrow buildings, everything crammed in.
Who of the two of you is the fussier?
I'm more fussy on the location and outside, whereas Savannah wants it to be ready to move into straight away.
What is the purpose of the second bedroom?
Eventually, we'd probably put a child in there.
So you do intend to stay in this
Yeah.
flat for a considerable amount of time?
Yeah.
Must-haves?
If we can get a decent-sized balcony, that'd be really good for
Private
us.
is better, but communal is okay.
I think you might want to put quite a big gap between you and any kind of communal living, Savannah.
Yeah, but if it's outside, then that's fine.
OK, drink up. You've hardly had any of your coffees.
And it might be a long time before we three stop for another. With their £200,000, Savannah and John are looking for a spacious 2-bed flat that has curb appeal and requires no work whatsoever.
A bath is a must-have for John, and they both want a bit of outside space.
As for location, they want to be in and around Kent's county town, Maidstone, with pubs, shops and a train station right on their doorstep.
Think we're both going to need a shot of caffeine to kick this search off.
My couple have done everything right.
Yeah.
I've got to say, they invested in property early, they work extremely hard, they've saved up money. They do want a lot, but they've got a lot. Massive budget, £1.5 million. But they want a forever home.
I've got a situation, young couple. This is their first home together. They've loved and lost, which is a bit of a problem.
Okay.
I just need to break the bond with the flat that they lost. I need to find something which is totally different and has its own positives. That's like you and I, totally different, but we have our own positives.
How about that?
Let's hope my positives help connect Matt and Tricia with their idyllic country pile. It's not been easy, as there's a serious problem between supply and demand at their budget, but I am pretty chuffed with the first house. We're just over the Kent border in beautiful East Sussex at the picturesque but pricey market town of Wadhurst. London is just an hour away by train, and it's a 3-minute drive to the station. And we haven't even talked about the house.
I seem to remember someone mentioning a driveway and gate. So I don't know who it
Like
was.
that.
Oh, well there, Phil.
I think the only thing is being close to the road.
There are compromises. The road is one of them. But the house all addresses this way.
The house is amazing. I think the house looks absolutely beautiful.
This really is a stunning Victorian country house. At over 5,500 square feet, it's spacious and elegantly proportioned, with a grand hallway, huge kitchen breakfast room and 2 further reception rooms. All Tricia and Matt's entertaining space taken care of. Whilst upstairs, there are 7 bedrooms arranged over 2 floors.
Outside is no less impressive. 3 acres of beautiful gardens with a few unexpected treats thrown in. Something that might not be such a surprise as that it's right at the top of their budget, at £1,495,000.
Oh, wow. That's a tennis court.
It is.
You are kidding me.
And a chicken run.
No.
Your wish is my command, you see.
I'm surprised you should be coming out of a bottle or a lamp.
A little genie
A little
appears.
genie.
I always thought you'd do well in panto, Phil.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. Let's not get carried away. There's one potential issue with this property that we need to address.
There are 2 flats attached to the back of the property. One of them is owned on a long lease by an elderly gentleman. The other one is owned by the owners of this house. That's the compromise with the house. It's not strictly detached.
Not necessarily sure how I feel about that at this moment.
Unfortunately, that's the trade-off. Tricia and Matt can only afford the rest of this package in such a sought-after area by giving some ground. In this case, literally.
The whole house is... I mean, it's vast. Every room is vast. Look at this.
Wow.
Wow.
Pretty impressive. I absolutely love the features. Yeah, I really like it.
I think they may be realising that a neighbour or two is a price worth paying.
The range, I suspect this is a handmade bespoke kitchen. Rural views were something that you really wanted to nail.
I think the view is unfortunate because the garden is amazing, but you can't see it or enjoy it from here.
Well, hopefully the elevated bedroom views will more than make up for it.
It's not exactly that amazing. It's not what I was expecting. It's got the original features still.
And it has the potential to be absolutely amazing because it does need a little bit of TLC. It's definitely opened up my mind a little bit, just in terms of what we are able to buy.
Yeah. I think they're a bit bewildered. There's moments of huge positivity and then moments of, woo, just getting a bit serious. So it's interesting.
Interesting maybe, but definitely not conclusive. It could go either way.
How did you get on? What are your thoughts on house number one?
Well, I love the house. There's two massive clangers for me. One of those is the flats.
Definitely want a detached property.
Yeah.
Yes,
definitely.
The second is also it's not quite as rural with the road noise.
Yeah, I wasn't blown away with the view.
Come on then, moving on.
That didn't go as well as expected, but at least I know where the priorities are. Everywhere.
We're in Kent and East Sussex, and I'm helping Matt and Tricia find a forever home with an easier commute to London.
And I'm helping John and Savannah lay to rest the ghosts of properties past. This weather's certainly laying my hair to rest.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll look after you.
What with?
Yes.
How gallant of you, Phil. But unfortunately for my hairdo, you're needed elsewhere.
I most certainly am. At £1.5 million, Tricia and Matt have got one of the biggest budgets we've ever had, but that doesn't make their search any easier.
I wasn't blown away with the view.
It's not quite as rural with the road noise.
So the hunt for a beautiful detached home overlooking a postcard view a long way from a road but close to a lively village continues.
As for my pair of first-time buyers, Savannah and John, their experiment with communal living is well past its sell-by date, and they're struggling to move on from the loss of their dream flat. To get them back on track, I need to find them something special for their 200 grand in central Maidstone. Our first property is just under 2 miles from the centre on a quality modern development. The flat has that all-important curb appeal for John, is low maintenance and chain-free, so they could escape their house share pronto.
Look of the building.
It's not amazing. It's good that it's got balconies, but they're not table and chair balconies like we ideally want.
I don't really like the grey windows, to be honest.
If you weren't with me and you just found this property on the internet, would you be going in?
50-50.
Well, it's a good job I'm here then, as this top-floor apartment is well worth a look.
Built just 5 years ago, it has a large open-plan kitchen reception room, 2 double bedrooms, 1 with ensuite, and a separate bathroom with that must-have bath for John.
The balcony may not be expansive, but there's a grassed area to the front for when the sun shines, and at 15 grand under budget, I think it's a good all-rounder.
It's a big kitchen.
It is. I like that. It looks like it's got a fair bit of space. I'm not keen on the sink.
It's a little bit bling, the work surfaces.
The floor's nice, but I'm just not into grey.
This is what's worrying me, because everything you've said is totally changeable.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this compare to the other flat that you wanted to buy?
The view isn't as good.
It's slightly smaller.
Interestingly, this flat is 130 square foot bigger.
I understand they're disheartened by the loss of the dream flat, but the romantic image they're carrying around of it is clouding their vision.
It's just a square room. I mean, it is obviously the spare room, so it's not going to be the best room in the house, but there's nothing good about it. It's just, it's okay, the space is all right.
It's fine. I don't know if fine is what I want.
I'm going to reserve judgment. But it's too grey. I don't like the sink. I don't like the kitchen surface. I don't like the floor. Was borderline super fussy.
The shower, I think, is small.
It's difficult to know until you're in it.
I don't like electric showers like that.
What happened to, this is a flat I can live in. We can put up with things, just as long as we're together. All the romance is gone.
But what can a girl do? Except get to the bottom of why John and Savannah are so down on what is a perfectly good flat.
For me, it's the bathrooms.
And that is really a deal breaker.
I've got long arms. I'm always banging my arms in showers and I don't want that.
Like, overall, I don't think either of us are passionate about it.
Let's go and see our next property, because I might have a solution to all of the problems.
Sometimes what you think you want isn't what you really need. My next place is a gamble. I just hope it's going to pay off.
As for our soon-to-be weds, Tricia and Matt, we're staying in Wadhurst for our second property, but this time on the outskirts of the village. With this fabulous former schoolhouse, we've addressed all the issues that came up at the first house. We've got panoramic views, no road noise, and it's fully detached. And we've also got Kirstie, who's been good enough to bring the weather with her.
What do you reckon?
I think there's a lot of potential.
Potential.
Lovingly refurbished just 4 years ago, this single-storey property offers a great balance between practical family living in chic modern decor. It has a kitchen diner, luxurious sitting room, home office, 4 bright bedrooms and no fewer than 3 bathrooms.
There may not be enough space for Tricia's glamping idea, but at 1/3 of an acre, there's plenty of space for kids to run around in. Everything about this place is unique. It's also £225,000 under Tricia and Matt's budget at £1,275,000.
Oh, wow. And that's a view.
Now that is something special.
It's one of the best views I have ever seen in a house anywhere.
This is definitely a big box ticker.
Wow.
Completely different to yesterday, but it does have a real family feel to it. It feels really cosy.
At nearly 2,600 square feet, it's not on the scale of the last house, but what it lacks in volume, it more than makes up for in style.
So here we are.
It's pretty impressive.
This is, funnily enough, the view that I find particularly pretty.
It's nice, the woodland.
But you could put a trampoline there, but you could totally get rid of that and make that into a really nice little play area. I mean, I'm all for the aesthetics, but sometimes you just want the fun stuff.
Functional things as well, yeah. It definitely does feel homey. It definitely does feel like if you've got friends around, you can entertain in here.
Tricia is certainly engaging with the space, which is always a positive sign.
I just never thought about living all on one level before.
I know what you mean. If it's not something that you had pictured, and I think a lot of this has been in your mind's eye for many, many years.
Yeah. The other thing I'm thinking about, if you have children as well, you're all in one place all the time.
I think you've got enough square footage here to spread out. What would your mum and dad say if they came to visit or to stay here?
I think they'd be absolutely blown away. Yeah, I don't think in their wildest dreams they would have dreamt of this.
Sadly, it's not Mum and Dad calling the shots. And I get the impression that for Matt, there's only one way to reach property heaven, and that's via an impressive stairway.
He's definitely struggling with the idea of one-level living.
I didn't anticipate that at all.
However amazing the view is, the house has still got to work for them.
Yeah.
It's kind of a bit of British psyche, isn't it? That
Yeah.
we're used to living on different levels.
It is one of the nicest houses I have ever seen anywhere.
You should stick around with me, you'd see better things.
I'll allow you to gloat just this once, Phil.
I've never lived in a house that's all one level. And it does feel a little bit like you're in a bungalow or holiday accommodation because of it. Also concerns me, if it's going to be a forever home, the kids are going to get big and they don't really have their own space.
No, that's the other thing.
As amazing as this place is, it clearly isn't the family home they'd imagined.
It's a bit too clean and clinical.
And I love the idea of doing something because everything here feels finished.
So I've learnt a lot from you two, how you've reacted to either end. What I'm going to try and do now is
He's
Let's
got to
refine
find
it
the
and
middle
bring it,
house.
yeah.
He's got to find the middle house.
Don't worry, I've learned a lot.
Lucky number 3.
Lucky number 3.
I thought it was lucky number 7. Let's hope it doesn't take you that long before they shout bingo, Phil.
Trisha and Matt have £1.5 million to spend and are looking for a fabulous forever home with at least 3 bedrooms. But elsewhere in the UK, that budget could buy a very different property.
In parts of Scotland, you could get your own country estate, complete with 19 bedrooms and a private fishing pond. Whereas in Sandbanks and Poole, they'd be enjoying a 5-bedroom house close to the seaside. And in Tower Bridge in central London, home would be a 1-bed flat.
As ever, the property market is a very strange beast.
Back in Maidstone with Savannah and John, and it's proving tricky to find a property that lives up to their loved and lost flat. So for our second viewing, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. Phil was supposed to back me up, but unfortunately, he's stuck in the Kent countryside.
You keeping up, you two?
Yeah.
Having said they only want a low-maintenance flat, they've also said they want somewhere with outside space and room for a future family. In my book, that's a house. So here we are, less than a mile from the town centre.
John looks horrified.
I don't know, it looks like it has the potential to cost me money in the future.
I mean, you should put aside a certain amount of
Yeah.
money always to maintain your property. Have you ever seen any houses?
We saw a converted house that had a flat in it.
Right,
that
but
was
you've
it.
never seen an actual house?
Not the whole
Not
home.
once?
Not once.
Ah, that's very interesting. Ha-ha. Virgin territory, come on.
They do look slightly shell-shocked, but I'm going to press my advantage and get them through the door. This fantastic Victorian terraced house gives them the space they want with a large dining room, funky living room and decent kitchen, 2 double bedrooms and a fabulous bathroom complete with vaulted ceiling. There's plenty of arm room in the shower for Savannah and the tub has John written all over it.
Lack of outside space was an issue at the last flat. Here they get a 50-foot garden all decked out.
But at just under 200 grand, it is at the very top of their budget. So they'd have to save up for any cosmetic touches. But unlike a flat, the whole building would be theirs.
What are you thinking? Being very quiet?
I don't really know what I'm thinking.
Oh, that's good. Because if you're not thinking no, no, no over my dead body,
I don't like the ceiling.
you can sort the ceiling out.
I assumed this is what a house within my budget would be like, so that's why I never bothered looking at houses. I mean, it sounds harsh.
I've seen more enthusiasm in a dentist waiting room. Even if it is like pulling teeth, I'm determined they will see the garden.
And I'm here for my appointment.
Yeah, go on, say it. It's not bad, is it?
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm
Very
late.
nice. Oh, look,
Sorry I'm
Phil
late. Nice
Spencer.
to see you. How's it going?
About time too.
Sorry to stop in
shh,
traffic.
shh. Big open party space.
The
See-
easiest to maintain garden in the world.
I don't mind the garden. I would prefer to have this over nothing.
Not sure that was meant as a compliment, but I'm going to take it as one anyway. You have to grasp them when you can get them with Savannah and John.
It's odd, isn't it? You've shown them a fantastic house, but I think you've confused them. Because it's not what they had in their kind of mind's eye.
They're just talking about being worried about maintenance and not wanting to do work and this not being right and that not being right. And
You're being quite harsh.
no, I'm not. I am not being quite
Sure,
harsh.
they are excited. They're just a little bit daunted by it.
Blink and you'll miss it.
I know you're only ever cruel to be kind, Kirstie.
And when I'm kind, I'm really, really kind. You could get a lot of bubbles in that bath, John.
It's really nice. Yes. Yeah, that's like nearly 6 foot or something. Yeah, it's so good.
I think, yeah, this is giving me something to think about. I like this.
This has improved things a lot. It's just so massively different from what we were looking at before, wasn't it? So
yeah.
So at last, the sinking feeling is replaced with something a bit more positive. And in the bathroom of all places. I'm not complaining. It could turn this whole viewing around.
John, tell me honestly, do you just want to go out, close the door and never see another house?
no.
Really?
Yeah, like the bathroom really sort of did a 180 on me. When I see the space, it has a lot going for it.
Considering it more than I was when I first walked in.
There's an offer in on this property which may get accepted reasonably soon. So please, 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 put your thinking caps on tonight.
Who'd have thought it, eh? Your gamble may actually pay off.
So long as they act quickly, Phil, this place won't wait for them to make up their minds.
I'm in Maidstone, searching for 2 bedrooms for 2 people who might just be too fussy.
And my hard-working couple, who are getting married in a few months, also have a clear picture in their mind's eye about what their forever home is going to look like. I've just got to find it.
Seems like we've both got our hands full, Phil. It wasn't exactly love at first sight for Savannah and John with my mid-terrace house in Maidstone. John looks horrified.
I don't know, it looks like it has the potential to cost me money.
But the beauty of the bathroom, no less, has them now seriously considering it.
As for my countryside search with Matt and Tricia, single-storey living at the Wadhurst property just didn't fit with their vision of the perfect forever home. Particularly for Londoner Matt, who wants to give his future family the type of upbringing he never experienced growing up in the city. So for our next property, we've come to the lovely village of Hadlow in Kent, with fast train links to London only 10 minutes down the road. The house backs onto the grounds of Hadlow Castle, and there's not 1, not 2, but 3 fabulous floors to explore. But as always, there's a compromise. The property is approached through a modern development. But if they can get over that, I think we could have a winner.
Tucked up the back here, behind its private gates.
You get a point for the gates, Phil, definitely.
I'm not loving it, I have to say. It's a nice house. The exterior is fine. I'm not loving the fact we've got neighbours very, very close.
This is definitely not what I was expecting at all.
The house addresses that way. It's got a massive garden. So I promise you, out that way is just countryside.
Not exactly the response I was hoping for, but I'm going to plough on, because this place really does deliver a lot of Tricia and Matt's must-haves. There's a fantastic high-spec kitchen that opens up to a spacious dining room, family sitting room, plus 3 more reception rooms.
On the first floor, 5 big bedrooms, 2 with ensuite bathrooms, and 2 more bedrooms in the attic, plus a separate self-contained annex.
Originally part of the castle's kitchen garden, the outside space could be just the kind of thing Matt imagined for his future family. And with a guide price of £1.5 million, it is top of budget, but you do get a lot for your money.
The garden, you've got room to kick a football. I rather like that wall.
That's an amazing wall. And the fact that it backs onto the castle.
Do I get another point?
You get 2 points.
Do I get 2 points?
Double points
2
for
points
that.
and the annex. But, yeah, as amazing as this is, I think I can't get out of my mind this area, this immediate vicinity.
If we're going to spend that amount of money, then we want to be in a nice setting.
Do you want to have a look at the kitchen? Or not really?
It could be Buckingham Palace inside. Doesn't matter.
Fine. We'll move on.
Oh dear, Phil. It seems an Englishman's home is his castle, not the house next to the castle. Here in Maidstone with Savannah and John, and although they've come around to the potential of the house, they're not 100% on board. So, for a bit of contrast, we're going back to their original brief, with a trendy, low-maintenance flat in a former office block right in the centre of town. For an office block, it's surprisingly pleasing, isn't it?
Not bad. It does look like an office block.
It does, but a lot of office blocks are being converted into flats. What do you reckon to seeing inside?
Yeah, I'd like to see inside, definitely. I'm intrigued.
That's what I like to see, curbside enthusiasm. Because our flat isn't yet finished, we're going to view the show home, which is a pretty good guide, as it's the same footprint, but 1 floor higher.
There's a large open-plan lounge with contemporary kitchen, 2 double bedrooms and 2 fancy bathrooms. No outside space this time, but parks and shops right on the doorstep. At £197,500, it's pushing the top of their budget, but it is all ready to go. Well, sort of.
So obviously this is done up like a show flat. I mean, that wallpaper would give anyone a migraine.
I like the kitchen. I like the space that you get under here as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting now seeing this after seeing the house. You know, all perfect ceiling, all fitted out. You know, we're back to something along the lines of what you thought you wanted.
The question now is, do they still want it?
Good ensuite.
I like this wall as well. That's pretty good.
This one would be easy to move into. I wouldn't change much.
It's all as we'd want it. It's a real dilemma, isn't it?
This is a great flat for Savannah and John right now, but whether it would still feel great in a couple of years' time if they start a family is another matter.
Having seen the house, what do you feel now about this space?
I feel very confused. This is what I would have wanted before I saw the house. If you'd have shown me this before the house, I would be thinking, yeah, this is probably it.
But in terms of growth, potential to do work and add value, the house does win over.
I wouldn't put 2 children in a second bedroom, and I would barely fit my shoes in the master bedroom. Yeah. This is like against everything we discussed in the beginning, but for me, I feel like the house wins.
I think John should be sitting down for my next question.
Do you think you're ready to say goodbye to this kind of living?
Savannah certainly is.
Yeah, you convinced me yesterday.
And I'm coming round to it as well. The house is the longer term prospect. It's the more sensible option.
Well, there's a turn up for the books. 24 hours ago, Savannah and John wanted nothing more than to be laid-back, low-maintenance leaseholders. Now they're starting to imagine their freeholding future together.
That's an impressive turnaround, Kirstie. And I need one over here too. This is my last chance to get Trisha and Matt happily housed before they say their vows in 7 months' time. We've come to the outskirts of the village of Plaxtall, an area of outstanding natural beauty and around 20 minutes' drive to the bright lights of Sevenoaks, from where the train to London takes just 35 minutes. And this time I am determined to get them through the door.
Well, it was a bit of a shame they didn't go into that house at the end of yesterday, but I've got to respect people who know what they want and stick to it. It does mean the pressure's built somewhat for today. Morning, you two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You going to come in this one or what?
I am stunned how amazing this looks.
Have you seen that?
It is pretty incredible.
There's 5 houses up here in this little development.
Oh, is there? It's nice to have some neighbours. This is perfect.
Yeah. And the look of the place?
Stunning.
Love it.
Stunning, stunning, stunning.
It's a lovely house, got character.
I'm excited.
This is the first time I've seen Matt and Trisha so enthusiastic, and rightly so, as at 3,500 square feet, this place could have been built to fit their wish list. Downstairs, there's a fantastic kitchen breakfast room, huge sitting room with vaulted ceiling, and 2 further reception rooms.
Upstairs, 5 double bedrooms on the first floor and a huge family room in the attic. The decor is fine, but long-term could benefit from that little bit of work that Trisha wants to do.
Come on in.
There's also a triple garage and just under an acre of south-facing garden with breathtaking views. If Matt and Trisha want this to be their forever home, I'll have to summon up all my negotiating powers, as it's £95,000 over their budget at just under 1.6 million.
Look at the fire! Look at the fire!
It's very
Oh my
homely.
God.
I mean, I think you'd struggle almost to leave this.
It just feels like a home. As soon as that, I felt it as soon as I walked through the door.
There's enough to get a project out of it as well, so I like that too.
This viewing's going very well, and I haven't even unveiled the surprise yet.
It's a great view.
Yeah, there is a little treat with this house. 4 of the houses own 8 acres of land just across the road you walked up, and 2 acres of woodland.
Wow.
I've never come across anything like it.
Is this one of the 4?
Yes, it is.
I'm just blown away. Box ticking, Phil. You're doing...
Am I doing all right?
Exceptionally well today.
Lucky me.
Lucky them, more like. And you never know, that quarter share of land could be the start of Trisha's glamping empire.
It's a lovely dining area.
Isn't it? I need to try and take the smile off my face a bit more, I think.
Well, it's all going very well indeed, I must say. He's practically moving in. Ever since he left school at 16, he's dreamt of coming home from his long day in the city and taking off his jacket and just sitting down, relaxing in a nice family home in a beautiful, kind of peaceful setting. That's what he's worked so hard, or they both worked so hard to get. It's really, really nice to see. Hope they stick to it, because at the moment, I'm feeling like my work is done.
Yes, you put your feet up, Phil. This place is 100 grand over budget, so if you're going to do a deal, you need your rest.
I can definitely see us here. You know me, I'm just looking at the decor and stuff and being like, all right, I want to rip this out, I want to do that. The only thing that worries me is the price versus what we want to do to it. That's the only concern I have.
Luckily, the cavernous attic space doesn't need so much as a lick of paint.
Come on in.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this could be my cinema room, just with that view. I could just sit there, Phil.
Well, if we had
Some
kids, it could be a
popcorn.
massive playroom as well.
Yeah, it's suddenly become very real now, because this is the first house we've come into where I've certainly thought this could happen.
And if they do decide to go for it, I'm the one who'll have to make it happen. And given the figures involved, that's far from being a certainty. In glorious Kent, my pair Tricia and Matt have fallen in love with a budget buster, the detached house with breathtaking views near Plaxtall. At £1,595,000, it's nearly 100 grand over their budget, and Tricia's already talking renovation. So how we approach the negotiation is crucial.
As for my pair of first-time buyers, Savannah and John, we're not quite at that stage yet. They know the two-bed terraced house in Maidstone is the smart option, but they just need a bit of time for heart to catch up with head. So we're back for a second look.
How does it feel being back?
Like home.
Like home. You are a dead man walking, John, if you don't like this house.
I know.
And of course, the grand or two they would have spent every year on service charges in a flat should be enough to keep this place ticking over.
I've got an aunt that loves DIY.
Well, you see,
loves it.
look, this is a new Savannah. Yesterday you were both, don't like the sink, don't like the kitchen, don't want to do any work. Today you're like, yes, DIY.
Yeah, true.
You're transformed.
We've done a 180.
You've done a massive 180 and I'm very proud of you.
I feel like I want it now.
That's going to be the tricky bit because there have been 3 offers so far. We have to get out because there's another person viewing it.
Yeah.
If you want to secure it, I wouldn't muck around. Do you want to have one last look upstairs before we scarper?
Yeah, I'd want to see that bathroom, just because it's so nice.
I think John's got a crush on that tub.
You all want to know how I do it, don't you? It's magic.
Maybe you can do a disappearing act with the other interested parties, because it looks to me like Savannah and John have made their minds up.
It's very good.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to make it my own.
Having got this far, it would be devastating to see someone else pip them at the post.
Matt and Tricia are also ready to make an offer on the fabulous country house near Plaxtall. But if we can't get at least 100 grand off the £1.6 million asking price, they simply can't afford it.
I'd like to think that we can buy it for less than 1.5. So it's how far beneath that do we throw the first ball? Matt's looking thoughtful.
Just having a little play around with numbers in my head.
I imagined we would end up around the 1.4 space.
Yeah, I've got in my mind 1.425.
If I was to call and say, look, they do like it, it doesn't stack up for them at 1.6.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. But could they come back and have another look? And it just starts to reduce their expectations. And we could be knocking around this for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
I think that's the best way to play it.
Just because you're talking about a long way off their expectations.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with that.
At least my negotiation for the 2-bed terrace in Maidstone is pretty straightforward, but no less nail-biting for first-time buyers Savannah and John. Now, usually at this stage, I say, oh, well, let's see what we can get you off the price of the house. I would be really misleading you if I told you that was a possibility now. There have been 3 offers on the property, 1 just shy of the asking price. My absolute 100% advice is to make a straight asking price offer on that house immediately. Are you happy for me to offer £199,950 for this house?
Yes.
Are you sure, John?
Yeah, no, I am sure.
Let's give that agent a ring. Ruby, it's Kirstie. I have spoken to my clients and we're not mucking about. I wanted to put the following proposal to you, that we made a full asking price offer at £199,950 and asked your client to remove the property from the market. OK, Ruby. OK, thanks. Bye. Fingers crossed that one of the other buyers hasn't got there first.
Good luck, Kirstie. Now, let's get the ball rolling for Tricia and Matt.
Hi, Tilly, it's Phil. We've just been having a chat at this end. They do like the house, but the price is a real sticking point. So we're going to leave it for the time being. We don't want to upset them with a low ball offer that's going to annoy them. I think they would have probably come in at 1.4. Is where we kind of see the value. Thanks, Tilly. Cheers. Bye-bye.
That worked quite well, actually,
A little bit of a bite there.
Because she asked me if you would have offered, where would you feel the price was? Which just starts to edge things down.
I think you're right.
It's the expectation.
No, I think you're right.
It's okay. Nothing good comes easy, so long game it is.
You may be playing the long game, Phil, but for John and Savannah and the 2-bedroom terrace, time is of the essence. Here we go.
Ruby. I am very well, thank you. Oh, good. Fantastic.
Offer accepted.
Bye. Cheers. Now listen, you two. I do not want you to think that that was too easy. It was just about a race to the asking price. So I don't have any doubt that you did the right thing.
Yes, and that makes us happy.
That makes me happy. When you're in that bubble bath, John, in your great huge bathroom looking up at the sky, with your own front door and your own backyard, you're going to think, this is definitely where I'm happy.
When you put it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Here's to driving it through.
Cheers.
Cheers.
6 weeks on, Savannah and John are going through the conveyancing process, and the first-time buyers aren't finding it easy.
I am feeling quite stressed at the moment because we are stuck and we are just waiting for things to happen at the moment.
It's really frustrating.
House buying does take time, but hopefully they'll be able to move into their future-proofed house very soon.
If it wasn't for Kirstie, we probably would have never considered a house.
Because Kirstie took us around and talked us through it. She was just like telling me what it would be like, and she did very well and it worked.
I'm delighted that these two found somewhere they love, and fingers crossed everything works out for them. With Matt and Tricia, negotiations on the budget-busting house near Plaxtall continued for a few weeks. But eventually they did bring home the bacon, and an under the asking price offer on their dream family home was accepted.
I think I was dancing on the ceiling when we finally got it accepted. I think it was relief more than anything.
Yeah, I've never seen him so happy. He was singing in the kitchen, singing in the shower.
I was.
The selling price is confidential until the deal is finalised. Suffice to say, they had to come closer to the asking price than the $1.4 million they wanted to pay. But clearly, the house is worth it to them.
It's quite scary that we're actually doing it. You're making that commitment and moving to the countryside, but exciting at the same time.
To be able to bring up children in that area is going to be fantastic.
So yeah, it's going to be fantastic that we're going to be moved in before the wedding. Instead of looking at properties, we've now swapped that for paint and kitchens and bathrooms and interior design.
I can't wait. I really can't wait.
Matt and Tricia hope to exchange and be in their new home within 2 months.
Phil did an amazing job in finding the property. We wouldn't have probably considered that area.
We owe him a lot. Maybe when we move in, we can pop round for a glass of champagne with us.
I'll drink to that. This week, we're in the East Midlands with property veterans and property novices.
You're young, use your imagination.
One pair wants their first home together.
Is this big enough for you?
The other, their forever home.
I want somewhere that I love, that's all I'm going to have left.
Levels of responsibility this week. Ooh, the roof.
Too big. Sam needs a little bit of working on.
I think it rocks.
I'm not feeling it.
It's going to be tough.
I just expected more.
It really is going to be tough.
I think I'm just a tricky customer.
I work with one of them as well.
This week, we're exploring Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire.
Both our house hunters are seeking sizable outdoor spaces.
And it's our job to get it for a steal.
I know what you're doing there. I told you no Robin Hood references, Phil.
I love a bit of Robin Hood.
Robin Hood.
Merry men.
No, no merry men.
Come on, Friar Tuck. Will Scarlet. You'd make a great Maid Marian.
If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. And I hope you bought your bow and arrow, Phil, because the property market in this neck of the woods is brutal. Last year alone, house sales in the East Midlands shot up by a record 26%.
So, with increased demand in the last 12 months, the average house price here has risen by over 5% to 135 grand.
Daylight robbery, considering that's 20,000 more than their neighbours in the northwest.
My house hunters, occupational therapist Jane and retired engineer Nigel, met when they were just teenagers and have been happily married for 40 years.
12 years ago, they fulfilled Nigel's lifelong dream and upped sticks from Leicestershire to Adelaide in Australia.
I think we've experienced a really different lifestyle.
Yes, a different lifestyle.
And it's been an
very
experience that we wouldn't have missed for the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a couple whose relationship has spanned most of their lives, it was devastating when 3 years ago, aged only 55, Nigel received a diagnosis of early onset dementia caused by Alzheimer's.
Well, that's when it started to fall apart, didn't it?
Firstly, Nigel had to give up work.
Yes.
And then he really just wanted to be back with his boys.
Yeah.
And that's all he would say to me, that he wanted to be back with the boys. For me, it was really important to try and help Nigel get the wish that he wanted.
So the couple sold their beloved Australian home and, along with Tilly, their dog, made the huge move back to Blighty to be closer to their 3 sons and 3 grandchildren.
It's as if we're a family again.
The family support is proving invaluable. And Jane is now also able to spend more time with her 95-year-old mother.
Seeing Mum and being around for Mum is really terrific.
It is good to have you back.
I would really love for her to come and live with us. I can actually be there and look after you as best as I can.
So Nigel and Jane want a practical, spacious bungalow to suit their needs as well as Jane's mum's.
The couple have been back for 12 weeks and are renting a tiny holiday cottage in Market Bosworth. Jane's been on the property hunt since they arrived, as Nigel's condition means that speed is of the essence.
Routine is really important to Nigel with his illness, so it really is urgent and really getting to us.
Their new home is vital for these routines to begin.
And despite a decent budget of 360 grand from the sale of their large Aussie home, Jane's struggling with what their money will get them back in England, so has only viewed 12 properties in person.
We need to get to the bottom of what they're looking for, and quickly.
How has the move back been?
There's been quite a few challenges, main one being the house.
Yes.
There hasn't been a lot about
No,
that I've wanted to see, and that's probably because of the criteria that I've set for the property that I would like us to have.
Yeah. So then you called me.
Yes, that's correct.
Where are you staying at the moment?
It's a holiday apartment.
We're paying £295 a week.
Okay. And you've got stuff in storage as well?
Yes, and that's £105 a week.
Nigh on £400 a week.
Yes.
Just to be here.
Yes. Yeah.
So actually, the longer this takes,
yeah,
the less money you have.
Yeah. I try not to think about it.
Okay, we'll move on. And let's talk about the ideal property.
We're looking for a bungalow, yes.
Okay. And how many bedrooms?
Oh, at least 3, I think.
Okay.
Because we're hoping to have Mum to come and live with us as well, we would really ideally like to have 2 bathrooms.
Yeah.
We do have a little dog, so yes, it's important that we have a garden.
3-bedroom bungalows, as you found, are in short supply and in hot demand. The longer this period of unsettlement goes on, Nigel, the harder it becomes for you.
Yes, it does.
You need somewhere to live.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's get cracking.
Yeah.
This is to be their final home together, and they've given up everything in Oz to get it. For their 360 grand, they want a walk-in condition, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom bungalow, spacious enough for Nigel, Jane and her mum.
And And they'd love a good-sized garden for the grandchildren and Tilly the dog.
One thing they are willing to compromise on is the Leicestershire location, but they'd ideally like to be within a 30-minute drive of sons Mark, Darren and Adam. So I'll be focusing my search on safe and quiet spots close to where they live.
In Nottingham, my couple are architect Sam and wife Becky, who has just quit her job as an arts programme manager to turn her love of gardening into a career.
Leaving their small rental near the city, they want to buy a home where Becky can follow her dreams and start a business growing and selling flowers to florists, farmers markets, weddings and events.
And I'm really excited, actually. The house it's important, but it's less about the house and more about the land that comes with the property. As long as there's soil, I can grow stuff pretty much.
We need a space for that to happen. That adds the urgency to it.
With money set aside for renovations and their flower farm, they have a tight budget of 100 grand for their new property. They're not sure exactly how much land they need, but I think it's safe to say on this search, a south-facing garden is a must.
But architect Sam has been working 7 days a week, so the house hunt hasn't really flourished.
We've only seen one property in real life, and then the rest of our search is sort of just been based online.
I don't
again.
actively kind of search because I don't have time or the energy.
Bit of a sorry pair.
Yeah, it is. But we're just selling you the sob story.
What did we
It's not
used to
really that
do?
bad. It's not really that
Kinda
bad. It's okay. It's okay.
It's fine.
Juggling work with house hunting has made their search tricky, but Sam is happy to take on a project. And what they lack in budget, they're making up for in optimism.
Creativity starts when you knock zeros off the budget.
So I think you can get a Downton Abbey on 100k.
I admire the ambition, but I may have to serve them up a platter of straight talking.
Milady.
So there's part of me which is really impressed by you two. Buying your first home, taking life seriously, setting up your own business, Becky. The other part of me just wants to lie in a darkened room. Because you've looked at hundreds of properties online and one property in the flesh. The property you looked at in the flesh was 60 grand above your budget.
I quite often search without any maximum budget, just to see what mansions in the area.
Oh my God.
Right. It's a joke, it's a joke, it's fine.
Not funny, not funny. So, south-facing plot of land. Can I just give you a tent, help you buy the land and leave it at that?
Almost.
Yeah,
Maybe, I don't know.
Wouldn't be put off.
What are the things which you feel you could give on?
We're not set on 3 bedrooms. We actually only need 1, so upwards of that is great.
We know that we need to go further out to get the most out of our small budget.
A lot is possible.
Okie doke.
So,
I like that. That's going to be the motto of our search. A lot is possible. Right, drink up and we'll go and find a lot.
But with the average house price in Nottingham 60 grand over Becky and Sam's 100 grand budget, this search isn't going to be a walk in the park.
With the limited amount of money in their pot, their top priority is a reasonable amount of south-facing land for Becky to grow flowers for her new business.
They are willing to sacrifice space inside, so 1 bedroom will suffice. But architect Sam in particular would like somewhere he can improve.
With an open mind on where their new home will be, I'll be focusing on value for money areas within a 12-mile cycle ride of Nottingham city centre, where Sam works. But with high demand for homes a stone's throw from the city, properties there with land are few and far between.
You know how I always take my job very, very seriously. Levels of responsibility this week, through the roof.
Last time you had one of those, you cried.
I'm not saying it might not happen again.
Oh.
Sorry. Health is deteriorating, pressure is building, situation declining.
Okay.
They need a house. Rapido.
Okay, well, I've got a lovely young couple of newlyweds who have a slightly batty idea to start a flower business, so want their first home to have a large garden stroke piece of land.
I hope you haven't told them their exciting new business venture is batty.
No, I didn't.
Good. Please don't.
I don't think I did, anyway.
It fills you with hope, doesn't it?
Anyhow, Phil, in my book, Batty means brave.
Well, for my brave pair, Nigel and Jane, who've moved across the world to be back with family, I need to find a home to get them finally settled.
Best of British.
We're starting in the bustling Leicestershire village of Anstey, a popular spot for older couples and the desired 30-minute drive from all three of their sons.
Well, this is the first one I've got.
Okay.
Nice big bungalow, set back off the road. It is a busy road. It's a fast road.
Yeah. If Nigel does start to wander with his condition, the road will be a problem.
But there is a lot to consider on this search, so we can't rule anything out too soon. And I hope inside this bungalow offers what they've asked for.
There are 3 good-sized bedrooms with 1 ensuite and a separate, super sensible family shower room. The dining room leads to a homely but modern kitchen, and there's also a large, characterful living room for Nigel, Jane and her mum, plus the sizable garden they've been craving.
This place is practical and spacious for this family of 3.
And to top it all off, it's bang on their £360,000 budget.
The steps are a problem.
Oh.
If somebody's wheelchair-bound, steps are a problem.
There could be a way around the
Another
side
entrance?
of the property and back in.
OK.
Jane's planning for all eventualities. And if Nigel or her mother's mobility declines, she wants somewhere that could have wheelchair access.
It's a nice area, isn't it?
To see an older house is interesting for me, but not usually the style that we'd look at.
The character and layout here will be a far cry from Jane's dream home in Oz, but it's still a corker.
Now, the kitchen, it's a slightly complicated arrangement, but it is connected to the dining room.
I think the kitchen's a bit small because Jane likes baking and I like sitting watching and eating
Eating the fruits of her labour.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd have to do a Kirstie and say, we need to knock that wall down.
And is that even the remotest possibility that you could take on?
No.
Oh dear, Pip. I think it may be fair to say your search isn't going to end here.
Ooh, it's a nice big bedroom.
That'd be good for your mum, wouldn't it?
The high ceilings, I don't know, I'm just finding it quite cold, it's not homely.
Yeah.
This place does tick some boxes.
This is ideal for wheelchair or walking frame.
But Jane wants them all ticked.
Oh, well. There's lots and lots of challenges on this search, and perhaps I hadn't taken into account the full extent of the future-proofing that they need to do. It's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough.
Often, when looking for a house with a specific set of needs, it's easier to keep money back to make modifications yourself, or look into grants available from local authorities or charities. But that only works if you like the house in the first place.
I'm not feeling it.
No.
Not feeling it.
The garden's good, but it'll need to score highly to win Jane round.
So I'm thinking dog walks, playing with the grandchildren, you know, swinging the willow tree.
Yeah?
I'm thinking maintenance. This is too big.
Too big.
OK. We're in the wrong house.
We're in the wrong house.
OK, fine. Moving on. I can deal with this,
OK.
he says confidently.
I've never known your confidence to be easily knocked, Pip.
Yes, but I'm not sure I've ever had so much riding on finding the right house, and fast. This week, we're in the East Midlands, searching for a flower home and a forever home.
Phil's search is one of practicalities. Mine is one of passions. Plus ça change.
What does that mean? Oh, you're trying to be clever in French. Oh, good. She's
The fact that you don't know what it means is what's really worrying.
I hope you never change, Phil.
My couple, Nigel and Jane, have gone through a huge change.
Nigel was diagnosed with early onset dementia, so they've returned to the UK from Australia to be closer to family.
It was really important to try and help Nigel get the wish that he wanted.
And my mission is to find them a future-proofed home, quickly.
But so far, that mission is far from complete.
The steps are a problem.
Oh.
In Nottingham, I'm hoping for more luck helping plucky pair Sam and Becky find a home with substantial outdoor space for Becky's new flower farming business.
And living on just architect Sam's wage, they only have £100,000 budget.
I'm kicking off their search in the small town of Eastwood, just over 9 miles from Sam's work in the centre of Nottingham. The birthplace of D.H. Lawrence and an attractive commuter spot, properties here are surprisingly good value. And I've found this spacious semi, which is well worth writing home about.
You know what, that thing they say, some children look like only a mother could love them. and I feel that this house, only an owner could love it. But you've got enormous potential for cheering it up.
Cool.
Sam wanted somewhere they could transform, so that's what he's got.
Split over 2 floors, there's plenty of space. The house has a separate reception room at the front and an open-plan kitchen living space at the back.
It looks out to the all-important garden. Profitable flower farms can begin even in small backyards. And here there's 500 square feet on offer, packed with potential for our budding florist.
Inside has room for improvement too. And for the couple who asked for 1 bedroom, this place has 3, plus a bathroom and a little loo. And at 92 grand, it's 8 grand under budget, meaning there'd be something left for sprucing it up.
This space has
It does have
good
yeah,
potential.
it
It's
does,
a really
yeah.
nice kitchen diner.
Yeah. You could pull like an island across here, make all of this really nice.
I'm pleased to see Sam's getting excited about the home, but Becky's thinking about the business.
I kind of want to get out in it just to have
Yeah, go. I'm not holding you up. No. I'm just staying in the warm.
Is this big enough for you?
I like that it's kind of this little cute little square and it's not overlooked. I felt like we'd be seeing something bigger.
Okay.
It concerns me that she doesn't really know how much space she needs. That said, this house, business aside, is a good investment.
The business is important, but the house needs to work as a home.
You did tell these two you wanted to line a darkened room, didn't you, Kirstie?
Super dark side.
I almost can't tell if this would be a light room.
I'm sure it'd be fine.
This pair may not have a big budget, but they're not afraid of getting stuck in, and they could easily add value here.
So this would be the master bedroom.
Yeah, I think it's warming on me. Can I just take this moment to shotgun, like, not steaming that chipboard off?
I'm with you on that, Becky. It's fun for about the first half hour.
I think if the garden works for you, then the downstairs space, like obviously super grim right now, but could be
Well,
it could be really
does it?
sick.
'Cause
It
it's
could be really nice.
You're the linguist, Kirstles. I take it sick is a good thing in this case.
I've got a question which I've been slightly holding back from asking you.
Okay.
Let's say the flower thing doesn't pan out. Is this still somewhere that you'd like to live?
It is a lovely house. You could do a lot with that garden.
Yeah.
But I think I just expected more.
Well, it seems Becky likes the house, but it may take a bigger garden to have her bedding down.
Wherever we live in the country, we all value our outside space. But in different places, it comes at a wildly different cost. If Sam and Becky had double their 100 grand budget, in Scotland's pretty Perthshire, they could buy a rural 2-bed cottage with almost an acre.
But in the pricey parts of London, where a 1-bed flat doesn't give much change from £1 million, Becky would barely get a balcony to grow petunias on.
Near Manchester, for more than 30,000 below their budget, Sam and Becky could afford exactly what they're yearning for, a 2-bed house with substantial garden.
But they want to put down roots in Nottingham, where they need to stump up a bit more cash than that.
Over in Leicestershire, I'm with Jane and Nigel. After his diagnosis of dementia, they moved back from Australia to be close to their sons.
It's as if we're a family again.
The couple need a low-maintenance home for them and Jane's mum, and my next property has to have less outdoor space. So we're heading just 6 miles away to the sought-after spot of Mount Sorrel.
Not only a safe location, vital for Nigel's condition, this quiet old mining village was voted one of the top 5 places to live in Leicestershire.
I could do with a hand here, Kirstie, although I do think this 90s-built bungalow in what conveniently looks like Ramsay Street is a cracker.
It's beautiful. Today I want to go in. Yesterday I didn't.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. We used to be friends.
I'm sorry, Phil.
I think it rocks.
You've been hanging out with the kids too long, Kirstie, but it is rather special. With slightly less square footage than the first property, this bungalow has a much more open layout for Nigel, Jane and her mum to spend time together.
With 3 double bedrooms and an ensuite bathroom in the master, the house is modern and needs no work.
The combined kitchen, dining and living space feels cosy but super sociable and has wonderful views out to the manageable garden they need. They know Nigel's memory will deteriorate and the simple layout here could really help.
Marketed at offers over £290,000, it's a bonza 70 grand under budget.
This is the master with its ensuite.
Yep.
And there's no step.
No step into the shower neither.
No.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So, first room gets a tick.
OK. We're in a good place. We're in a better place.
Yes.
And it's not just because Kirstie's arrived. I know she'd have us believe otherwise.
Right, go on.
You've either got it or you haven't, Phil.
Oh, wow. Oh, crikey. It's huge, isn't it?
I like the way it's neutral as well.
Yes, this is probably the best one we've seen.
It feels Australian, and I think that's comforting for them. Well, they both seem much brighter and happier.
Yes.
Jane is feeling the pressure. Well, I'm feeling the pressure, but she's obviously
I think you've done good. Absolutely.
proud of you to come along and make it all right.
No, it's not as much me as people think.
Who told you that?
It's very bright when the sun's out, isn't it?
Would it go less bright with curtains on?
I suspect it would, but the low-maintenance garden is certainly looking bright.
The one yesterday was too big. This one feels too small.
Does it?
And the living space
Feels a bit small.
feels small. If it was just me and Nigel, then maybe this would be OK.
Yeah.
But if we've got Mum as well, I'd like my lounge separate, I think, from my kitchen diner.
I thought you wanted it open.
Yeah, well, not that open. I think I'm just a tricky customer.
I've had plenty of them. I work with one of them as well.
Very good. You won't mind if I leave you to it then?
Jane's desperation to find the perfect place for her, Nigel and her mum means her criteria is ever shifting. Looks like I'm back to the drawing board.
I'm hunting for a 100 grand Nottingham pad for ambitious couple Sam and Becky, with enough land for Becky to start her dream flower business. And I might just have struck gold.
Halfway between the city and suburbia is popular Carlton, a great location and affordable for young first-time buyers. I might actually come along and meet yours.
Please do, because I'm feeling pretty chuffed. Even a small garden can add 10 grand to the price of a property, and I've found Sam and Becky an attractive end of terrace, which has substantial outside space separate from the house, down a little lane. Here's a question. Do you want to go and see the piece of land first or the house first?
I think land first, so pick
Land
fine now.
first. Okey-doke.
Mixing it up on Kirstie's search.
Land like this so close to the city is like hen's teeth.
Chickens. I like the size a lot better than the last one. Yeah, it's interesting though. I never expected to get it so far from... Well, it's not even far from the house, it's just around the corner, which is nice.
Yeah. It does give you a separation between the business and the house.
So that's super exciting, actually.
Well, that's the garden sorted, and I think the house could clinch it. The property is 3 stories and has a traditional terrace layout with downstairs living space.
At the front is a bijou lounge and there's a kitchen with spoonfuls of potential to make it bigger.
This place also has not 1, but 2 bedrooms.
The family bathroom on the top floor may not float everyone's boat, but it shouldn't put this sprightly young couple off.
And it's advertised at just under their £100,000 budget.
This could be a lovely kitchen if you knew any architects.
Yeah, it's not a bad size.
Apparently next door are in the process of combining the kind of lean-to with that bit, so...
Yeah, okay.
That would make sense.
Not hard to do.
No, not difficult to do. Yeah.
This could be a massive kitchen.
Which would undoubtedly add value to this place. Hopefully, architect Sam will appreciate the good use of the loft space.
It's quite a big bathroom, actually.
It's quite funky.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, gut feel on the layout of the house.
Although there is scope, I think it feels quite limited.
Given the skills that you have as an architect, you're naturally assessing the property and the opportunities. Becky's in the situation where she wants to start a new business. Is it the priority?
Yeah, really the flower farm is driving the search, the urgency for it at least.
Okay. But you still want to buy the right house?
Yeah, of course.
For all the obvious reasons?
Yeah. Still got to live there.
It's not easy.
No.
Glad it's not my search.
Oh, thanks, Phil. This isn't getting the positive reaction I was expecting.
I'm not a fan. I think I prefer the last house.
Do you think at the end of our second house there's a realisation that it's 50-50 on plot and house?
Like, the plot of land for me is the most important, and that one makes loads more sense, but I don't think I'd want to be in it. Not really feeling this one.
So even that plot of land doesn't impress Becky.
So have you bought it yet, or what?
No, Becky was saying it wasn't the one for her.
No, it's not the one for me either.
Not this one, but we're progressing.
I'm starting to feel a bit sick, Phil, and no, not in a good way.
We're in the East Midlands, house hunting for two couples eager to put down roots.
I found homes for falcons, 4x4s and ferrets. This week, it's flowers.
Sam and Becky have 100 grand to buy a house with land for keen gardener Becky to turn her hobby into a new career, growing and selling flowers.
So far, I haven't found the one, but we're making headway.
Whereas my search hasn't quite blossomed yet. In fact, there's a lot more nurturing to do.
At just 55, Nigel was diagnosed with dementia, so he and wife Jane have returned to the UK from Oz to ensure their remaining time together is spent close to family.
And finding a new home is vital.
Routine is really important to Nigel, so it really is urgent.
It's an emotional move, and with the possibility of Jane's mum coming to live with them too, inevitably that means changing criteria.
I'd like my lounge separate, I think, from my kitchen diner.
I thought you wanted it open.
Yeah, well...
So, after trawling the length and breadth of Leicestershire for a 360 grand home, I'm taking the couple slightly north.
The town of Loughborough is just over a 30-minute drive from all three of Jane and Nigel's sons.
Properties aren't cheap here, and houses usually sell for close to the asking price.
Nice, quiet road.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Down a safe cul-de-sac, this gated bungalow has sackfuls of space and a very good layout.
With retractable walls, their living space can be opened up or closed off, ideal for Nigel, Jane and her mum to have shared or separate spaces.
This place also offers a not too little, but not too large garden.
There's no ensuite here, but there are 4 bedrooms. It is 10 grand over budget, but I've been told there may be wiggle room.
For the start, it's looking good.
Yeah. Jane isn't running for the first flight back to Oz. That's a good sign, Phil.
The reason I wanted to show you this particular house is because how flexible it is. Here is your main living area.
Yep. Which works better than the last one because it isn't quite as open.
Look at this. It opens up. Then you've got an extra room.
Yeah.
Different. It's certainly different.
It is.
I mean, your needs are different.
Not sure.
Okay.
Jane may just need time to come round to the quirky layout of this house.
Ooh, this is nice. Looks out on the garden. Ooh, what on earth have they done with the ceiling?
Given the urgency of their situation, I think this is a really strong house. But it seems that they are just going to hold out for the perfect house. And I know more than anyone how rarely those come along.
The bedroom's a good size. This would be a bedroom for Mum.
Yes. It's nice and light.
It's nice and light.
Yeah.
But is it us?
You're not so sure, are you?
No. I think I've got quite a set vision in my mind of what I want, and this is not like it.
Come and have a look at this.
Okay.
Could be a bedroom because the bathroom is there.
Yep.
Could be an office. Are we doing any better?
No. I'm struggling. No, this is worse than the last one.
Oh my
to
God.
me.
Really?
There's bedrooms that end and there's this room this end, and it doesn't work for me.
These two have been through a lot, and this was always going to be a tough search. But they do need to settle on a home.
I'm showing you the best of the bungalows that are on the market in quite a wide patch, and I say that with hand on heart.
I don't think I can compromise on my house. It's the only thing that I've got left when I go through everything I've got to go through.
You want somewhere that you love.
I want somewhere that I love. That's all I'm going to have left.
I understand that, but you do want somewhere.
Yeah, I do. Desperately.
And how many people actually find everything that they're after? I'm not here to put extra pressure on you guys, but it does feel at every turn there's something else.
And I know that I'm really being, I don't want to call it fussy, because fussy's not the word. I'm being really quite pedantic about what I want, but it is because I truly believe that this is all I've got left after everything I've given up.
Fine. I'm not saying I've found the perfect house. I am saying I'm showing you the best of what's available right now.
And I really hope that's something they'll come to realise if they're ever going to find a new home.
Over in Nottinghamshire, desperate for a property with a plot to get Becky's flower business established, I think I've found her and Sam the pick of the bunch.
Just a stone's throw from the city centre in the leafy spot of Aspley, property prices are remarkably reasonable.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. The sun is out.
Yes.
Basking under the sun's rays is this 1940s semi ripe for modernisation.
Across its 2 floors, there's a conservatory, kitchen with space to dine, and a generous living room.
Upstairs, there's a family bathroom and 3 bedrooms. There is some serious TLC needed here, but it won't cost the earth. Plus, the supersized sunny garden is much bigger than the average plot and is hopefully a space that Becky would want to work in.
This is somewhere the pair could stay for a good few years.
At a shade under 90 grand, it's no surprise that there's an offer in on this place. But it hasn't been accepted yet.
I'm not taking the mickey when I say you literally have to squint to see the end of the garden.
Okay.
This is great.
It's
Yeah, it's really good.
An offer has already been made.
Okay.
The agent will not tell us the level of that offer. It would be misleading of me to say you've got time to consider this property.
Yeah.
You haven't.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Nothing like a bit of pressure when you're a first-time buyer.
Properties with plots don't hang about, Phil.
Good kitchen.
I'd probably kind of do some work to that conservatory to make it more of a room.
This pair are very fortunate that architect Sam has the vision this place needs.
It only takes one house. Everyone's only looking for one house. Well, mostly.
The upstairs also needs creative vision.
Patterned carpet.
Lovely.
The master bedroom doesn't just need new carpets, it needs central heating too.
I mean, what do you think about the amount of work that needs to be done? Because I feel like it's quite cosmetic.
I guess the unknowns is the thing that would concern me with the heating and stuff. But also that conservatory, like those kind of spaces are not nice spaces to be in.
It's really cheap and it comes with a massive garden. So, you know, does it matter that the dining room is like the living room for a bit? It doesn't, does it?
I don't know.
This place has won Becky over, but Sam isn't ready to draw up plans here quite yet.
So...
It's got a lot going for it, actually.
Yeah,
There's a lot
quite excited about
there's
it.
a lot to chew over.
I think maybe Sam needs a little bit of working on.
What's troubling you, Sam?
I think it's just kind of like what we can do straight away and what we can do over time.
It can be livable without anybody else's input. I know there isn't central heating in the bedroom, but, you know, you've got each other. You're young. You know, use your imagination.
Steady.
Creative solutions required, Pip. With an offer on the table, this house isn't hanging about.
On my side, with Nigel and Jane, finances and health are hanging in the balance. But Jane is struggling to compromise. With one last chance to find their forever home, I'm determined to get it right. We're leaving Leicestershire and heading south a smidge to Nuneaton in Warwickshire.
Next to the pretty village of Hyam on the Hill, and within 25 minutes of their sons, this location has it all.
And despite being very desirable, they also get a lot of bungalow for their buck here.
It looks nice from the outside.
It does.
As luck would have it, this house has been extended with an elderly relative and indeed Alzheimer's in mind.
OK.
I like it. I like it a lot.
As Jane now feels that separate living areas would work well for them and her mum, here there are 3.
This place has the kitchen with sitting space they want to spend time together when Jane cooks, plus a window looking through to a cosy and welcoming living room.
The compromise here is the garden size, but views to the countryside make it feel much bigger.
The pièce de résistance is the bedroom, specially adapted for someone older.
It's almost as though this place was made for them. And priced at nearly 10 grand under budget with no chain, it's a fantastic option for Jane and Nigel.
Let's hope Jane agrees.
I would make a few changes, but already my mind's ticking.
OK, this is a good sign.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
Well, she's smiling. Come on. Keep going.
The house has an open feel while the rooms are still separate.
You've got that window through to the kitchen, so when you're in the kitchen, you can see all the way.
Yeah. For the first time, I'm trying to fit my furniture into the house, so is that a positive sign? I think it probably is.
I'd say it is.
Hopefully the size of the garden will be a perfect fit.
It does obviously open up to countryside, which is lovely.
Yeah.
I like it. I do.
Good
really.
It is smaller than I would like, but could be a compromise that I'd think about.
We're having a breakthrough here.
So, double doors out.
Yeah.
And this room was designed to be lived in by an elderly relative who did actually have dementia. So, things were a little bit wider, there's a bit more space, the ensuite bathroom, no step.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I like this room, actually.
Yeah.
You're still smiling, Jane.
I'm still smiling.
With a bedroom practically tailor-made for Nigel and Jane, there's also a generous room for Jane's mum.
Oh, this is nice.
This is a really good size.
Yes.
They're smiling, they're happy, they're on the same page. I feel like we might be getting somewhere, which makes me happy as well.
I like this room for Mum.
Plenty of space.
And I like
light.
the way it's got the ensuite for
Yeah.
her as well, so she's really got her own space.
Yeah.
I like that
Good.
one a lot.
Good.
This is the most positive Jane's been, even with the smaller garden.
Is it too big a compromise?
But it remains to be seen whether it will be enough to finally bring this search to an end. The last property I showed Jane and Nigel in Warwickshire's Nuneaton is the only one that's in the running.
I'm still smiling.
It's 10 grand under their 360 grand budget, but does it offer enough?
That seemed to be a very positive viewing.
That's the best one we've seen.
There was a lot there that I liked. I loved the bedrooms, but a lot of compromises.
What were the compromises?
The size of the garden was a lot smaller than I would have liked, and no potential to change anything. You know, you couldn't put a conservatory on, or you couldn't make the kitchen bigger. It would meet our needs, but it was as it is.
But that's a good thing. That is a good thing. You don't want to be doing work.
I had thought we might have cracked it, but now I'm not so sure.
In Nottingham, the final house I showed Sam and Becky in Aspley, for their budget of 100 grand, had the perfect plot for Becky.
But daunted by the work required inside, Sam needed thinking time.
The last house really made a lot of sense in a lot of ways, and there was a lot that we could do.
I really like it. I like the size of the back garden. I just thought it was vast. I thought it was brilliant.
As you know, it's on the market of just shy of £90,000.
Yeah.
There is a cash offer on the table. No amount of digging is going to get that figure out of the estate agent.
Right, OK. Interesting.
We'd be really happy if we could get it around the 85 mark.
Should I just make the call and see what happens?
I think so.
Yeah,
That'd be
fine.
nice.
Fingers crossed.
Cash offers are stronger than those that need a mortgage, so I have my work cut out.
Amy,
I've had a chat with Becky and Sam. They can absolutely make an offer of 85. Okie doke. I will wait to hear from you. OK. That didn't go down too badly.
Wonderful.
Wait and see.
I really hope the other offer doesn't blow Sam and Becky out of the water.
Over with me, I hope Jane can overcome what she considers to be compromises in the Nuneaton bungalow to finally get their much-needed English home.
Where do we go from here? I don't sense you're comfortable with it.
Unfortunately, no. Yeah.
I don't know what's going to be on the market in the weeks and the months ahead. There might be something that will come on.
Yeah.
Who knows what it'll cost? Who knows how many people will like it
Yep.
at the same time as you? These are all, you know, all issues.
And all important issues to a decision.
All the time that takes, there's a few things that have been compromised. You're going to compromise your bank accounts and your deposits and some health. You know, those are facts. Have I been of any help whatsoever?
Of course. Sometimes my emotions do take over a little bit, so it's been nice to have that impartial person making comments and making me think about things.
I'm disappointed not to have, you know, come and sorted you out. I really wanted to.
Yeah. I wanted to see you on your phone making an offer.
You've got to find something, so you will.
Mm.
I just hope it's quick.
Yeah. So do we.
Yeah.
But at least now they seem to be open to the idea of compromise, which they weren't when I found them. We'll just have to see what the next few weeks bring.
Over with Sam and Becky, their 85 grand offer is on the table.
Amy, that was quick. Right, okie doke. So the cash buyer offered 85 as well, so the money's doing the talking.
But for the other buyer, 85,000 is their best and final bid. Our only play is to up our offer.
I'm just looking at my clients. I think yes, 89 it is. 89, yep. OK, bye.
There we go.
The vendor's going to sleep on it.
OK.
We put £4,000 between us and the cash buyer.
Yep.
Hopefully that is enough.
I'm happy. I mean, 89.
It's my first house under £100,000 in a long time.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
I will call you in the morning.
OK.
The next morning, I did ring Sam and Becky with the good news that their offer of £89,000 was accepted. And 3 months on, the first-time buyers are still a tad shell-shocked.
I was like, hang on, say again. And she's like, your offer's been accepted. I was like, oh.
It was a strange sensation.
We were glad that we got it.
They hope to have the keys to their first home in a few weeks, and green-fingered Becky can start her dream flower farming business.
I have been thinking a lot about what to do with the garden, all the trees that have got to come down, all the brambles that have got to come out. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting in there.
Architect Sam's focus is the house.
Sam's got a whole plan of action.
Going to completely renovate the whole inside, but then we want to extend it.
I don't think we'd have found the house without Kirstie. We're just looking forward to having a home and living there.
It's set to be a lovely home with a lovely garden, and that makes for a lovely result. Jane and Nigel ruled out another 8 bungalows, but I'm pleased to say they eventually learned the tricky art of compromise. Jane revised her wish list and bought this 3-bedder with a smaller garden than they wanted and no ensuite bathroom, but she could still see it as their home.
The kitchen was probably the thing that sold me.
I do like it, and it suits me because, you know, I'm not that fussy.
It's close to their children, and at $290,000, it was a whopping 70 grand under budget, leaving money for home improvements.
So I've got quite a few plans whizzing around in my head. I'd like to extend the property forwards because I'd still like to have an ensuite to the main bedroom.
Even as it stands, the house's simple layout makes it easier for dealing with Nigel's dementia.
Life's been on hold for ages and ages and ages. I'm looking forward to seeing all my possessions coming out of a container, and then we'll get on with life again.
And with Jane's mum, they hope to be settled in their new home very soon. Brilliant.
This week, we're catching up with two sets of first-time buyers, searching in a market that was making us queasy.
When are we going to get off this roundabout, Phil?
I'm getting a bit dizzy.
Our ship started on course,
Fantastic.
We're almost sold on the first one.
but there was a titanic disaster looming,
I'm really struggling to find out why I feel so negatively about it.
leaving us looking for the life raft.
And just rubbing some of my luck off on you.
Oh, thank you very much. I might need it.
So we had to try to turn tragedy into triumph.
Hang on, where's the kitchen?
It's all changed.
This is stunning. This week, we're back visiting two very different sets of house hunters. Newlyweds, Carl and Liz, had left behind their hectic London lifestyle and were looking for a marital home. Whereas best mates Mike and Jamie were pooling their resources and trying to buy in London to enjoy the city life. Sound easy? It wasn't.
I was on the property hunt in pretty Hertfordshire. With its tranquility and easy access to London, it's particularly enticing territory to those on the march from the capital. And the county's popular city of St Albans was where loved-up newlyweds Liz and Carl wanted to set up home. They met in 2012, and a timely 12 months later, they had wed.
People say that you know when it's right, and it sort of pretty quickly worked out that, you know, this was the one.
It's all been just pretty dreamy, really.
The only nightmare was Carl's 3-hour round trip to Amersham, where he works in car leasing. So 8 months ago, they moved 40 miles north from their rental flat in Greenwich to St Albans.
Living here has halved his commute while keeping Liz close enough to her job in London as director of a military charity.
Having sensibly rented first to get a feel for it, they're happy St Albans has a similar buzz to Greenwich and are now very eager to buy.
Now we're married, settled down, and now is the time to make that decision as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
For me.
Find our first home together.
Although they're now officially settled down, this is not a forever nest, just a 3 to 5 year home, as they're not planning on swapping socialising for slippers just yet.
We'd like to be near a nice pub, very important for Mr P.
Walking distance.
Walking distance of a nice pub.
And ideally, the house itself will have enough space to entertain friends. But other than that, they're keeping their options wide open.
I think there's very little that we would rule out.
Let's see if I can't coax a little clarity out of them.
It's going to be much easier for you guys if you're clear about what the specifics are that you want.
Our preference would be for a house. That's not to say if we saw the right apartment, that we wouldn't take it.
I'm desperately trying to narrow your search down and give it focus, and you're trying to open it up.
We almost want the character house with the open plan feel of the modern flat.
Kirstie, help!
Best of British, Phil.
Thanks. At least Liz and Carl are clear that their top budget is 450 grand.
For that, they'd want a tip-top 2-bed property with some character, within commuting distance of both Amersham and London.
Liz in particular wants private outdoor space, and walking distance to a pub is important to Carl. Well, that's what I think they're saying at this point, but I'm not convinced this is going to be a straightforward search. And while I puzzled that out in St Albans, Kirstie was on a search of her own 30 miles away in the ever-expensive Big Smoke, East London to be precise. Trying to find basketballing best friends Jamie and Mike a house to share. A pretty tall order. Mike, a postdoctoral researcher at University College London, and Jamie, a social research account manager, met at uni in Birmingham. As London prices skyrocketed, combining salaries to find a joint home in the capital was a slam-dunk decision.
We can just get so much more for our money putting our heads together.
I think we just thought it was a really good idea.
Good idea in theory. More and more friends are buying this way. But co-ownership as mates is a whole different ballgame.
Oh! So we haven't ever lived together, but I mean, I slept on his sofa for 5 weeks or so when I first moved back to London. We've been on holiday together. Had to share a bed for a week.
I got the broken side of the bed.
What he means is he broke the bed, but...
That's not confirmed. We're going to have the most fun. It's going to be really, really good.
Well, with any good partnership, there's always a little compromise.
Don't I know it?
I really need space.
Mike's got 160 odd pairs of sneakers.
Any potential loft or cellar space, I think he might need.
And there is the compromise. One has to make room for the other one's shoes, naturally.
We've had a terrible time trying to find a place so far. It's still been fun, even though we haven't achieved anything yet.
Well, I'm here to see that change.
Gents, we are in an eel and pie house. And before I open my pie hole too wide, sum up what you're looking for and why you want it to be here.
We picked East London mostly because it's an area we're familiar with. We were looking for kind of a period property, a 3-bed house. 3 would be ideal. Obviously, we only need 2.
Size of those bedrooms?
I would say above size for me, I know Mike's got storage issues, is the equal size of the 2 rooms, so we can both feel equal in the house, as we're kind of co-owners rather than somebody being the dominant alpha male of the house.
That is quite difficult. What's the real under no circumstances factor?
I've got a thing for safety and the general area.
Just stand up for a second. Right, remind me how tall you are.
I'm just under 6'3".
Who exactly do you think is going to mess with you on the way home?
This is the problem, scared of the unknown. You don't know what's out there. Obviously we're going to have visitors, so kind of worrying about the loved ones as well as us.
Okie dokie. I think that's it.
Excellent.
I just need honesty from you two.
We can do that.
The boys have got a budget of £300,000.
They'd like a minimum of 2 bedrooms, preferably of equal size.
They want a quick and easy commute to work in central London.
Jamie would like the area to feel safe.
And Mike needs plenty of storage space. In Hertfordshire, I'm starting the search for Liz and Carl's first marital home. Their fairy tale romance is one thing, but the wicked witch that's the property market is quite another.
Close to London with an upbeat vibe and architectural charm, Liz and Carl's preferred location of St Albans was named in a recent survey as the 3rd most expensive place to live in the UK, outside of the capital.
And despite an average property price of just over £450,000, up 18% in the last year, homes here can sometimes sell over a weekend, so we need to get moving. My first property for the newlyweds is an early 1900s cottage in the very desirable Bernard's Heath conservation area of St Albans, close to the high street hustle and bustle thereafter, so bang on location-wise.
I really like the outside of it. I like the bay window.
Yeah.
I like the street.
Top marks so far, Pip.
This terraced cottage offers character and more space than they might imagine, with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs and 2 separate living areas downstairs, plus Liz's preferred private garden. They say they're open to anything. Would they be open to doing work?
It's been a rental property, and there is some upgrading required, but that's doable, as it's 25 grand under budget at £425,000.
I thought this was going to be a lot worse condition than it is. I quite like it.
It feels nice and open. Obviously, it doesn't have any furniture in it yet.
Fine, let's see some more.
There's additional living space off the kitchen in what was originally the bathroom.
Wow.
And if you got planning permission, there's potential to extend into the side return and create a wonderful dining kitchen.
It's fantastic.
We're almost sold on the first one.
That's fine. Early lunch.
I'd hold off on asking for the menu just yet, Pip. In moving the bathroom from downstairs to up, compromises have been made, especially in the second bedroom.
What's that all about? Okay.
A ceiling window does bring extra light, but yes, the spare room does not have a lot of room to spare.
I wonder how big it actually is.
This is a great house for them. It gets them where they want to be in St Albans. The stumbling block there has to be the size of the second bedroom and whether that's sufficient. How'd you get on upstairs? Silence. Wasn't that bad, was it?
No.
The second bedroom, I sort of, that needs a little bit more thought whether that would work. I mean,
That really is small.
What you get in return is the bathroom being upstairs and you've got the extra living space or dining room.
Yeah.
And a sunny garden.
Tis today.
I'm sensing a possible maybe, Phil.
No, I like it.
Ready for the next one?
Yep.
Yes.
Come on then. Moving on.
Given this pair said they wouldn't rule anything out, I suspect everything could be a possible maybe, unless we manage to focus their search.
I'm afraid that's up to you, Mr. Spencer.
And it's up to you to find somewhere slamming at best mates Jamie and Mike in East London.
The first property I'm taking them to is less than a 10-minute walk from Leytonstone Station. So right in the heart of one of their favourite areas.
Jamie, would you feel safe walking down the street late at night?
Zero issues with this street.
And more importantly, would you feel that your girlfriend or sisters might be safe?
I think they would actually approve.
Really?
Which is,
Oh,
which is
that's
rare.
good.
Well, that's the loved ones on board. Now just the small matter of selling it to the boys.
This Victorian terrace has the 2 large bedrooms thereafter. The kitchen and living space is ample but not massive, but that's the trade-off for its prime location and amazing views over Wanstead Flats.
We're first to get a viewing. It hasn't even gone on the market yet. But the guide is £275,000 to £285,000, well within the boys' 300 grand budget.
There's 2 huge advantages to this flat. The road and the outlook.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is Wanstead Flats.
That's the dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is the dream.
It's a really nice view.
So, we're in the area you like. It's about getting out the house quickly to get to work, being near the basketball hoops, which are down the road, having a fridge big enough to hold the beers.
Yeah. I guess like from day-to-day lifestyle, yeah, it would be like that.
Yeah.
Well, my work is done here, gents.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Looks like we both may have nailed it in our first properties, Kirstie.
Hang on, it's not in the bag yet, Phil.
Jamie's looking uncertain.
No, I'm trying to think of it as we would have it.
Can you imagine yourselves having a dinner party? OK, well, don't answer that question. OK, forget it. That was a stupid question. I can't even believe I asked that question.
I think this would be really, really lovely if we were a loving couple and if you had like one nice sofa you like to cuddle up on with a TV.
I think this place is a little on the small side for our basketballing brothers in arms.
Let's hope they find the space they want in the bedrooms.
And a, frankly, enormous master bedroom.
Wow. Yeah, this is quite silly in its size. It's huge. Brilliant.
Yes. What are you thinking?
I agree with Jamie. I think it does seem like maybe it's because of the way it's laid out, and in fact it is a small family home. It does seem more like for a couple.
Go and have a last scoot around. You haven't looked at that second bedroom. Okie dokie.
So it's the perfect location for the lads and a great flat. But Jamie has his concerns.
I think this room, like someone's going to be living in luxury.
That's the problem Kirstie's got here. Friends' search requirements are very different to couples. Equality is key. And equal-sized bedrooms, well, that's a tough thing to find.
It doesn't look like location is going to win out over space. These big lads need more room, and I need to find it.
We're catching up with 2 sets of first-time buyers who were searching in pretty pricey postcodes. Big buddies Mike and Jamie were clubbing together to get their feet on the property ladder in the East End of London. And newlyweds Carl and Liz were desperate to buy their first marital home in the popular commuter city of St Albans. My first property in their preferred area was well received by Carl and Liz in many ways.
Wow.
But a search narrowed to sought after St Albans means paying a high price for sizable compromises. So I'm planning on broadening their horizons. They're open to both location and style. But for my second property, I'm testing them geographically and swapping Hertfordshire for Buckinghamshire and its pretty market town of Chesham.
It's very convenient for Carl's work, and there's a tube link to central London for Liz.
Here they can get a lot more for their money. The average property price is around 100 grand less than in St Albans. And another bonus is that the straight-talking Kirstie's joining us.
First thoughts about where we are?
I have absolutely no idea where we are
That
in
counts that
relation
out.
to London, but other than that, very excited to be here.
If it was a little village green and there was a nice little pub here, I might feel a little bit different. It does feel a little bit out of it.
Let's have a look.
After you. Whoops.
Have you got a good handle on this search, Phil?
I'm sure you'll help me get a grip if I don't. Carl may have a change of heart once he sees they get 200 square feet more here than in St Albans. 2 equal-sized bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. Plus, if their priorities were to shift focus to a family, there's potential to convert the loft.
Downstairs, the proportions are equally generous and stylish, with a decked area outside that leads to a communal garden.
And at offers over £350,000, it should come in well under budget.
You get this, all of this, for $350.
Wow.
Yeah, that's more interesting.
Wow.
When you say that. But would we really miss that walking out the front door, walking down to the pub that we have now?
Well, the price might be right, but he really does want to be close to a cold pint.
But I don't think you get to decide on a house based on that. Hopefully a bit of time with Liz will help us get to the bottom of what they really need from a home.
Promise me you'll tread softly.
Baby steps, obviously, Phil. Starting with Liz's thoughts on the outside space.
It's quite overlooked.
I think nude sunbathing probably wouldn't be on the
written
cards.
out.
Yeah.
Well, that is disappointing, naturally, but it's a lovely, lovely decking area.
And don't forget the communal garden.
It's great from a family perspective.
I see what you did there.
And is this planning to be a family house?
Well, I think we wouldn't rule anything out,
Right.
but it's not on the cards sort of immediately.
Immediate or not, you don't want the deck stacked against you in terms of house size. A forced move in a few years could cost Liz and Carl around £25,000. So the longer they can stay somewhere, the better. I hope you're making that clear upstairs, Phil.
Just about to play my hand.
You've got the option to go up into the loft.
Right.
So in terms of longevity,
Yeah.
this house really could grow with you.
You're right, this house would enable us to be able to stay longer if our lifestyle changed in the future.
They really aren't ruling anything out. Style of house, area, future plans.
That's a nice room.
Well, I'm trying to get him to think longer term, but I don't know if I'm really succeeding.
Too.
It's difficult to plan for the future. I mean, none of us know what the future holds.
Is it better now to buy something like this, which is the budget is very attractive,
Yeah.
and know that if things change, we can
Yeah.
stay here?
Tough discussions upstairs. But in the garden, it's time for Pip to own up that he agrees with my way of thinking.
You always thought that people didn't focus enough on when they were having kids. And now you finally had to admit it. For years you have...
I've felt like that all the time I've ever known you. I've just been hiding it. So now you've outed me.
Of course, not everyone has to think the way I do, but it is our duty to point out the pitfalls of a short-term buy.
How are you two getting on? Moved in yet?
Not quite.
It's definitely an option.
It's very difficult because there's a lot of stuff within this conversation that's none of our business.
Yeah.
I don't often say that.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked, Kirstie.
This is definitely food for thought.
If you ask me, you've got a banquet of a chat coming on.
And if their priorities change, will it be feast or famine for the rest of our search? Back with the boys in London, it's time for me to give Kirstie a helping hand.
The second property for Jamie and Mike is in East Ham, an area they have tried searching in before, but with no luck.
How are you feeling about the position of it? It's about a 15-minute walk to either of the train stations.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, 15 minutes is fine.
OK.
Good news, it may not be as close to transport or trendy bars, but unlike property 1, space won't be an issue here. There are 3 double bedrooms. and a large open-plan living dining area with the kitchen at the back, plus a south-facing garden.
All that bang on budget at £300,000. Well done, Kirstie.
So straight into the front room.
As you can see, it's about space. First thoughts?
So far, it's really big. This is like one of the nicest places I've seen.
Yeah, maybe the trade-off is location, and we didn't realise how little people wanted to come this far away from the tube.
Got it in one, Jamie.
Well, he goes straight to the top of Kirstie's house hunting class.
Loads of space for a dining table.
I know, they give lots of dinner parties, the lads.
You've got the space to do things together, do things apart, have different friends over.
Room for a baby.
Yeah. What should we call it?
Phil or Kirstie?
Imagine one big happy family. Let's see if the smiles continue in the garden.
It's good, it's low maintenance, you could have barbecues and stuff out here.
You both seem very positive about it.
Yeah, I was gearing myself up for it being not as nice inside, basically. A lot more basic, kind of a dishevelled student house, I guess.
Let's go and see some more. How about that?
Both boys liking it so far. Space seems to be their selling point.
Well, they are 12'6" if you join them together.
Bedroom 1.
I think what's really interesting about this place, when you've got so much house, the size of room isn't
that
not as
important,
important. I'm continually surprised by this place.
Bless, he's a model student. Can I get a Jamie every week, please?
Is Mike as happy as Jamie is?
Yes, absolutely.
Thrilled?
Thrilled.
OK.
Work, I think it's absolutely inspired property search.
OK, I'm going to do something quickly. I'm just rubbing some of my luck off on you.
Oh, thank you very much. I might need it.
Appreciated, Kirstie, though nobody likes a show-off.
It's the same as the other rooms, it's massive.
You're right, Phil. And although this place gives them everything they want, I've got a feeling something's worrying Mike.
I'm really struggling to find out why I feel so negatively about it, because there's really nothing, there's nothing wrong with it.
It's an odd one.
Yeah.
Odd indeed. What is going on?
I think it's maybe the first time we've disagreed.
Yes.
Oh, no!
Well, I'm enthusiastic about most things, so I can see the positive aspects, and I thought for Mike, the size would overrule everything. Apparently not.
No. So, I mean, I really like the house. The space is amazing. But I think the overall commute from here would be much longer than it would be from the flat that we saw in Leytonstone.
The thing is that this, in Leytonstone, it would be at 340 or 350.
Maybe you should have kept some of that luck for yourself, eh, Kirstles?
Shame.
Obviously, size matters. But for Mike, not as much as the commute.
Back in St Albans, it seems our gentle prodding about any future family aims has really hit home with Liz and Carl.
I think what we're probably coming to the conclusion is that that family plan is very, very likely to be the plan.
That means thinking about how they'd manage the mortgage if they had just a single salary.
Anything around the 400 would be... Yeah, down. Just under 400 would start to make things easier to plan.
Yeah.
I think that is very, very sensible, but it does throw some fairly large challenges into my search, given that I've got an absolute blinder to show you in St Albans at 450,000.
All laughing aside, it's a whole new search, and the properties we've seen so far don't work for it. And with 50 grand less to spend, they still want the same kind of house. At least 2 beds, character and outside space. So after a phoning frenzy, the only thing I can do is push them out further. For our third property, we're heading half an hour from St Albans to Tring.
There's a mini St Albans vibe to this market town, which should definitely appeal, and living here would mean a 20-minute drive to work for Carl and a 40-minute train ride to London for Liz.
I found them an end-of-terrace Victorian cottage in the sought-after Tring Triangle Conservation Area, a mere stone's throw from the high street hustle and bustle they love. Didn't I do well?
It's not about you, Phil. It's not about you.
It is, I think, a really very pretty cottage.
Wonderful.
First impressions, it looks amazing.
Yeah, looks lovely.
Just back on the market for a day after a sale fell through, this house may well surprise with 3 bedrooms upstairs, kitchen and living on street level, and a converted cellar.
This is not your ordinary 2 up, 2 down Victorian terrace. This is a Phil Spencer 3 up, 2 down and 2 down again terrace.
I like the way you're selling it, Kirstles. The asking price is just under $400,000, the very top of their new budget.
Small, but perfectly formed.
Yeah.
I like it.
Really lovely.
The style and finish throughout is likely to be right up Liz and Carl's street.
Fantastic. That's a nice little...
Added another layer, isn't it?
3 bedrooms is a major bonus, although they're not huge, and Liz does like plenty of wardrobe space.
If it didn't have those,
Yeah.
then we'd be in a different ballpark.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's got one that could actually have someone staying in and still have the other one with dressing room space.
The house is offering quite a lot.
And they've not even seen the bonus in the basement yet.
Have a look downstairs. 2 rooms, see what you could do with them. One of them
Hey.
could be a wonderful playroom.
You really are starting to sound like me, Phil. The property is actually being marketed as having 3 to 4 bedrooms because of the cellar conversion.
Down there is a good-sized utility room.
Oh, fantastic.
More than I expected.
Yeah.
And wait, there's more.
Oh, wow. Gosh. And an extra... so this is where they've got their TV.
Carl and Liz are making all the right noises.
Absolute shocker for my properties, though. They've reduced the budget. But at least they finally had the conversation about whether or not a family is part of the plan. You seem quite positive.
Yep.
Quite open-minded to it.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
It is. It's a lovely house, and I think I found it quite surprising going downstairs because I wasn't expecting it to A, be as big or as well developed or offer us as much as it does.
They seem enthused, but with such a radical reduction in budget, I hope this property offers enough to bring my search to an end. This week, we're back with 2 sets of house hunters yearning to buy their first homes. Friends Jamie and Mike needed a first-time flat in East London for 300 grand. And newlyweds, Carl and Liz, had reduced their budget to 400 grand for their future-proofed property in Hertfordshire. But the housing market in these sought-after southerly spots was making our heads spin.
When are we going to get off this roundabout, Phil?
I'm getting a bit dizzy.
2 properties in, and best buds, Jamie and Mike, are struggling with what it is they want. I've got one more property to put into play, a house in Upton Park. I've addressed Mike's commuting concerns. This one's a mere 500 yards from the tube. But it's in an area they are not that familiar with.
Positive about the street?
Oh, no, I do. I'm more drawn to this street than the last one, for sure, and the last one was nice, so...
OK.
Good start. And this Victorian terrace is big, with 3 bedrooms, 2 reception rooms and a modern kitchen. It's got the added bonus of a converted loft and outside space too.
It's on the market at £285,000, 15 grand under budget.
So, in we come. So a little bit smaller than the last house, but there's a room in the attic, but essentially it's a 3-bed with 2 bathrooms.
Sold.
Yeah, we'll take 2.
No, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And what we've seen so far.
Yesterday, they started positively, but Mike ended up changing his mind. I just hope we don't have the same result today.
So, nice bathroom.
Yeah, again, it's great.
It's great. Yeah. It's all just super, super positive.
Yeah, really positive.
Even Mike, sensible Mike. Is...
Negative Mikey.
No, I won't have that, Jamie. I don't call him negative Mike. He is not negative. He is just a bit different. And different is good.
Different is good. No, I really like it.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the but.
Trust me, Phil, there won't be a but.
Master bedroom.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
I'm worried about the second room, because if we get through that, then we are all in.
Yeah.
See if you can find the downside to this house and come back and tell me what you think.
Okay.
Now that's the look of a confident woman.
So I think I'd be happy if both the rooms were like this big and having this one as a...
Yeah.
But yeah.
Keeps
I'm
winning.
surprised. Yeah.
Stay winning. Upton Park.
Yeah.
As I hoped, living space, tick. Bedrooms, tick. And they've not seen all of it yet.
Wow. I didn't expect this either.
This is perfect, I think.
Yeah.
I was a bit confused off yesterday, not sure if I knew what I actually wanted from a house, but I think this might be it.
I really hope so. But I'm not letting it go to my head. They've been this positive before.
What do you want to do now?
Have it.
Yeah.
Right.
We'd like to have it now, please.
I'm doffing my cap to you, Kirstie. You seem to have found a perfect fit for this towering twosome. Over in Hertfordshire, newlyweds Liz and Carl have fallen for Tring and want to revisit the charming end of terrace property there.
Looks good still.
Yep, still looks good.
Having changed their criteria halfway through the search, it's doubly important on this second viewing that Liz and Carl can be confident it's a home they could choose to expand into.
There's the basic size already here with the downstairs to really think about doing something.
I'm so glad they can see what this house offers with its upstairs-downstairs configuration.
I think this one is slightly wider, but obviously it's got the chimney breast.
Really?
I think Captain Spencer's got his ship on course this time.
Let's hope so, first mate Allsopp. Liz and Carl have fallen for the house and are keen to make an offer. We need to be quick. It's only been on the market for 24 hours, but they've already had several viewings. In our favour is the fact that the vendors are in a chain and their previous sale has fallen through.
So they're slightly between a rock and a hard place because they need a buyer quickly and a good one. However, interest is mounting. You know, they're seeing people come through the door, so I don't think it's going to be a steal.
The asking price is 400 grand, bang on their revised budget amount. But Carl and Liz want to do some bargaining.
I'd have to sort of have a think about the value for money we're getting coming out here if we start this with a 4.
390. I think let's go for it.
Caroline, it's Phil Spencer. They would be willing to pay the 390. Yes. OK. Understood. Thanks, Caroline. Bye. Bye. If I was a betting man, I would put money on. She'll ring back and say, they want 395. You'll have to do better. Thank you.
Right.
Drink.
All we can do is wait. Over in East London, the boys have also made a decision about the 3-bedder in Upton Park.
Let's make that call. Adam, it's Kirstie Allsopp. That property is on offers over 285. What is your client wanting to get for it?
But after chatting with the agent, things aren't as straightforward as I'd hoped.
There are 21 appointments booked in for Saturday for different people to look round the house. But he did say, I think 290 is her figure.
I think obviously we want to get it for as little as we can, but 290 is definitely doable, so...
But just as we're settling on how much to offer, the agent calls me back.
Hello? Yes. Right. OK, bye. Good news, bad news. The bad news is that it's a higher figure than we thought.
OK.
The good news is that she has said she will cancel the viewings for 295.
Yeah. OK.
Are they willing to meet that price? It's a big decision for the boys.
I would probably like to split the two values and go in at 292.5.
What do you think your client would say if I said we could go to 292,500? Yep.
Looks like they're holding out for the 295.
I am happy to agree a sale at £295,000. OK, brilliant. Bye. The house is yours.
Perfect.
Excellent. Yeah.
Can't really toast with cake and some half-eaten shortbread.
I think you absolutely can.
Celebrating the purchase of a house with edible glitter. That's what I like to see.
Now that's called having your cake and eating it. Result. In Tring, as predicted, the vendors have refused £390. So if Carl and Liz want to stop the raft of second viewings from other interested parties, they're going to have to bid more.
OK, let's push it to 395, but we'd like washing machine, kitchen, fridge, freezer, you know, as much of that as we could get.
Should it?
Yes, please. Thank
Good
you.
decision, well made.
Our best and final offer of £395,000 is going in, and we don't have to wait long.
Do we have a deal? That's fantastic. Bye-bye. You have bought a house.
Excellent.
Yay!
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank
Your
you very
house
much.
hunt is officially over.
Yay!
The twists and turns were all worth it in the end. It's a great result for Liz and Carl.
Fabulous.
Well done.
Very exciting, yes.
Many
Cheers.
congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
6 weeks on, Jamie and Mike are moving towards completion and are massively relieved to have found their first London pad.
Before our week with Kirstie, house hunting was getting kind of more and more unbearable.
And we're slowly moving further and further out of where we wanted to be.
When they do move in, Jamie will get the master bed and Mike the 2 smaller bedrooms.
It was kind of suggested by Kirstie. I guess it was a really good idea, so we were just like, yeah, we'll do what Kirstie tells us.
Whatever Kirstie says.
I guess she's a good mix of kind of tough love and good advice.
I couldn't have put it better myself. For Carl and Liz, the move to Tring is likely to happen within a month.
Currently, we're sort of preparing to move now, beginning to pack things up.
They exchange in a week's time and can't wait to make the house their home.
In fact, it's all we talk about. Carl's never been more interested in paint.
Say interested. We're also looking at exciting things like boilers, so it's not all glamour.
Glamour's overrated, Carl.
To have Phil and Kirstie involved in the search was good fun. There's a slightly sort of relaxing side to spending less money than you have to, meaning that we've got more options for the future.
It brought in that expertise at a time when it was perfect. It's been such a gift, really.
And as a long-term home, hopefully a gift that will keep on giving. A year and a half after Kirstie and I helped basketballing buddies Mike and Jamie, they're loving their new up-and-coming area of Upton Park and owning their first ever London pad together.
I took a long time to buy, because I'm a lot older than Jamie. I think I was a bit scared of the big financial commitment, but actually it's not as big a deal as you think it's going to be before you do it.
It's probably quite a big commitment, though.
Yeah, it's a massive commitment.
But having fallen in love with the house, they've both truly committed to making it fantastic. And spent 6 months turning decor that wasn't totally to their taste into totally tasteful.
When we first got the keys, the big moment of we've got a house was a bit like, we've got that's disgusting.
I guess it inspired us to do things a little quicker than we might have if it had been just nicer. But it wasn't too bad. It's a lot of work and a lot of time.
Mike's being nice. It was horrible.
The boys painstakingly painted every room themselves and sanded all the floorboards, which didn't go that smoothly.
Sanding the floor took ages. We kind of cut a bit of cost and just got hand sanders. It looks great, so I'm not too sad about that.
Lesson learnt though, Jamie. The biggest transformation is the kitchen, which they played a huge part in making look this swish. But that wasn't all plain sailing either.
Mike actually ripped out the whole kitchen and tossed it away, which is something that I couldn't do because you're a bit stronger. But we actually tiled the floor in the kitchen, which Mike was adamant that we were going to do.
We didn't have a kitchen for a good solid 4 months, I don't think.
7, 8 months. It was, we ate takeaway for a good 8 months. I think I tried every takeaway in the area. It's quite sad when you think about it.
So, still not throwing dinner parties, lads? And there was a slight hiccup with the furniture buying too.
We haven't disagreed on anything apart from the sofas, which was really tricky.
When we were going around sofa buying, me and Jamie would see people with tape measures and think to ourselves, why on earth are they measuring a sofa? Sofas are sofa sized, aren't they?
Yeah.
And it turns out no, they're not. They vary quite a lot.
So we actually got kind of a 3-piece set with a poof, which didn't fit in the room, so we spread it out across 2 rooms.
They've also managed to squeeze in Mike's humongous trainer collection. The work cost the boys nearly £8,000, but the average house price here has increased a staggering 22% since they bought the flat, which would add a whopping £65,000 to the value if they sold it today. So these lads seem to be on the ball when it comes to making money, and are even renting out their 3rd bedroom to cover their renovation costs.
Once the money's all been added to our joint account, because we're now one of those, we obviously, there's a bit of a surplus sometimes. What's quite nice is that we obviously have that card, and if we're going to dinner, romantic meals, if we're at the pub and we're buying drinks, we can use that. We probably do that a bit too much sometimes.
Everything really has paid off for Mike and Jamie.
We definitely wouldn't be where we are right now without Kirstie.
Quite the pin-up, Ms. Allsopp.
Living together has been really, it's been really good.
Yeah, we definitely spend more time with each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't really see each other before, actually.
No, you just
kind of friends.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's so awkward.
Glad to have made you closer, lads. And in a home that you've made your own and seem super settled in. I can only hope that a year and a bit on, Liz and Carl have the fairy tale ending that they longed for. I'm back finding out how some of our house moves have panned out. And with Mike and Jamie loving life in East London, I want to see if the same can be said of Carl and Liz in Tring.
It's been almost 18 months since I helped Carl and Liz. They were perfectly happy with it, but after just a short time living here, decided that it actually had loads more potential and got stuck into a big project. So I've come back to see how it all turned out. Anyone home? Hello. Nice to see you both.
Good to see you.
Oh, thanks.
Come on in.
Come on in.
Hang on, where's the kitchen? This is a bit different.
We decided we didn't need one. Yeah.
It's all changed.
It really has. It's almost unrecognisable. Carl and Liz have removed the wall which once sectioned off the kitchen, and by redecorating have created a super stylish open living space.
The longer we lived in here, the more obvious it became there was a lot of potential that we just couldn't stand by and not use, really.
Okay.
So
good for you.
Yeah, a bit more space. Space for
A lot more space.
entertaining.
This is stunning, but what have you done with the kitchen?
Come and have a look.
Downstairs, in what used to be a dark utility room and small separate sitting area, Liz and Carl have removed yet another wall, creating this breathtaking kitchen diner.
Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, my word. You have been hard at work. Really, really smart. You have transformed it.
Thank you.
It's a good party kitchen.
The use of white, their signature style, along with clever lighting, has made this space bright and welcoming.
How long did it take?
Probably from the builders moving into moving out, I think about 3 months, best part of 3 months.
And meanwhile, you were...
Living upstairs in 2 bedrooms with a microwave and...
How was it?
A few takeaways.
Very unglamorous.
Yeah, but well worth it. My favourite room. I spend all my time down here. I love it.
It has completely blown me away because I remembered the house. There were compromises on the size.
And now it's all usable space, so we're really pleased.
It looks quite expensive. How much did you spend?
About 35.
Okay, 35 to move the kitchen down here.
Yeah. But we've done a little bit more as well upstairs.
Okay. Can I see?
Come and have a look.
Upstairs, thanks to a lick of paint, the simple elegance continues in all 3 bedrooms. But the masters had a more dramatic change.
And what's happened in here?
Well, this is the first thing we did. I don't know if you remember the bed used to go this way. So we've taken that chimney breast out just so we can make this a bit more conventional.
I do remember. Again, much more usable space.
Yeah.
It feels a lot bigger.
Yeah,
It does.
These two didn't make my job easy by slashing their budget by 50 grand during our search. But with that money in their pot, they were able to make this place work perfectly for them.
Did you manage to get stuck in at all?
A lot of painting.
I think we maybe underestimated quite how much painting there was to do, and maybe we, in hindsight, we might not have done that work ourselves. But
working on your own home, it would have been, that's a kind of bonding thing, isn't it? It's special.
Yeah, we definitely feel like...
Go on, Carl, it is.
I'm just thinking, I think the romantic image of first sort of painting disappears after the first sort of week of painting, but yeah, it's nice, it's satisfying when it's done.
It was about future-proofing, wasn't it? That was what I remember Kirstie talking at some length about.
Plenty of space for anything that might happen in future.
Fantastic.
That'll be music to Kirstie's ears. And there's more good news. Since doing the work, the house has been valued at £500,000, an amazing 105 grand more than they forked out for it.
We've done a fantastic job. You've nailed it.
We're pleased.
Yeah, you should
It's
be.
cosy, it's lovely, it's our house.
Not only king and queen of their transformed castle, Tring has got the seal of approval too. And there's one place in particular to thank for that.
Usual for it? Yes, please. Cheers, Rob.
That tankard I see being used.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's essential that you have your own tankard behind the bar. It shows that you're really one of the regulars, one of the locals. In fact, we've got one for you as well, Phil.
I like this place already. That's very kind of you, thank you. It was quite an important part of the search, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and I didn't actually realise how important it was until we sort of found this pub, really.
I'm delighted Liz and Carl have settled in so well.
Bet you spent an increasing amount of time here while the work was being done down the road.
Yeah, a few meals had down here and
absolutely.
a few drinks.
Yeah.
Good to come here and have a few drinks and then go home to the house.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier to take.
Yeah, all the dust and the painting.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Well, good for you, because you bit the bullet.
We're ready for whatever the future might bring.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Terrific result, though. Many congratulations. It's a long-term home, not a bad pint.
Cheers.
Liz and Carl have done an absolutely superb job at unlocking the potential of their home. And by joining forces, Mike and Jamie have also been able to use double the manpower to create their perfect house. It may have been a dusty few months all round, but there's no doubt their vision and hard work has paid off.
This week, I'm catching up with two couples who had designs on homes packed with potential.
Brace yourselves, okay?
Do you think size matters, Wendy?
Both searches were gargantuan tasks.
Oh, it's horrible.
This has to be the most disastrous viewing I have had.
But disaster didn't last long.
Job done?
Right, let's go home. Let's do it.
Now I'm back. Look at this! And seeing one of the most impressive renovations in location history.
It's changed our lives doing this house.
This week, we're back to visit two creative couples. Nadine and Toby wanted a project to get their teeth into, and Simon and Wendy wanted a home and a studio on a shoestring. You know we love a challenge.
I was on the property hunt in southeast London with designers Nadine and Toby. They were living in Brockley, an area attractive to many artists because of its proximity to Goldsmiths College, where our pair were both trained. So it's no coincidence that this design duo were drawn here.
We love the area. We got a good community of friends. When we saw this place, it was it made sense, didn't it? So, yeah, that's why we're here.
Nadine and Toby are a couple after my own heart. They bought their first flat at 26 and have spent the last 3 years doing it up by themselves.
It was quite a mess when we first got here, and we've redone everything. So we've replaced all the floors throughout the property, put in a new kitchen, a new bathroom, pretty much redesigned the whole space and how it works.
Having outgrown and recently sold their flat, this stylish couple have got designs on their next project. And they know exactly what they want.
Oh, there's that pebble dash painted.
It's white pebble dash, yeah, exactly.
There's no Georgian. We're going to rip everything out no matter what, so it may as well be a wreck.
We want something that's architecturally interesting, that's got a bit of a story behind it.
We seem to be drawn to those flat-fronted Georgian properties.
We really want to buy on a street that's got very similar looking houses.
Steel yourself, Kirstie. I think you're about to meet our pickiest pair ever.
The criteria just goes on and on, but it all doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, I think it's going to come down to a feeling.
Well, that's crystal clear then.
Nadine and Toby had the feeling once, when they thought they'd found their dream home. But sadly, they lost their perfect property in a bidding war.
It was a bit of a heartbreaker, actually.
It's caused a problem, because we would have probably moved by now had we not seen that house. Because we wouldn't be expecting so much.
Yeah.
With only 2 weeks to go before they have to move out of their flat, Nadine and Toby urgently need to find a home. It's time for me to take these two back to the drawing board.
You've loved and lost, and we need to sort of take a jetpack and blast you out of that previous search into a new search.
Definitely.
That sounds good.
We're up for that. That sounds fantastic. Let's do that.
What we want is to get you a bigger, more future-proof home.
The flat that we have just sold, it's the best flat on the worst street.
What you want is the worst house on the best street. You want the bomb site, and I think focusing on the worst house in the best street is probably a very, very good mission.
Yeah, we're definitely up for that. I mean, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Definitely very different to the way we looked at it before.
My couple have a budget of £350,000. They're looking for an unusual property with a flat-fronted exterior. It must be in an area with similar architecture, close to Brockley, and have an interesting story to boot.
Their wish list reads like a novel, but with you on the job, Kirstie, I'm sure it'll have a happy ending.
So I was scouring the southeast London streets for doer-uppers, and Phil had a daunting search further north, where his pair wanted to buy as close to the city of Derby as possible. Fashion designer Wendy and partner Simon, a professional photographer, were finding space rather tight, so were hunting for a house with business potential. Wendy was becoming more home-based with her own clothing label, while Simon's business was growing steadily. It meant they had quite an unusual request for their first property.
We want somewhere that's got to be a photography studio. We also want somewhere that can be a home as well.
Not exactly conventional, but I could see why they needed it. When doing fashion shoots and the like, it meant hiring the local community hall. Hardly ideal. So this creative couple wanted an Uber space on a shoestring.
Anyone home?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, how are you doing?
doing?
It is a difficult set of criteria. Whilst flexible, your key elements are not flexible, and it's those that are going to make it challenging.
We've lived like this before, though. When I first moved down, Simon was renting, he's called it the penthouse, like flat, and the living room converted into studio base, so we wouldn't always have a living room.
All I need really is a high ceiling with like rolls that I can roll the backdrop down, pull some sofas to the side, and job done.
And you're perfectly happy for that to be a living room or a bedroom?
Yeah, yeah.
And Wendy, how much space will you need?
Probably just need a desk space. Simon gets the whole of the house.
Yeah. You haven't seen her clothes, man. This house is like that.
Oh, yeah,
With £137,000, their budget's hardly bursting at the seams, but they want to be in the popular northwest suburbs close to the city. It must have at least 2 bedrooms and preferably be open plan. Oh, and of course, must have room for a photography studio. Absolutely no pressure then.
Do I have mug written on my forehead? Do I?
Yeah,
I shouldn't ask you that question.
Tattooed with invisible ink.
You've just got to hope the perfect property for Wendy and Simon isn't invisible.
I chose our first property in the belief it will be a great starter home for them.
It's slap bang in their desired area of 5 lamps. It has a fantastic garden, while inside they'll find a traditional 2 up, 2 down layout with a good-sized basement for all Simon's gear. And it's right on budget at £136,950.
I've seen lots of similar types, but I think this is the best of its ilk.
I'm not keen on terraced houses and sort of prefer things to be on the end. Or
I think most people would, but you only get 4 end of terrace in a whole street, so that would narrow it down a little more.
Okay.
But come and see what you think.
Okay.
Great stuff.
Oh, my word, she's not even through the front door. Looks like you have a picky customer, Pip.
What I'm keen to explore with you guys is whether this room is sufficient for a studio.
This is a little bit small, to be honest.
In an ideal, if that wall was knocked down and this was all open plan, that would be perfect.
And the kitchen's down there. That'd be perfect. I mean, the ceiling's perfect. That's the height that we need.
It's right on the money. It's in a good area.
Yeah.
It's a quality house.
And that terrace, the whole thing about the terrace house has gone out of my mind. It's mainly, it's a lovely house. I really like it.
Close.
Close?
Close, very close.
I mean, close isn't bad.
Close isn't bought, Phil. It looks like the studio space is top of the list.
Yes, but remember, this has to be a home as well, and I think you'll find upstairs fits the bill.
Now, it's a fairly standard layout for these Derby terraced houses up here. We've got 2 bedrooms, but you have to walk through this bedroom in order to get to the bathroom.
OK. Yeah, it's nice size.
Not a huge problem.
It's a well-balanced little house. It's not the biggest house in the world, and it does have some issues with the size of the room and whether that would work as a studio. But I think as a first home, it's very, very nice. Well, look, why don't you guys have a bit of time and I'll catch up with you outside. I'll leave you to it for a bit.
OK, thank you very much.
This is a great home, but I'm not convinced these guys see it that way.
There's still the main problem with the studio bit.
Yeah,
it's nice as it is. It's still the fact that you can't have a studio down.
There is no doubt that this is an excellent, or would be, an excellent first-time buy. It's got everything that they wanted, apart from the studio. And I just have to hope that they see a bit of sense. Hi there.
Hi.
How you doing? So, what's it to be? What do you think?
I like the house, but it's not a studio. I just can't see it turning into a studio downstairs
Yeah, I think it might
or
be just a bit too much work or... Yes,
love the garden, but as we said, we're willing to sacrifice a garden and a bedroom for a studio, so...
Fair enough. We've got more to see, but please bear it in mind, don't rule it out completely.
OK.
Got bigger things, but different things, and there will be different compromises. Lovely. But you knew that anyway, didn't you?
Yeah.
Bit of a negative start, Phil, but there's still time for things to develop more positively.
This week, we're back visiting 2 couples who both had big asks. In Derby, I was searching for Wendy and Simon, who were only after a good-sized house in the centre of town, suitable for 2 businesses.
It's a doddle. You could do that standing on your head.
I'm thinking of packing it in, I'll tell you.
No.
With only 137 grand, there wasn't much zoom in Wendy and Simon's budget for a home with a photography studio.
We're willing to sacrifice a garden and a bedroom for a studio.
In London, our creative couple, Nadine and Toby, were shrewdly searching in the city's southeast, where property prices back in 2011 were 21% cheaper than those north of the river. Nadine and Toby want a habitable wreck to renovate in their beloved Brockley. Not an easy find. So I've stretched the search to the vibrant area of Camberwell, a patch they'd discounted because of price. My first property should win them over. There's heaps of potential, and I brought Phil along. As a former surveyor, he can have his uses.
All I will say now is brace yourselves. OK?
Oh, good. Yeah, I like to be...
This is a challenge, almost, I think, maybe one of the most challenging things we've ever shown anyone.
Yeah, I'd agree.
That sounds like it. OK, right, in we go.
Nadine and Toby want a house with a good story, and this huge property has certainly got that. The ground floor was originally a shop, but now the whole building is home to a Masonic order, and it's ripe for renovation. This 3-storey building could well be the wreck thereafter. It's a massive space, over 1,500 square feet, and every single part of it needs restoration. It's on the market at offers over 350 grand, all of Nadine and Toby's budget, meaning they'd have to save hard and do a lot of renovation work themselves.
Something of a surprise, I should imagine.
This is amazing. I love it. This is an Afro-Caribbean Masonic hall.
And you could use this as well as living, it's habitable as well, this bottom floor.
If you wanted to live in this room here, you'd have to reapply for planning permission. It would take time. You'd have to demonstrate that there wasn't a demand for it to be a shop.
If you're tempted to transform a commercial property into a home, take a leaf out of Toby's book and do your research. It's crucial to weigh up the work involved before making a decision to part with your cash.
This is just huge. I didn't expect anything this big.
Nadine loves the scale of this place, but I wonder if she realises the size of the job at hand.
I did hear Toby say to you as you came upstairs, don't, calm down. What's all that about?
Yeah, I get excited really quickly and I don't necessarily think about the problems, whereas he's probably thinking, how are we going to have the money to do this?
Yes.
Toby's right to be cautious about this place because there is so much work to do. There's damp in the basement, holes in the roof, and it needs a complete refurb.
Yeah, it's quite a scary space. I mean, it's huge.
This building does look scary, but it is structurally sound.
There's a hell of a lot of work to do here, isn't it?
It is.
Which is great, that's what we asked for.
Well, you'd have to live in it while he did it.
Yeah. Everything we've looked at before, this has been quite a bit smaller, and you can understand how quickly it'll take you to do things, whereas this is a little bit more of an unwieldy beast, as it were.
They're serious about doing all the work themselves. They could save a large amount of money, but it would keep them busy for years.
I wouldn't blame them if they didn't have the courage for that house, but they have embraced it initially really well.
Yeah. Most people you take around something like that would be frightened.
Cry and run out of the door.
This property has so much more space than they'd ever hoped for. But will the scale of the work send them running back to Brockley?
This is fantastic. In fact, let's just leave.
Let's just leave.
Still excited?
Yeah.
Seen anything to put you off?
Not too much, but it is a big job. That's the only thing. I mean, I'm up for it, but it is, as I say, it's just the scaling on it.
We've set a reasonably high bar. We've got other properties to see, other things to consider.
It's a great start, though.
Smiling faces all round. When Captain Spencer's on board Kirstie's search, it's plain sailing.
It's certainly choppier waters with your search for Wendy and Simon in Derby.
From the first property we showed them, it was obvious that room for a photography studio is right up at the top of the list. So to get that space, our second property is outside their desired location of upmarket inner-city Derby.
Well, we've had to cross town this morning.
OK.
And look what happens when you get to the wrong side of the tracks.
Kirstie shows up.
It's east of the town, in Alveston, an area of Derby that they told us they're not keen on. But you get a lot more for your money, and Phil is very excited about this one.
For a start, it's an end of terrace. Inside, it's large and light, with heaps of space downstairs and 2 bedrooms upstairs.
And with an asking price that's 15 grand below budget, we'd not be doing our job if we didn't show it to them.
Everything's been done, rewired, replumbed, new windows, new doors, everything.
Wow.
All you've got to do is choose the flooring you want to put in and just get on with making it how you want it to look.
Yeah.
It's like a blank canvas then, really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah, brilliant.
You noticed that it was end of terrace.
Yeah.
Come see what's in the garden. Now, this is the little surprise that we have for you.
Come, Phil, it's more than a little surprise. It's huge. A 2-storey building ripe for conversion into Simon's studio.
You're not going to find this kind of size in a house, certainly not within your budget.
That's crazy.
It doesn't end there. To the side, there is not 1, but 2 sheds, ideal for Wendy's clothes empire.
To find this kind of space in an end of terrace house is unique, and I never use that word, but it really is.
Yeah. And it's end of terrace as well, which is perfect.
Job done?
Right, let's go home. Let's do it.
That's what we like.
Not just yet, Phil. They haven't seen upstairs. But I don't think Simon cares right now.
Would you take the top out? Would you take the floor out?
Yeah, I think maybe take half of it out. So I don't know what's it like upstairs.
Have a look. Help yourself. Be my guest. I ain't going up there.
Is it safe? Let's have a look. Loves it. Loves it.
Do you think Simon would even look at another house now?
Knowing Simon, he's probably a bit wary of the location because it's complete opposite side of the town where we wanted to be on.
Right.
Even, I think that would be the only thing that would be the drawback, but I think now he's seen a studio, he might change his mind.
I'm stunned we've found something suitable, to be perfectly honest. This blank canvas will really get their creative juices flowing, and all with cash to spare to renovate those outbuildings.
And they're even warming to the location.
Well, to be honest, I'm thinking, you know, the location's not ideal, but we know we're going to get anything like that. It's where we want to live, no way. Are we?
I mean, we've got to factor into this whole equation the budget, and that it is well within budget.
Yeah.
And you were so worried about not finding them anything, Phil. I think you've put this property into pole position. And in London, Nadine and Toby were tempted by my first property, but a renovation of that scale will consume their lives. So I want to show them a more manageable option in another area they're considering. Hither Green is 2 miles from their current home in Brockley. It hasn't got the same buzz yet, but there are signs that this area is on the up. This house could be the blank canvas our design duo are after. And it's huge. It's got 4 double bedrooms, a loft, and a 40-foot garden. It's on the market at £347,500, which is on budget. Nadine and Toby did ask for a flat-fronted property, but I think this charming exterior would appeal to most people.
It doesn't have any curb appeal at all.
To be honest, it's freaking me out a little bit.
Let's just try and keep an open mind, all of us.
Yeah.
And we'll just go in and see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's horrible.
What would you have to discover about this house to make you want to buy it?
Nothing. It suddenly just became a different house.
Make absolutely sure that you really, really don't like this house as much as you don't like this house.
Well, let's check out the garden, because that's going to be the feature, right?
Right. Let's do it.
This has to be the most disastrous viewing I have had.
Chin up, Kirstles. Perhaps they'll change their tune once they've seen the back garden.
That's right.
This is a lovely feature.
Especially because it's so high, you can't escape that.
Can you imagine the family barbecue out here?
Something tells me these guys won't be sizzling sausages out there next summer.
It's made us realise that perhaps suburbia is not really...
Not for us.
You did play with the idea of somewhere slightly more out of town. Yeah. We've looked to see the best that's available. This is the best that's available. It's confirmed that we need to stay further in town.
Yeah.
This is a good house and will make someone a great home, but clearly not my pair. Time to get ourselves closer to the city. ...150 miles away in Derby, we may have already unearthed Wendy and Simon a gem of a studio space with the last property. But before we sign the deeds, Phil's final find might just put the cat amongst the pigeons. The big factor here is this place offers the ideal home and location thereafter.
It's walking distance from the city centre. Plus, with 2 bedrooms and a converted attic, it's got more space than they've asked for, and I think it has potential written all over it.
And the price is again under their budget, £134,950.
I wanted to show you what I think is an alternative house. The first place I showed you was an excellent first-time buyer. Didn't really work for the business. What we've just come from works brilliantly for the business.
Yeah.
The area's a bit unfamiliar. This sits in the middle. It's got opportunity. You can add to it. You can improve it. We're back in centre of town. 3 bedrooms.
Right. 3 bedrooms, eh?
There might be a studio upstairs, but equally, coming up, have a look out the back here.
Okay.
It has got this sort of slightly ramshackle, but full of potential conservatory out the back.
Like it.
And the garden. The garden's 100 foot.
Massive, isn't it?
Goes all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Is that a shed at the back?
It's a big shed at the back. And you've got separate access along the side here. There's a doorway to the front.
You wouldn't even have to come through the house.
So if you were to use that, and if you were to create your studio at the back of the garden, you're going to spend a bit of money doing that. So it's not something in the short term.
Yeah, what are you thinking, price-wise?
10 to 15 grand.
That's 15.
With this house already at the top of their budget, it means building a studio will have to wait. But for the time being, there is still a good-sized bedroom upstairs.
My question is this room big enough for a studio? Do you think size matters, Wendy?
Of course it matters, Phil. At least when it comes to property. And this is a place that just keeps on giving. There's a converted attic upstairs, which will make an ideal office for Wendy. I think it's got them really thinking.
They got three bedrooms.
But can you use that bedroom as a studio for now? Do you feel you can bring clients into this place?
It'd be nice if we could put something in the garden, to be honest, but I don't know if we've got enough money for that, have we?
No, for the future, that would be. For now, you'd be all right with that.
Yeah, I think it's something we need to think about, really, isn't it?
They're having a big, long think upstairs about their priorities. This, I think, is very flexible and it could suit them well. Remains to be seen, though, whether they are flexible.
I'm confused. It's a sprainers a bit, this one. I think the other one's still a high contention, being honest, but it just really is the location. I know, we have to compromise on something. Everything else is fine, it's just the location.
I think it's showing us all that space is just...
There's so much more
we've got that in our head now. And
perhaps you can't see fulfilling your business ambitions here, but it would be possible. It's just not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
You need to be thinking about, is it the studio or is it the home? You've got an awful lot to think about. So take a bit of time. Glad it's not my decision.
This week, we're back with two imaginative couples searching for homes with pockets full of potential. In Derby, Phil's left Wendy and Simon with a tough decision in their hunt for a home with a photography studio.
They got three bedrooms.
But can you use that bedroom as a studio for now?
And in London, there's only one contender for my design duo, the Masonic Hall in Camberwell.
This is amazing!
But it needs lots of work, so the pressure is on with property number 3. For my final house, I'm taking Nadine and Toby back to home turf. We're going to Brockley, the area they know and love. It's 5 miles south of the city and is one of London's best preserved Victorian suburbs. So I'm confident that my last house has all the looks they're after.
It is a nice shaped house.
It's a nice shaped house. It is a nice shaped house. This property serves up all the space they asked for, and it would be half the work of the Masonic Hall. It's got 3 bedrooms and a decent-sized back garden. It's on at just under £285,000, which is a whopping 65 grand under budget.
All it needs is a bit of modernisation, and you're the perfect people to do that.
Yeah.
Psychologically, it's a lot less strenuous.
But this could be the reality of what we will end up having to get.
Yeah,
I'm thinking that the thing that puts me off far more than the house or
the
anything
road.
we do is the road.
It's the road.
Because if I'm going to live in a residential street, I want to be well away from anything with that sort of level of passing traffic.
If Nadine and Toby want to stay in their beloved Brockley, this busy road is the compromise.
It's worth considering just in terms of actually having
It's more
cash in the
realistic, isn't it?
pockets.
It's cash in the pocket and...
You normally are the one saying that we should be sensible, but you're not.
This is too sensible.
This place would leave them with money in the bank to do the work, but it's not inspiring them.
There's nothing that's really exciting about it.
It's not so much of a challenge and it's not particularly interesting.
So even the lure of a house which is under budget, with looks and location, isn't enough to tempt them away from the Masonic Hall in Camberwell. They've fallen head over heels for it. Priced at offers over £350,000, it's over their budget, but has been on the market for 2.5 years. So that puts us in a good position to try and get it for less.
Is there any chance we could go 330, or is that pushing it too far, do you think?
They've accepted a number of offers at 350.
Yeah.
The fact that they've fallen through
Gives us
is
some
what
leverage.
we're going to go with. Time to get down to business. It's not for me to advise your client, but I think really they should just call it a day, accept an offer of £330,000 and go on their merry way. It's a considered offer for a property that's been on the market for so long, but will the vendors see it that way? Wendy and Simon have decided that the End Terrace in Derby's Alveston is their favourite. On the market at 122 grand, it would leave them £15,000 out of their budget of 137,000 in order to make the outbuildings habitable. But what will they decide?
We would like to make an offer on the place.
OK, excellent. I'm delighted. My suggestion is that we offer basically 102 for the house and 8 for the studio, so total price 110.
110, that's the kind of thing we
Well, we were
was trying
thinking
to...
of, in our terms, a silly offer as well, and that's what we wanted to offer and see what they came back to us with.
Decision made, and the offer's in.
Hello, Phil Spencer. I'll ring you back. Thanks, Alison. Bye. They are willing to take an offer, but not that offer.
A raise of £3,000 is decided, so a second offer goes in at £113,000.
Hopefully that will be enough. For Nadine and Toby, the first offer of £330,000 is on the table. This isn't going to ring in a hurry. There's 3 trustees and a secretary.
That's really rubbish.
No, I know, it doesn't work like that. I don't have a magic wand which makes this ring back within 5 minutes.
Stand by, Kirstie. You might have to eat your words.
Right, OK.
Simon?
This is not good, you ringing me back this quickly. They have said that they simply will not accept less than 350. Unfortunately, the owners are sticking to their guns. OK.
No dice.
They were quick to say no.
So where will this leave Nadine and Toby? Wendy and Simon's offer of 113 grand for the Derby end of terrace is still on the table.
Hi, Alison. How did you get on? Understood. I'll report that news. Thanks, Alison. Cheers. Bye-bye. It's accepted.
No way!
He's joking.
No
Well done,
Phil.
Well done.
Well done, Mr. Spencer. But in London, Nadine and Toby aren't there yet, so we're busy playing the numbers game.
342 500. Is that ridiculous? So we're kind of still 7.5 short.
Do you think that makes a big difference?
I think it does. I think it crosses the 3-4.
Do you?
If they were to offer 342,500, that just leaves them 7.5 grand to put in a bath, put in a kitchen, mend the holes on the roof. OK, brilliant, bye.
How did he feel about that?
He said he's going to go back to them and tell them not to think about it rashly, but to really consider it. We're not going to hear from him again today.
No, that's fine.
It's a good offer for a property that's been on the market for 2.5 years, but with 3 people in charge of making decisions, there's nothing we can do but wait for them to mull it over. And we're all agreed this special property is worth the wait. A few days later, Nadine and Toby's offer of 342,500 was rejected. But determined not to be defeated, they increased it to 346. And a week later, they got great news.
We were over the moon when they accepted our offer.
We were super excited, obviously, really, really excited, because it kind of felt like it was a bit unreachable, this place.
Over the last 4 months, Nadine, Toby and their planning consultant Sean have submitted plans for the property, and at long last, full planning permission has been granted.
But it was wonderful because we knew we could. It was finally time that we could actually move in.
They got the keys yesterday and haven't wasted any time.
We slept here last night. I think everyone thought we were crazy because it's a bit like squatting in someone else's house at the moment.
Yeah, the immediate plans are to kind of get it dry and warm and safe. So we're doing a lot of ripping out for the first couple of weeks. So it's kind of livable. And obviously so the dog can come up and join us. and then we're just going to work floor by floor. That's the plan.
Nadine and Toby had the most specific list of requirements I think I've ever seen.
We said we wanted a 4-bedroom house with a shop front, and we thought that was ludicrous. But look at us now, we're here, isn't it? So
exactly.
They've got a lot of work to do, but their determination and creative flair is inspiring, and I know they're going to make this a fabulous home. For Wendy and Simon, the joy of their offer being accepted didn't last long. Their mortgage deal fell through, and the couple had to say goodbye to the unique property which had the potential to be both home and photography studio. 5 years later, they have no regrets.
In a way, everything happened for a reason, and
I think we were very lucky because obviously the credit crunch kicked in, all the houses dropped in price. So if we did buy it, then we would have been in trouble.
To up their budget, they rented, worked and saved super hard for 2 years. Eventually, this allowed them to score a 3-bed terraced cottage in a favourite spot.
A picturesque historical village between Derby City and the Dales, called Darley Abbey.
it's amazing. I couldn't have asked for more, really. You know, parking space, bedrooms, big kitchen. Oh, I love it. It's an English heritage site, but it's like 10 minutes from the city centre.
We were well chuffed, really, really chuffed.
And so they should be, because they got a bargain. The house was originally priced at 220 grand, but their new budget was only 180,000.
I said, forget it, what's the point of looking at something? Don't put yourself through the torture.
No.
But bless her, Wen just still went down for a little nosy.
And it's a good job she did. It had been on the market for 18 months, and after some tough negotiating, Wendy managed to get it for an impressive 175,000.
I used Phil's tactics of we're first-time buyers, this is our budget, stuck to my guns, you know, there's no chain, we want a quick sale. And it worked a treat.
Thanks, Phil.
You're very welcome. And although their initial search had called for a property with studio space for Simon's photography business, ultimately they realised it made more sense to keep home and business apart. Well, almost.
Wendy joined the company, and they secured a good rental deal on a warehouse just a short walk from the house.
We're in a better position. Our photography's really taken off. It's been great.
The studio was but an empty shell. However, some hard graft from this creative couple and a little help from their friends has turned it into a stunning and versatile workspace.
I think it's really amazing to come home, get the fire on and relax, and it's only 5 minutes walk away.
Brilliant.
Wendy and Simon plan to spend the next few years growing their business and making their house a home. Another 3.5 years on, they're still in their cute cottage in delightful Darley Abbey. But there have been some big changes for the couple. Now married, they have a dog called Trigger and an extra special edition.
Got Matilda, a little baby girl. Well, she's not baby, she's come up to 1 now. So.
Yeah, time flies. So that's been a bit of a whirlwind.
When they found out Wendy was pregnant, it was the prospect of having a baby that spurred them on to make their house a safe and cosy family home.
It needed quite a bit of work doing to it.
Yeah.
You was nesting, weren't you? So you wanted to sort of get everything perfect, and it worked out really well. The rewiring needed doing, didn't it?
Yeah.
But we put it off for years and years and years.
I don't think I could take it anymore. By the time you flip the switch, turn the oven on, it couldn't turn the washing machine on. You couldn't turn the washing machine because it flipped all the switches out.
Yeah.
So then you couldn't turn the TV on because it flipped the oven out. So.
I thought it was my cooking that you didn't like.
The whole house needed doing, really, like decoration-wise. After rewiring, the whole house has like funny patterns on the wall, like AirTech.
Artex, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, I can barely bring myself to say that word either. But with the Artex gone, they've insulated, replastered and redecorated every room, making the cottage look really fresh, modern and much more sophisticated. And it's clear that there's a photographer in the house.
So having all the lighting and stuff was really important to us.
We had all new light fixtures put in.
Having spent around £24,000 to make every single room in the house look picture perfect, it wasn't a cheap or a quick fix.
It's been a big job, really. The builder said, yeah, you'll be out for a month, and I think 4.5 months later, we were still living at my mum and dad's house while the work gets done. so it took a while to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot of hard work, but it's been worth it now.
It's tough living with the in-laws, but
They've done well, didn't they? They put up with us.
Nice save, Simon. Best keep them on side should you need babysitters, and I'm sure they'd be glad to visit.
Good results. We're happy with it, aren't we?
yeah, love it.
Yeah.
The biggest change is the bathroom, which is amazing. I love a good bath. So, living the dream, really, like, well, in our little world anyway.
And what a lovely little world they've created. The loft's now a dreamy nursery for Matilda. But it's not just the cottage that's a success. Their flash photography studio has developed from 2 to 15 members of staff.
Can you see where the chicken's face is? Yeah! Woo!
And being within shooting distance of their home is ideal.
We have quite a good work and home balance, basically, so we keep work at work and keep the house to the house as well.
Trigger, we try and bring them down as much as possible. The customers, they really love it. Trigger's a bit of a star in Darley Abbey. It's a bit of a character.
But their expanding family means they're starting to run out of room in their home.
We need a bigger house. We're falling over on top of each, and Matilda's starting to crawl at the moment, so we've been frantically sort of saving. We're hopefully going to try and start looking next year. We'd love to stay in the Darley Abbey area, but properties haven't come up that we like with the same character of this house. I don't really want to sell it because I love this house.
Give Phil a call.
Yeah, definitely give Phil a call.
Why not? And given the cottage is now worth 55 grand more than they paid for it, after their 24 grand work costs, that's a £31,000 profit. So they've set themselves up really well for any future move. And I can only hope that 4 years on, Nadine and Toby are also living the dream in London. I'm back, finding out where some of our house hunters are now. With Wendy and Simon living the dream in Derby, I want to see if Nadine and Toby stayed put in South East London.
Just over 4 years ago, I showed designers Nadine and Toby a dilapidated former Masonic lodge. They bought it, and in 3 years they renovated every inch of it themselves.
Gone is the 1970s shop door, there are new windows, railings, and thanks to a lick of paint, the entrance is no longer shabby. It's chic.
I'm beyond excited to see what's going on in here.
But it's not just the property that's changed. Nadine and Toby are now married and have a 1-year-old daughter called Wren.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. Did a baby come with the house?
It's
Yeah.
kind of
Did a baby
she
come
found
with
our
the house?
house for us, didn't she?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's
Quite a difference.
It really is a difference.
The shop, come Masonic Lodge, is now a glorious 4-bed family house. And by removing and repositioning walls with their own bare hands, Nadine and Toby have brought the staircase back to life.
Did you tell Kirstie you retrained?
Yeah, well, yeah, I retrained
What did you do?
as a plasterer.
It was either, like, you know, 18,000 on plastering or 500, and he's now a qualified plasterer renderer.
That is so useful.
Yeah, it's cool, it's cool.
What a smooth move. As was putting in this full-length window so light can flood in. Throughout the 1,500 square feet property, the hands-on pair have also replaced the roof, fitted new doors, and re-levelled the floors. It's been an incredible effort. And it shows in their sitting room, transformed from cold and clinical to wonderfully warm and welcoming.
Look at this. Oh my word. I think it's the light that strikes you straight away. We could barely see when we were
Yeah, of course.
last.
There was grates, there was massive grates over the windows.
That is beautiful, those shutters.
Even those were made by this pair, and during the epic 3 years it took to complete this transformation, Nadine and Toby lived here. Through hell and high water.
We took the roof off, and it was that year where it just rained and rained and rained and rained, and we would get these like floods like coming from the top of the house. So we had a tarpaulin just over and lived with the tarpaulin for how long?
Yeah, it was about 7 months.
There was a moment when I was just like head in hands.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
We didn't have a bathroom, so we just went to the gym a lot to shower.
That's the only reason we joined the gym, actually.
In over 20 years of house hunting, I've met very few couples quite as brave and determined as these two.
It's changed our lives doing this house.
Yeah, it kind of makes you appreciate it that much more, doesn't it, as well, when you're doing a lot of the work yourself. It's tough, but it's great.
Toby made the renovations his full-time job and totally reconfigured the first floor, which now has a stunning master bedroom. And what was a tiny loo and small kitchen has now become a heavenly family bathroom. On the top floor, they've created another 3 spacious, sleek bedrooms, plus a second bathroom.
This was just a room, it was one room,
With
wasn't
an
it?
altar.
And now it's light and beautiful and big.
And guess what? Toby fitted new double-glazed windows himself.
You've learned so many skills. I mean, it's extraordinary. So many people just don't learn anything when they're having a house done by someone else.
No.
It doesn't feel like a renovated house, it's a restored
Definitely,
house.
I think definitely part restoration. We've saved anything that was original and we've tried to put back as much as we can without it becoming sort of a bit faux.
I don't get to see enough spaces like this.
But the biggest change is in the basement. Once an uninhabitable damp disaster zone, Nadine and Toby have skillfully created a cool and stylish kitchen, which looks out to a lovely courtyard.
Oh my giddy aunt, look at that. Love the floor.
The floors are a striking polished concrete, as are the kitchen surfaces, all done by Toby. He even made the lights for around 12 quid each. Utterly inspirational.
This is an incredibly expensive look. If you don't do it yourself and you want this kind of kitchen, you pay through the nose.
Because it's hugely labour intensive, that's the thing. We've been able to save so much money because myself, Deanie and my dad have done all the work. And we've also tried to be a bit creative about using cheaper materials. All this worktop cost about 170 quid.
I see that you and Nadine have worked incredibly hard.
We made a good team in that sense, but we were working, you know, some days when we were doing rendering, we were doing 17 hours straight.
Using the skills they had and their insatiable enthusiasm to learn new ones, this pair should be pleased as punch with this place.
Absolutely no regrets.
No regrets, though.
And I think we probably would do it and live in it again.
The aesthetic is very strong and it's beautiful. That attention to detail that you've made, design decisions in every single part of the house. Were there any disagreements?
There were plenty of disagreements.
Oh, I was going to say the opposite.
No, but
We do tussle a little bit, but that's part of us coming up with an idea, I guess.
And I think also because I come from more of a practical level, I think I'm more constrained in the sense of how far I'm prepared to push something.
All the best pairings tussle. Having paid 346 grand for the property, the couple made massive sacrifices to be able to afford the 100 grand to renovate it.
Whatever salary came in.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
We ate baked beans on toast and the rest went to the house. You know?
So you spent probably 450,000 on it, you know, buying it, doing all the work. But the extraordinary thing is that if you wanted tomorrow to go out and buy a 4-bed house in this part of London, it would cost you in excess of £1 million.
Yeah.
And that is an extraordinary thought.
That is extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's a very different situation to where we thought we'd ever be. I mean, we thought maximum it would be worth, you know, 650, 700,000.
Yeah, that was like beyond our wildest dreams.
So it's great. It's been, quite a rounding experience, steep learning curves.
I want to have a little badge and it will have your faces on it and it will say, Nadine and Toby did it, you can too. I take my hat off to Nadine and Toby. Their guts and gusto and sheer hard work has enabled them to set themselves up for life. And Simon and Wendy have had patience and perseverance, and they've finally got the work-life balance they were looking for. It's a proper happy ending.